Day. Recovery efforts now underway this morning. We'll have a live report with the latest amid a frantic search for survivors. Breaking news overnight, the leader of South Korea's opposition party stabbed in the neck by a man who asked for his autograph. How the violent attack unfolded and the latest on his condition. New year, new laws, from California's protection for workers lighting up off the clock to Illinois' bans on book bans. How these new rules could impact your life. And the stage is set for the college football's national championship. From Michigan overcoming big mistakes in the Rose Bowl to the Sugar Bowl's nail-biter final moments, we're breaking down the best plays of the playoffs. And meet the newest genius to enter the Mensa Society. Hear how their parents say they're raising a savant. It's Tuesday, January 2nd. Early Today starts right now. Good to be with you this morning. I'm Frances Rivera. In Japan, at least 48 people have so far been confirmed dead in a 7.6 magnitude earthquake on the country's western coast. It happened in the afternoon on New Year's Day in the Noto Peninsula, sparking tsunami warnings. Let's go live now to Claudio Lavanga. And Claudio, good morning. Do we know how the rescue efforts are going?
Good morning, Francis. Well, thousands of rescuers have been dispatched on New Year's Day to the western coast of Japan, the most affected area, but they are being slowed down by the utter devastation left behind by the quake, including rubble from collapsed buildings or overturned cars and wrecked roads. Now, the Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida, said that it is a race against time to save the survivors, many of whom are believed to be still be trapped under the rubble. But the authorities also say that the rescue efforts has been hindered by the many blazes that were caused by the earthquake, and they were still raging on New Year's Day in several cities across Japan and across that affected area. Now, about 100,000 people were also evacuated on New Year's Day following the quake because the fear, as you mentioned, was that it would trigger a massive tsunami. Now, that alert has been lifted since, and many people were able to return home, but at least 33,000 people, according to Japanese authorities, are still left without power, which is a problem because temperatures have dropped below zero in these hours. Now, the 7.6 earthquake magnitude quake was the only one of 140 quakes that were recorded and registered all throughout New Year's Day, and authorities warn that more may come in the coming hours or days. Now, of course, it was New Year's Day, so maybe many celebrations and events have been cancelled as a consequence, including the annual traditional gathering on the balcony of the Imperial Palace by the Empress and Emperor, who usually wave at well-wishers. Well, that has been cancelled too. Francis?
Okay, Claudio Lavanga for us. Claudio, thank you. Breaking overnight, South Korean opposition leader Lee Jae-myung was stabbed in the neck in the southern city of Busan. According to witnesses, the 59-year-old Democratic Party leader was approached by a man who asked for his autograph before attacking him with a knife-like weapon. The man was arrested on the scene. South Korean police tell NBC News that the injury is not life-threatening. And South Korean President Yoo this morning condemned the attack and ordered an investigation. In a major setback for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Supreme Court has struck down a pillar of his controversial judicial overhaul. The narrow 8-7 ruling reinstates the so-called reasonableness clause in Israeli law, where the High Court can invalidate government decisions that it deems unreasonable or disproportionate. There were mass protests in Israel for most of last year against Netanyahu's plans, with the leading newspaper calling it an attempted judicial coup. Meanwhile, the Israeli army says it is pulling several thousand soldiers out of Gaza. Our Josh Letterman has more.
The Israeli military says it's pulling thousands of troops out of Gaza for now to pace itself for the long haul. A U.S. official telling NBC News it appears to be the start of the new phase in the war that the Biden administration has been pushing for. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning the war is expected to last many more months. That war has been fueling growing tensions between Iran and the West, including in the Red Sea, where over the weekend, Yemen-based Houthis who are backed by Iran tried to hijack a container ship and shot at U.S. Navy helicopters. U.S. forces then sunk 3 Houthi boats, killing everyone on board. Now, Iranian media say Iran has sent in a warship. The Houthis say they're targeting Israeli-bound ships in solidarity with the Palestinians, but have repeatedly attacked ships with no connection to Israel. How does the U.S. strike a balance between deterring Houthi attacks and triggering a war in the region?
I think this is the point where The diplomacy must lead in all this so we can keep this war local between Hamas and Israel.
And our thanks to Josh for that report. An extradition hearing is scheduled later this month for a Colorado woman wanted for the murder and attempted murder of her children. 35-year-old Kimberly Singler was arrested in London on Saturday and made her first court appearance yesterday. Nearly 2 weeks ago, the bodies of her 9-year-old daughter and 7-year-old son were found at home. Her 11-year-old daughter was also injured. According to court records, the children were at the center of a custody battle. And a shocking crime in California. Authorities are investigating the death of a 10-year-old boy. They say he was shot and killed by another 10-year-old who found his father's stolen guns. Steve Patterson has the story.
Flowers for KJ.
10 years old. No, he was only 10 years old.
The Sacramento Sheriff's Office says 10-year-old Keith KJ Frierson was shot and killed by another 10-year-old boy. His family's grief heart-wrenching.
And he didn't deserve this. He still had a whole life to live.
Saturday afternoon, authorities say the alleged shooter was ordered by his father to grab cigarettes from their car. Instead, police say the boy grabbed his dad's gun, bragging that he had it, before taking aim at KJ and pulling the trigger.
Complainant saying a little boy was shot. They're screaming in the background.
Deputies say KJ was rushed to an area hospital where he was pronounced dead. The 10-year-old suspect ran to a nearby apartment complex.
Y'all allowed y'all's son to do this to my 10-year-old nephew.
Officials say the gun was reported stolen in 2017 and that after the shooting, the boy's father allegedly tried to get rid of the firearm by dumping it in the trash. The father was arrested on possession of a firearm by a felon and child endangerment. According to the CDC, firearm injuries are the leading cause of death for children in the U.S. More than 1,600 were killed in 2023.
Justice for my nephew.
Now, another family mourns the senseless death of a child.
My nephew's blood is on y'all hands.
The father of the alleged shooter, 53-year-old Arquette Davis, is being held on $500,000 bail. His 10-year-old son, arrested on suspicion of murder, was detained at a youth detention facility.
Our thanks to Steve for that report. The FBI is helping to investigate a deadly car crash in Rochester, New York. A large fire erupted when a Ford Expedition slammed into a Mitsubishi Outlander outside the Kodak Center early Monday morning. 2 people in the Outlander were killed and 2 pedestrians were seriously hurt. Investigators are looking into the cause of the crash and why the Expedition was carrying at least a dozen cans of gasoline. The driver of that SUV suffered life-threatening injuries. The Spirit Airlines agent who put a 6-year-old on the wrong flight last month no longer works for the company. That's according to the airline. An internal investigation determined that the gate agent at Philadelphia International Airport put the child on a plane to Orlando instead of a flight to Fort Myers, Florida. A similar incident happened on Frontier Airlines when a 16-year-old mistakenly got on a flight from Tampa to Puerto Rico. He was supposed to fly to Cleveland, Ohio. A gate agent had looked at his boarding pass but did not scan it. The South is starting off the year with rain, but that wet weather is heading east soon. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking that system. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Francis. We need the umbrellas for folks in Texas today. We've got a storm system that's going to bring you some really widespread rain. The good news is we're not looking at severe weather with this, so you don't have to worry about that. But as we get into tomorrow, it shifts a little farther to the east, and we could see some heavy rain across portions of the Gulf Coast. It'll be a quick mover, but still the umbrellas will be needed. Meanwhile, out west, we've got another storm system to track, and we've got winter weather advisories up for numerous mountain ranges. You can see a winter storm watch as well for parts of Northern California. And here's why. We've got rain and snow and potentially some stronger winds expected from Washington all the way down to Central California through the day today. That system will work its way a little farther to the east as we get into tomorrow, still bringing the potential for some difficult travel, especially in those mountain areas. We'll see some additional snow, some additional rain, and potentially those winds impacting folks before this system works a little farther east into parts of the plains. We'll pick up on a little more snow as well. Some impressive amounts as far as rain is concerned. Localized amounts as high as 3 inches across parts of California. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 50 degrees today with some rain on tap for Dallas. Meanwhile, plenty of sunshine and mid-60s expected for Phoenix. By this afternoon, Denver hits 48 degrees with full sunshine. Kansas City heads to the low 40s. St. Louis, too. Chicago ends up at 34 degrees with some partly cloudy skies. And that's a look at the forecast. Francis, back to you.
Angie, thank you. This is a fun story for one family ringing in the new year with twins born minutes apart, but in different years. 7 and Sully Morris entered the world at Yale's New Haven Hospital. So on the right is 7, who was born at 11:59 on December 31st, 2023. A few minutes later, Sully followed at 12:02 January 1st, 2024. The hospital says the whole family is healthy and recovering well. Coming up here on Early Today, the college football championship is set after a wildly close pair of playoff games. Who punched their ticket to the big game? And back in a minute with a new law hitting the books for the new year.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon?
Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
I
apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with the latest on the migrant crisis. Since Saturday, 13 buses carrying around 450 asylum seekers traveling from Texas en route to New York have arrived in New Jersey. The move appears to be an effort to bypass New York's new rules on when and how migrants arrive in the city. Well, this comes as border crossings hit a record monthly high in December. Homeland Security officials say Border Patrol agents encountered some 300,000 migrants. And the surge continues as a caravan of an estimated 7,500 people are heading from Mexico toward the border. A new year means new laws are in the books. Michigan is preparing to enact a package of new gun laws. They include stricter background checks, safe storage requirement, and red flag laws. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now. And Bree, those Michigan gun laws begin next month, but there are other new laws that went into effect on day one of this new year.
That's right. Good morning, Francis. So a first-of-its-kind law just went into effect in Illinois, making it the first state in the nation to outlaw the banning of books. The new law says reading materials should not be removed because of partisan or personal disapproval. Public libraries that do not follow this policy risk losing their state funding. This law is in response to the sharp increase in book bans across the country. Meanwhile, 4 more states will start requiring that financial literacy courses be taught in high school, with the addition of Georgia, Indiana, Minnesota, and West Virginia. More than half of the students in the U.S. will have at least one personal finance course before they graduate. And in New York, there's a new law this year protecting animals. The state will ban pet stores from selling dogs, cats, and rabbits. This law is meant to crack down on commercial breeding operations, often known as puppy mills. Pet stores can still feature animals that are up for adoption from shelters. And changes are coming to stores in California this year. Stores with more than 500 employees are now required to include gender-neutral toy sections in their stores. A sponsor of the bill says the policy will help customers compare items at retailers without reinforcing gender stereotypes. And millions of Americans are also getting a raise this year. More than 20 states are raising the minimum wage. Francis.
Okay, Bree, thank you for the breakdown. Still to come on early today, recapping the holiday NBA action, and there might be some lighting up in the City of Light this summer. The newest Olympics correspondent right after this.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Sets that block up and then gets big yards.
3 Michigan tight ends in the ball game. They handed to Corey McGann, who makes the cut. First down. Spins and scores. Blake Cora puts Michigan on top in overtime.
There you go. Michigan Wolverines overcame some self-inflicted mishaps to bring home a win at the Rose Bowl. Jim Harbaugh's squad defeated Alabama in overtime and punched their ticket to the national title game. Later on, what started as a shootout at the All-State Sugar Bowl almost turned into a Husky-sized rout. Washington took control over Texas in the second half of the game before the Longhorns battled back. Huskies fended off a late drive down the field by the Horns to secure the 37-31 win. So the stage now set for the national championship in less than a week there in Houston. I know who you are rooting for.
I have to. I mean, I've got to be honest. I didn't go to U of M. I really don't pay attention that much to their sports, but I'm from Michigan, so I'll root for them. How about you?
There you go. Well, Michigan.
Okay,
I'll
thank
root
you.
for who the
Good.
husband roots for, right? So there was a lot of yelling in our house last night with this game, so I'll root for that too.
Mine too. All right, turning now out of New Year's Day action in the NBA. Two of the best teams in the East kicked off their year with a high-scoring affair. The Pacers managed to pull away from the Bucks late in the fourth quarter with Indiana star Tyrese Halliburton scoring 26 in the win. Kyrie Irving returned to the court for the Mavericks after missing the last 12 games to injury, but it didn't help much versus the Jazz. Utah scored 127 on their way to victory against Dallas. And a new year brought a new team for OG Anunoby. The former Raptor made his debut with the Knicks Monday following this weekend's trade. Anunoby scored 17 in his first start at MSG, while veteran Julius Randle put up 39 in the Knicks win against the Timberwolves. I love how many sports were on TV for New Year's Day. Everybody recovering, taking in the first day, thinking about our resolutions, and hoping that our teams win.
And now we can mobilize and get off the couches and start like real lifing again now that we're in the new year.
Exactly.
Now to the man who's bringing G-Funk to Paris this summer. NBC announced Sunday night that Snoop Dogg will join the network's primetime coverage for the Paris Olympics beginning in July. While the hip-hop icon will join Mike Tirico in studio to provide one-of-a-kind commentary on the games, he will also be making his way around the City of Light for some sightseeing and mingling with Olympic athletes. Snoop said he is looking to make these games unforgettable and smoke the competition, and based on what he did in Tokyo with Kevin Hart, it's going to be all in, and also his appearances on Sunday Night Football, the post-game on Peacock. He's the guy to do it.
He's got the knowledge, he's got the personality, and what a treat, I feel like, for the Olympic athletes to not only get to compete at their sport at the highest level, but also to hang out with Snoop Dogg.
Have more fun with him at that, and maybe some other recreational things.
Yeah, maybe
not the athletes.
After the games.
Yeah. All right, coming up on early today, Social Security checks are getting another inflation bump, and move over, Alexa. A new smart home assistant is ready to walk into your life, literally. Ooh.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew deliberations.
All right, it just needs to.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with what you need to know early today. Beginning this month, over 71 million Americans will see a more than 3% increase in Social Security checks. Recipients will have an average of around $50 more per month. This is the third year in a row that there's been a cost of living adjustment. Taylor Swift just broke Elvis Presley's record for the most weeks at the top of the Billboard 200 album chart by a solo artist. The pop superstar set a new mark of 68 weeks. LG has unveiled a new smart home AI robot just in time time for CES 24. The smart assistant can walk on two legs, control home appliances on its own, also greet you when you get home, and even keep an eye on your pets. Someone in Michigan is starting the year on a very high and rich note. Monday's $842 million jackpot ticket was sold in the town just south of Flint. Cash value is around $425 million. Still to come, one of these kids, the youngest member of Mensa. You'll meet him next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Down to the story of a 6-year-old with a particularly bright future. He is one of the youngest people ever to be admitted into the high IQ society, Mensa, and he's already committed to helping others. Here's Ellison Barber.
My name is Chandler, and I am 6 years old.
Meet Chandler Hughes, a 6-year-old savant.
13 times 6 equals 78.
Good job, Chandler.
It started early. He started reading at 1 year, 9 months. He was in pre-kindergarten, but finished on a 2nd grade reading level, a 2nd grade math level.
Finally, 14 times 14, 196.
Today was, oh yeah, I know up to my 15 timetables, I could do 22.
2, 10 to 25.
Chandler even testing high enough to join the high IQ society Mensa, open to those who score in the top 2 percentile of IQ tests.
He joins a special fraternity of people who are essentially geniuses.
He joins a small but impressive group of youngsters, including Cash Quest, who's from Los Angeles, and at just 3 years old, had an IQ of 146.
We've never really sat her down and said, let's read. We will introduce her to something, and if she takes to it, she takes to it.
And Isla McNabb from Kentucky, who now holds the Guinness World Record for the youngest Mensa member, joining at just over 2.5 years old.
Are you sick? Let me check your heart.
Chandler Hughes one day hoping to use his gifts to help others.
Well, he wants to be a doctor.
A medical doctor, because I want to help people when they are sick.
But right now, the Hughes family is focused on giving this talented young man the support he needs to succeed.
Just working on the socialization factor, I think for us is the next piece. He's in a great environment where his teachers, his peers all support him. Just seeing how we can take this and increase literacy and math rates in our community, and for him to continue to succeed in life.
And our thanks to Ellison for that report. Brilliant kid. Still sounds like a regular 6-year-old, though. Now to a chilling New Year's tradition here in the Northeast. Several cities hosting polar plunges to welcome 2024. Hundreds ran into the cold water in Atlantic City, New Jersey, right there. And this year marked the 121st time Coney Island held their popular Bear Club plunge. People, often brave the shock of the cold waters here at these events to raise money for good causes. Hope they are defrosted and warmed up. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Tuesday. The College Football National Championship is set. It was a night of nail-biters with both playoff games coming down to the very last play. Who's set to face off next Monday? From a ban on book bans to new protections against puppy mills, we're live in D.C. with the new laws hitting the books in the new year. Japan still on edge after a powerful 7.6 magnitude earthquake rattled the country. The death toll growing higher overnight. We're live with a frantic search for survivors this morning. The migrant crisis at the southern border hits new highs, with December smashing the record for highest numbers of crossings in a single month. How more states are cracking down on the surge. And is there trouble brewing for the beer industry? Why sales fell flat in 2023 to the lowest level in a generation. It's Tuesday, January 2nd. Early Today starts right now. Great to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. The college football season may be coming to an end, but we got a taste of the thrilling conclusion on the first day of 2024.
3 Michigan tight ends in the ball game. They hand it to Cora McGinn, who makes the cut. First down. Spins and scores. Blake Cora puts Michigan on top in overtime.
Capping off a season full of struggles, the Michigan Wolverines overcame some self-inflicted mishaps to bring home a win at the Rose Bowl. Jim Harbaugh's squad defeated Alabama in overtime and became the first team to punch their ticket to the national title game. And things came down to the wire in New Orleans at the All-State Sugar Bowl. After trading scores in the first half, Washington took control over Texas in the third quarter. The Longhorns fought back in their final drive, only to fall to the Huskies in the red zone. The stage is now set for the final showdown between Michigan and Washington in Houston in just under a week. Well, a new year means new laws are on the books. Michigan is preparing to enact a package of new gun laws. They include stricter background checks, safe storage requirement, and also red flag laws. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now. And Bree, those Michigan gun laws begin next month, but there are other new laws that went into effect on this day one of the new year.
That's right. Good morning, Francis. A first-of-its-kind law just went into effect in Illinois, making it the first state in the nation to outlaw the banning of books. The new law says reading materials should not be removed because of partisan or personal disapproval. Public libraries that do not follow this policy risk losing their state funding. This law is in response to the sharp increase in book bans across the country. Meanwhile, 4 more states will start requiring that financial literacy courses be taught in high school. With the addition of Georgia, Indiana, Minnesota, and West Virginia, more than half the students in the U.S. will have at least one personal finance course before they graduate. And in New York, there's a new law this year protecting animals. The state will ban pet stores from selling dogs, cats, and rabbits. This law is meant to crack down on commercial breeding operations, often known as puppy mills. Pet stores can still feature animals that are up for adoption from shelters. And changes are also coming to stores in California this year. Stores with more than 500 employees are now required to include gender-neutral toy sections in their stores. A sponsor of the bill says that the policy will help customers compare items at retailers without reinforcing gender stereotypes. And millions of Americans are also getting a raise this year. More than 20 states are raising their minimum wage. Francis.
Good way to start the year. Okay, Bree, thank you. Now to breaking news overnight. South Korean opposition leader Lee Jung-myung was stabbed in the neck in the southern city of Busan. According to witnesses, the 59-year-old Democratic Party leader was approached by a man who asked for his autograph before attacking him with a knife-like weapon. The man was arrested at the scene. South Korean police tell NBC News that the injury is not life-threatening. South Korean President Yoo this morning condemned the attack and ordered an investigation. In Japan, at least 48 people so far have been confirmed dead in a 7.6 magnitude earthquake on the country's western coast. It happened in the afternoon on New Year's Day on the Noto Peninsula, sparking tsunami warnings. It's the most powerful tremor to hit Japan since the 2011 earthquake that killed around 20,000. Let's go live now to Claudia Lavanga. And Claudia, good morning. Do we know how the rescue efforts are going?
Good morning, Francis. Well, thousands of rescuers were dispatched on New Year's Day to the most affected area on the western coast of Japan, but they are being slowed down by the utter devastation that was left behind by the quake rubble from the collapsed buildings or overturned cars or wrecked roads. And the Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida, said that this is really a race against time to save survivors, especially those who are still believed to be trapped under the rubble. Now, the authorities say the rescue effort is also been hindered by the many fires that were caused, the blazes that were caused by the quakes that were still raging on New Year's Day in several cities across that area in Japan. Now, about 100,000 people on New Year's Day were evacuated. They were told to go to higher ground because of that fear that the quake will trigger a tsunami. Now, since then, the alert has been lifted. Many people were able to return home, but according to authorities, at least 33,000 people are still without power, which is a major problem right now because temperatures there have dropped below zero. Now, the 7.6 magnitude quake was the strongest of 140 recorded or registered quakes all across that area on New Year's Day, and authorities warn that more may come, more quakes may come in the coming hours or the next few days. Of course, it was New Year's Day, so many celebrations and events were cancelled, including the annual traditional greeting by the Emperor and Empress on that balcony of the Imperial Palace, where they usually wave at well wishes. Well, that was cancelled too, Francis.
Okay, Claudio, thank you. In a major setback for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Supreme Court has struck down a pillar of his controversial judicial overhaul. The narrow 8-7 ruling reinstates the so-called reasonableness clause in Israeli law, where the High Court can invalidate government decisions that it deems unreasonable or disproportionate. There were even mass protests in Israel for most of last year against Netanyahu's plans, with the leading newspaper calling it an attempted judicial coup. Meanwhile, the Israeli army says it is pulling several thousand soldiers out of Gaza, a sign that it might be shifting to a slightly scaled-back phase of a war that so far killed at least 22,000 Palestinians, according to Gaza health officials. The border battle continues, this time in New Jersey. Since Saturday, 13 buses carrying around 450 asylum seekers traveling from Texas en route to New York have arrived in the Garden State. The move appears to be an effort to bypass New York's new rules on when and how migrants arrive in the city. This comes as migrant crossings hit another record high. NBC's George Solis has the details.
After weeks of scenes like this at the southern border, NBC News has learned December marked a record all-time high in crossings. Some 300,000 undocumented migrants crossing the border, according to DHS officials. It comes as more migrants arrive daily in already overwhelmed cities, by plane near Chicago and by bus in New Jersey, sent by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
It's a type of chaos that this governor is committed to administering.
Local officials say sending the migrants to New Jersey is an attempt to sidestep New York City's new rules regulating arrivals of buses of migrants.
This is not stopping people from coming, but about ensuring the safety of migrants.
This, as a battle over immigration policy is brewing between Governor Abbott and the Biden administration. The Department of Justice threatening to sue Texas if it implements a controversial measure that would allow state and local authorities to arrest, jail, and prosecute migrants suspected of entering the U.S. illegally. Abbott says the Biden administration is refusing to enforce immigration laws, and Biden border policies are encouraging the migrant surge. Here in New York, many migrants end up at the Roosevelt Hotel, one of the many taxpayer-funded migrant shelters. Jose Echeverria from Venezuela has lived here for 6 months. telling me he's illegally selling coffee on the street, but with good reason.
He says he's not just going to sit around and wait for a handout. He's going to sit here and work to provide for his family.
The father of 4 saying he's doing whatever it takes to survive.
The main thing mayors are requesting is help from the federal government. Here in New York, Mayor Adams saying the city is reaching its breaking point with up to 4,000 migrants arriving each week. Back to you.
George, thank you. The FBI is helping to investigate a deadly car crash in Rochester, New York. A large fire erupted when a Ford Expedition slammed into a Mitsubishi outside the Kodak Center early Monday morning. 2 people in the Outlander were killed and 2 pedestrians were seriously hurt. Investigators are looking into the cause of the crash and why the Expedition was carrying at least a dozen cans of gasoline. The driver of that SUV suffered life-threatening injuries. A 39-year-old surfer is dead in Hawaii following a suspected shark attack. Officials on New Year's Eve confirmed the death of Jason Carter, who they say was attacked by a tiger shark in Maui's Paia Bay on Saturday. Carter was later found and rescued by county officials, but life-saving measures were unsuccessful, and he later died from his injuries. It was the 8th shark attack recorded in Hawaii in 2023. The West Coast bracing for another round of storms, but today that rain is in the south. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's tracking those systems. Hi, Angie.
Hi, good morning, Francis. If you maybe are headed back to work today in Texas, don't forget the umbrella. You want the rain gear. As you head out this morning, we've got rain expected from Dallas down to portions of southern Texas. The good news is with this system, we're not going to look at any real impacts when it comes to severe weather through the day today. It's mainly just going to be rain. As we see into the later parts of tomorrow, the system will work its way a little farther to the east, impacting folks along the Gulf Coast. So we could see some potentially heavy rain, especially across portions really stretching from places like New Orleans out to Houston. So heads up for that over the next couple of days. Meanwhile, out west, we've got another storm system that's just going to bring ample amounts of rain and snow and the potential for some wind in the next couple of days. Washington to central California is where we'll watch for the biggest impacts through the day today. We've already got winter alerts up for some of those mountain ranges, specifically the Sierra and the Rockies. That's where we'll see some additional snow falling. It could be difficult for travel as this system works its way a little farther to the east as we get into your Wednesday. We're not done with it. Even as we get into Thursday, it'll work a little farther to the east for that day. As we look at the weather across the country, let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 50 degrees today in San Antonio and dealing with some showers. 55 for Jackson. We'll head to the mid-50s for Shreveport. Meanwhile, much chillier to the north. Low 40s for St. Louis. Plenty of sunshine expected today in Denver, 48 degrees. And meanwhile, in Omaha, 37 with partly cloudy skies. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Coming up, Steamboat Willie sails into the public domain, ushering in a new era for Mickey Mouse and other classic characters. And this bud's not for you. Why beer sales fell flat in 2023 and what it could mean for brewing companies.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine.
Part of our continued reporting.
This is what a country of war looks like.
Women, children.
What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good?
Get took for all this damage to
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine.
Part of our continued reporting.
This is what a country of war looks like.
Women, children.
What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good?
Get took for all this damage to
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Elon Musk's social media platform may now be worth less than a third of what he paid for it. Musk famously paid $44 billion for Twitter. According to Axios, Fidelity now believes the platform, which was renamed X, is worth about 71% less than when it was purchased in 2022. This includes a cut of more than 10% during November, when Musk lashed out at boycotting advertisers during an interview. There could be trouble brewing for beer makers. Sales fell to the lowest level in a generation last year. CNBC's Arabila Gomede joins us now with those details. Good morning, Arabila.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. Look, you used my line, indeed, something brewing here, right? And that's very interesting because this beer market has certainly been one that has actually had a whole lot of mergers and acquisitions in recent times. But for the first time in a generation, the lowest amount of alcohol consumed then in a generation, at least since 1999. This will be the first, or 2023 was the first year that alcohol consumed dropped below 200 million barrels, according to Beer Markets Insights. And the reasoning behind this? Well, one word: premiumization. Effectively, consumers are moving to a little bit more of the more expensive alcohol brands, in fact. So the likes of Anheuser-Busch InBev, who, of course, make a generally large amount of beers, including Budweiser and Bud Light, fortunately not necessarily making great numbers, but profits and margins still staying relatively high. As I said, consumers moving to the more expensive stuff. The likes of Modelo Especial even became the #1 American beer, or beer drank in America in 2023. Clear signs that the more expensive it is, the better it is, according to consumers.
A lot of people cheersing to that. Okay, Arabila, thank you. Still to come, the Candyman closes out 2023 with a new bag of treats. We break down how the year ended at the multiplex right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. then let's take on this day together.
To be amazed.
Teapot.
Inventor.
May I present Willy Wonka's wild and wonderful wishy-washy Wonka Walker? Please don't make me say that again.
And chocolate maker.
The best chocolate in the world.
Willy Can't Stop Winning. The musical Fantasy Wonka topped the box office on the last weekend of 2023, taking in $29 million over the 4-day New Year's period. The film has dominated the holiday season, eating up $140 million since its release last month. Aquaman, The Lost Kingdom, and Migration rounded out the top earners with $23 and $22 million, respectively. We were just talking about it. We're just watching everything streaming. So we're in the company of our jammies, right, and the couch.
Yeah, I want to see Wonka, but I mean, honestly, not enough to go to the box office.
Yeah.
But I'll see it once it's available to
I'm
stream.
looking forward to like the Mean Girls musical movie that's coming out in a couple of weekends too.
Can't wait for that one. All right, nearly 100 years after he was created, an animated icon finally belongs to the people. The first version of Mickey Mouse from the 1928 cartoon Steamboat Willie was one of several copyrighted creations to enter the public domain on New Year's Day. That means that artists are able to use this classic iteration of Mickey in their own projects without permission, but all versions of Mickey besides this are still under the control of the Walt Disney Company. This is a big deal. Of course, now we'll see what people do with this iteration, and a couple other ones that got to go in the public domain, Tigger and Peter Pan, but just specific iterations of them.
Our favorite childhood classics there.
Definitely.
Now the man who is bringing G-Funk to Paris this summer. NBC announced Sunday night that Snoop Dogg will join the network's primetime coverage for the Paris Olympics beginning in July, while the hip-hop icon will join Mike Tirico in studio to provide one-of-a-kind commentary on the games. He'll also be making his way around the City of Lights for some sightseeing and also mingling with Olympic athletes. Snoop said he's looking to make these games unforgettable and to smoke the competition, and only in his way that he can approach this, the only way that Snoop can. This is going to be so fun to watch.
I mean, it's fun to watch this teaser video, so I can't wait to see what he has in store. It'll be an eventful one, I'm sure.
We don't even have any audio.
Yeah, I know. If only we did.
All right, when we come back, how Taylor Swift just dethroned the king of rock and roll, and LG is taking us a step closer to having our very own Rosie the Robot.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. Beginning this month, over 71 million Americans will see a more than 3% increase in Social Security checks. Recipients will have an average of around $50 more per month. This is the third year in a row that there has been a cost of living adjustment. Taylor Swift just broke Elvis Presley's record for the most weeks at the top of the Billboard 200 album chart by a solo artist. The pop superstar set a new mark of 68 weeks. LG has unveiled a new smart home AI robot just in time for CES 24. The smart assistant can walk on two legs, control home appliances on its own, greet you when you get home, and even keep an eye on your pets. Someone in Michigan is starting the year off on a very high, rich note. Monday's winning $842 million jackpot ticket was sold in a town just south of Flint. The estimated cash value is around $425 million. We'll be right back.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No. What is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
If the North Pole needs any help building gingerbread villages, one Kansas City man is up to the task. Elise Schenig from our Kansas City affiliate has more on his record-breaking masterpiece.
Haven't verified it yet, but I'm pretty sure that I'm the only guy on planet Earth that makes gingerbread houses for a job.
John Levitch would totally steal the show at a career fair.
We hold the Guinness World Record. We have the largest entirely edible gingerbread village in the world. And
A Kansas City native is the mastermind behind Gingerbread Lane.
We wanted to see this really cool gingerbread display because we wanted to know what it looked like and see maybe like the structure of how they made those buildings.
Little Eliza Precht and her sister Gemma couldn't wait to see the display with their grandma Joanne.
Kids of all ages will enjoy this, as well as lots of things we offer down at City Market. It's one of the things we make a point to do as a city-owned public space.
Sue Patterson with City Market says the display is like the star on top of the tree for the City Market's business.
We think that it's really awesome. We like how they use different types of candy for everything.
Gingerbread Lane is only on display in 4 cities across the U.S. Of course, there's right here in Kansas City. There's also a display in Philadelphia, in New York City, and in Houston.
I think we're really lucky that we get to live pretty close to that, so we can always go and see it.
It's shaping up to be a Christmas experience Eliza, Gemma, and hopefully all viewers we'll never forget.
When people are looking at it, they're not worried about anything with, pandemics or economy-based or their kid's report card or what, whatever it is. For the 5 or 10 or 15 minutes that they're standing there looking at my exhibit, they're very happy regardless of what's going on at that particular moment in their life.
And our thanks to Elise Schoenig for that report. One family rings in the new year with twins born minutes apart but in different years. Savannah and Suli Morris entered the world at Yale's New Haven Hospital. So on the right is Savannah, who was born at 11:59 on December 31st of 2023. A few minutes later, there's Suli, followed at 12:02 January 1st, 2024. The hospital says the whole family is healthy and recovering well. And now here's Al Roker with a look at what's ahead on the third hour of today.
This morning on the third hour of today, we're breaking down the new year by the numbers. Plus, a doctor following his passion for food and simple one-pot meals to make dinner a breeze. All that and more coming up this morning on the third hour of today.
I can always use those one-pot recipes. Makes it so easy. Just throw it all in there, leave it, and everybody's happy. Thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera. Hope you have a great Tuesday. I'll see you right back here tomorrow morning.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, it's a harrowing start to 2024 in Japan. Overnight, dramatic new video of a commercial airliner bursting into flames as it landed at Haneda Airport in Tokyo with almost 400 passengers and crew on board. What we know this morning about what went wrong. It comes as a series of powerful New Year's Day earthquakes have led to urgent rescue operations on the nation's west coast. Hundreds of buildings and homes now reduced to rubble as the clock ticks down to locate those who survived. We've got the very latest on those efforts in just a moment. In the Middle East this morning, the IDF withdrawing some forces from Gaza as it doubles down on its war against Hamas, with military forces now setting the stage for, quote, prolonged fighting into 2024. Plus, the battle at the southern border here reaching staggering new heights this morning, with NBC News now learning migrant crossings in December hit an all-time record high. We'll take a look at how some cities are dealing with the influx. And later in the hour, we're going to take a deep dive into dry January and how living sober for a month can kickstart your mental health as we kick off 2024.
Morning. Good to have you with us. Everyone's sort of easing back into their post-holiday New Year routines.
Isn't that right? I know. I know.
Us.
Good to see you. I know we've been apart for a little while. I hope you all at home had a wonderful holiday as well.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to start this hour, as we mentioned, in Japan with two major stories. So first, breaking news. A deadly collision between a passenger jet and a Japanese Coast Guard plane. The jet bursting into flames as it landed in Tokyo. All 5 crew members on the Coast Guard plane were reportedly killed, and the pilot was critically injured. All 400 people on board the jet were able to make it off safely.
We're also following the latest on yesterday's major earthquake in Japan, which killed more than 45 people. Rescuers have been dispatched along that country's west coast near Suzu. People there are still feeling the effects of yesterday's magnitude 7.6 quake. It was so powerful, tremors could be felt 190 miles away in Tokyo. The quakes left a considerable amount of destruction behind, leveling buildings, burying people underneath the rubble, and knocking out power. A huge fire broke out in the city of Wajima. The city's hospital says it's treating several people there for disaster-related injuries. Tsunami warnings were in place for hours after the quakes, forcing thousands to seek higher ground. Those warnings have since been downgraded. We want to get the latest on all this from NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald.
Guys, good morning. There was an emergency just hours ago on the runway in Tokyo. A passenger aircraft bursting into flames at Haneda Airport. The plane collided with another aircraft that's operated by Japan's Coast Guard. That's according to a Coast Guard spokesperson. But all of the nearly 400 people on that passenger plane are safe. Japan's transport minister now confirming that 5 passengers on board the Coast Guard flight have died. The pilot is the only survivor. This all seemingly unrelated to the series of earthquakes that have just rocked Japan. First responders are desperately looking for survivors this morning as the death toll on Japan's western coast passes 45 after a series of earthquakes, including a magnitude 7.6 that struck Monday afternoon. The quake violently shook train platforms and houses, sparking sparking a massive fire that burned for hours. But as the sun came up today across the region, we saw the scope of the devastation. Homes and buildings flattened, private roads and streets buckled, cutting off access to people trapped on the other side. Some neighbors returning to their homes to get a first look at what's left. But guys, right now, it really is a race against time to try and rescue those people who are still trapped beneath the rubble of houses and buildings. Guys.
All right, Megan, thank you so much.
Now let's get to the race for the White House, where 2 states have now ruled that Donald Trump is ineligible to run for president of the United States.
Maine is the second state to remove the former president from the ballot over his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. This comes after Colorado's decision to also exclude Trump from the ballot, with both states disqualifying him from the presidency under the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Trump's campaign now says it plans to appeal both states' decisions.
We've got NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos here to kick off the new year with us. Danny, good morning. Great to have you with us. So let's start, though, with the latest on what Joe had just mentioned here, which is the fact that there are these 2 states. However, it's sort of on pause for right now. He will be on the ballot for the GOP presidential primary as this legal process plays out. But take us back to what Joe mentioned about the 14th Amendment. What do we need to know about this Section 3 under the 14th Amendment that makes this possible?
There are a couple core issues, but those issues are just 2 of many, many issues that surround Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Here's what I mean. In both Colorado and Maine, you have a similar conclusion where Colorado concluded via courts that Donald Trump, number 1, was an insurrectionist, and number 2, is an officer within the meaning of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and therefore he must be removed from the ballot. And from a distance, those 2 issues appear in both Maine and Colorado, and it might seem reasonable to think, okay, well, the Supreme Court can decide these 2 discrete issues, but there are so many more issues, any of which will, if decided the right way, will go in favor of Donald Trump remaining on the ballot. Let me just give you an example. As much as Maine and Colorado look similar, and those are only 2 out of 50 states, Maine's decision came solely through an administrative process. Colorado's went through the courts. It's entirely possible the court could conclude that this is an issue that can't even be decided by the courts. That, in other words, it's committed to the executive branch or maybe the legislative branch. In that case, the Colorado decision is no good, and the Maine decision would be decided correctly because it went through the executive process. That's just one of many examples of ways that Donald Trump could remain on the ballot. So while it's easy to look at this as really 2 issues under Section 3, there are many other constitutional and state law issues that could come up.
So Trump has not been federally charged or convicted with insurrection. What factor does that have if this does go up to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I've heard that argument, too. That is yet another argument that the Trump team could make that, hey, I needed to be convicted. But it's one of the weakest arguments, and here's why. If you look at the text of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, it doesn't appear to require a criminal conviction at all. It just speaks of insurrection. But then that raises another thorny issue. Okay, we know that it doesn't require a criminal conviction. But what does it require? What is required in order to determine that Donald Trump is an insurrectionist? Is it an evidentiary hearing in a trial court like happened in Colorado? Or is it a hearing like the Secretary of State conducted in Maine? And then if Maine followed its own law and Colorado followed its own law, and those 2 laws are different, like they're different in every state out of 50, then how do you decide or even consider these to be similar issues?
Obviously, Trump plans to appeal both these decisions. He's saying without evidence, national Democrats are behind these decisions. Still, I mean, he does have some pretty good arguments for an appeal. What are his main arguments here, do you think?
The exact ones that he raised in both Maine and Colorado. I am not an insurrectionist. The stronger argument might be I'm not an officer within Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which it's strange. When you look at it, it mentions the vice president, it mentions all these other positions. It excludes the word president. Now, both sides have argued that an exclusion means the president isn't included. The other side says, oh, well, it sort of means, officers in general, they presume that the president was included. Another example might be the courts that might say, look, this isn't even ripe. This issue isn't even on time to get in front of us. They may decide that courts can't hear this case in the first place. There are a number of different reasons that Donald Trump could stay on the ballot, because all of these things need to go one way for Trump to be removed from the ballot. And that's why, by the way, the majority of states that have considered it have kept Trump on the ballot, and the ones that have removed him have kept him on the ballot pending appeal. So if you're just betting, no matter what side you're on, if you're just betting, the odds so far appear to be in favor of Trump staying on the ballot.
All right, Danny Cevallos, as always, thank you.
And while Donald Trump maintains a commanding polling lead in the upcoming New Hampshire Republican primary, there is still one group that is up for grabs for the other candidates, the undecided voter. And they do have a voice in the Granite State. NBC's Emma Barnett spoke to some of those primary voters who are still making up their minds.
So I know you ladies have a group chat, but is there a name?
Oh, well, we like to think of ourselves as the First in the Nation friends, because that's how we became friends. If it wasn't for the First in the Nation primary, we wouldn't have met.
First in the nation. These three women have become close friends, participating in what New Hampshire's known for, politics.
What makes the First in the Nation primary so special?
The incredible access to the candidates. When the candidates recognize you, you know that you've been to a lot of their events.
Marie, Thalia, and Hella have attended dozens of town halls similar to this one, where they get to meet presidential candidates face to face. They know how consequential this election is, and they take their role as early primary voters very seriously. That's why all these ladies are registered as undeclared voters in the state, meaning they can choose to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. Thalia and Hella just changed their registration from Democrat to undeclared this cycle.
The whole point was to stop Trump and make sure he's not the nominee. So that was the impetus for changing my affiliation.
Is this your first time voting in a Republican primary in the state?
Yes. Yep.
Of course, they're three of many voters, but their mentality is similar to a lot of others I've talked to in the state. The big question is, do their views signal a broader trend, a potential liability for the former president and current frontrunner?
If you don't get out and vote, we can put this to bed.
The polls show Trump miles ahead of Nikki Haley, Christie, everyone else in the field right now. Do you believe that to be an accurate reflection of what you're hearing and seeing on the ground among your friends in New Hampshire?
No. I think Nikki Haley is going to perform a lot better in New Hampshire than the polls are showing. A lot of independents are going to come out.
A good percentage of the voters that are undecided, they make up their minds when they're in the voting booth, like right then and there.
So here's the big question. Who are you going to vote for in the primary?
I am heavily leaning towards Nikki Haley.
Likewise.
Ditto.
All Nikki Haley?
Yep.
100% or?
No,
it's New Hampshire.
It's never 100%.
Found
If you
our
told
match.
me a year ago that I would even be considering Nikki Haley, or Chris Christie for that matter, I would tell you you're crazy.
So what was it that changed for you?
Going to the town halls, meeting the people in person and actually listening to them.
The candidates' answers to questions at town halls can really swing votes.
What do you want me to say about slavery?
Case in point, this viral moment. Will Nikki Haley lose support after not mentioning slavery in a question about what caused the Civil War? She has since walked back the comments. The three women tell me her answer disappointed them. They're still leaning towards Haley, but in the Granite State, nothing is set in stone. How powerful is the independent vote in New Hampshire?
It's extremely powerful. The question is a critical vote. The question is getting them out to vote.
Do you think the fact that Trump is on the ballot again is a motivator to get independent voters showing up in big numbers on January 23rd?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, that's critical.
Emma Barnett, NBC News, Manchester, New Hampshire.
Let's turn now to the Middle East. Israel is stepping up aerial and ground attacks in southern Gaza a day after announcing plans to pull back some of its troops. Israel says it's preparing for a long war against Hamas that would likely stretch all year. The military campaign has killed more than 22,000 Palestinians, according to Gazan health officials, and sparked a devastating humanitarian crisis. It comes as Israel said it would defend itself against accusations of genocide at the International Court of Justice in a case launched by South Africa last week. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the latest from Tel Aviv.
Well, even as we're seeing Israel continuing its war in the Gaza Strip now with nearly 22,000 Palestinians killed, according to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health in the Gaza Strip, most of them civilians. Now we're seeing for the first time a direct hit against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu himself. Now, this was a long time coming over the last several months. This was the issue that had divided Israel before October 7th. Finally, the Supreme Court came out and rejected a signature piece of legislation by Benjamin Netanyahu that would have basically kneecapped the judiciary in favor of the prime minister, Netanyahu himself, and the cabinet. They rejected this legislation by a very narrow margin that would have said that that the courts or judges would have the right to exercise a reasonableness clause, essentially saying that legislation or decisions from the cabinet could be rejected by judges if they deemed them to be unreasonable. Now, this sounds like a minor distinction, but this was an issue that had brought hundreds of thousands of Israelis into the streets, particularly in cities like this, in Tel Aviv, just off my right shoulder here, for months on end. And it had threatened to cripple Benjamin Netanyahu's government. Now, with October 7th, with the terrorist attacks by Hamas, Benjamin Netanyahu had gone ahead with pushing for this legislation. It had already passed in the Knesset. Now it looks like they're going to have to go back and redraft at least part of this legislation if they hope to see it passed. Now, as I mentioned, all of this going on as the war in the Gaza Strip is still happening. We're still seeing now an expanded footprint of this war as we're now seeing conflicts between the United States and Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. Just over the past weekend, the Houthis, among others, reported that 10 of their fighters had been killed in naval battles at the hands of the United States, even as the Houthis were attacking a private commercial vessel. Now, the Houthis have said that 3 of their ships were sunk. All of this as the Iranians have deployed a warship into the Red Sea, significantly escalating tensions well beyond the borders here in Israel.
Matt Bradley, thank you so much.
In the months following Hamas's attack on Israel in October, we've seen tensions spilling over into other communities, even here in the U.S. This morning, we have the story of one Israeli and one Palestinian changing the course of their relationship through conversation and understanding. Here's NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra.
Chocolate hummus is a cultural insult to everybody.
Cooking dinner together in this Harlem apartment is not where Kobe Skolnick
You have olive oil, right?
or Aziz Abu Sara thought they would be. But after 13 years, they're pros at working side by side.
But then we move this. No, keep it here. Just move this.
Kobe was born to a Jewish Orthodox family in Israel, and Aziz to a Palestinian family in Jerusalem. Together, they became a dynamic duo, leading tours to see their homelands. But all of that came to a sudden stop on October 7th.
I ran a travel company that ran a lot of trips to Israel and Palestine, and now we're running 0 trips there.
Tourism in the region has been slashed since the war between Israel and Hamas began, leaving Kobe and Aziz now giving tours of a different kind, around difficult dialogue here in the United States.
Could the young version of either of you ever imagine being here next to each other right now?
Not a chance.
No, Palestinians, for me, I didn't have empathy. I didn't even can look at them.
I grew up with the Palestinian narrative, which, Israel, every Israeli, and even every Jew in the world wants to displace all of us. There's only us versus them.
Today, they're taking that history to discussion events of all kinds. And this night, it's a dinner party.
Today, we'll try to say, okay, you're mad. For instance, it's so much pain. What do you want the other side to tell you? So first, welcome everybody again. Thank you for coming for dinner and a gathering.
Kobe and Aziz say while their tours have stopped, their work has doubled.
From what I've heard from a lot of my Muslim sisters this past month is that they're walking on eggshells, that they're afraid to speak their mind.
If we can understand the story and feel the person, we connect over stories. We don't connect over political opinions. I think that can get us somewhere and get us to listen to each other.
Their hope that engaging in tough but civil conversations can move the needle.
We can still sit together and say we don't see each other as enemy. We're not on the opposite side.
What would success look like for you?
Thousands of young people having the courage to talk to the other side in a way that changes the perspectives.
Our thanks to Marissa Parra for that report. Well, it is a rainy start to the new year for the South, with showers in the forecast this week.
That's right. Meteorologist Angie Lastman is here tracking it all for us. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Happy New Year to you. Great to be with you. And we do have a couple of spots that you might want to know about if you're especially heading back to work today. Maybe you've got some errands to run, mainly focused across portions of the South and out west. Let's start with the South. That's where we're tracking a couple of showers that are going to work into parts of Texas through the day today. And eventually, as the day goes on, we'll be dealing with some widespread heavy rain. There's that system. So from Dallas down to Houston, we could see some good substantial rain. The good news with this, we're not looking at severe threat for a lot of folks. We're really going to see that stay on the low end here for the rest of the day today. The system does start to move to the east by tomorrow, though, and that cluster of rain goes with it. It'll move quickly across the southeast. It's a quick moving system. So yes, it'll be packing a punch with some heavy rain at times, but it gets out of the picture quite fast, and it'll be out of the picture by the time we get into day after tomorrow. So good news there, but between now and then, picking up maybe 1 inch to 2 inches of rain here across that region, especially focused across portions along the Gulf Coast, New Orleans included in that. And I mentioned out west, we've got winter alerts that are up for some mountain ranges stretching from California and into into portions of Nevada for folks there. We will see the potential for some heavy rain, some snow, and some wind with this next system. It's going to work into the west coast today from Washington down to California. We'll see rain, we'll see snow, and we could see some difficult travel, especially in those mountainous regions. That's where we'll see the potential for some heavy snow, some wind, and of course those showers will stretch into the southwest by the time we get into tomorrow. The system continues moving a little farther to the east, and it will impact folks in portions of the plains as we get into day after tomorrow. So rainfall amounts, localized amounts are going to be up to about 3 inches, guys. As far as snow totals are concerned, the highest are going to be focused towards the Sierra range. So we'll watch for some folks to start snowboarding and skiing and enjoying it in that way, and everyone else staying home and avoiding the roads.
When I was home in Minnesota, we have this little hill in the Twin Cities. It's literally called Buck Hill. And they made snow, and you saw people. No snow around it at all. It was just a little bit of snow. Exactly.
Oh, my goodness.
Good for
Angie,
them.
thank you. Yeah, see you in a bit.
We've got much more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including our weekly mental health check-in. As we kick off 2024, you might be feeling a little anxious or maybe stressed out looking at the months ahead. So how can you handle all those emotions in a healthy way? We've got some tips.
First, though, after the break, new numbers from the southern border showing the migrant crisis at record-breaking highs. We've got the details up next. morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
You do have points or you have miles. Is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We're back with the latest at the southern border, where crossings by undocumented migrants are reaching an all-time high. Tensions between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and the Biden administration are reaching a boiling point as they debate how to secure the border. We get the latest from NBC News correspondent George Solis.
After weeks of scenes like this at the southern border, NBC News has learned December marked a record all-time high in crossings. Some 300,000 undocumented migrants crossing the border, according to DHS officials. It comes as more migrants arrive daily in already overwhelmed cities, by plane near Chicago and by bus in New Jersey, sent by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
It's a type of chaos that this governor is committed to administering.
Local officials say sending the migrants to New Jersey is an attempt to sidestep New York City's new rules regulating arrivals of buses of migrants.
This is not stopping people from coming, but about ensuring the safety of migrants.
This, as a battle over immigration policy is brewing between Governor Abbott and the Biden administration. The Department of Justice threatening to sue Texas if it implements a controversial measure that would allow state and local authorities to arrest, jail, and prosecute migrants suspected of entering the U.S. illegally. Abbott says the Biden administration is refusing to enforce immigration laws, and Biden border policies are encouraging the migrant surge. Here in New York, many migrants end up at the Roosevelt Hotel, one of the many taxpayer-funded migrant shelters. Jose Echeverria from Venezuela has lived here for 6 months, telling me he's illegally selling coffee on the street, but with good reason.
He says he's not just going to sit around and wait for a handout. He's going to sit here and work to provide for his family.
The father of 4 saying he's doing whatever it takes to survive.
The main thing mayors are requesting is help from the federal government. Here in New York, Mayor Adams saying the city is reaching its breaking point with up to 4,000 migrants arriving each week. Back to you.
George Solis, thank you so much.
Well, the U.S. Coast Guard is ramping up its efforts to reduce illegal overfishing. That includes monitoring a Chinese fishing fleet currently making its way to Latin America. In an NBC exclusive, NBC News foreign correspondent Keir Simmons takes us along with the Coast Guard as they carry out one of their missions.
Closer to the U.S. coast than to China, a contest between superpowers on the high seas. Monitoring this massive Chinese fishing fleet looming off South America has become the U.S. Coast Guard's urgent focus. NBC News was invited to board the USCGC Alder, its 50-strong crew, on a new mission.
There's nothing wrong with fishing. It's just you got to do it in a way that's responsible.
They're part of a multinational law-enforcing effort aimed at curbing overfishing.
It's a matter of national security because around 40% of the world gets at least some of their protein from fish. So that's why there's a sense of urgency here.
China's huge fishing industry, with Chinese government subsidies, dominates the South Pacific Ocean, over 10,000 miles from home, fishing for giant squid. We take a flight with the Peruvian Navy, 200 miles off their coast.
We're crossing into international waters right now.
To find a flotilla of Chinese squid jiggers just outside Peruvian territorial waters, relentlessly pursuing the squid.
We've been flying for about 20 minutes at 2,000 feet, just above the ocean, and we've already seen 10, maybe more, Chinese fishing vessels.
According to a report by Oceana, a Washington-based ocean conservation group first seen by NBC News, China's colossal distance water fleet is monopolizing the world's oceans. Some vessels allegedly turning off their tracking devices at times and fueling unregulated fishing practices in conservation and protected areas such as the Galapagos, as identified by NOAA.
They are globally seen as one of, if not one of, the worst actors when it comes to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing.
The report detailing hundreds of so-called factory ships carrying the huge hauls of squid home to China so smaller ships can keep fishing.
They fished for about 134,000 hours, which is an astronomical amount.
Still, she says, because the US imported more than $686 million of seafood over the past 5 years, including from China, Congress has been able to apply pressure on Beijing by threatening to stop imports without improved fishing practices.
Squid like this may end up on your dinner table in the US.
We want to make sure that the squid that we are eating aren't the process or aren't a part of illegal fishing.
The Chinese embassy in Washington responding, telling us they should not be made responsible for the actions of a small number of vessels. The US and China sharing the Pacific with many other nations while battling over its resources. Keir Simmons, NBC News, Peru.
More international headlines now, starting with the latest on the war in Ukraine.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lubanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Like yesterday, the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv, came under heavy attack by Russian drones, raising the alarm against more missile strikes from Moscow. Now, the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, stated that air defenses brought down the drones over the city, causing wreckage and a fire in the Desyansky district. After all, 35 drones were downed. Ukraine's Air Force warned numerous missiles were being fired from Russia towards Ukrainian cities. The drone attack came after Russian President Vladimir Putin stated he would intensify strikes on military targets in Ukraine. Now to Brazil, where a controversial law is in place. The new law upholds the time marker theory that indigenous peoples can only claim land they have occupied since October 1988, when the current constitution was implemented. Despite Brazil's Supreme Court voting that the time marker theory was unconstitutional back in September, Brazil's Senate moved to pass the law, which came as a victory for the conservatively dominated Congress of Brazil. And finally, over in Dorset, England, you will soon be able to go and see the colossal skull of an ancient sea monster. The fossil belonged to one of the most dangerous prehistoric predators, the pliosaur. The roughly 6.5-foot fossil dates back 150 million years and was found on a cliffside beach in Kimmeridge Bay. Researchers hope to extract the rest of the pliosaur skeletons before it erodes from the coastline and hopefully, bone by bone, rebuild the skeletons of this famously fearsome monster. Back to you guys.
And then it'll come back to life.
Yeah, really.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, yes. Coming up, as we wade into 2024, some of us might already be feeling the pressure to start the new year off on the right foot.
So after the break, we're going to take a closer look at one very popular resolution, Dry January, how keeping sober for the whole month can benefit your mental health and how you can support those who are cutting the booze. Stay with us. That's up next.
now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, the new year is here, which for a lot of people means it's time to start those resolutions.
And many are trying what's known as dry January, a whole month of living in sobriety.
That's right. Dr. Elisa Hallerman joins us now for more on how to safely participate in dry January. She's the CEO and founder of Recovery Management Agency, also the author of this book you see on your screen, Soulbriety, a plan to heal your trauma, overcome addiction, and reconnect with your soul. Dr. Hallerman, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Happy New Year.
You too. Happy New Year.
So resolutions, they can be tough sometimes, tough to stick to, maybe tough to decide on what to do. How can we create them without kind of putting extra stress on ourselves and our mental health?
Well, I think that I prefer intentions instead of resolutions, especially when we're talking about mental health, because resolutions tend to be rigid and they can really set you up for failure, whereas intentions are more of a roadmap of how you're going to take small, tiny little right actions towards your intention throughout the year. And go a little bit deeper. Maybe think about all the things you wanted to do when you were younger and maybe make a list or take a class, little things that you want to do towards your bigger goal.
What are the benefits of sobriety and how does that fit in with what you call soulbriety here?
So first there's abstinence, right, which is dry January essentially. And then for those people that are dependent upon alcohol or other drugs, they really have to practice sobriety. And sobriety is a framework, a lifestyle of how you're going to live and really understand and get to more self-awareness, practice humility, and really be able to focus on all these different aspects of your lives without drinking or using, and developing better coping mechanisms.
So for somebody who does want to try out dry January, tell us quickly how you can help support that and any resources that might be available.
So dry January is a great way to start, and I think that basically, if you want to try it, you want to go in with an open mind. You want to not be it's about the process and taking it day by day. And if you can't make it through to the next day, then you want to take a look at maybe if you need a little bit more help, reach out to a friend, reach out to someone else, a clinician or someone like that. And really just enjoy the process. You'll get to see all the health benefits and everything. So yeah, it's really an awesome, exciting month so that people can get in the mood to really see and have more mental clarity.
Absolutely. Dr. Elisa Hallerman, thank you so much. And again, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
To kind of keep this conversation going with our weekly mental health check-in, we're talking about all things 2024. That includes what some call New Year anxiety.
Yeah, also maybe you're feeling exhausted after doing some holiday partying. We've got tips to get you charged up for the year ahead.
Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on this. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist. Dr. James, always good to have you with us. So the New Year isn't always a celebration for everyone. It can bring up feelings of anxiety, feelings of stress. So what causes some of these feelings as we start the new year, and what are some of the best ways to handle them?
Happy New Year, Joe and Savannah. Yeah, when we start the new year, there can be lots of things that we feel. We can feel that we have to make this the best year ever. We feel stress from maybe the money that we spent leading into the new year. There can be all these things that lead to anxiety for many of us. And some of it is just understanding that we're feeling anxiety, finding ways to keep calm or to recognize taking it one day at a time. And one of the best things that I love is practice gratitude. We're in another year, we're in another day. Take it one day at a time so you can move forward.
Doctor, New Year celebrations are over now. It's in the holidays in general, that whole season. I think a lot of people kind of feel drained. Their social battery is just empty. How can we try to bounce back without sort of, doing a whole isolation, hibernation kind of situation?
Yeah, as they say, many people have gone hard, or they went hard over the past few days, and they're overwhelmed. And some of that is just paying attention to all those signs. Maybe you feel tired, that's a sign. Maybe you feel like I don't really want to hang out, that's a sign that it's okay to just back down a little bit or to recharge. That's a big part. Get some rest, hang out maybe with family or friends, or do something that feels good, read a book, go for a walk. But whatever it is, recharge so that you can get ready to engage with people again. And that doesn't matter whether it's from New Year's or whether it's just overwhelmed in general, recharge and go out.
Looking at my calendar in January, I'm like, oh, not a lot going on this month. That's okay. I kind of don't mind it. Exactly. Yeah. All right, let's talk about some good news for pet lovers out there. A new study shows living with a pet could help reduce cognitive delay.
Oh, wow.
Why is that?
Yeah, you know, as we get older, it's actually pretty natural that there's some cognitive decline. And for some people, that can be can increase even more. But being able to care for a pet, to love a pet, to make sure that pet is okay, to even talk and engage with that pet can help us to not have such cognitive decline. Now, if you're already in a place, that might not be the best time to get a pet. But if not, being able to go and meet new other pet owners or go even to make sure the pet is well cared for, that can feel good and put us in a great place and help us overall mentally in the long run.
There you go. Maybe
just looking at the pictures seems to be helping me.
Maybe if you've been thinking about it, 2024 is the year. All right, Dr. George James, thank you so much. Happy New Year. Great to see you.
Happy New Year. Thank you for having me.
Coming up, a deadly start to 2024 in paradise.
Yeah, after the break, new details on the shark attack off the coast of Hawaii that claimed the life of a 39-year-old surfer and the troubling trend of those face-to-face encounters across the globe that has local officials on alert. That's next on Morning News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are learning more about that shark attack off the shores of Hawaii that killed surfer Jason Carter. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has a look at the growing number of attacks across the Pacific Ocean.
It's a New Year tragedy in paradise, a deadly shark attack in the waters off the Hawaiian island of Maui.
The shark just started biting him and pulled him down.
On New Year's Eve, officials confirming the death of 39-year-old surfer Jason Carter, who they say died after a suspected tiger shark dragged him under the water Saturday morning at Maui's Paia Bay. Ikaya Kapisi, a witness nearby, saying the shark was as big as a Tacoma truck.
The dorsal fin was almost as big as his body. The height of it was almost as high as his head sitting on the board.
First responders used jet skis to pull Carter from the water, attempting life-saving measures once they reached shore before transporting him to a local medical center. Carter later dying of his injuries.
It was hard to hear him screaming when I was paddling in, he was screaming.
County officials closing 2 nearby beaches in the wake of the attack, the 8th shark encounter recorded in Hawaii last year, but the first that turned deadly. Across the Pacific in Australia, a snorkeler capturing this harrowing footage in early December, coming face to face with the ocean's most fearsome predator. His friend coming to his aid.
In the first seconds, it was really panic for me. After that, I tried to thought what I have to do, and I tried just my best to save him.
That victim losing part of his right leg, but escaping with his life. But just days ago, a much different outcome. A 15-year-old surfer killed by a great white, marking Australia's 3rd deadly shark encounter in recent months. Back in Maui, the weekend's attack now leaving another family mourning.
I was just trying to pray for his family, and it's just a tough thing to see.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Well, this also isn't the first shark attack recorded at Maui's Paia Bay. A 51-year-old French tourist was bitten there back in 2022, losing her left arm and part of her right hand, but thankfully she did survive the attack.
Time to take a look at what's making financial headlines this morning. Delta plans to halve its hiring roster for pilots this year.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana now joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Happy New Year to you. Let's get you some headlines. That's right. Delta plans to hire roughly half as many pilots this year as it did in 2023. It is the latest signal a more than 2-year-long hiring spree is starting to slow. Major airlines have been adding pilots at a record pace as they try to catch up with the post-pandemic rebound in travel demand. The Wall Street Journal reports Delta told its pilots last week it plans to hire about 1,100 people this year. That's less than half what it added in the past 2 years. Travel demand is holding up, but growth is starting to downshift after years of expansion. Vizio recently settled a class action lawsuit in California that alleged the marketing of effective refresh rates on its TVs was false advertising. A higher refresh rate on a flat screen or HD TV typically means the picture quality is better. Now, if you bought a Vizio in the state after April 2014, you could be eligible for a payout from the settlement. The deadline to file a claim is March 30th and requires evidence of ownership, including proof of purchase or the serial number. Alamo Drafthouse is blaming a nationwide theater outage on technical glitches caused by Sony projectors. The theater chain posting that to social media on New Year's Eve as it was forced to close 5 theaters for the entire day. Alamo said as of yesterday, most screenings were back online at those affected theaters in the New York City area, Denver, and San Francisco. The company telling patrons to check the email used to purchase their ticket as their team would reach out directly if their show was affected, guys.
All right. Silvana, thank you so much. Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Nearly a third of people living on the Navajo Nation reservation don't have electricity, and 86% don't have natural gas, making it nearly impossible to heat their homes during the winter. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton introduces us to one woman who's forging a unique partnership to help people stay warm this season.
Traveling up a dirt road in the tiny town of Wide Ruins, Arizona, the sage brush is all you see for miles until you get to Harry Joe Ashley's house. The 67-year-old Marine veteran is a Navajo Nation elder. living in this traditional Hogan home. No electricity, no running water, no floors. But there's one thing he can't live without: firewood.
That's one thing, is there's a competition around here. Everybody's taking wood. Can't really make a load and then bring it here.
All day, every day, he uses a wood stove to heat his water and his home, staving off Arizona's deep winter freeze. But he has no way to collect wood locally. It's a struggle for many in the Navajo Nation. Living off the grid means traveling hours to get this necessity, no matter the cost.
Navajo people are very resilient, so they're not just going to sit around and be like, oh, I'm cold. Like, our elders will go out and try to take care of themselves, and sometimes the result is not what we want.
Miranda Mullet grew up in Wide Ruins with her grandparents. She knows firsthand how a lack of firewood poses a problem for her community's elders. She took to social media, asking for donations on TikTok.
My dream was 20 people, and then it went viral on TikTok, and then all of a sudden, like 1 million people have seen it, and then we reached enough money to support 40 families.
There's some work to be done right here.
Sasha Stortz had community members like Miranda in mind when she helped kick off the National Forest Foundation's Wood for Life program, providing firewood for Native families after a local coal-fired power plant closed.
It really precipitated a home heating crisis.
And she says it's a partnership that benefits everyone involved. The program processes firewood from forest restoration projects, turning trees that needed to go into firewood for remote Indigenous communities hours away.
When we have too much wood and our neighbors are looking for firewood, it's just a perfect connection.
That connection has expanded the Wood for Life program from hundreds of homes to 5 tribes in 5 states, handing out 10,000 cords of wood last year.
There's a very high unemployment on the Navajo reservation, so I wanted to also just inject this money back into the community by supporting jobs.
Now, people on the reservation have jobs processing wood and delivering truckloads to elders in the far reaches of the community, trekking miles across dusty roads all the way to Harry Joe Ashley's door.
Thank you very much for the wood.
Giving back in a way that helps everyone.
Just being able to take care of the community that took care of me is very important.
Our thanks to Antonia Hilton for that report.
Absolutely. Coming up, we are taking to the skies with a beloved American icon on the rebound.
After the break, the bald eagle flying high once again thanks to conservation efforts decades in the making. Stay with us.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just fit too.
Welcome back. Let's talk college football on this Tuesday morning. Last night, the Michigan Wolverines and the Washington Huskies punched their tickets to next week's championship game. So let's start with Michigan against Alabama. The teams tied 20-20 at the end of the fourth quarter, which led to one nail-biter of an overtime matchup. In the end, Michigan was able to rally with one more TD, besting Alabama 27-20. Washington had it a little easier against the Texas Longhorns, shutting them down 37-31. Next Monday, the two teams will face off in Houston for the national championship title. This means we will not have a Southern team as national champion, which is incredibly rare.
Yeah, wow, you're right. Ooh, that Michigan-Alabama game, I was asleep before the end, but woke up with a bunch of texts. I was like, oh my gosh, it must have been an exciting ending. There you go.
Exactly.
Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Well, it's been 50 years since Congress passed the Endangered Species Act. The conservation effort is credited with saving some of America's most cherished animals. That includes the iconic bald eagle. Now, thanks to the act, they are flying high again. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is taking us to the skies for the details.
Whether up close and personal or from a distance dancing across the sunrise, a glimpse of bald eagles never ceases to amaze.
It's amazing to see bald eagles flying over the nation's capital almost every day.
But decades ago, sightings like this were nearly impossible. In the early 60s, there were less than 1,000 bald eagles in the lower 48. Since then, the bird's population has soared to more than 300,000, and American bald eagles are no longer considered endangered.
The iconic white head against the dark body.
A remarkable comeback mirrored at Blackwater National Wildlife Refuge in Maryland.
Does it ever get old?
No, it never does. I've been working here for 13 years, and you always have to stop what you're doing and watch.
Just as we did while touring the refuge that can see up to 20 bald eagles in a single day.
We can't forget how successful the bald eagle recovery was, and we can do that with a lot of other species, too, if we really put our mind to it.
Many wildlife biologists attribute the return of our nation's symbol to the banning of an insecticide that contaminated eagles' food and the passing of the Endangered Species Act 50 years ago. It provides framework for protecting at-risk plants and animals and their habitats.
A small handful of species have gone extinct. There's no turning back when it reaches that point.
Every time you lose a species, what in the DNA of that species maybe could have helped cure some disease?
There have been clashes in Congress over some of the species listed as endangered and land use restrictions, but the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Director believes everyone can agree on the Endangered Species Act's overall mission and says the growth of American alligator, peregrine falcon, and grizzly bear populations formerly on the brink of extinction is a sign of hope.
When we give nature a chance, it has the ability to heal itself.
And as luck would have it,
there it is.
Wow.
2 bald eagles even graced our interview.
How lucky are we?
So lucky.
Emily, thank you so much for that. Well, new challenges still lie ahead for the bald eagle. According to the Fish and Wildlife Service, climate change is having a big impact on breeding and migration patterns. New studies also show that American bird populations have dropped by about 1/3 in the last 50 years. So there is still work to be done, but a little bit of good news there.
Finally, let's end this hour with a look at a gifted 6-year-old who's one of the youngest members ever admitted into the high IQ society, Mensa, and is already committed to helping others. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has his story.
My name is Chandler, and I am 6 years old.
Meet Chandler Hughes, a 6-year-old savant.
13 times 6 equals 78.
Good job, Chandler.
It started early. He started reading at 1 year, 9 months. He was in pre-kindergarten, but finished on a 2nd grade reading level, a 2nd grade math level.
Finally, 14 times 14, 196.
Today was, oh yeah, I know up to my 15 timetables, I could do 22.
2, 10 to 25.
Chandler even testing high enough to join the high IQ society, Mensa, open to those who score in the top 2 percentile of IQ tests.
He joins a special fraternity of people who are essentially geniuses.
He joins a small but impressive group of youngsters, including Cash Quest, who's from Los Angeles and at just 3 years old had an IQ of 146.
We've never really sat her down and said, let's read. We will introduce her to something, and if she takes to it, she takes to it.
and Isla McNabb from Kentucky, who now holds the Guinness World Record for the youngest Mensa member, joining at just over 2.5 years old.
Are you sick? Let me check your heart.
Chandler Hughes one day hoping to use his gifts to help others.
Well, he wants to be a doctor.
A medical doctor, because I want to help people when they are sick.
But right now, the Hughes family is focused on giving this talented young man the support he needs to succeed.
Just working on the socialization factor, I think for us is the next piece. He's in a great environment where his teachers, his peers all support him. Just seeing how we can take this and increase literacy and math rates in our community, and for him to continue to succeed in life.
Thanks to Ellison Barber for that report. I love the little tie and the little coat.
It's adorable and a genius.
Exactly. And kudos to those parents who, I mean, it must be a little overwhelming. Like, how are we going to do this? And they've got it down.
So encouraging. Yeah, so much support. Oh, and amazing to see.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere, though. The news continues right now. Good morning and Happy New Year. Thanks for being with us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Breaking right now on Morning News Now. Terror on the tarmac. At least 5 people are dead after a passenger plane collided with a Coast Guard plane. That passenger plane landing in Tokyo with nearly 400 people on board. You can see the flames pouring out of the fuselage. This just the latest trouble for Japan, where rescue crews are still searching for survivors after a series of deadly earthquakes left many with no place to go. We've got the very latest. Plus, a major ruling from Israel's Supreme Court striking down a key part of Prime Minister Netanyahu's judicial overhaul plan, what it means for the future of the country, as the IDF announces it will begin withdrawing some troops from Gaza in order to pace itself for a long fight. Back in business, Americans have been bitten by the travel bug, with a record number taking to the skies and hitting the roads in 2023. But the year was not without its hiccups. We're going through the numbers and why this year could be the busiest yet. And from Aperol spritzes to girl dinners, 2023 saw a number of food and drink trends. So what's hot in 2024? Well, at least one of the answers could be cold, as in cold ramen. Get ready to dig into the biggest culinary crazes that could soon come to a table near you. You see me trying to do chopsticks with noodles, not my strength.
Maybe a resolution for you.
Exactly, something to work on. Exactly.
Hopefully the Aperol Spritz those stays, right?
It is, but there's going to be a different option that a lot of people are really into.
I've tried that one too. I like it.
We'll get into that in a little bit. Of course, we do want to start this morning in Japan, where we are covering 2 major stories. We have breaking news out of Tokyo, where a passenger plane burst into flames after it collided with the Japanese Coast Guard plane. You can see the dramatic images of the aircraft just totally engulfed in flames. All 5 crew members on the Coast Guard plane were killed. The pilot is in critical condition. All 379 people on board the passenger plane were able to make it out safely.
This comes just after a fatal earthquake killed more than 45 people on the country's west coast yesterday. And this morning, the race is on to free survivors trapped under the rubble. Dr. Wendy Bohan is a geologist who specializes in earthquakes. She will join us in just a minute to help make sense of what happened yesterday. But first, we're going to bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. She has the very latest on both major stories out of Japan. Megan, good morning.
Though the people on board the passenger plane were able to escape, we are learning from Japan's transport minister, confirming for us that 5 people on board that Coast Guard flight have died. The pilot, the only one to escape alive, as the devastation in Japan continues. This morning, an emergency on the runway in Tokyo. This aircraft bursting into flames at Haneda Airport. The plane collided with another plane operated by the Japanese Coast Guard, according to the Coast Guard spokesperson. All of the nearly 400 people on the passenger plane are safe. The Coast Guard saying they're looking into the reports. It seems unrelated to the series of earthquakes that have rocked Japan. As first responders desperately look for survivors, the death toll on Japan's western coast already rising. More than 45 dead after a series of earthquakes, including a magnitude 7.6 that struck Monday afternoon. The quake, the largest the region has seen in decades. violently shaking train platforms and houses, sparking a massive fire that burned for hours. People in malls and shops scrambling for safety. But as the sun rises across the region, a look at the scope of the devastation and loss. This woman surveying the damage of her home, debris everywhere and walls caved in. She says, "I don't think we can live here anymore." She joins dozens of others now left without a place to live. Near the epicenter, smoke and embers still filled the air. Officials say this region was among the hardest hit. Homes and buildings flattened, private roads and streets buckled, cutting off access to people trapped on the other side. We are also learning that the Coast Guard plane was in fact set to deliver aid to the areas affected by the earthquake. That's according to the transport minister, as Japan is using boats and aircrafts as a way of getting needed supplies to those in need. Back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
For more, let's bring in Dr. Wendy Bohan. She is a geologist who studies earthquakes. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. So in addition to the earthquake in Japan, we saw quakes in Alaska and in California. So first of all, is there a connection between all these quakes? And just overall, are we seeing an increase in seismic activity right now?
Those are great questions. Fortunately, there is no increase in seismic activity. This is just the Earth doing Earth things. So Southern California has about 10,000 earthquakes every year. So having this little earthquake off of Palos Verdes is not a surprise. And Alaska had more than 2,200 earthquakes just last month. So no, fortunately, these earthquakes are not connected and seismic events are not increasing.
That is some good news. Japanese officials had warned that aftershocks, also tsunamis, that they could continue for up to a week. People should be on guard, especially for the next 3 days for another quake specifically. Does it still seem likely that Japan could get another major quake in the coming days?
We always expect there to be aftershocks after an earthquake this large. Some of them can be large enough to produce damage. In about 4 to 5% of earthquakes, there can be an even larger earthquake afterwards. But again, that's a 95 to 96% chance that this is the largest earthquake in the sequence. But people in the area will continue to feel shaking in the days to come. So they need to be prepared for that.
Large earthquakes and tsunamis are common in Japan. They've spent billions of dollars to quake-proof buildings. Still seems like what we've seen over the last couple days are common. Is it possible to create buildings that can withstand an earthquake? And if we had seen this earthquake in Tokyo, would the damage have looked different?
That's a great question. So we cannot make buildings earthquake-proof. What we want to do is make buildings resilient to very high levels of shaking. And Japan really leads the world in this area. So if you think about other earthquakes of this size that have occurred in other locations around the world, those were catastrophic disasters. And compared to that, while seeing this sort of damage and loss of life is heartbreaking, this is modest compared to what it would be if Japan hadn't taken those actions. And we've seen earthquakes of this size on the East Coast. They happen there fairly frequently. There was a magnitude 7.4 there in 2022. And again, we see damage around sort of this size, this magnitude, but not the level of devastation we see in other places because Japan is so prepared and so ready for earthquakes.
Dr. Wendy Bohan, appreciate your expertise this morning. A lot of folks have a lot of questions when we see earthquakes like this, so thanks for answering those questions.
Thanks for having me.
Now let's get to the latest on a new West Coast system that could bring some rain, maybe even some snow.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We've got some winter alerts up from Nevada all the way out to California. You can see some of those mountain ranges with the alerts right now, and here's why. We've got another system that's going to slam into the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California, all included in the impacts that we'll see today, mainly looking like some heavy rain, some snow, and potentially some gusty winds. At times, that rain and snow will stretch again from Washington all the way into portions of central California. By tomorrow, it moves a little farther to the east. This is going to be the day that we really see some difficulty if you're going to be traveling in any of those mountainous areas. We'll see the wind, the snow make for some really slick conditions when it comes to the roads. As we get into Thursday, the system works a little farther east, and it does leave us with some rain stretching from parts of Texas all the way up into Colorado, seeing a little bit of snow. We'll see that kind of wintry mix in some spots across this region, too. Again, not great for travel on the roads. By the time time it's all said and done, I think we'll pick up the highest amounts closer to 3 inches, but more widespread amounts, 1/4 of an inch to 2 inches, are more likely. As far as snow is concerned, folks across the Sierra Range are going to be happy. Up to 8 inches, we could see some higher amounts in those localized spots. And we'll also get a good amount of snow for parts of the Rockies, too. Big picture look for the week ahead. It looks like we'll see really nice conditions across the east. Most of the country is really quiet. We'll see some heavy rain across Texas today, and that system will move a little farther to the east, and we'll start to see the potential for some wet weather across parts of the southeast tomorrow. And by the time we get into the end of the week, seasonable conditions across the east, some rain and snow for the middle of the country, and we stay active across portions of the west. Now, this is what everybody wants to know. Savannah was whispering to me in the commercial break about this. Do we have snow in the forecast for the weekend for the Northeast? Potentially. Let's talk about the two systems that we could see. This is the American model. This is trending more intense for snowfall for the Appalachians and Mid-Atlantic. The path of this and the timing of this all matters. The European model is bringing it a little slower of a pace, but and starting a little farther to the south, but it does bring some heavy snow across parts of the Northeast. It is too early to talk about the amounts. It is too early to talk about which one of these scenarios will happen, but I know that people are seeing it on their weather app, so I'm just going to get ahead of it and tell you that there is a potential that there could be some impacts to maybe your plans or your travel on Sunday across the east.
People in New York would have to be like, what is this?
What
is this white stuff
out of the
Like
sky?
600 something days since we've had snow?
A long, long time. Well overdue for a good amount of snow, but we'll see. We'll have a better idea by the time it gets to Thursday, Friday.
All right, so we'll keep
Ask me
talking
then.
all week. Thank you, Angie.
Now that Santa has made his yearly rounds and Times Square wraps up another New Year's celebration, much of the country can finally wind down. It was a whirlwind holiday travel season. AAA predicted it would be one of the busiest travel periods ever for the holiday stretch, with more than 115 million people crisscrossing the nation from December 23rd to January 1st. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with more on the travel rush. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Maybe you noticed more cars on your way into work today. You can see some of the activity building behind me. 2022 was the bounce back year for travel, and 2023 ended up taking that number to new heights. As you mentioned, more than 115 million Americans from the roadways to the runways crisscrossed the country for the holidays, according to AAA, in a major stress test for U.S. airlines.
This morning, travelers are heading back home and back to work after a massive holiday rush crowded planes, trains, and roadways. TSA screened more than 2.6 million passengers on 7 out of 10 days around Christmas. Lines weaving through airports over the long weekend in places like Orlando, Chicago, and Atlanta. Still, 2023 marked the lowest flight cancellation rate in 5 years, according to the FAA. Welcomed improvement from last Christmas when winter storms set off a cascade of problems that stranded travelers.
Are you relieved you haven't been delayed?
I'm relieved, believe me, especially with vacation.
And while for many flying has been smooth sailing, there have been heightened security concerns over the holiday from the war in the Middle East. And early on New Year's Day, a scary scene in Rochester, New York. A fiery crash killing 2 and injuring others after 2 SUVs collided and hit a group of pedestrians near a concert venue. Authorities finding gas canisters in one of the cars. The FBI now part of the investigation. Elsewhere in New York, traffic backed up yesterday around JFK and LaGuardia airports by pro-Palestinian protests on one of the busiest air travel days of the year. And major server issues caused Amtrak disruptions in the Northeast over the weekend.
My train has been delayed, and I don't know how I'm going to get there.
In Florida, Ryan Lewis's family is relieved their travel nightmare is over after his 16-year-old son, flying alone for the first time, accidentally boarded the wrong flight. He says Frontier Airlines never scanned Logan's ticket, and he landed in Puerto Rico instead of Cleveland as a result.
I could feel the fear in the text message. Like I could feel how scared he was. My heart pretty much sank at that point.
Frontier apologized to the family and got Logan to Cleveland the next day. While New Year's capped off a record stretch of air travel, analysts say 2024 will be even busier.
And in terms of what to expect on the travel front for 2024, a major airline industry firm says air traffic control staffing challenges continue to increase the number of flight delays. And in speaking with a travel expert, Scott Keyes of Going, he says the number of flight cancellations in 2023 was so low it will be difficult to repeat that kind of success. So we could see a slight course correction, if you will, and a slight uptick in the number of flight disruptions in 2024. Here's to hoping it really is no more than slight, guys.
Yeah, no kidding. We have a repeat of 2023. Also, Puerto Rico instead of Cleveland. I mean, there's pros and cons to that. So, but I guess if you're that young.
Maybe not at that age.
Exactly. All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Well, in southern Gaza this morning, Israel is pressing on with its aerial and ground assault one day after announcing it would draw down some troops. It comes as Prime Minister Netanyahu was dealt a blow after the country's Supreme Court struck down a controversial new law passed by his government that would have limited the court's powers. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on all this. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. Yeah, there was no break for the fighting during the holidays. And in fact, it looks like this war might even be expanding, threatening to drag the U.S. into a direct confrontation with Iran.
This morning, the war in the Middle East spilling beyond Israel's borders. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran escalating on the high seas. Iran had supported Yemeni rebels attacking ships in the Red Sea, but is now deploying a warship there for the first time since the latest conflict began. Iran's Al Borz warship entering the Red Sea this weekend, according to the semi-official Tasnim news agency. It comes as the U.S. Navy is confronting those Iran-backed militants, the Yemen-based Houthis. American helicopters repelling an attack, killing 10 Houthi fighters and sinking 3 of their ships, raising the stakes in a region already reeling from war. And now Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has just taken a direct hit. The country's Supreme Court shot down his signature legislation, a law designed to limit the court's own power. Months before the war, Netanyahu's judicial overhaul bill had divided Israel and inspired weeks of often violent protests. And a significant announcement from Israel, pulling back thousands of troops from Gaza, the biggest withdrawal since the war began after Hamas's terror attacks inside Israel on October 7th, which killed 1,200 people and captured more than 200 hostages. But Israel still vowing to fight on through the year. In Gaza, the civilian population continues to suffer, including children like Ahmed Abu Daka, who only months ago was speaking to the United Nations, asking them to help the Palestinian people. Once again, he's appealing to the world for help, but this time from a hospital bed in Gaza.
I am just like 500,000 boys and girls are having pain and tasting all the meaning of fear here in Gaza.
A new year for this new generation who will spend their youths pummeled by war.
Well, Israel's war in the Gaza Strip has now killed more than 22,000 Palestinians. And in fact, the Israelis are now saying that after 3 months of fighting, or nearly 3 months of fighting, they're now considering allowing Israelis who live near the Gaza Strip to finally return home. Savannah, Joe?
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much.
Now we're taking a look at the 2024 race for the White House. The Iowa caucuses are just 13 days away, and former President Donald Trump's GOP rivals are hoping to put a dent in his commanding lead. It comes as the former president continues to face legal fallout related to January 6th. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us with the latest on all this. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. It's hard to believe that after so much talk, in 2 weeks from right now, we should know who won that all-important first contest in Iowa. The Republican field has been barnstorming the state over the holidays, but some of the most critical action in the GOP primary is set to take place in court thousands of miles away.
With less than 2 weeks to go until the Iowa caucuses, former President Donald Trump and his legal troubles still dominating the political world.
Thank you very much.
The Trump campaign expected to file an appeal as early as this week to a decision by Maine's top election official that he is disqualified from the presidency under the 14th Amendment because of his role in the January 6th attack. That decision in Maine, similar to one earlier last month barring Mr. Trump from the ballot in Colorado. Critics of the rulings have pounced, calling them partisan attacks on the former president.
They're trying to take the election away from the voters.
And while both rulings are unprecedented, former President Trump's name will remain on the ballot in both states while the appeals process plays out. It's one of the many legal challenges looming over the Trump campaign, with the potential for up to 5 Trump trials during the busy campaign year.
These are Biden indictments against this is just against a political opponent.
Over the weekend, special counsel Jack Smith urging an appeals court to reject the former president's efforts to dismiss the federal election interference case on presidential immunity grounds. All of it comes as the remaining Republican candidates take aim at the frontrunner in the Hawkeye state.
We can't be a country in disarray and have a world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who has bet his campaign on a strong Iowa performance.
Donald Trump is running on his issues. Nikki Haley is running on her donors' issues. I'm the only one running on your issues.
Meanwhile, President Biden on vacation in St. Croix with his eyes already on the general election.
As for Donald Trump, his political and legal calendars are now beginning to collide in a complicated way. He has the closing arguments for his civil fraud trial in New York just days before the Iowa caucus. His trial here in D.C. on the 2020 election charges is currently scheduled to start just a day before Super Tuesday, when more than a dozen states hold their primaries. It's a tough balancing act of voters, juries, and judges that will likely define this election year. Joe?
And it looks an awful lot, I bet, like your calendar for this year.
That's right.
All right. Thanks, Garrett Haig. Thanks so much.
Coming up, crisis at the border. A record number of migrants flocked to the southern border during December. The historic surge that's pushing some cities to their breaking point.
Plus, looking for love. New research says more than 1/3 of Americans are subscribing to dating apps. But does paying for the premium service really help that much? We're going to go one-on-one with an expert to find out.
and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. The Department of Homeland Security says the influx of migrants at the southern border during the month of December shattered all previous records.
And some mayors of so-called sanctuary cities are announcing new measures to try and manage the rising number of people who are being sent from Texas.
NBC's Maggie Vespa joins us now from one of Chicago's 27 migrant shelters. Maggie, good morning. So talk to us about these new numbers that we're getting from Homeland Security first. How is that impacting what we're seeing in places like Chicago or like here in New York?
Hey guys, good morning. Well, Savannah, you talk about the 27 and counting shelters. I mean, these are all completely packed, so much so that Chicago, as of last night, has close to 600 migrants just waiting for a spot in a shelter and counting. But really the big headline is that number that you highlighted off the top. More than 300,000 migrants crossing into the U.S. last month alone, the month of December alone. That is an all-time high. And DHS says that works out to close to 9,000 to 10,000 migrants coming into the country, many of them asylum seekers per day. Again, that is a staggering number. That is a record number. And we're seeing the impacts, guys, like we've been reporting in cities far north of the border, like Chicago, and guys, where you are, of course, in New York.
So, Maggie, what are the mayors of those big cities saying about all this? What are some of the measures they're putting in place to try and deal with all the people who are arriving in their cities?
Yeah, as you know, we're really seeing this kind of patchwork of laws and regulations being put together sort of in real time. I mean, I talked about the shelters. That's been the first kind of order of business, right? But now we're seeing this really interesting thing play out where mayors and officials in varying cities are enacting policies to try and regulate bus access into the city. That's one thing that we're seeing in a number of cities. And we saw just overnight in New York, actually, a bus dropping migrants off in New Jersey. And that was seemingly to circumvent this new regulation that requires buses, for instance, give 32 hours notice before entering the city of New York. We have a similar new regulation here in Chicago. As a result, we had a plane load of migrants being dropped off about an hour west of Chicago in Rockford over the holiday weekend. And guys, we're told people on board that plane, they showed up without coats. Some of them had flip-flops on. And frankly, no one, according to advocates, knew where exactly to go once they landed, guys.
So, Maggie, amid all this, the Justice Department is threatening to sue Texas. This is over this new state law. It allows police to arrest and deport migrants who illegally cross the border. What is the latest on that?
So that law, which has made a lot of news, as you know, is set to take effect on March 5th. So you would think there'd be a little bit of time. But here's the thing. The DOJ has actually given the state of Texas until tomorrow to decide and announce whether or not they're actually going to enforce that law. If Texas says they indeed plan to enforce it, that's when the DOJ says they plan to sue. And in response, Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who, of course, has been behind a lot of these chartered planes and buses into these northern cities, he has said he will take that battle, that law, all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, guys. So this, of course, is far from over. Back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
Now to international headlines. South Korea's opposition leader was stabbed.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with the latest on that. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. That attack this morning was actually caught on video. Now, it shows the leader of South Korea's political opposition walking among what it looks like journalists, and all of a sudden, a man attacks him. Now, authorities in South Korea later said Lee Jae-myung was stabbed on the left side of his neck and was airlifted to a hospital in a helicopter. The police said his wound was not life-threatening and that the attacker, a man in his 60s or 70s, was arrested at the scene. In 2022, Lee Jae-myung narrowly lost the closest presidential race in South Korea's history and was later indicted on corruption and breach of trust charges. Let's go to Serbia now, where on Sunday, protesters tried to storm the city assembly in the capital, Belgrade. The protesters used flagpoles and rocks to break in, but were repelled by police in riot gear who fired tear gas at them. The attack follows days of protest by thousands of people who demanded the annulment of Serbia's snap general elections last week, called by President Aleksandar Vučić. An international monitoring mission said the elections were held, and I quote, under unjust conditions, including intimidation and pressure on voters, including cases of vote buying. And let's end this tour of the world in England, where thousands of so-called chippies, seaside shops selling fish and chips, may soon be forced to close. Fish and chips have been the quintessential comfort street food for generations of Brits and a tasty cure for hangover. Until recently, a typical fish and chips will cost only a couple of dollars. But the cost of living crisis, including the rise of the cost of electricity and ingredients, pushed up prices to levels some are not willing to pay. The National Federation of Fish Fryers said that because of the war in Ukraine and inflation, today cod is 2/3 more expensive than it used to be, while a sack of potatoes costs double what it did. If this trend continues, it warned that over the next few years, roughly 105,000 chippies may be forced to close. Back to you guys.
Wow. Yeah. Are you into fish and chips?
When I visit England, I definitely. That's on the list always, without a doubt. So.
I don't do a lot of seafood, but I don't know. After a hangover, fish?
Yeah, well, or if you're out at a bar, yeah.
All right.
It's good.
Claudio, thank you.
Coming up, the winter holidays might be over, but it is never too early to start planning that summer getaway.
That's right. What you need to know about the new travel trend that could save you time and money. Stay with us.
Inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
Welcome back. Well, after suffering years of physical and mental abuse, Gypsy Rose Blanchard captured national attention after admitting she planned the murder of her mother with her then-boyfriend.
She pleaded guilty to second-degree murder back in 2016, and now at 32 years old, she's speaking out after her release from prison 5 days ago. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us with more on this. Laura, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. For much of her life, Gypsy Rose made headlines for the wrong reasons. Her mother, Dee Dee, treating her originally healthy daughter as a terminally ill patient, making her use a wheelchair and endure countless surgeries. Her story has garnered worldwide attention and was even turned into a documentary and TV series. But now, out of jail, Gypsy Rose is making headlines all on her own.
Hey everyone, this is Gypsy. I'm finally free.
After 8 years behind bars for her mother's murder, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, now a free woman.
Hey everyone, happy New Year's Eve.
And right back in the spotlight, speaking out for the first time on her newly created social media accounts.
I just want to send a quick video to thank everyone for the massive amount of support that I've been getting on social media. Everyone has been really, really nice.
That massive support earning her 6 million followers on TikTok and close to another 6 million on Instagram in less than a week, posting her first selfie since out of prison. photos of her wedding ring, kissing her husband, Ryan Anderson, who she married while in prison, and promoting her upcoming Lifetime series and ebook.
It's more of my reflection of everything that I've learned and experienced in the last 8.5 years.
Gypsy Rose, perhaps the most famous victim of what's known as Munchausen by proxy. Authorities say her mom, Dee Dee Blanchard, falsely claimed that Gypsy Rose suffered from leukemia, asthma, and muscular dystrophy, confining her to a wheelchair and subjecting her to multiple unnecessary surgeries over a span of nearly 2 decades.
Things are not always as they appear.
But things took a turn in 2015 when prosecutors say Gypsy Rose and her then boyfriend, Nicholas Godejohn, hatched a plot to kill her mother.
I played a part in asking him to commit the murder.
The two were arrested and charged with murder, Gypsy Rose taking a plea deal, while Godejohn went to trial and received life in prison. Now, as Gypsy Rose celebrates her freedom, she's revealing her side.
I will finally share my story the way that it should be shared.
So what about this former boyfriend? Is he saying anything now?
So the difference is he actually went to trial, whereas she took a plea deal. He was convicted, obviously sentenced to life in prison, but his lawyers are actually now asking for a new trial. They say he's on the autism spectrum and that she actually manipulated him into committing that crime. So we'll see where it goes, guys.
Right. Laura, thank you so much for the update.
Sure,
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Laura. Well, we may have just gotten through one of the busiest holiday travel seasons on record, but a lot of folks are already planning their next getaway. But before you book, there's a new travel trend that could save you a lot of money. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains.
Hey guys, good morning. No surprise that more people are taking to the skies. And even when this holiday travel season winds down, you might find out that your popular tourist hotspot, you're having a bit more competition when it comes to the crowds. Well, enter the idea of the travel dupe or duplicate location, an idea that promises really big rewards if you're willing to get a little creative about where you might end up. They're destinations we know and love. Venice, Paris, Tokyo, New York, just to name a few. They're beautiful and fun, as long as you don't mind the crowds or the cost, which is exactly what's fueling a new online travel trend.
Venice dupe, Barcelona dupe, Machu Picchu dupe.
Urging travelers to find their destination dupe or duplicate location.
If you like this, then you should try this. If you like this, you would love this.
It's gotten very, very expensive in the past couple of years.
Travel pro Casey Carr says for his clients on a budget, dupes can open a whole new world.
You're looking for similar weather, similar geography, so mountains for mountains or big cities for big cities.
In the Caribbean, move over St. Martin. U.S. flight searches to the island of Curacao exploded 200%. Sold on Sydney, Australia. Global searches for its dupe city of Perth topped 100%, and U.S. searches for Liverpool, England, a potential London dupe, spiked 138% over the last year.
I would want to have some savings to go to an alternate destination, though Liverpool versus London isn't really that far off. So
no Buckingham Palace, but you still get the Beatles.
Exactly. So there you go. That's great.
Travel dupes are really the best because not only are you saving a ton of money by going to a place that is maybe a little more undiscovered, but you're experiencing a whole maybe different culture.
But best friends and travel influencers Nikki Costa and Tiffany Shiro say with the potential savings comes responsibility.
Just be respectful, like it's not about you, and really just try to get to know the people there and the locals and understand their way of life. I think that's what travel is all about.
Just remember, not all dupes are created equal. Montreal for Paris, France, yes.
Yes.
Paris, Texas for Paris, France.
No.
And for the die-hard bucket list travelers, the same rules still apply. The earlier, the better.
Like, we're going to New York to see the Today Show. I can't see the Today Show anywhere else.
I did not tell her to say that, by the way.
There is only one New York City.
There you go. I like that. There's only one New York City.
Exactly.
All right, Morgan Chesky, thanks for that.
So more people are shelling out money for love. A recent survey by Pew Research found about 35% of Americans are subscribing to dating apps in an effort to find love. Some say it's the only way to actually find true love. Damona Hoffman joins us now for more on this. She's a certified dating coach, host of the Dates and Mates podcast, and way down on her resume, she was my college roommate. She's also the author of F the Fairy Tale, Rewrite the Dating. Rewrite the dating myths and live your own love story. Damona, always good to have you on, my friend. So,
I love this.
Even if it's not the only way to find true love, walk us through the benefits of actually paying for dating apps, how it is helping people look for relationships.
Well, there are a lot of reasons to pay for a premium experience. First of all, you can save time. That's our most precious resource, Joe. We're running out of time all the time. And if you can see who already likes you and you can shortcut that process of swiping, I think that is worth it. It also distinguishes the serious daters from what I call the looky-loos, the tire kickers, the time wasters. So there's this new tier on Tinder. It's by invitation. So you know that anyone there, they're sort of hand selected, and they are there for probably more serious intentions, because people are really making the financial investment. You put your money where your heart is. And, you know, it gives you so many different tools as well to differentiate yourself from the crowd. That's what I always hear from daters. Like, there's so many people online. How do I separate myself? Well, getting some of these features, getting some of these badges, getting the visibility, that will expand your pool and get more options for you in your dating journey in 2024.
What do you say to someone who is looking for love, maybe is on these apps, but skeptical about actually paying for them?
Well, I say you get what you pay for, right? And if you are just there casually kind of seeing what's out there, I think it's fine. But you're going to have a fun experience, but you might not get the results that you're looking for. And a lot of times when people write into my podcast, Dates and Mates, they say, I am looking for a serious relationship, but it feels like the people on the apps aren't there for the same reasons. But I usually will find that those people aren't making the investment. And actually some new Pew research shows that those who have paid for a dating app have a better experience than those who don't.
So say you did make this decision, yeah, I'm going to pay for it, so now I'm jumping in. Still, there's more to it than that. How do you approach finding a relationship online? Is finding love the absolute end goal, or are there other ways you should kind of go into it?
You get to choose your own adventure. You get to write your own fairy tale and love story. But look, I met my husband online, and that's how the majority of my clients have met their partners. So I know it works, and it's such a benefit that we have our dating pool expanded. We used to only be able to date people in our local community. Now our dating pool is expanded to anyone in the world. And I think that's ultimately a really good thing. And I think finding love is the most important thing. The who you choose to partner with is the biggest decision you'll ever make in your life. So I say don't leave it to chance, make the investment.
All right, and give us some tips for making our profile stand out.
Ooh, well, I like to talk about the 3 C's in your dating profile photos. So this is thinking of your photo as telling your story visually. So the 3 C's are color, context, and character. Color is to stand out, and that's just strategic. You're swiping through a bunch of photos, that color will pop. Context is telling your story through your photos. And then character, that's the one that most people forget, Savannah. It's actually showing your personality, showing that quirky, that unusual, that unique side of you that would actually make someone stop, message, and go out.
Very cool. Damona Hoffman, congrats on the new book. Thank you as always for joining us this morning. It's so good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you too.
Thank you. Coming up, a new warning from health officials concerned with a rise in respiratory illnesses.
From RSV to flu to COVID, we're breaking down what you need to know about the post-holiday spike.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Welcome back. Well, the holiday season has come to an end. Now many people are returning home with an unwanted gift, a variety of respiratory illnesses. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us from Atlanta with the latest on a surge in these seasonal illnesses. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. Health officials say this is our new normal. Now, of course, around this time of the year, we're typically used to seeing a rise in flu and RSV cases, but this is the first season that we're now officially beyond the pandemic. So now COVID has fully rolled into that list of normal seasonal illnesses. Combine that with the fact that vaccinations are down, and experts say that we can expect to see a rise in cases in the weeks to come.
As the holiday season winds down, health officials warn respiratory illnesses are quickly ramping up. A troubling trifecta of flu, COVID, and RSV, with rising cases fueled by holiday gatherings and peak travel season. According to the CDC, at least 30 states have reported high or very high levels of flu-like illnesses, with hospitalizations also on the rise.
A lot of people are getting sick out here.
It comes as vaccination numbers are hitting a troubling low. According to the CDC, just 18% of Americans have received the latest COVID booster, and fewer than half of American adults have gotten their flu shot, prompting the CDC in December to issue this urgent message to doctors: encourage at-risk patients to get the shot. And experts warn, prepare for even more cases in January.
We do expect cases are going to rise. Hospitalizations are going to rise well in to the end of January, early February.
All of it has led to some hospitals in at least 4 states and the District of Columbia to reinstate mask mandates, including Massachusetts, where this nurse sounded off on social media.
Mandatory mask. What does that tell y'all? COVID is back.
In California, UC San Diego hospitals have banned entry for children under age 12, a population where respiratory illnesses can be especially dangerous.
When should parents be concerned?
2 situations. One, if you have a very young child, say an infant age, and they're having respiratory wheezing, you can actually hear them audibly wheezing, get them immediately seen. The second is if they wake up in the morning, and this is a child of any age, and they have a bad sore throat, they also have a fever, and they're not coughing, can be correlated with strep throat. It's important to get them seen immediately.
And another important note for parents, this is the first year that an RSV vaccine has been available. Now, that's especially important for pregnant women who can get that shot at a certain point in their pregnancy and protect their child against RSV, something that, of course, we know can be deadly in infants. Now, one other tip, Savannah, for adults, oftentimes around this time of the year when we get a cough or we get a runny nose, we can kind of say, okay, we'll just ride it out and it'll go away on its own. But doctors say it's actually important to go get seen and get tested. See what you're dealing with. Are you dealing with the flu, or is it COVID or RSV? Because there are treatments available. They say oftentimes these illnesses get more serious when they don't have to. But the bottom line across the board, it's not too late to get vaccinated or get boosted. Savannah.
All right, Blaine, really good tips there for people to keep in mind as they're feeling under the weather this season. Thank you so much. Well, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this. Hi, Dr. Patel. As always, it's great to see you. So we're hearing this trifecta, flu, COVID, RSV surging across many states this season. But we heard Blaine say this right off the top. I mean, is this essentially just our new normal during the winter season, and how do we get used to that?
Yeah, it's a little too soon to tell if this is going to repeat itself every year. But what we do know is that COVID has kind of come back into the fold, and we're not stopping what we're doing every day, right? People are traveling. We've had holidays. People are gathering. But that's just going to contribute to spreading all of these viruses. So we'll likely see these numbers not just doubling, but tripling, quadrupling, exponentially rising over the next couple of weeks.
Is a lot of this because everybody was just with their families gathering indoors during the holidays?
That and the fact that we're dealing with one of the most infectious variants, JN1. It is the most easy to give. Now, here's some good news. It's not severe It's not like previous surges where we had a lot of hospitalizations and deaths. They're definitely happening, but not to the rate at which people are getting infected. That's contributing all around the world, Savannah, and it's also leading to these other viruses just presenting themselves. Just when we now had patients that have 1, 2, 3 viruses at the same time, and that can just offer more chances to get infected.
We just had some numbers up on the screen. I want to go through some of them. So COVID, of course, still the leading driver of respiratory virus hospitalizations. But we look at this full screen here on our screens for viewers. The flu is on the rise. The CDC estimating that there have been 7 million illnesses. And of those, 73,000 hospitalizations related to the flu this season. How concerned are you when you see that number? And tell us what symptoms people should specifically be on the lookout to determine whether, hey, this might be something more serious than a common cold.
Yeah, very concerned. We're seeing flu really kind of outpacing what we would normally expect. And here's just a little bit of kind of fact for you. Australia, which is in its warm season right now, is also seeing record high in flu. And so when we see other countries that are warm and they're getting high flu rates, we're getting hit with those flu rates as well. That alarms many of us. And what we should look for, the distinction between flu, COVID, and RSV can be subtle. All of them can have a cough. All of them can have a sore throat. Flu is still generally classically presenting with those kind of shakes and chills, that feeling, Savannah, like you got to get under 10 blankets to get comfortable. You do need to get, I think, as Blaine mentioned, get diagnosed, and not just because you need to know what you're dealing with, but we offer treatments depending on what age and who you are. We can have treatments for all of these illnesses, especially if you're immunocompromised. So be on the watch out. Get those home antigen tests, because the most common question is, could this be COVID? Get the home antigen test. I've been seeing them free and around. And then also advocate for yourself. If you are positive, ask and say, is there a treatment available for me that I should look into?
Really important info from both you and Blaine on the fact that there are treatments out there. So if you're not feeling well, see your doctor. Dr. Patel, as always, thank you very much and Happy New Year.
Thank you. You too.
Now let's get to some financial headlines this morning. Bitcoin, they're seeing some major gains as crypto's recent rally conjures some excitement among investors. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us again with that and some other financial headlines for us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so the crypto market is off to a strong start in 2024. Bitcoin surging past $45,000 today to its highest level since April of 2022. And analysts say excitement over the potential for Bitcoin-related exchange-traded funds, or ETFs, drove the digital currency 157% higher in 2023. Investors have been expecting the SEC to approve an ETF that tracks the spot price of Bitcoin as soon as this week. Shares of Apple coming under pressure today. Barclays downgrading the stock to underweight or sell for the first time since 2019. Now, Barclays is warning of slowing demand for the iPhone 15. It also doesn't see any major feature or upgrade that's likely to compel consumers to buy an iPhone 16 when it comes out in the second half of this year. Apple stock rose 50% last year to a record high, but there are doubts whether it can repeat those gains this year. And DoorDash is plotting expansion beyond its core restaurant delivery business in the U.S. as it looks at ways to invest its growing pile of cash. The company CEO telling the Financial Times they will keep a high bar for potential acquisitions. DoorDash completed a takeover of Finland's Wolt in 2022, extending its reach into 27 countries. The platform has nearly doubled its market share over the past 5 years and now commands 59% of the U.S. market. That is far ahead of Uber, Savannah.
All right, there you go. Silvana, thank you so much. Well, coming up, get your knife and fork ready. We're setting the table with the new culinary crazes. It might be coming to you in 2024. Stay with us.
from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you live in Michigan and you bought a Powerball ticket, pay close attention. That's because last night, someone in the Great Lakes state became the newest multi-millionaire, winning the jackpot prize of more than $842 million. The winner has not yet come forward to claim the jaw-dropping prize, which is the 5th largest Powerball jackpot in history. According to Michigan's lottery, the lucky ticket was sold at a food castle in the city of Grand Blanc, Michigan. You weren't around there during the holidays, were you, Joe?
I did not get a chance to visit Michigan. Now I wish I had.
Right? There you go.
A lot of people from there. All right, thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
So 2023 introduced us to some hot new dining trends that you may not have predicted, like butter boards or, of course, girl dinner. And with a new year comes new ways to enjoy what we eat, including surprising twists on old favorites. We hopped around New York City to check out which food trends you might find there and in your own neck of the woods in 2024. Take a look. This story, like any good meal, begins with a drink. Most people have heard of the Aperol Spritz. What do you got here?
For here, we have the Hugo Spritz.
That's what's on the menu at more and more restaurants like Republic Latin Fusion in Brooklyn. Owner Christian Almonte says you just need 3 ingredients: elderflower liqueur, sparkling wine like Prosecco, and club soda. All right, cheers. For me, it's a less bitter alternative to the Aperol Spritz. Oh, that's good. That's like super refreshing. Yelp says searches for the Hugo Spritz were up more than 1,100% last year, proof that elderflower is a huge trend.
We like to call it the bartender's ketchup in our scene, because you put on a little bit of anything and it just goes perfect. Like it just works.
You won't find any ketchup at New York's Nakamura, where ramen reigns. A far cry from the instant cup stockpiled in college dorm rooms. Chef Shigerushi Nakamura is known as one of Japan's ramen gods.
Noodle is a game changer, I think.
First, we sample a classic style, torigara, with a thinner noodle that I tried to eat with chopsticks. All right, here we go. Nope. Okay. Yeah, let's try that again. So like this?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Like the ramen, which I'm told you are allowed to slurp. That's delicious. These days, the chef says thicker noodles and thicker sauces are becoming more popular, with many craving cold ramen.
So take some like a noodle like this.
Okay.
And dip.
Dip.
And eat.
Yelp searches for cold ramen jumped 30% last year. So the sauce is sort of the star here, right?
Yes.
It's got a lot of the flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. More diners are also taking a dip into meat alternatives. Chef Guy Vaknin owns several plant-based New York restaurants, including a Nixie, which serves Mediterranean food.
Most of our customers are not vegetarian or vegan for that matter.
While beef and chicken alternatives are quite common, Vaknin's also focusing on plant-based seafood, a quickly evolving trend.
Nice and delicate, the way salmon or cured salmon should be.
It tastes like salmon, I would never know. Yeah. He recently added this salmon fillet to the menu, revolutionary, he says.
Because you can cook it, it flakes like a salmon, it looks like a salmon, it tastes like a salmon. That's a touch in what the future is going to bring to us.
For our final course, let's head back to Brooklyn for an after-dinner drink, the Carajillo. Just 2 ingredients, a sweet Spanish liqueur and coffee, in this case, espresso. Oh, that is good. It is. It's almost like a cup of coffee with cream in it, right? A new nightcap to start the year. Bottom line, coffee, cocktails, elderflower, those are the drinks to watch for this year. Gin may also be having more of a moment. As for food, Plant-based, sustainable, climate conscious. These are all trends that are. There's going to be a mushroom trend really accelerating this year, which grosses me out because I do not like mushrooms.
Me either.
Yeah,
I didn't know that about you.
Oh, it's the texture, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway,
I know. It's way
apologies.
too much.
I know many of you love mushrooms.
Yes, so. Including my entire family.
Exactly. All right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But stay with us. The news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, it's a harrowing start to 2024 in Japan. Overnight, dramatic new video of a commercial airliner bursting into flames as it landed at Haneda Airport in Tokyo with almost 400 passengers and crew on board. What we know this morning about what went wrong. It comes as a series of powerful New Year's Day earthquakes have led to urgent rescue operations on the nation's west coast. Hundreds of buildings and homes now reduced to rubble as the clock ticks down to locate those who survived. We've got the very latest on those efforts in just a moment. In the Middle East this morning, the IDF withdrawing some forces from Gaza as it doubles down on its war against Hamas, with military forces now setting the stage for, quote, prolonged fighting into 2024. Plus, the battle at the southern border now reaching staggering new heights this morning, with NBC News now learning migrant crossings in December hit an all-time record high. We'll take a look at how some cities are dealing with the influx. And later in the hour, we're going to take a deep dive into dry January and how living sober for a month can kickstart your mental health as we kick off 2024.
As everyone's sort of easing back into their post-holiday New Year routines.
Isn't that right? I know. I know.
Us.
Good to see you. I know we've been apart for a little while. I hope you all at home had a wonderful holiday as well.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to start this hour, as we mentioned, in Japan with two major stories. So first, breaking news. A deadly collision between a passenger jet and a Japanese Coast Guard plane. The jet bursting into flames as it landed in Tokyo. All 5 crew members on the Coast Guard plane were reportedly killed, and the pilot was critically injured. All 400 people on board the jet were able to make it off safely.
We're also following the latest on yesterday's major earthquake in Japan, which killed more than 45 people. Rescuers have been dispatched along that country's west coast near Suzu. People there are still feeling the effects of yesterday's magnitude 7.6 quake. It was so powerful, tremors could be felt 190 miles away in Tokyo. The quakes left a considerable amount of destruction behind, leveling buildings, burying people underneath the rubble, and knocking out power. A huge fire broke out in the city of Wajima. The city's hospital says it's treating several people there for disaster-related injuries. Tsunami warnings were in place for hours after the quakes, forcing thousands to seek higher ground. Those warnings have since been downgraded. We want to get the latest on all this from NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald.
Guys, good morning. There was an emergency just hours ago on the runway in Tokyo. A passenger aircraft bursting into flames at Haneda Airport. The plane collided with another aircraft that's operated by Japan's Coast Guard. That's according to a Coast Guard spokesperson. But all of the nearly 400 people on that passenger plane are safe. Japan's transport minister now confirming that 5 passengers on board the Coast Guard flight have died. The pilot is the only survivor. This all seemingly unrelated to the series of earthquakes that have just rocked Japan. First responders are desperately looking for survivors this morning as the death toll on Japan's western coast passes 45 after a series of earthquakes, including a magnitude 7.6 that struck Monday afternoon. The quake violently shook train platforms and houses, sparking a massive fire that burned for hours. But as the sun came up today across the region, we saw the scope of the devastation. Homes and buildings flattened, private roads and streets buckled, cutting off access to people trapped on the other side. Some neighbors returning to their homes to get a first look at what's left. But guys, right now, it really is a race against time to try and rescue those people who are still trapped beneath the rubble of houses and buildings. Guys.
All right, Megan, thank you so much.
Now let's get to the race for the White House, where 2 states have now ruled that Donald Trump is ineligible to run for president of the United States.
Maine is the second state to remove the former president from the ballot over his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. This comes after Colorado's decision to also exclude Trump from the ballot, with both states disqualifying him from the presidency under the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Trump's campaign now says it plans to appeal both states' decisions.
We've got NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos here to kick off the new year with us. Danny, good morning. Great to have you with us. So let's start, though, with the latest on what Joe had just mentioned here, which is the fact that there are these two states. However, it's sort of on pause for right now. He will be on the ballot for the GOP presidential primary as this legal process plays out. But take us back to what Joe mentioned about the 14th Amendment. What do we need to know about this Section 3 under the 14th Amendment that makes this possible?
There are a couple core issues, but those issues are just two of many, many issues that surround Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Here's what I mean. In both Colorado and Maine, you have a similar conclusion where Colorado concluded via courts that Donald Trump, number one, was an insurrectionist, and number two, is an officer within the meaning of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and therefore he must be removed from the ballot. And from a distance, those two issues appear in both Maine and Colorado, and it might seem reasonable to think, okay, well, the Supreme Court can decide these two discrete issues, but there are so many more issues, any of which will, if decided the right way, will go in favor of Donald Trump remaining on the ballot. Let me just give you an example. As much as Maine and Colorado look similar, and those are only 2 out of 50 states, Maine's decision came solely through an administrative process. Colorado's went through the courts. It's entirely possible the court could conclude that this is an issue that can't even be decided by the courts. That, in other words, it's committed to the executive branch or maybe the legislative branch. In that case, the Colorado decision is no good, and the Maine decision would be decided correctly because it went through the executive process. That's just one of many examples of ways that Donald Trump could remain on the ballot. So while it's easy to look at this as really two issues under Section 3, there are many other constitutional and state law issues that could come up.
So Trump has not been federally charged or convicted with insurrection. What factor does that have if this does go up to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I've heard that argument, too. That is yet another argument that the Trump team could make that, hey, I needed to be convicted. But it's one of the weakest arguments, and here's why. If you look at the text of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, it doesn't appear to require a criminal conviction at all. It just speaks of insurrection. But then that raises another thorny issue. OK, we know that it doesn't require a criminal conviction. But what does it require? What is required in order to determine that Donald Trump is an insurrectionist? Is it an evidentiary hearing in a trial court like happened in Colorado? Or is it a hearing like the Secretary of State conducted in Maine? And then if Maine followed its own law and Colorado followed its own law, and those two laws are different, like they're different in every state out of 50, then how do you decide or even consider these to be similar issues?
Obviously, Trump plans to appeal both these decisions. He's saying without evidence, national Democrats are behind these decisions. Still, I mean, he does have some pretty good arguments for an appeal. What are his main arguments here, do you think?
The exact ones that he raised in both Maine and Colorado. I am not an insurrectionist. The stronger argument might be I'm not an officer within Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which it's strange. When you look at it, it mentions the vice president, it mentions all these other positions. It excludes the word president. Now, both sides have argued that an exclusion means the president isn't included. The other side says, oh, well, it sort of means, you know, officers in general, they presume that the president was included. Another example might be the courts that might say, look, this isn't even ripe. This issue isn't even on time to get in front of us. They may decide that courts can't hear this case in the first place. There are a number of different reasons that Donald Trump could stay on the ballot, because all of these things need to go one way for Trump to be removed from the ballot. And that's why, by the way, the majority of states that have considered it have kept Trump on the ballot, and the ones that have removed him have kept him on the ballot pending appeal. So if you're just betting, no matter what side you're on, if you're just betting, the odds so far appear to be in favor of Trump staying on the ballot.
All right, Danny Ceballos, as always, thank you.
And while Donald Trump maintains a commanding polling lead in the upcoming New Hampshire Republican primary, there is still one group that is up for grabs for the other candidates, the undecided voter. And they do have a voice in the Granite State. NBC's Emma Barnett spoke to some of those primary voters who are still making up their minds.
So I know you ladies have a group chat, but is there a name?
Oh, well, we like to think of ourselves as the First in the Nation friends, because that's how we became friends. If it wasn't for the First in the Nation primary, we wouldn't have met.
First in the nation, first in the nation. These three women have become close friends, participating in what New Hampshire's known for, politics. What makes the First in the Nation primary so special?
the incredible access to the candidates. When the candidates recognize you, you know that you've been to a lot of their events.
Marie, Thalia, and Hella have attended dozens of town halls similar to this one, where they get to meet presidential candidates face to face. They know how consequential this election is, and they take their role as early primary voters very seriously. That's why all these ladies are registered as undeclared voters in the state, meaning they can choose to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. Thalia and Hella just changed their registration from Democrat to undeclared this cycle.
The whole point was to stop Trump and make sure he's not the nominee. So that was the impetus for changing my affiliation.
Is this your first time voting in a Republican primary in the state?
Yes. Yep.
Of course, they're three of many voters, but their mentality is similar to a lot of others I've talked to in the state. The big question is, do their views signal a broader trend, a potential liability for the former president and current frontrunner?
If you don't get out and vote, we can put this to bed.
The polls show Trump miles ahead of Nikki Haley, Christie, everyone else in the field right now. Do you believe that to be an accurate reflection of what you're hearing and seeing on the ground among your friends in New Hampshire?
No. I think Nikki Haley is going to perform a lot better in New Hampshire than the polls are showing. A lot of independents are going to come out.
A good percentage of the voters that are undecided, they make up their minds when they're in the voting booth, like right then and there.
So here's the big question. Who are you going to vote for in the primary?
I am heavily leaning towards Nikki Haley.
Likewise.
Ditto.
All Nikki Haley?
Yep.
100% or?
No,
it's New Hampshire. It's never
New
100%.
Hampshire.
Found
You
our
told
match.
me a year ago that I would even be considering Nikki Haley, or Chris Christie for that matter, I would tell you were crazy.
So what was it that changed for you?
Going to the town halls, meeting the people in person and actually listening to them.
The candidates' answers to questions at town halls can really swing votes.
What do you want me to say about slavery?
Case in point, this viral moment. Will Nikki Haley lose support after not mentioning slavery in a question about what caused the Civil War? She has since walked back the comments. The three women tell me her answer disappointed them. They're still leaning towards Haley, but in the Granite State, nothing is set in stone. How powerful is the independent vote in New Hampshire?
It's extremely powerful. The question
That's
is,
a critical vote.
the question is getting them out to vote.
Do you think the fact that Trump is on the ballot again is a motivator to get independent voters showing up in big numbers on January 23rd?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, that's critical.
Emma Barnett, NBC News, Manchester, New Hampshire.
Let's turn now to the Middle East. Israel is stepping up aerial and ground attacks in southern Gaza a day after announcing plans to pull back some of its troops. Israel says it's preparing for a long war against Hamas that would likely stretch all year. The military campaign has killed more than 22,000 Palestinians, according to Gazan health officials, and sparked a devastating humanitarian crisis. It comes as Israel said it would defend itself against accusations of genocide at the International Court of Justice in a case launched by South Africa last week. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the latest from Tel Aviv.
Well, even as we're seeing Israel continuing its war in the Gaza Strip now with nearly 22,000 Palestinians killed, according to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health in the Gaza Strip, most of them civilians. Now we're seeing for the first time a direct hit against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu himself. Now, this was a long time coming over the last several months. This was the issue that had divided Israel before October 7th. Finally, the Supreme Court came out and rejected a signature piece of legislation by Benjamin Netanyahu that would have basically kneecapped the judiciary in favor of the Prime Minister, Netanyahu himself, and the cabinet. They rejected this legislation by a very narrow margin that would have said that that the courts or judges would have the right to exercise a reasonableness clause, essentially saying that legislation or decisions from the cabinet could be rejected by judges if they deemed them to be unreasonable. Now, this sounds like a minor distinction, but this was an issue that had brought hundreds of thousands of Israelis into the streets, particularly in cities like this, in Tel Aviv, just off my right shoulder here, for months on end. And it had threatened to cripple Benjamin Netanyahu's government. Now, with October 7th, with the terrorist attacks by Hamas, Benjamin Netanyahu had gone ahead with pushing for this legislation. It had already passed in the Knesset. Now it looks like they're going to have to go back and redraft at least part of this legislation if they hope to see it passed. Now, as I mentioned, all of this going on as the war in the Gaza Strip is still happening. We're still seeing now an expanded footprint of this war, as we're now seeing conflicts between the United States and Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. Just over the past weekend, the Houthis, among others, reported that 10 of their fighters had been killed in naval battles at the hands of the United States, even as the Houthis were attacking a private commercial vessel. Now, the Houthis have said that 3 of their ships were sunk. All of this as the Iranians have deployed a warship into the Red Sea, significantly escalating tensions well beyond the borders here in Israel.
Matt Bradley, thank you so much.
In the months following Hamas's attack on Israel in October, we've seen tensions spilling over into other communities, even here in the U.S. This morning, we have the story of one Israeli and one Palestinian changing the course of their relationship through conversation and understanding. Here's NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra.
Chocolate hummus is a cultural insult to everybody.
Cooking dinner together in this Harlem apartment is not where Kobe Skolnick
You have olive oil, right?
or Aziz Abu Sara thought they would be. But after 13 years, they're pros at working side by side.
But then we moved it. No, keep it here. Just move this.
Kobe was born to a Jewish Orthodox family in Israel, and Aziz to a Palestinian family in Jerusalem. Together, they became a dynamic duo, leading tours to see their homelands. But all of that came to a sudden stop on October 7th.
I ran a travel company that ran a lot of trips to Israel and Palestine, and now we're running 0 trips there.
Tourism in the region has been slashed since the war between Israel and Hamas began, leaving Kobe and Aziz now giving tours of a different kind, around difficult dialogue here in the United States.
Could the young version of either of you ever imagine being here next to each other right now?
Not a chance.
No, Palestinians, for me, I didn't have empathy. I didn't even can look at them.
I grew up with the Palestinian narrative, which, Israel, every Israeli, and even every Jew in the world wants to displace all of us. There's only us versus them.
Today, they're taking that history to discussion events of all kinds. And this night, it's a dinner party.
Today, we'll try to say, okay, you're mad. For instance, it's so much pain. What do you want the other side to tell you? So first, welcome everybody again. Thank you for coming for dinner and a gathering.
Kobe and Aziz say while their tours have stopped, their work has doubled.
From what I've heard from a lot of my Muslim sisters this past month is that they're walking on eggshells, that they're afraid to speak their mind.
If we can understand the story and feel the person, we connect over stories. We don't connect over political opinions. I think that can get us somewhere and get us to listen to each other.
Their hope that engaging in tough but civil conversations can move the needle.
We can still sit together and say we don't see each other as enemy. We're not on the opposite side.
What would success look like for you?
Thousands of young people having the courage to talk to the other side in a way that changes the perspectives.
Our thanks to Marissa Parra for that report. Well, it is a rainy start to the new year for the South with showers in the forecast this week.
That's right. Meteorologist Angie Lastman is here tracking it all for us. Hi, Angie. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Happy New Year to you. Great to be with you. And we do have a couple of spots that you might want to know about if you're especially heading back to work today. Maybe you've got some errands to run, mainly focused across portions of the South and out west. Let's start with the South. That's where we're tracking a couple of showers that are going to work into parts of Texas through the day today. And eventually, as the day goes on, we'll be dealing with some widespread heavy rain. There's that system. So from Dallas down to Houston, we could see some good substantial rain. The good news with this, we're not looking at severe threat for a lot of folks. We're really going to see that stay on the low end here for the rest of the day today. The system does start to move to the east by tomorrow, though, and that cluster of rain goes with it. It'll move quickly across the southeast. It's a quick moving system. So yes, it'll be packing a punch with some heavy rain at times, but it gets out of the picture quite fast, and it'll be out of the picture by the time we get into day after tomorrow. So good news there, but between now and then, picking up maybe 1 inch to 2 inches of rain here across that region, especially focused across portions along the Gulf Coast, New Orleans included in that. And I mentioned out west, we've got winter alerts that are up for some mountain ranges stretching from California and into into portions of Nevada for folks there. We will see the potential for some heavy rain, some snow, and some wind with this next system. It's going to work into the west coast today from Washington down to California. We'll see rain, we'll see see snow, and we could see some difficult travel, especially in those mountainous regions. That's where we'll see the potential for some heavy snow, some wind, and of course those showers will stretch into the southwest by the time we get into tomorrow. The system continues moving a little farther to the east, and it will impact folks in portions of the plains as we get into day after tomorrow. So rainfall amounts, localized amounts are going to be up to about 3 inches, guys. As far as snow totals are concerned, the highest are going to be focused towards the Sierra range. So we'll watch for some folks to start snowboarding and skiing and enjoying it in that way, and everyone else staying home and avoiding the roads.
When I was home in Minnesota, we have this little hill in the Twin Cities. It's literally called Buck Hill. They made snow, and you saw people. No snow around it at all. It was just a little bit of snow. Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Good
Angie, thank you. Yeah, see you in a bit.
We've got much more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including our weekly mental health check-in. As we kick off 2024, you might be feeling a little anxious or maybe stressed out looking at the months ahead. So how can you handle all those emotions in a healthy way? We've got some tips.
First, though, after the break, new numbers from the southern border showing the migrant crisis at record-breaking highs. We've got the details up next.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to repair.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest at the southern border, where crossings by undocumented migrants are reaching an all-time high. Tensions between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and the Biden administration are reaching a boiling point as they debate how to secure the border. We get the latest from NBC News correspondent George Solis.
After weeks of scenes like this at the southern border, NBC News has learned December marked a record all-time high in crossings. Some 300,000 undocumented migrants crossing the border, according to DHS officials. It comes as more migrants arrive daily in already overwhelmed cities, by plane near Chicago and by bus in New Jersey, sent by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
It's a type of chaos that this governor is committed to administering.
Local officials say sending the migrants to New Jersey is an attempt to sidestep New York City's new rules regulating arrivals of buses of migrants.
This is not stopping people from coming, but about ensuring the safety of migrants.
This, as a battle over immigration policy is brewing between Governor Abbott and the Biden administration. The Department of Justice threatening to sue Texas if it implements a controversial measure that would allow state and local authorities to arrest, jail, and prosecute migrants suspected of entering the U.S. illegally. Abbott says the Biden administration is refusing to enforce immigration laws, and Biden border policies are encouraging the migrant surge. Here in New York, many migrants end up at the Roosevelt Hotel, one of the many taxpayer-funded migrant shelters. Jose Echeverria from Venezuela has lived here for 6 months, telling me he's illegally selling coffee on the street, but with good reason.
He says he's not just going to sit around and wait for a handout. He's going to sit here and work to provide for his family.
The father of 4 saying he's doing whatever it takes to survive.
The main thing mayors are requesting is help from the federal government. Here in New York, Mayor Adams saying the city is reaching its breaking point with up to 4,000 migrants arriving each week. Back to you.
George Solis, thank you so much.
Well, the U.S. Coast Guard is ramping up its efforts to reduce illegal overfishing. That includes monitoring a Chinese fishing fleet currently making its way to Latin America. In an NBC exclusive, NBC News foreign correspondent Keir Simmons takes us along with the Coast Guard as they carry out one of their missions.
Closer to the U.S. coast than to China, a contest between superpowers on the high seas. Monitoring this massive Chinese fishing fleet looming off South America has become the U.S. Coast Guard's urgent focus. NBC News was invited to board the USCGC Alder, its 50-strong crew, on a new mission.
There's nothing wrong with fishing. It's just you got to do it in a way that's responsible.
They're part of a multinational law-enforcing effort aimed at curbing overfishing.
It's a matter of national security. Around 40% of the world gets at least some of their protein from fish. So that's why there's a sense of urgency here.
China's huge fishing industry, with Chinese government subsidies, dominates the South Pacific Ocean, over 10,000 miles from home, fishing for giant squid. We take a flight with the Peruvian Navy, 200 miles off their coast.
We're crossing into international waters right now.
To find a flotilla of Chinese squid jiggers just outside Peruvian territorial waters, relentlessly pursuing the squid.
We've been flying for about 20 minutes at 2,000 feet, just above the ocean, and we've already seen 10, maybe more, Chinese fishing vessels.
According to a report by Oceana, a Washington-based ocean conservation group first seen by NBC News, China's colossal distance water fleet is monopolizing the world's oceans. Some vessels allegedly turning off their tracking devices at times and fueling unregulated fishing practices in conservation and protected areas such as the Galapagos, as identified by NOAA.
They are globally seen as one of, if not one of, the worst actors when it comes to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing.
The report detailing hundreds of so-called factory ships carrying the huge hauls of squid home to China so smaller ships can keep fishing.
They fished for about 134,000 hours, which is an astronomical amount.
Still, she says, because the U.S. imported more than $686 million of seafood over the past 5 years, including from China, Congress has been able to apply pressure on Beijing by threatening to stop imports without improved fishing practices.
Squid like this may end up on your dinner table in the U.S.
We want to make sure that the squid that we are eating aren't a part of illegal fishing.
The Chinese embassy in Washington responding, telling us they should not be made responsible for the actions of a small number of vessels. The US and China sharing the Pacific with many other nations while battling over its resources. Keir Simmons, NBC News, Peru.
More international headlines now, starting with the latest on the war in Ukraine.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Like yesterday, the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv, came under heavy attack by Russian drones, raising the alarm against more missile strikes from Moscow. Now, the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, stated that air defenses brought down the drones over the city, causing wreckage and a fire in the Desyansky district. After all, 35 drones were downed. Ukraine's Air Force warned numerous missiles were being fired from Russia towards Ukrainian cities. The drone attack came after Russian President Vladimir Putin stated he would intensify strikes on military targets in Ukraine. Now to Brazil, where a controversial law is in place. The new law upholds the time marker theory that indigenous peoples can only claim land they have occupied since October 1988, when the current constitution was implemented. Despite Brazil's Supreme Court voting that the time marker theory was unconstitutional back in September, Brazil's Senate moved to pass the law, which came as a victory for the conservatively dominated Congress of Brazil. And finally, over in Dorset, England, you will soon be able to go and see the colossal skull of an ancient sea monster. The fossil belonged to one of the most dangerous prehistoric predators, the pliosaur. The roughly 6.5-foot fossil dates back 150 million years and was found on a cliffside beach in Kimmeridge Bay. Researchers hope to extract the rest of the pliosaur skeletons before it erodes from the coastline and hopefully, bone by bone, rebuild the skeletons of this famously fearsome monster. Back to you guys.
And then it'll come back to life.
Yeah, really.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, yes. Coming up, as we wade into 2024, some of us might already be feeling the pressure to start the new year off on the right foot.
So after the break, we're going to take a closer look at one very popular resolution, Dry January, how keeping sober for the whole month can benefit your mental health and how you can support those who are cutting the booze. Stay with us. That's up next.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa. Get in-depth reporting from across the country. We have breaking news out of the White House and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, the new year is here, which for a lot of people means it's time to start those resolutions.
And many are trying what's known as Dry January, a whole month of living in sobriety.
That's right. Dr. Elisa Hallerman joins us now for more on how to safely participate in Dry January. She's the CEO and founder of Recovery Management Agency, also the author of this book you see on your screen, Soulbriety, a plan to heal your trauma, overcome addiction, and reconnect with your soul. Dr. Hallerman, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Happy New Year.
You too. Happy New Year.
So resolutions, they can be tough sometimes, tough to stick to, maybe tough to decide on what to do. How can we create them without kind of putting extra stress on ourselves and our mental health?
Well, I think that
I prefer intentions instead of resolutions, especially when we're talking about mental health, because resolutions tend to be rigid and they can really set you up for failure, whereas intentions are more of a roadmap of how you're going to take small, tiny little right actions towards your intention throughout the year. And go a little bit deeper. Maybe think about all the things you wanted to do when you were younger and maybe make a list or take a class, little things that you want to do towards your bigger goal.
What are the benefits of sobriety and how does that fit in with what you call soulbriety here?
So first there's abstinence, right, which is dry January essentially. And then for those people that are dependent upon alcohol or other drugs, they really have to practice sobriety. And sobriety is a framework, a lifestyle of how you're going to live and really understand and get to more self-awareness, practice humility, and really be able to focus on all these different aspects of your lives without drinking or using, and developing better coping mechanisms.
So for somebody who does want to try out Dry January, tell us quickly how you can help support that and any resources that might be available.
So Dry January is a great way to start, and I think that basically if you want to try it, you want to go in with an open mind. You want to not be too it's about the process and taking it day by day. And if you can't make it through to the next day, then you want to take a look at maybe if you need a little bit more help, reach out to a friend, reach out to someone else, a clinician or someone like that, and really just enjoy the process. You'll get to see all the health benefits and everything. So yeah, it's really an awesome, exciting month so that people can get in the mood to really see and have more mental clarity.
Absolutely. Dr. Lisa Hallerman, thank you so much. And again, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
To kind of keep this conversation going with our weekly mental health check-in, we're talking about all things 2024. That includes what some call New Year anxiety.
Yeah, also maybe you're feeling exhausted after doing some holiday partying. We've got tips to get you charged up for the year ahead.
Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on this. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist. Dr. James, always good to have you with us. So the new year isn't always a celebration for everyone. It can bring up feelings of anxiety, feelings of stress. So what causes some of these feelings as we start the new year, and what are some of the best ways to handle them?
Happy New Year, Joe and Savannah. Yeah, when we start the new year, there can be lots of things that we feel. We can feel that we have to make this the best year ever. We feel stress from maybe the money that we spent leading into the new year. There can be all these things that lead to anxiety for many of us. And some of it is just understanding that we're feeling anxiety, finding ways to keep calm or to recognize taking it one day at a time. And one of the best things that I love is practice gratitude. We're in another year, we're in another day. Take it one day at a time so you can move forward.
Doctor, New Year celebrations are over now. It's in the holidays in general, that whole season. I think a lot of people kind of feel drained. Their social battery is just empty. How can we try to bounce back without sort of, doing a whole isolation, hibernation kind of situation?
Yeah, as they say, many people have gone hard, or they went hard over the past few days, and they're overwhelmed. And some of that is just paying attention to all those signs. Maybe you feel tired, that's a sign. Maybe you feel like I don't really want to hang out, that's a sign that it's okay to just back down a little bit or to recharge. That's a big part. Get some rest, hang out maybe with family or friends, or do something that feels good, read a book, go for a walk. But whatever it is, recharge so that you can get ready to engage with people again. And that doesn't matter whether it's from New Year's or whether it's just overwhelmed in general, recharge and go out.
I'm looking at my calendar in January. I'm like, oh, not a lot going on this month. That's okay. I kind of don't mind it. Exactly. Yeah. All right, let's talk about some good news for pet lovers out there. A new study shows living with a pet could help reduce cognitive delay.
Yeah, wow.
Why is that?
Yeah, as they say, many people have gone hard, or they went hard over the past few days, and they're overwhelmed. And some of that is just paying attention to all those signs. Maybe you feel like I don't really want to hang out, that's a sign. Maybe you feel like I don't really want to hang out, that's a sign that it's okay to just back down a little bit or to recharge. That's a big part. Get some rest, hang out maybe with family or friends, or do something that feels good, read a book, go for a walk. But whatever it is, recharge so that you can get ready to engage with people again. And that doesn't matter whether it's from New Year's or whether it's just overwhelmed in general, recharge and go out.
Absolutely. Dr. Lisa Hallerman, thank you so much. And again, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, as we get older, it's actually pretty natural that there's some cognitive decline, and for some people that can be can increase even more. But being able to care for a pet, to love a pet, to make sure that pet is okay, to even talk and engage with that pet can help us to not have such cognitive decline. Now, if you're already in a place, that might not be the best time to get a pet, but if not, being able to go and meet new other pet owners or go even to make sure the pet is well cared for, that can feel good and put us in a great place and help us overall mentally in the long run.
There you go. Maybe
just looking at the pictures seems to be helping me.
Maybe if you've been thinking about it, 2024 is the year. All right, Dr. George James, thank you so much. Happy New Year. Great to see you.
Happy New Year. Thank you for having me.
Coming up, a deadly start to 2024 in paradise.
Yeah, after the break, new details on the shark attack off the coast of Hawaii that claimed the life of a 39-year-old surfer and the troubling trend of those face-to-face encounters across the globe that has local officials on alert. That's next on Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made it too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are learning more about that shark attack off the shores of Hawaii that killed surfer Jason Carter. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has a look at the growing number of attacks across the Pacific Ocean.
It's a New Year tragedy in paradise, a deadly shark attack in the waters off the Hawaiian island of Maui.
The shark just started biting him and pulled him down.
On New Year's Eve, officials confirming the death of 39-year-old surfer Jason Carter, who they say died after a suspected tiger shark dragged him under the water Saturday morning at Maui's Paia Bay. Ikaya Kapisi, a witness nearby, saying the shark was as big as a Tacoma truck.
The dorsal fin was almost as big as his body. The height of it was almost as high as his head sitting on the board.
First responders used jet skis to pull Carter from the water, attempting life-saving measures once they reached shore before transporting him to a local medical center. Carter later dying of his injuries.
It was hard to hear him screaming when I was paddling in, his screaming.
County officials closing 2 nearby beaches in the wake of the attack, the 8th shark encounter recorded in Hawaii last year, but the first that turned deadly. Across the Pacific in Australia, a snorkeler capturing this harrowing footage in early December, coming face to face with the ocean's most fearsome predator. His friend coming to his aid.
In the first seconds, it was really panic for me. After that, I tried to think, to focus what I have to do, and I tried just my best to save him.
That victim losing part of his right leg, but escaping with his life. But just days ago, a much different outcome. A 15-year-old surfer killed by a great white, marking Australia's 3rd deadly shark encounter in recent months. Back in Maui, the weekend's attack now leaving another family mourning.
I was just trying to pray for his family, and it's just a tough thing to see.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Well, this also isn't the first shark attack recorded at Maui's Paia Bay. A 51-year-old French tourist was bitten there back in 2022, losing her left arm and part of her right hand, but thankfully she did survive the attack.
Time to take a look at what's making financial headlines this morning. Delta plans to halve its hiring roster for pilots this year.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Happy New Year to you. Let's get you some headlines. That's right. Delta plans to hire roughly half as many pilots this year as it did in 2023. It is the latest signal a more than 2-year-long hiring spree is starting to slow. Major airlines have been adding pilots at a record pace as they try to catch up with the post-pandemic rebound in travel demand. The Wall Street Journal reports Delta told its pilots last week it plans to hire about 1,100 people this year. That's less than half what it added in the past 2 years. Travel demand is holding up, but growth is starting to downshift after years of expansion. Vizio recently settled a class action lawsuit in California that alleged the marketing of effective refresh rates on its TVs was false advertising. A higher refresh rate on a flat screen or HD TV typically means the picture quality is better. Now, if you bought a Vizio in the state after April 2014, you could be eligible for a payout from the settlement. The deadline to file a claim is March 30th and requires evidence of ownership, including proof of purchase or the serial number. Alamo Drafthouse is blaming a nationwide theater outage on technical glitches caused by Sony projectors. The theater chain posting that to social media on New Year's Eve as it was forced to close 5 theaters for the entire day. Alamo said as of yesterday, most screenings were back online at those affected theaters in the New York City area, Denver, and San Francisco. The company telling patrons to check the email used to purchase their ticket as their team would reach out directly if their show was affected, guys.
All right. Silvana, thank you so much. Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Nearly a third of people living on the Navajo Nation reservation don't have electricity, and 86% don't have natural gas, making it nearly impossible to heat their homes during the winter. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton introduces us to one woman who's forging a unique partnership to help people stay warm this season.
Traveling up a dirt road in the tiny town of Wide Ruins, Arizona, the sage brush is all you see for miles until you get to Harry Joe Ashley's house. The 67-year-old Marine veteran is a Navajo Nation elder living in this traditional Hogan home. No electricity, no running water, no floors. But there's one thing he can't live without: firewood.
That's one thing. There's a competition around here. Everybody's taking wood. Can't really make a load and then bring it here.
All day, every day, he uses a wood stove to heat his water and his home, staving off Arizona's deep winter freeze. But he has no way to collect wood locally. It's a struggle for many in the Navajo Nation. Living off the grid means traveling hours to get this necessity, no matter the cost.
Navajo people are very resilient, so they're not just going to sit around and be like, oh, I'm cold. Like, our elders will go out and try to take care of themselves, and sometimes the result is not what we want.
Miranda Mullet grew up in Wide Ruins with her grandparents. She knows firsthand how a lack of firewood poses a problem for her community's elders. She took to social media, asking for donations on TikTok.
My dream was 20 people, and then it went viral on TikTok, and then all of a sudden, like 1 million people have seen it, and then we reached enough money to support 40 families.
There's some work to be done right here.
Sasha Stortz had community members like Miranda in mind when she helped kick off the National Forest Foundation's Wood for Life program, providing firewood for Native families after a local coal-fired power plant closed.
It really precipitated a home heating crisis.
And she says it's a partnership that benefits everyone involved. The program processes firewood from forest restoration projects, turning trees that needed to go into firewood for remote Indigenous communities hours away.
When we have too much wood and our neighbors are looking for firewood, it's just a perfect connection.
That connection has expanded the Wood for Life program from hundreds of homes to 5 tribes in 5 states, handing out 10,000 cords of wood last year.
There's a very high unemployment on the Navajo reservation, so I wanted to also just inject this money back into the community by supporting jobs.
Now, people on the reservation have jobs processing wood and delivering truckloads to elders in the far reaches of the community, trekking miles across dusty roads all the way to Harry Joe Ashley's door.
Thank you very much for the wood.
Giving back in a way that helps everyone.
Just being able to take care of the community that took care of me is very important.
Our thanks to Antonia Hilton for that report.
Absolutely. Coming up, we are taking to the skies with a beloved American icon on the rebound.
After the break, the bald eagle flying high once again thanks to conservation efforts decades in the making. Stay with us.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Welcome back. Let's talk college football on this Tuesday morning. Last night, the Michigan Wolverines and the Washington Huskies punched their tickets to next week's championship game. So let's start with Michigan against Alabama. The teams tied 20-20 at the end of the fourth quarter, which led to one nail-biter of an overtime matchup. In the end, Michigan was able to rally with one more TD, besting Alabama 27-20. Washington had it a little easier against the Texas Longhorns, shutting them down 37-31. Next Monday, the two teams will face off in Houston for the national championship title. This means we will not have a Southern team as national champion, which is incredibly rare.
Yeah, wow, you're right. Ooh, that Michigan-Alabama game, I was asleep before the end, but woke up with a bunch of texts. I was like, oh my gosh, it must have been an exciting ending. There you go.
Exactly.
Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Well, it's been 50 years since Congress passed the Endangered Species Act. The conservation effort is credited with saving some of America's most cherished animals. That includes the iconic bald eagle. Now, thanks to the act, they are flying high again. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is taking us to the skies for the details.
Whether up close and personal or from a distance dancing across the sunrise, a glimpse of bald eagles never ceases to amaze.
It's amazing to see bald eagles flying over the nation's capital almost every day.
But decades ago, sightings like this were nearly impossible. In the early 60s, there were less than 1,000 bald eagles in the lower 48. Since then, the bird's population has soared to more than 300,000, and American bald eagles are no longer considered endangered.
The iconic white head against the dark body.
A remarkable comeback mirrored at Blackwater National Wildlife Refuge in Maryland.
Does it ever get old?
No, it never does. I've been working here for 13 years, and you always have to stop what you're doing and watch.
Just as we did while touring the refuge that can see up to 20 bald eagles in a single day.
We can't forget how successful the bald eagle recovery was, and we can do that with a lot of other species, too, if we really put our mind to it.
Many wildlife biologists attribute the return of our nation's symbol to the banning of an insecticide that contaminated eagles' food and the passing of the Endangered Species Act 50 years ago. It provides framework for protecting at-risk plants and animals and their habitats.
A small handful of species have gone extinct. There's no turning back when it reaches that point.
Every time you lose a species, what in the DNA of that species maybe could have helped cure some disease?
There have been clashes in Congress over some of the species listed as endangered and land use restrictions, but the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Director believes everyone can agree on the Endangered Species Act's overall mission and says the growth of American alligator, peregrine falcon, and grizzly bear populations formerly on the brink of extinction is a sign of hope.
When we give nature a chance, it has the ability to heal itself.
And as luck would have it,
there it is.
Wow.
2 bald eagles even graced our interview.
How lucky are we?
So lucky.
Emily, thank you so much for that. Well, new challenges still lie ahead for the bald eagle. According to the Fish and Wildlife Service, climate change is having a big impact on breeding and migration patterns. New studies also show that American bird populations have dropped by about 1/3 in the last 50 years. So there is still work to be done, but a little bit of good news there.
Finally, let's end this hour with a look at a gifted 6-year-old who's one of the youngest members ever admitted into the high IQ society, Mensa, and is already committed to helping others. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has his story.
My name is Chandler, and I am 6 years old.
Meet Chandler Hughes, a 6-year-old savant.
13 times 6 equals 78.
Good job, Chandler.
It started early. He started reading at 1 year, 9 months. He was in pre-kindergarten but finished on a 2nd grade reading level, a 2nd grade math level.
Finally, 14 times 14, 196.
Today it was, oh yeah, I know up to my 15 time tables, I could do 22.
2, 10 to 25.
Chandler even testing high enough to join the high IQ society Mensa, open to those who score in the top 2 percentile of IQ tests.
He joins a special fraternity of people who are essentially geniuses.
He joins a small but impressive group of youngsters, including Cash Quest, who's from Los Angeles and at just 3 years old had an IQ of 146.
We've never really sat her down and said, let's read. We will introduce her to something, and if she takes to it, she takes to it.
And Isla McNabb from Kentucky, who now holds the Guinness World Record for the youngest Mensa member, joining at just over 2.5 years old.
Are you sick? Let me check your out.
Chandler Hughes one day hoping to use his gifts to help others.
Well, he wants to be a doctor.
A medical doctor, because I want to help people when they are sick.
But right now, the Hughes family is focused on giving this talented young man the support he needs to succeed.
Just working on the socialization factor, I think for us is the next piece. He's in a great environment where his teachers, his peers all support him. Just seeing how we can take this and increase literacy and math rates in our community, and for him to continue to succeed in life.
Thanks to Ellison Barber for that report. I love the little tie and the little coat.
It's adorable and a genius.
Exactly. And kudos to those parents who, I mean, it must be a little overwhelming. Like, how are we going to do this? And they've got it down.
So encouraging. Yeah, so much support. Oh, amazing to see.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Don't go anywhere, though. The news continues right now. Good morning and Happy New Year. Thanks for being with us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Breaking right now on Morning News Now. Terror on the tarmac. At least 5 people are dead after a passenger plane collided with a Coast Guard plane. That passenger plane landing in Tokyo with nearly 400 people on board. You can see the flames pouring out of the fuselage. This just the latest trouble for Japan, where rescue crews are still searching for survivors after a series of deadly earthquakes left many with no place to go. We've got the very latest. Plus, a major ruling from Israel's Supreme Court striking down a key part of Prime Minister Netanyahu's judicial overhaul plan, what it means for the future of the country, as the IDF announces it will begin withdrawing some troops from Gaza in order to pace itself for a long fight. Back in business, Americans have been bitten by the travel bug, with a record number taking to the skies and hitting the roads in 2023. But the year was not without its hiccups. We're going through the numbers and why this year could be the busiest yet. And from Aperol spritzes to girl dinners, 2023 saw a number of food and drink trends. So what's hot in 2024? Well, at least one of the answers could be cold, as in cold ramen. Get ready to dig into the biggest culinary crazes that could soon come to a table near you. You see me trying to do chopsticks with noodles, not my strength.
Maybe a resolution for you.
Exactly, something to work on.
And
exactly.
Hopefully the Aperol Spritz, though, stays, right?
It is, but there's going to be a different option that a lot of people are really into.
I've tried that one, too. I like it.
We'll get into that in a little bit. Of course, we do want to start this morning in Japan, where we are covering 2 major stories. We have breaking news out of Tokyo, where a passenger plane burst into flames after it collided with the Japanese Coast Guard plane. You can see the dramatic images of the aircraft just totally engulfed in flames. All 5 crew members on the Coast Guard plane were killed. The pilot is in critical condition. All 379 people on board the passenger plane were able to make it out safely.
This comes just after a fatal earthquake killed more than 45 people on the country's west coast yesterday. And this morning, the race is on to free survivors trapped under the rubble. Dr. Wendy Bohan is a geologist who specializes in earthquakes. She will join us in just a minute to help make sense of what happened yesterday. But first, we're going to bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. She has the very latest on both major stories out of Japan. Megan, good morning.
Though the people on board the passenger plane were able to escape, we are learning from Japan's transport minister, confirming for us that 5 people on board that Coast Guard flight have died. The pilot, the only one to escape alive, as the devastation in Japan continues. This morning, an emergency on the runway in Tokyo. This aircraft bursting into flames at Haneda Airport. The plane collided with another plane operated by the Japanese Coast Guard, according to the Coast Guard spokesperson. All of the nearly 400 people on the passenger plane are safe. The Coast Guard saying they're looking into the reports. It seems unrelated to the series of earthquakes that have rocked Japan. as first responders desperately look for survivors. The death toll on Japan's western coast already rising. More than 45 dead after a series of earthquakes, including a magnitude 7.6 that struck Monday afternoon. The quake, the largest the region has seen in decades, violently shaking train platforms and houses, sparking a massive fire that burned for hours. People in malls and shops scrambling for safety. But as the sun rises across the region, a look at the scope of the devastation and loss. This woman surveying the damage of her home, debris everywhere and walls caved in. She says, "I don't think we can live here anymore." She joins dozens of others now left without a place to live. Near the epicenter, smoke and embers still filled the air. Officials say this region was among the hardest hit. Homes and buildings flattened, private roads and streets buckled, cutting off access to people trapped on the other side. We are also learning that the Coast Guard plane was in fact set to deliver aid to the areas affected by the earthquake. That's according to the transport minister, as Japan is using boats and aircrafts as a way of getting needed supplies to those in need. Back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
For more, let's bring in Dr. Wendy Bohan. She is a geologist who studies earthquakes. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. So in addition to the earthquake in Japan, we saw quakes in Alaska and in California. So first of all, is there a connection between all these quakes? And just overall, are we seeing an increase in seismic activity right now?
Those are great questions. Fortunately, there is no increase in seismic activity. This is just the Earth doing Earth things. So Southern California has about 10,000 earthquakes every year. So having this little earthquake off of Palos Verdes is not a surprise. And Alaska had more than 2,200 earthquakes just last month. So no, fortunately, these earthquakes are not connected and seismic events are not increasing.
That is some good news. Japanese officials had warned that aftershocks, also tsunamis, that they could continue for up to a week. People should be on guard, especially for the next 3 days for another quake specifically. Does it still seem likely that Japan could get another major quake in the coming days?
We always expect there to be aftershocks after an earthquake this large. Some of them can be large enough to produce damage. In about 4 to 5% of earthquakes, there can be an even larger earthquake afterwards. But again, that's a 95 to 96% chance that this is the largest earthquake in the sequence. But people in the area will continue to feel shaking in the days to come. So they need to be prepared for that.
Large earthquakes and tsunamis are common in Japan. They've spent billions of dollars to quake-proof buildings. Still seems like what we've seen over the last couple days are common. Is it possible to create buildings that can withstand an earthquake? And if we had seen this earthquake in Tokyo, would the damage have looked different?
That's a great question. So we cannot make buildings earthquake-proof. What we want to do is make buildings resilient to very high levels of shaking. And Japan really leads the world in this area. So if you think about other earthquakes of this size that have occurred in other locations around the world, those were catastrophic disasters. And compared to that, while seeing this sort of damage and loss of life is heartbreaking, this is modest compared to what it would be if Japan hadn't taken those actions. And we've seen earthquakes of this size on the East Coast. They happen there fairly frequently. There was a magnitude 7.4 there in 2022. And again, we see damage around sort of this size, this magnitude, but not the level of devastation we see in other places because Japan is so prepared and so ready for earthquakes.
Dr. Wendy Bohan, appreciate your expertise this morning. A lot of folks have a lot of questions when we see earthquakes like this, so thanks for answering those questions.
Thanks for having me.
Now let's get to the latest on a new West Coast system that could bring some rain, maybe even some snow.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We've got some winter alerts up from Nevada all the way out to California. You can see some of those mountain ranges with the alerts right now, and here's why. We've got another system that's going to slam into the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California, all included in the impacts that we'll see today, mainly looking like some heavy rain, some snow, and potentially some gusty winds. At times, that rain and snow will stretch again from Washington Washington all the way into portions of central California. By tomorrow, it moves a little farther to the east. This is going to be the day that we really see some difficulty if you're going to be traveling in any of those mountainous areas. We'll see the wind, the snow make for some really slick conditions when it comes to the roads. As we get into Thursday, the system works a little farther east, and it does leave us with some rain stretching from parts of Texas all the way up into Colorado, seeing a little bit of snow. We'll see that kind of wintry mix in some spots across this region too. Again, not great for travel on the roads. By the time it's all said and done, I think we'll pick up the highest amounts closer to 3 inches, but more widespread amounts, 1/4 of an inch to 2 inches, are more likely. As far as snow is concerned, folks across the Sierra Range are going to be happy. Up to 8 inches, we could see some higher amounts in those localized spots, and we'll also get a good amount of snow for parts of the Rockies too. Big picture look for the week ahead. It looks like we'll see really nice conditions across the east. Most of the country is really quiet. We'll see some heavy rain across Texas today, and that system will move a little farther to the east, and we'll start to see the potential for some wet weather across parts of the southeast tomorrow. And by the time we get into the end of the week, seasonable conditions across the east, some rain and snow for the middle of the country, and we stay active across portions of the west. Now, this is what everybody wants to know. Savannah was whispering to me in the commercial break about this. Do we have snow in the forecast for the weekend for the Northeast? Potentially. Let's talk about the two systems that we could see. This is the American model. This is trending more intense for snowfall for the Appalachians and Mid-Atlantic. The path of this and the timing of this all matters. The European model is bringing it a little slower of a pace, but and starting a little farther to the south, but it does bring some heavy snow across parts of the Northeast. It is too early to talk about the amounts. It is too early to talk about which one of these scenarios will happen, but I know that people are seeing it on their weather app, so I'm just going to get ahead of it and tell you that there is a potential that there could be some impacts to maybe your plans or your travel on Sunday across the east.
People in New York would have to be like, what is this?
What is this white stuff
falling
from the
sky?
Like 600 something days since we've had snow?
A long, long time. Well overdue for a good amount of snow, but we'll see. We'll have a better idea by the time it gets to Thursday, Friday.
All right, so we'll keep talking then. All week. Thank you, Angie.
Now that Santa has made his yearly rounds and Times Square wraps up another New Year's celebration, much of the country can finally wind down. It was a whirlwind holiday travel season. AAA predicted it would be one of the busiest travel periods ever for the holiday stretch, with more than 115 million people crisscrossing the nation from December 23rd to January 1st. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with more on the travel rush. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Maybe you noticed more cars on your way into work today. You can see some of the activity building behind me. 2022 was the bounce back year for travel, and 2023 ended up taking that number to new heights. As you mentioned, more than 115 million Americans from the roadways to the runways crisscrossed the country for the holidays, according to AAA, in a major stress test for U.S. airlines. This morning, travelers are heading back home and back to work after a massive holiday rush crowded planes, trains, and roadways. TSA screened more than 2.6 million passengers on 7 out of 10 days around Christmas. Lines weaving through airports over the long weekend in places like Orlando, Chicago, and Atlanta. Still, 2023 marked the lowest flight cancellation rate in 5 years, according to the FAA. Welcomed improvement from last Christmas when winter storms set off a cascade of problems that stranded travelers. Are you relieved you haven't been delayed?
I'm relieved, believe me, especially with vacation.
And while for many flying has been smooth sailing, there have been heightened security concerns over the holiday from the war in the Middle East. And early on New Year's Day, a scary scene in Rochester, New York. A fiery crash killing 2 and injuring others after 2 SUVs collided and hit a group of pedestrians near a concert venue. Authorities finding gas canisters in one of the cars. The FBI now part of the investigation. Elsewhere in New York, traffic backed up yesterday around JFK and LaGuardia airports by pro-Palestinian protests on one of the busiest air travel days of the year. And major server issues caused Amtrak disruptions in the Northeast over the weekend.
My train has been delayed, and I don't know how I'm going to get there.
In Florida, Ryan Lewis's family is relieved their travel nightmare is over after his 16-year-old son, flying alone for the first time, accidentally boarded the wrong flight. He says Frontier Airlines never scanned Logan's ticket, and he landed in Puerto Rico instead of Cleveland as a result.
I could feel the fear in the text message. Like I could feel how scared he was. My heart pretty much sank at that point.
Frontier apologized to the family and got Logan to Cleveland the next day. While New Year's capped off a record stretch of air travel, analysts say 2024 will be even busier. And in terms of what to expect on the travel front for 2024, a major airline industry firm says air traffic control staffing challenges continue to increase the number of flight delays. And in speaking with a travel expert, Scott Keyes of Going, he says the number of flight cancellations in 2023 was so low it would be difficult to repeat that kind of success. So we could see a slight course correction, if you will, and a slight uptick in the number of flight disruptions in 2024. Here's to hoping it really is no more than slight, guys.
Yeah, no kidding. We have a repeat of 2023. I also go Puerto Rico instead of Cleveland. I mean, there's pros and cons to that. So, but I guess if you're that young.
Maybe not at that age.
Exactly. All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Well, in southern Gaza this morning, Israel is pressing on with its aerial and ground assault one day after announcing it would draw down some troops. It comes as Prime Minister Netanyahu was dealt a blow after the country's Supreme Court struck down a controversial new law passed by his government that would have limited the court's powers. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on all this. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. Yeah, there was no break for the fighting during the holidays. And in fact, it looks like this war might even be expanding, threatening to drag the U.S. into a direct confrontation with Iran.
This morning, the war in the Middle East spilling beyond Israel's borders. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran escalating on the high seas. Iran had supported Yemeni rebels attacking ships in the Red Sea, but is now deploying a warship there for the first time since the latest conflict began. Iran's Al Borz warship entering the Red Sea this weekend, according to the semi-official Tasnim news agency. It comes as the U.S. Navy is confronting those Iran-backed militants, the Yemen-based Houthis. American helicopters repelling an attack, killing 10 Houthi fighters and sinking 3 of their ships, raising the stakes in a region already reeling from war. And now Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has just taken a direct hit. The country's Supreme Court shot down his signature legislation, a law designed to limit the court's own power. Months before the war, Netanyahu's judicial overhaul bill had divided Israel and inspired weeks of often violent protests. And a significant announcement from Israel, pulling back thousands of troops from Gaza, the biggest withdrawal since the war began after Hamas's terror attacks inside Israel on October 7th, which killed 1,200 people and captured more than 200 hostages. But Israel still vowing to fight on through the year. In Gaza, the civilian population continues to suffer, including children like Ahmed Abu Daka, who only months ago was speaking to the United Nations, asking them to help the Palestinian people.
We're following breaking news out of Rochester, New York, where police and the FBI are investigating a deadly crash following a concert. Now, it happened early yesterday morning, just an hour into the new year, outside of the Kodak Center for Performing Arts. 2 people were killed, 5 others were injured after police say a vehicle full of gasoline cans crashed into another car. Both vehicles then crashed into a crowd of people gathered outside the concert venue. Police say the collision caused an explosion and a large fire you see there that took an hour to put out. The FBI is now helping Rochester Police with their investigation. As you can see, authorities are holding a news conference right now with Rochester Police Chief David Smith. Let's listen.
Major Crimes Unit, our Joint Terrorism Task Force members, and the Arson Task Force, which you remember I said yesterday, the Arson Task Force is police detectives, fire investigators, and ATF is also a normal part of the Arson Task Force. They've been conducting an extensive investigation into the tragedy that occurred on New Year's Eve outside the Kodak Theater on Westridge Road. The following is a synopsis of the information we have learned thus far. Again, it must be noted, we are still gathering information, and all of this is preliminary. All evidence point to the suspect as 35-year-old Michael Avery from the Syracuse, New York area. The suspect passed away last night. He has not been scientifically identified, but we are in the process of confirming his identity. We have been in contact with his family since yesterday. Avery traveled to Rochester, New York in his personal vehicle on or about December 27th and checked in at the Wood Spring Suites in the town of Greece. On December 29th, at about 2:45 p.m., Avery rented the Ford Expedition from a car rental agency at the Rochester airport. On December 30th, Between 9 a.m. until about 6 p.m., Avery made at least a half dozen purchases of gasoline and gas containers from different locations throughout the Monroe County and Ontario County areas. Thus far, our information has shown he was alone when making these purchases. On January 1st, about 12:52 a.m., Avery was operating the rented Ford Expedition eastbound on West Ridge Road. At about this time, 2 Rochester police officers assigned to the concert were on traffic posts and stopping traffic to allow for pedestrians to cross. At this time, Avery sped up, crossed into the oncoming lane of traffic, and appears to have intentionally been driving towards the pedestrian crossing. At about the same time, a rideshare vehicle containing 2 passengers in the back seat was pulling out of the theater parking lot and was struck by Avery's Expedition. This created the chain of events that followed, leading to the death of the 2 rear seat passengers of the rideshare vehicle and the injuries of at least 9 pedestrians. That number has changed since yesterday as more people have come forward to report their injuries. Yesterday, a search warrant was executed on the hotel room rented by Michael Avery. There was no suicide note recovered during the search of the hotel room. An additional search warrant was executed on Avery's personal vehicle, which was recovered at the airport parking garage. Investigators are still combing through evidence recovered from his vehicle, but nothing thus far has been recovered that provides any additional insight into why this occurred. Although the motive behind the crime remains unknown, the conversations we've had with his family so far leads us to believe that Avery may have been suffering from possible undiagnosed mental health issues. At this time, we've not been able to identify that there was anyone else involved in the crime or that it was part of a larger plot. Additionally, we have not uncovered any information leading us to believe that the actions of Michael Avery on New Year's Eve were motivated by any form of political or social biases. It must be noted this is an ongoing investigation and additional information may be developed. We're going to share his photo today and ask that anyone with additional information about this tragedy or about the suspect's motivation, please contact the RPD Major Crimes Unit at 428-7157. There's also an email, and this will be on the written release when we put it out, but it's majorcrimes@cityofrochester.gov. Mayor Evans is going to say a few words, and then I will come back and take some questions.
Just let me again reiterate my thanks to our law enforcement partners and to the Rochester Police Department, Rochester Fire Department, FBI, ATF, all of our partners that are here for their work on this unfortunate case. As the chief said, there are still many unanswered questions. We hope to continue to provide updates as we have them. I have been getting inundated with questions as to why this individual would choose, number one, Rochester, New York, why he would choose to do this on New Year's Day, and why he would appear to target concert goers trying to have a great time to bring in the new year. Those are all things that we don't have questions. Those are all questions that have been raised and things that we just don't have answers to yet. But as I've said, the Evans administration is big on transparency. So we wanted to make sure today that we provide an update on all the information that we have available now, because there's been tons of stuff that has been out there that has been unsubstantiated. But what the chief just laid out is the facts. But the most important thing today, I think, for us as we go into the new year is to remember the victims of this horrific accident. Remember, these folks were going to see a Grateful Dead tribute band, and they were expecting to be able to ring in the new year and have a good time. But instead, we have individuals that are now going to be burying family members, and we have people who have now life-altering injuries because of the choices that this suspect made. So I hope that Rochester and the broader community continues to pray for the families that are mourning the loss of their loved ones, and that we pray for the speedy recovery of the lives of the lives that have been impacted by this tragedy. This is a very traumatic experience, not only for the people who experienced this, but also the first responders. It should be noted that there were off-duty Rochester police officers that sprung into action to try to render aid to the individual that was responsible for this heinous act, not even thinking about their own safety, but running to try to put out the fire of the inferno that he started. So even in the midst of this despicable tragedy, there is a reminder that there still is goodness in this world of the individuals that sprang into action without thinking about their own safety to try to save others. So our thoughts and prayers are with the families and the victims. We will continue to provide updates as we have them. We did that yesterday. And as we get more information, we will continue to provide them. There are lots of questions. I have lots of questions. Everyone up here still has lots of questions. Why Rochester? Why Syracuse? Why all the gas cans? These are all things that will continue to be investigated. And as the chief has said, this is an ongoing investigation until it's not. So this is an ongoing investigation until it's not. But we will continue to provide updates as we have them. And the last thing I want to say is that anyone during these festive holiday seasons, sometimes people have issues dealing with some of the challenges that they have. I want to encourage folks in the Rochester community, the broader community, to seek help if you need it. There is so much help out there. 988 is a number that can be called for anyone that is experiencing suicidal issues, mental health issues. There are resources that are out there. And I sometimes think in our broader communities, when we see these types of tragedies, what could happen if people seek out those resources that are available to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions?
What leads you to believe that Mr. Avery has or had mental health problems?
That's based on our conversations with the family. That, as I said, we've been talking to them since yesterday. There are parts of the investigation I'm still not going to comment on, so we'll leave that for now. No journal, no suicide note.
What ties does he have to Rochester and this community?
That we don't know. Again, as the mayor said, why Rochester? Why this venue? We just don't know.
Chief, any previous interaction with police, either here or in Syracuse, and any evidence that his family ever tried to get him any help for his mental health issue?
Well, again, I'm not gonna comment on his family business. I don't know, and no contacts with law enforcement.
Chief, now that you've ruled sort of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, have you ruled out that there was any social or political agenda? Is there any nexus to terrorism here at all? Because I know that word has been thrown out a lot. What do you want to say about that?
Well, I'll let Agent Bell comment on that, but as I said, we have not found any of that yet. The investigation will continue. We have not found that. Jeremy, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. Chief, thank you. Good morning. So I can confirm our Joint Terrorism Task Force is involved, but that's not abnormal in a case like this. What I can tell you is so far we've uncovered no evidence of an ideology and no nexus to terrorism, either international or domestic, so far in the investigation.
Will the FBI still be part of the investigation then, or do you hand it back over to local police?
Absolutely. The FBI and our Joint Terrorism Task Force will see this investigation through to its end with the RPD and our law enforcement partners. But again, that's not abnormal. It's something we do in all the cases such as this one. Thank you.
While you're there. Listening to a news conference out of Rochester, New York, police commenting on a deadly crash that happened just about an hour into the new year yesterday morning in Rochester, where one car, according to police, sped up, crossed into oncoming traffic, hit another vehicle, a rideshare vehicle. 2 passengers in the rear of that vehicle were killed. Those cars then hit other pedestrians. 9 pedestrians were injured. The The car that sparked all of this, filled with gas cans, exploded. There was a fire that lasted about an hour. Police now revealing there was a suspect, 35-year-old Michael Avery from Syracuse. He died last night. At this point, police are still trying to figure out why this happened. They searched the hotel the man checked into days before this happened in Greece, New York. That's about 8 miles outside of Rochester. Found no suicide note, no journal. They've searched his personal vehicle, which was left at the airport. He actually rented a vehicle, according to police, to conduct what happened on New Year's Day. They say there's nothing that adds any insight into why this happened. But police say they did speak with family members of Michael Avery and that he had possible undiagnosed mental health issues. At this point, the FBI saying no nexus to terrorism. Police saying there's no evidence anyone else was involved. There was no social or political biases, but that on December 30th, this man apparently made several purchases of gasoline at different places throughout the area, and the car he was driving was filled with gasoline. Police say this is an ongoing investigation. They will continue to try and answer questions as to why this happened. But again, at this point, 2 people killed, plus the man who was behind the wheel, 9 injured. Be sure to stick with NBC News Now throughout the day for any updates on the investigation. For now, the news continues right now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, after suffering years of physical and mental abuse, Gypsy Rose Blanchard captured national attention after admitting she planned the murder of her mother with her then boyfriend.
She pleaded guilty to second-degree murder back in 2016, and now at 32 years old, she's speaking out after her release from prison 5 days ago. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us with more on this. Laura, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. For much of her life, Gypsy Rose made headlines for the wrong reasons. Her mother, Dee Dee, treating her originally healthy daughter as a terminally ill patient, making her use a wheelchair and endure countless surgeries. Her story has garnered worldwide attention and was even turned into a documentary and TV series. But now, out of jail, Gypsy Rose is making headlines all on her own.
Hey everyone, this is Gypsy. I'm finally free.
After 8 years behind bars for her mother's murder, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, now a free woman.
Hey everyone, happy New Year's Eve.
And right back in the spotlight, speaking out for the first time on her newly created social media accounts.
I just want to send a quick video to thank everyone for the massive amount of support that I've been getting on social media. Everyone has been really, really nice.
That massive support earning her 6 million followers on TikTok and close to another 6 million on Instagram in less than a week, posting her first selfie since out of prison.
photos of her wedding ring, kissing her husband, Ryan Anderson, who she married while in prison, and promoting her upcoming Lifetime series and ebook.
It's more of my reflection of everything that I've learned and experienced in the last 8.5 years.
Gypsy Rose, perhaps the most famous victim of what's known as Munchausen by proxy. Authorities say her mom, Dee Dee Blanchard, falsely claimed that Gypsy Rose suffered from leukemia, asthma, and muscular dystrophy, confining her to a wheelchair and subjecting her to multiple unnecessary surgeries over a span of nearly 2 decades.
Things are not always as they appear.
But things took a turn in 2015 when prosecutors say Gypsy Rose and her then boyfriend, Nicholas Godejohn, hatched a plot to kill her mother.
I played a part in asking him to commit the murder.
The two were arrested and charged with murder, Gypsy Rose taking a plea deal, while Godejohn went to trial and received life in prison. Now, as Gypsy Rose celebrates her freedom, she's revealing her side.
I will finally share my story the way that it should be shared.
So what about this former boyfriend? Is he saying anything now?
So the difference is he actually went to trial, whereas she took a plea deal. He was convicted, obviously sentenced to life in prison, but his lawyers are actually now asking for a new trial. They say he's on the autism spectrum and that she actually manipulated him into committing that crime. So we'll see where it goes, guys.
Right. Laura, thank you so much for the update. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Laura. Well, we may have just gotten through one of the busiest holiday travel seasons on record, but a lot of folks are already planning their next getaway. But before you book, there's a new travel trend that could save you a lot of money. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains.
Hey guys, good morning. No surprise that more people are taking to the skies. And even when this holiday travel season winds down, you might find out that your popular tourist hotspot, you're having a bit more competition when it comes to the crowds. Well, enter the idea of the travel dupe or duplicate location. An idea that promises really big rewards if you're willing to get a little creative about where you might end up. They're destinations we know and love. Venice, Paris, Tokyo, New York, just to name a few. They're beautiful and fun, as long as you don't mind the crowds or the cost, which is exactly what's fueling a new online travel trend.
Venice dupe, Barcelona dupe, Machu Picchu dupe.
Urging travelers to find their destination dupe or duplicate location.
If you like this, then you should try this. If you like this, you would love this.
It's gotten very, very expensive in the past couple of years.
Travel pro Casey Carr says for his clients on a budget, dupes can open a whole new world.
You're looking for similar weather, similar geography, so mountains for mountains or big cities for big cities.
In the Caribbean, move over St. Martin. U.S. flight searches to the island of Curacao exploded 200%. Sold on Sydney, Australia. Global searches for its dupe city of Perth topped 100%, and U.S. searches for Liverpool, England, a potential London dupe, spiked 138% over the last year.
I would want to have some savings to go to an alternate destination, though Liverpool versus London isn't really that far off. So
no Buckingham Palace, but you still get the Beatles. Exactly.
So there you go. That's great.
Travel dupes are really the best because not only are you saving a ton of money by going to a place that is maybe a little more undiscovered, but you're experiencing a whole maybe different culture.
But best friends and travel influencers Nikki Costa and Tiffany Shiro say with the potential savings comes responsibility.
Just be respectful, like it's not about you, and really just try to get to know the people there and the locals and understand their way of life. I think that's what travel is all about.
Just remember, not all dupes are created equal. Montreal for Paris, France, yes.
Yes.
Paris, Texas for Paris, France.
No.
And for the die-hard bucket list travelers, the same rules still apply. The earlier, the better.
Like, we're going to New York to see the Today Show. I can't see the Today Show anywhere else.
I did not tell her to say that, by the way.
There is only one New York City.
There you go. I like that. There's only one New York City.
Exactly.
All right, Morgan Chesky, thanks for that.
So more people are shelling out money for love. A recent survey by Pew Research found about 35% of Americans are subscribing to dating apps in an effort to find love. Some say it's the only way to actually find true love. Damona Hoffman joins us now for more on this. She's a certified dating coach, host of the Dates and Mates podcast, and way down on her resume, she was my college roommate. She's also the author of F the Fairy Tale, Rewrite the Dating. Rewrite the dating myths and live your own love story. Damona, always good to have you on, my friend. So,
I love this.
Even if it's not the only way to find true love, walk us through the benefits of actually paying for dating apps, how it is helping people look for relationships.
Well, there are a lot of reasons to pay for a premium experience. First of all, you can save time. That's our most precious resource, Joe. We're running out of time all the time. And if you can see who already likes you and you can shortcut that process of swiping, I think that is worth it. It also distinguishes the serious daters from what I call the looky-loos, the tire kickers, the time wasters. So there's this new tier on Tinder. It's by invitation. So you know that anyone there, they're sort of hand-selected, and they are there for probably more serious intentions, because people are really making the financial investment. You put your money where your heart is. And, you know, it gives you so many different tools as well to differentiate yourself from the crowd. That's what I always hear from daters. Like, there's so many people online. How do I separate myself? Well, getting some of these features, getting some of these badges, getting the visibility, that will expand your pool and get more options for you in your dating journey in 2024.
What do you say to someone who is looking for love, maybe is on these apps, but skeptical about actually paying for them?
Well, I say you get what you pay for, right? And if you are just there casually kind of seeing what's out there, I think it's fine. But you're going to have a fun experience, but you might not get the results that you're looking for. And a lot of times when people write into my podcast, Dates and Mates, they say, I am looking for a serious relationship, but it feels like the people on the apps aren't there for the same reasons. But I usually will find that those people aren't making the investment. And actually some new Pew research shows that those who have paid for a dating app have a better experience than those who don't.
So say you did make this decision, yeah, I'm going to pay for it, so now I'm jumping in. Still, there's more to it than that. How do you approach finding a relationship online? Is finding love the absolute end goal, or are there other ways you should kind of go into it?
You get to choose your own adventure. You get to write your own fairy tale and love story. But look, I met my husband online, and that's how the majority of my clients have met their partners. So I know it works, and it's such a benefit that we have our dating pool expanded. We used to only be able to date people in our local community. Now our dating pool is expanded to anyone in the world. And I think that's ultimately a really good thing. And I think finding love is the most important thing. The who you choose to partner with is the biggest decision you'll ever make in your life. So I say don't leave it to chance, make the investment.
All right, and give us some tips for making our profile stand out.
Ooh, well, I like to talk about the 3 C's in your dating profile photos. So this is thinking of your photo as telling your story visually. So the 3 C's are color, context, and character. Color is to stand out, and that's just strategic. You're swiping through a bunch of photos, that color will pop. Context is telling your story through your photos. And then character, that's the one that most people forget, Savannah. It's actually showing your personality, showing that quirky, that unusual, that unique side of you that would actually make someone stop, message, and go out.
Very cool. Damona Hoffman, congrats on the new book. Thank you as always for joining us this morning. It's so good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you too.
Thank you. Coming up, a new warning from health officials concerned with a rise in respiratory illnesses.
From RSV to flu to COVID, we're breaking down what you need to know about the post-holiday spike.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, the holiday season has come to an end. Now many people are returning home with an unwanted gift, a variety of respiratory illnesses. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us from Atlanta with the latest on a surge in these seasonal illnesses. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. Health officials say this is our new normal. Now, of course, around this time of the year, we're typically used to seeing a rise in flu and RSV cases, but this is the first season that we're now officially beyond the pandemic. So now COVID has fully rolled into that list of normal seasonal illnesses. Combine that with the fact that vaccinations are down, and experts say that we can expect to see a rise in cases in the weeks to come.
As the holiday season winds down, health officials warn respiratory illnesses are quickly ramping up. A troubling trifecta of flu, COVID, and RSV, with rising cases fueled by holiday gatherings and peak travel season. According to the CDC, at least 30 states have reported high or very high levels of flu-like illnesses, with hospitalizations also on the rise.
A lot of people are getting sick out here.
It comes as vaccination numbers are hitting a troubling low. According to the CDC, just 18% of Americans have received the latest COVID booster, and fewer than half of American adults have gotten their flu shot, prompting the CDC in December to issue this urgent message to doctors: encourage at-risk patients to get the shot. And experts warn, prepare for even more cases in January.
We do expect cases are going to rise. Hospitalizations are going to rise well in to the end of January, early February.
All of it has led to some hospitals in at least 4 states and the District of Columbia to reinstate mask mandates, including Massachusetts, where this nurse sounded off on social media.
Mandatory mask. What does that tell y'all? COVID is back.
In California, UC San Diego hospitals have banned entry for children under age 12, a population where respiratory illnesses can be especially dangerous.
When should parents be concerned?
2 situations. One, if you have a very young child, say an infant age, and they're having respiratory wheezing, you can actually hear them audibly wheezing, get them immediately seen. The second is if they wake up in the morning, and this is a child of any age, and they have a bad sore throat, they also have a fever, and they're not coughing, can be correlated with strep throat. It's important to get them seen immediately.
And another important note for parents, this is the first year that an RSV vaccine has been available. Now, that's especially important for pregnant women who can get that shot at a certain point in their pregnancy and protect their child against RSV, something that, of course, we know can be deadly in infants. Now, one other tip, Savannah, for adults, oftentimes around this time of the year when we get a cough or we get a runny nose, we can kind of say, okay, we'll just ride it out and it'll go away on its own. But doctors say it's actually important to go get seen and get tested. See what you're dealing with. Are you dealing with the flu, or is it COVID or RSV? Because there are treatments available. They say oftentimes these illnesses get more serious when they don't have to. But the bottom line across the board, it's not too late to get vaccinated or get boosted. Savannah.
All right, Blaine, really good tips there for people to keep in mind as they're feeling under the weather this season. Thank you so much. Well, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this. Hi, Dr. Patel. As always, it's great to see you. So we're hearing this trifecta, flu, COVID, RSV surging across many states this season. But we heard Blaine say this right off the top. I mean, is this essentially just our new normal during the winter season, and how do we get used to that?
Yeah, it's a little too soon to tell if this is going to repeat itself every year. But what we do know is that COVID has kind of come back into the fold, and we're not stopping what we're doing every day, right? People are traveling. We've had holidays. People are gathering. But that's just going to contribute to spreading all of these viruses. So we'll likely see these numbers not just doubling, but tripling, quadrupling, exponentially rising over the next couple of weeks.
Is a lot of this because everybody was just with their families gathering indoors during the holidays?
That and the fact that we're dealing with one of the most infectious variants, JN1. It is the most easy to give. Now, here's some good news. It's not severe. It's not like previous surges where we had a lot of hospitalizations and deaths. They're definitely happening, but not to the rate at which people are getting infected. That's contributing all around the world, Savannah, and it's also leading to these other viruses just presenting themselves. Just when we now have patients that have 1, 2, 3 viruses at the same time, and that can just offer more chances to get infected.
We just had some numbers up on the screen. I want to go through some of them. So COVID, of course, still the leading driver of respiratory virus hospitalizations. But we look at this full screen here on our screens for viewers. The flu is on the rise. The CDC estimating that there have been 7 million illnesses. And of those, 73,000 hospitalizations related to the flu this season. How concerned are you when you see that number? And tell us what symptoms people should specifically be on the lookout to determine whether, hey, this might be something more serious than a common cold.
Yeah, very concerned. We're seeing flu really kind of outpacing what we would normally expect. And here's just a little bit of kind of fact for you. Australia, which is in its warm season right now, is also seeing record high in flu. And so when we see other countries that are warm and they're getting high flu rates, we're getting hit with those flu rates as well. That alarms many of us. And what we should look for, the distinction between flu, COVID, and RSV can be subtle. All of them can have a cough. All of them can have a sore throat. Flu is still generally classically presenting with those kind of shakes and chills, that feeling, Savannah, like you got to get under 10 blankets to get comfortable. You do need to get, I think, as Blaine mentioned, get diagnosed, and not just because you need to know what you're dealing with, but we offer treatments depending on what age and who you are. We can have treatments for all of these illnesses, especially if you're immunocompromised. So be on the watch out. Get those home antigen tests, because the most common question is, could this be COVID? Get the home antigen tests. I've been seeing them free and around. And then also advocate for yourself. If you are positive, ask and say, is there a treatment available for me that I should look into?
Really important info from both you and Blaine on the fact that there are treatments out there. So if you're not feeling well, see your doctor. Dr. Patel, as always, thank you very much and Happy New Year.
Thank you. You too.
Now let's get to some financial headlines this morning. Bitcoin, they're seeing some major gains as crypto's recent rally conjures some excitement among investors. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us again with that and some other financial headlines for us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so the crypto market is off to a strong start in 2024. Bitcoin surging past $45,000 today to its highest level since April of 2022. And analysts say excitement over the potential for Bitcoin-related exchange-traded funds, or ETFs, drove the digital currency 157% higher in 2023. Investors have been expecting the SEC to approve an ETF that tracks the spot price of Bitcoin as soon as this week. Shares of Apple coming under pressure today. Barclays downgrading the stock to underweight or sell for the first time since 2019. Now, Barclays is warning of slowing demand for the iPhone 15. It also doesn't see any major feature or upgrade that's likely to compel consumers to buy an iPhone 16 when it comes out in the second half of this year. Apple stock rose 50% last year to a record high, but there are doubts whether it can repeat those gains this year. And DoorDash is plotting expansion beyond its core restaurant delivery business in the U.S. as it looks at ways to invest its growing pile of cash. The company CEO telling the Financial Times they will keep a high bar for potential acquisitions. DoorDash completed a takeover of Finland's Wolt in 2022, extending its reach into 27 countries. The platform has nearly doubled its market share over the past 5 years and now commands 59% of the U.S. market. That is far ahead of Uber, Savannah.
All right, there you go. Silvana, thank you so much. You got it. Well, coming up, get your knife and fork ready. We're setting the table with the new culinary crazes. It might be coming to you in 2024. Stay with us.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If you live in Michigan and you bought a Powerball ticket, pay close attention. That's because last night, someone in the Great Lakes state became the newest multi-millionaire, winning the jackpot prize of more than $842 million. The winner has not yet come forward to claim the jaw-dropping prize, which is the 5th largest Powerball jackpot in history. According to Michigan's lottery, the lucky ticket was sold at a food castle in the city of Grand Blanc, Michigan. You weren't around there during the holidays, were you, Joe?
I did not get a chance to visit Michigan. Now I wish I had.
Right? There you go.
A lot of people from there. All right, thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
So 2023 introduced us to some hot new dining trends that you may not have predicted, like butter boards or, of course, girl dinner. And with a new year comes new ways to enjoy what we eat, including surprising twists on old favorites. We hopped around New York City to check out which food trends you might find there and in your own neck of the woods in 2024. Take a look.
This story, like any good meal, begins with a drink.
Most people have heard of the Aperol Spritz. What do you got here?
For here, we have the Hugo Spritz. That's what's on the menu at more and more restaurants like Republic Latin Fusion in Brooklyn. Owner Christian Almonte says you just need 3 ingredients: elderflower liqueur, sparkling wine like Prosecco, and club soda.
All right, cheers.
For me, it's a less bitter alternative to the Aperol Spritz.
Oh, that's good. That's like super refreshing.
Yelp says searches for the Hugo Spritz were up more than 1,100% last year, proof that elderflower is a huge trend.
We like to call it the bartender's ketchup in our scene, because you put on a little bit of anything and it just goes perfect. Like it just works.
You won't find any ketchup at New York's Nakamura, where ramen reigns. A far cry from the instant cups stockpiled in college dorm rooms. Chef Shigeshi Nakamura is known as one of Japan's ramen gods.
Noodle is a game changer, I think.
First, we sample a classic style, torigara, with a thinner noodle that I tried to eat with chopsticks.
All right, here we go. Nope.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let's try that again.
So like this?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect, like the ramen, which I'm told you are allowed to slurp.
That's delicious.
These days, the chef says thicker noodles and thicker sauces are becoming more popular, with many craving cold ramen.
So take some like a noodle like this.
Okay.
And dip.
Dip.
And eat.
Yelp searches for cold ramen jumped 30% last year.
So the sauce is sort of the star here, right?
Yes.
It's got a lot of the flavor. Yeah.
More diners are also taking a dip into meat alternatives. Chef Guy Vaknin owns several plant-based New York restaurants, including a Nixie, which serves Mediterranean food.
Most of our customers are not vegetarian or vegan for that matter.
While beef and chicken alternatives are quite common, Vaknin's also focusing on plant-based seafood, a quickly evolving trend.
Nice and delicate, the way salmon or cured salmon should be.
It tastes like salmon, I would never know.
He recently added this salmon fillet to the menu, revolutionary, he says.
Because you can cook it, it flakes like a salmon, it looks like a salmon, it tastes like a salmon. That's a touch in what the future is going to bring to us.
For our final course, let's head back to Brooklyn for an after-dinner drink, the Carajillo. Just 2 ingredients, a sweet Spanish liqueur and coffee, in this case, espresso.
Oh, that is good. It's almost like a cup of coffee with cream in it, right?
A new nightcap to start the year.
Bottom line, coffee, cocktails, elderflower, those are the drinks to watch for this year. Gin may also be having more of a moment. As for food, plant-based, sustainable, climate-conscious, these are all trends that are going to keep going. Some also feel there's going to be a mushroom trend really accelerating this year, which grosses me out because I do not like mushrooms.
Me either.
So, yeah.
I didn't know that about you.
Oh, it's the texture, right?
Yeah,
anyway.
I know. It's way too much.
Apologies, I know many of you love mushrooms.
Yes,
so.
including my entire family.
Exactly, all right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning and Happy New Year. Thanks for being with us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Breaking right now on Morning News Now, terror on the tarmac. At least 5 people are dead after a passenger plane collided with a Coast Guard plane. That passenger plane landing in Tokyo with nearly 400 people on board. You can see the flames pouring out of the fuselage. This just the latest trouble for Japan, where rescue crews are still searching for survivors after a series of deadly earthquakes left many with no place to go. We've got the very latest. Plus, a major ruling from Israel's Supreme Court striking down a key part of Prime Minister Netanyahu's judicial overhaul plan, what it means for the future of the country, as the IDF announces it will begin withdrawing some troops from Gaza in order to pace itself for a long fight. Back in business, Americans have been bitten by the travel bug, with a record number taking to the skies and hitting the roads in 2023. But the year was not without its hiccups. We're going through the numbers and why this year could be the busiest yet. And from Aperol spritzes to girl dinners, 2023 saw a number of food and drink trends. So what's hot in 2024? Well, at least one of the answers could be cold, as in cold ramen. Get ready to dig into the biggest culinary crazes that could soon come to a table near you. You see me trying to do chopsticks with noodles, not my strength.
Maybe a resolution for you.
Exactly, something to work on. Exactly.
Hopefully the Aperol Spritz, though, stays, right?
It is, but there's going to be a different option that a lot of people are really into.
I've tried that one, too. I like it.
We'll get into that in a little bit. Of course, we do want to start this morning in Japan, where we are covering two major stories. We have breaking news out of Tokyo, where a passenger plane burst into flames after it collided with a Japanese Coast Guard plane. You can see the dramatic images of the aircraft just totally engulfed in flames. All 5 crew members on the Coast Guard plane were killed. The pilot is in critical condition. All 379 people on board the passenger plane were able to make it out safely.
This comes just after a fatal earthquake killed more than 45 people on the country's west coast yesterday. And this morning, the race is on to free survivors trapped under the rubble. Dr. Wendy Bohan is a geologist who specializes in earthquakes. She will join us in just a minute to help make sense of what happened yesterday. But first, we're going to bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. She has the very latest on both major stories out of Japan. Megan, good morning.
Though the people on board the passenger plane were able to escape, we are learning from Japan's transport minister, confirming for us that 5 people on board that Coast Guard flight have died. The pilot, the only one to escape alive, as the devastation in Japan continues. This morning, an emergency on the runway in Tokyo. This aircraft bursting into flames at Haneda Airport. The plane collided with another plane operated by the Japanese Coast Guard, according to the Coast Guard spokesperson. All of the nearly 400 people on the passenger plane are safe. The Coast Guard saying they're looking into the reports. It seems unrelated to the series of earthquakes that have rocked Japan. As first responders desperately look for survivors, the death toll on Japan's western coast already rising. More than 45 dead after a series of earthquakes, including a magnitude 7.6 that struck Monday afternoon. The quake, the largest the region has seen in decades, violently shaking train platforms and houses, sparking a massive fire that burned for hours. People in malls and shops scrambling for safety. But as the sun rises across the region, a look at the scope of the devastation and loss. This woman surveying the damage of her home, debris everywhere and walls caved in. She says, "I don't think we can live here anymore." She joins dozens of others now left without a place to live. Near the epicenter, smoke and embers still filled the air. Officials say this region was among the hardest hit. Homes and buildings flattened, private roads and streets buckled, cutting off access to people trapped on the other side. We are also learning that the Coast Guard plane was in fact set to deliver aid to the areas affected by the earthquake. That's according to the transport minister, as Japan is using boats and aircrafts as a way of getting needed supplies to those in need. Back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
For more, let's bring in Dr. Wendy Bohan. She is a geologist who studies earthquakes. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. So in addition to the earthquake in Japan, we saw quakes in Alaska and in California. So first of all, is there a connection between all these quakes? And just overall, are we seeing an increase in seismic activity right now?
Those are great questions. Fortunately, there is no increase in seismic activity. This is just the Earth doing Earth things. So Southern California has about 10,000 earthquakes every year. So having this little earthquake off of Palos Verdes is not a surprise. And Alaska had more than 2,200 earthquakes just last month. So no, fortunately, these earthquakes are not connected and seismic events are not increasing.
That is some good news. Japanese officials had warned that aftershocks, also tsunamis, that they could continue for up to a week. People should be on guard, especially for the next 3 days for another quake specifically. Does it still seem likely that Japan could get another major quake in the coming days?
We always expect there to be aftershocks after an earthquake this large. Some of them can be large enough to produce damage. In about 4 to 5% of earthquakes, there can be an even larger earthquake afterwards. But again, that's a 95 to 96% chance that this is the largest earthquake in the sequence. But people in the area will continue to feel shaking in the days to come. So they need to be prepared for that.
Large earthquakes and tsunamis are common in Japan. They've spent billions of dollars to quake-proof buildings. Still seems like what we've seen over the last couple days are common. Is it possible to create buildings that can withstand an earthquake? And if we had seen this earthquake in Tokyo, would the damage have looked different?
That's a great question. So we cannot make buildings earthquake proof. What we want to do is make buildings resilient to very high levels of shaking. And Japan really leads the world in this area. So if you think about other earthquakes of this size that have occurred in other locations around the world, those were catastrophic disasters. And compared to that, while seeing this sort of damage and loss of life is heartbreaking, this is modest compared to what it would be if Japan hadn't taken those actions. And we've seen earthquakes of this size on the East Coast. They happen there fairly frequently. There was a magnitude 7.4 there in 2022. And again, we see damage around sort of this size, this magnitude, but not the level of devastation we see in other places because Japan is so prepared and so ready for earthquakes.
Dr. Wendy Bohan, appreciate your expertise this morning. A lot of folks have a lot of questions when we see earthquakes like this, so thanks for answering those questions.
Thanks for having me.
Now let's get to the latest on a new West Coast system that could bring some rain, maybe even some snow.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We've got some winter alerts up from Nevada all the way out to California. You can see some of those mountain ranges with the alerts right now, and here's why. We've got another system that's going to slam into the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California, all included in the impacts that we'll see today, mainly looking like some heavy rain, some snow, and potentially some gusty winds. At times, that rain and snow will stretch again from Washington all the way into portions of central California. By tomorrow, it moves a little farther to the east. This is going to be the day that we really see some difficulty if you're going to be traveling in any of those mountainous areas. We'll see the wind, the snow make for some really slick conditions when it comes to the roads. As we get into Thursday, the system works a little farther east, and it does leave us with some rain stretching from parts of Texas all the way up into Colorado, seeing a little bit of snow. We'll see that kind of wintry mix in some spots across this region too. Again, not great for travel on the roads. By the time it's all said and done, I think we'll pick up the highest amounts closer to 3 inches, but more widespread amounts, 1/4 of an inch to 2 inches, are more likely. As far as snow is concerned, folks across the Sierra Range are going to be happy. Up to 8 inches, we could see some higher amounts in those localized spots, and we'll also get a good amount of snow for parts of the Rockies too. Big picture look for the week ahead. It looks like we'll see really nice conditions across the east. Most of the country is really quiet. We'll see some heavy rain across Texas today, and that system will move a little farther to the east, and we'll start to see the potential for some wet weather across parts of the southeast tomorrow. And by the time we get into the end of the week, seasonable conditions across the east, some rain and snow for the middle of the country, and we stay active across portions of the west. Now, this is what everybody wants to know. Savannah was whispering to me in the commercial break about this. Do we have snow in the forecast for the weekend for the Northeast? Potentially. Let's talk about the two systems that we could see. This is the American model. This is trending more intense for snowfall for the Appalachians and Mid-Atlantic. The path of this and the timing of this all matters. The European model is bringing it a little slower of a pace, but and starting a little farther to the south, but it does bring some heavy snow across parts of the Northeast. It is too early to talk about the amounts. It is too early to talk about which one of these scenarios will happen, but I know that people are seeing it on their weather app, so I'm just going to get ahead of it and tell you that there is a potential that there could be some impacts to maybe your plans or your travel on Sunday across the east.
People in New York would have to be like, what is this?
What is this white stuff
falling?
What,
600 something days since we've had snow?
A long, long time. Well overdue for a good amount of snow. But we'll see. We'll have a better idea by the time it gets to Thursday, Friday.
All right. So we'll keep talking.
Then.
All week. Thank you, Angie.
Now that Santa has made his yearly rounds and Times Square wraps up another New Year's celebration, much of the country can finally wind down. It was a whirlwind holiday travel season. AAA predicted it would be one of the busiest travel periods ever for the holiday stretch, with more than 115 million people crisscrossing the nation from December 23rd to January 1st. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with more on the travel rush. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Maybe you noticed more cars on your way into work today. You can see some of the activity building behind me. 2022 was the bounce back year for travel, and 2023 ended up taking that number to new heights. As you mentioned, more than 115 million Americans from the roadways to the runways crisscrossed the country for the holidays, according to AAA, in a major stress test for U.S. airlines.
This morning, travelers are heading back home and back to work after a massive holiday rush crowded planes, trains, and roadways. TSA screened more than 2.6 million passengers on 7 out of 10 days around Christmas. Lines weaving through airports over the long weekend in places like Orlando, Chicago, and Atlanta. Still, 2023 marked the lowest flight cancellation rate in 5 years, according to the FAA. Welcomed improvement from last Christmas when winter storms set off a cascade of problems that stranded travelers.
Are you relieved you haven't been delayed?
I'm relieved, believe me, especially with 3 kids.
And while for many flying has been smooth sailing, there have been heightened security concerns over the holiday from the war in the Middle East. And early on New Year's Day, a scary scene in Rochester, New York. A fiery crash killing 2 and injuring others after 2 SUVs collided and hit a group of pedestrians near a concert venue. Authorities finding gas canisters in one of the cars. The FBI now part of the investigation. Elsewhere in New York, traffic backed up yesterday around JFK and LaGuardia airports by pro-Palestinian protests on one of the busiest air travel days of the year. And major server issues caused Amtrak disruptions in the Northeast over the weekend.
My train has been delayed, and I don't know how I'm going to get there.
In Florida, Ryan Lewis's family is relieved their travel nightmare is over after his 16-year-old son, flying alone for the first time, accidentally boarded the wrong flight. He says Frontier Airlines never scanned Logan's ticket, and he landed in Puerto Rico instead of Cleveland as a result.
I could feel the fear in the text message. Like I could feel how scared he was. My heart pretty much sank at that point.
Frontier apologized to the family and got Logan to Cleveland the next day. While New Year's capped off a record stretch of air travel, analysts say 2024 will be even busier.
And in terms of what to expect on the travel front for 2024, a major airline industry firm says air traffic control staffing challenges continue to increase the number of flight delays. And in speaking with a travel expert, Scott Keyes of Going, he says the number of flight cancellations in 2023 was so low it would be difficult to repeat that kind of success. So we could see a slight course correction, if you will, and a slight uptick in the number of flight disruptions in 2024. Here's to hoping it really is no more than slight, guys.
Yeah, no kidding. We have a repeat of 2023. Also, go Puerto Rico instead of Cleveland. I mean, there's pros and cons to that. So, but I guess if you're that young.
Maybe not at that age.
Exactly. All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Well, in southern Gaza this morning, Israel is pressing on with its aerial and ground assault one day after announcing it would draw down some troops. It comes as Prime Minister Netanyahu was dealt a blow after the country's Supreme Court struck down a controversial new law passed by his government that would have limited the court's powers. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest on all this. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. Yeah, there was no break for the fighting during the holidays. And in fact, it looks like this war might even be expanding, threatening to drag the U.S. into a direct confrontation with Iran.
This morning, the war in the Middle East spilling beyond Israel's borders. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran escalating on the high seas. Iran had supported Yemeni rebels attacking ships in the Red Sea, but is now deploying a warship there for the first time since the latest conflict began. Iran's Al-Borz warship entering the Red Sea this weekend, according to the semi-official Tasnim news agency. It comes as the U.S. Navy is confronting those Iran-backed militants, the Yemen-based Houthis. American helicopters repelling an attack, killing 10 Houthi fighters and sinking 3 of their ships, raising the stakes in a region already reeling from war. And now Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has just taken a direct hit. The country's Supreme Court shot down his signature legislation, a law designed to limit the court's own power. Months before the war, Netanyahu's judicial overhaul bill had divided Israel and inspired weeks of often violent protests. And a significant announcement from Israel, pulling back thousands of troops from Gaza, the biggest withdrawal since the war began after Hamas's terror attacks inside Israel on October 7th, which killed 1,200 people and captured more than 200 hostages. But Israel still vowing to fight on through the year. In Gaza, the civilian population continues to suffer, including children like Ahmed Abu Daka, who only months ago was speaking to the United Nations asking them to help the Palestinian people.
We're following breaking news out of Rochester, New York, where police and the FBI are investigating a deadly crash following a concert. Now, it happened early yesterday morning, just an hour into the new year, outside of the Kodak Center for Performing Arts. 2 people were killed, 5 others were injured after police say a vehicle full of gasoline cans crashed into another car. Both vehicles then crashed into a crowd of people gathered outside the concert venue. Police say the collision caused an explosion and a large fire you see there that took an hour to put out. The FBI is now helping Rochester Police with their investigation. As you can see, authorities are holding a news conference right now with Rochester Police Chief David Smith. Let's listen in.
Major Crimes Unit, our Joint Terrorism Task Force members, and the Arson Task Force, which you remember I said yesterday, the Arson Task Force is police detectives, fire investigators, and ATF is also a normal part of the Arson Task Force. They've been conducting an extensive investigation into the tragedy that occurred on New Year's Eve outside the Kodak Theater on Westridge Road. The following is a synopsis of the information we have learned thus far. Again, it must be noted, we are still gathering information, and all of this is preliminary. All evidence point to the suspect as 35-year-old Michael Avery from the Syracuse, New York area. The suspect passed away last night. He has not been scientifically identified, but we are in the process of confirming his identity. We have been in contact with his family since yesterday. Avery traveled to Rochester, New York in his personal vehicle on or about December 27th and checked in at the Wood Spring Suites in the town of Greece. On December 29th, at about 2:45 p.m., Avery rented the Ford Expedition from a car rental agency at the Rochester airport. On December 30th, between 9 a.m. until about 6 p.m., Avery made at least a half-dozen purchases of gasoline and gas containers from different locations throughout the Monroe County and Ontario County areas. Thus far, our information has shown he was alone when making these purchases. On January 1st, about 12:52 a.m., Avery was operating the rented Ford Expedition eastbound on Westridge Road. At about this time, 2 Rochester police officers assigned to the concert were on traffic posts and stopping traffic to allow for pedestrians to cross. At this time, Avery sped up, crossed into the oncoming lane of traffic, and appears to have intentionally been driving towards the pedestrian crossing. At about the same time, a rideshare vehicle containing 2 passengers in the back seat was pulling out of the theater parking lot and was struck by Avery's Expedition. This created the chain of events that followed, leading to the death of the 2 rear seat passengers of the rideshare vehicle and the injuries of at least 9 pedestrians. That number has changed since yesterday as more people have come forward to report their injuries. Yesterday, a search warrant was executed on the hotel room rented by Michael Avery. There was no suicide note recovered during the search of the hotel room. An additional search warrant was executed on Avery's personal vehicle, which was recovered at the airport parking garage. Investigators are still combing through evidence recovered from his vehicle, but nothing thus far has been recovered that provides any additional insight into why this occurred. Although the motive behind the crime remains unknown, the conversations we've had with his family so far leads us to believe that Avery may have been suffering from possible undiagnosed mental health issues. At this time, we've not been able to identify that there was anyone else involved in the crime or that it was part of a larger plot. Additionally, we have not uncovered any information leading us to believe that the actions of Michael Avery on New Year's Eve were motivated by any form of political or social biases. It must be noted this is an ongoing investigation and additional information may be developed. We're going to share his photo today and ask that anyone with additional information about this tragedy or about the suspect's motivation, please contact the RPD Major Crimes Unit at 428-7157. There's also an email, and this will be on the written release when we put it out, but it's majorcrimes@cityofrochester.gov. Mayor Evans is going to say a few words, and then I will come back and take some questions.
Just let me again reiterate my thanks to our law enforcement partners and to the Rochester Police Department, Rochester Fire Department, FBI, ATF, all of our partners that are here for their work on this unfortunate case. As the chief said, there are still many unanswered questions. We hope to continue to provide updates as we have them. I have been getting inundated with questions as to why this individual would choose, number one, Rochester, New York, why he would choose to do this on New Year's Day, and why he would appear to target concert goers trying to have a great time to bring in the new year. Those are all things that we don't have questions. Those are all questions that have been raised and things that we just don't have answers to yet. But as I've said, the Evans administration is big on transparency. So we wanted to make sure today that we provide an update on all the information that we have available now, because there's been tons of stuff that has been out there that has been unsubstantiated. But what the chief just laid out is the facts. But the most important thing today, I think, for us as we go into the new year is to remember the victims of this horrific accident. Remember, these folks were going to see a Grateful Dead tribute band, and they were expecting to be able to ring in the new year and have a good time, but instead we have individuals that are now going to be burying family members, and we have people who have now life-altering injuries because of the choices that this suspect made. So I hope that Rochester and the broader community continues to pray for the families that are mourning the loss of their loved ones, and that we pray for the speedy recovery of the lives of the lives that have been impacted by this tragedy. This is a very traumatic experience, not only for the people who experienced this, but also the first responders. It should be noted that there were off-duty Rochester police officers that sprung into action to try to render aid to the individual that was responsible for this heinous act, not even thinking about their own safety, but running to try to put out the fire of the inferno that he started. So even in the midst of this despicable tragedy, there is a reminder that there still is goodness in this world of the individuals that sprang into action without thinking about their own safety to try to save others. So our thoughts and prayers are with the families and the victims. We will continue to provide updates as we have them. We did that yesterday. And as we get more information, we will continue to provide them. There are lots of questions. I have lots of questions. Everyone up here still has lots of questions. Why Rochester? Why Syracuse? Why all the gas cans? These are all things that will continue to be investigated. And as the chief has said, this is an ongoing investigation until it's not. So this is an ongoing investigation until it's not. But we will continue to provide updates as we have them. And the last thing I want to say is that anyone during these festive holiday seasons, sometimes people have issues dealing with some of the challenges that they have. I want to encourage folks in the Rochester community, the broader community, to seek help if you need it. There is so much help out there. 988 is a number that can be called for anyone that is experiencing suicidal issues, mental health issues. There are resources that are out there. And I sometimes think in our broader communities, when we see these types of tragedies, what could happen if people seek out those resources that are available to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions?
What leads you to believe that Mr. Avery has or had mental health problems?
That's based on our conversations with the family. That, as I said, we've been talking to them since yesterday. There are parts of the investigation I'm still not going to comment on, so we'll leave that for now. No journal, no suicide note.
What ties does he have to Rochester and this community?
That we don't know. Again, as the mayor said, why Rochester? Why this venue? We just don't know.
Chief, any previous interaction
interaction with police, either here or in Syracuse, and any evidence that his family ever tried to get him any help for his mental health issues?
Well, again, I'm not gonna comment on his family business. I don't know, and no contacts with law enforcement.
Chief, now that you've ruled sort of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, have you ruled out that there was any social or political agenda? Is there any nexus to terrorism here at all? Because I know that word has been thrown out a lot. What do you want to say about that?
Well, I'll let Agent Bell comment on that, but as I said, we have not found any of that yet. The investigation will continue. We have not found that. Jeremy, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. Chief, thank you. Good morning. So I can confirm our Joint Terrorism Task Force is involved, but that's not abnormal in a case like this. What I can tell you is so far we've uncovered no evidence of an ideology and no nexus to terrorism, either international or domestic, so far in the investigation.
Will the FBI still be part of the investigation then, or do you hand it back over to local police?
Absolutely. The FBI and our Joint Terrorism Task Force will see this investigation through to its end with the RPD and our law enforcement partners. But again, that's not abnormal. It's something we do in all the cases such as this one. Thank you.
While you're there. Listening to a news conference out of Rochester, New York, police commenting on a deadly crash that happened just about an hour into the new year yesterday morning in Rochester, where one car, according to police, sped up, crossed into oncoming traffic, hit another vehicle, a rideshare vehicle. 2 passengers in the rear of that vehicle were killed. Those cars then hit other pedestrians. 9 pedestrians were injured. The car that sparked all of this, filled with gas cans, exploded. There was a fire that lasted about an hour. Police now revealing there was a suspect, 35-year-old Michael Avery from Syracuse. He died last night. At this point, police are still trying to figure out why this happened. They searched the hotel the man checked into days before this happened in Greece, New York. That's about 8 miles outside of Rochester. Found no suicide note, no journal. They've searched his personal vehicle, which was left at the airport. He actually rented a vehicle, according to police, to conduct what happened on New Year's Day. They say there's nothing that adds any insight into why this happened, but police say they did speak with family members of Michael Avery and that he had possible undiagnosed mental health issues. At this point, the FBI saying no nexus to terrorism. Police saying there's no evidence anyone else was involved. There was no social or political biases, but that on December 30th, this man apparently made several purchases of gasoline at different places throughout the area, and the car he was driving was filled with gasoline. Police say this is an ongoing investigation. They will continue to try and answer questions as to why this happened. But again, at this point, 2 people killed, plus the man who was behind the wheel, 9 injured. Be sure to stick with NBC News Now throughout the day for any updates on the investigation. For now, the news continues right now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, after suffering years of physical and mental abuse, Gypsy Rose Blanchard captured national attention after admitting she planned the murder of her mother with her then boyfriend.
She pleaded guilty to second-degree murder back in 2016, and now at 32 years old, she's speaking out after her release from prison 5 days ago. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us with more on this. Laura, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. For much of her life, Gypsy Rose made headlines for the wrong reasons. Her mother, Dee Dee, treating her originally healthy daughter as a terminally ill patient, making her use a wheelchair and endure countless surgeries. Her story has garnered worldwide attention and was even turned into a documentary and TV series. But now, out of jail, Gypsy Rose is making headlines all on her own.
Hey everyone, this is Gypsy. I'm finally free.
After 8 years behind bars for her mother's murder, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, now a free woman.
Hey everyone, happy New Year's Eve.
And right back in the spotlight, speaking out for the first time on her newly created social media accounts.
I just want to send a quick video to thank everyone for the massive amount of support that I've been getting on social media. Everyone has been really, really nice.
That massive support earning her 6 million followers on TikTok and close to another 6 million on Instagram in less than a week, posting her first selfie since out of prison, photos of her wedding ring, kissing her husband, Ryan Anderson, who she married while in prison, and promoting her upcoming Lifetime series and ebook.
It's more of my reflection of everything that I've learned and experienced in the last 8.5 years.
Gypsy Rose, perhaps the most famous victim of what's known as Munchausen by proxy. Authorities say her mom, Dee Dee Blanchard, falsely claimed that Gypsy Rose suffered from leukemia, asthma, and muscular dystrophy, confining her to a wheelchair and subjecting her to multiple unnecessary surgeries over a span of nearly 2 decades.
Things are not always as they appear.
But things took a turn in 2015 when prosecutors say Gypsy Rose and her then boyfriend, Nicholas Godejohn, hatched a plot to kill her mother.
I played a part in asking him to commit the murder.
The two were arrested and charged with murder, Gypsy Rose taking a plea deal, while Godejohn went to trial and received life in prison. Now, as Gypsy Rose celebrates her freedom, she's revealing her side.
I will finally share my story the way that it should be shared.
So what about this former boyfriend? Is he saying anything now?
So the difference is he actually went to trial, whereas she took a plea deal. He was convicted, it's obviously sentenced to life in prison, but his lawyers are actually now asking for a new trial. They say he's on the autism spectrum and that she actually manipulated him into committing that crime. So we'll see where it goes, guys.
Right. Laura, thank you so much for the update. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Laura. Well, we may have just gotten through one of the busiest holiday travel seasons on record, but a lot of folks are already planning their next getaway. But before you book, there's a new travel trend that could save you a lot of money. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains.
Hey guys, good morning. No surprise that more people are taking to the skies. And even when this holiday travel season winds down, you might find out that your popular tourist hotspot, you're having a bit more competition when it comes to the crowds. Well, enter the idea of the travel dupe or duplicate location. An idea that promises really big rewards if you're willing to get a little creative about where you might end up.
They're destinations we know and love. Venice, Paris, Tokyo, New York, just to name a few. They're beautiful and fun, as long as you don't mind the crowds or the cost, which is exactly what's fueling a new online travel trend.
Venice dupe, Barcelona dupe, Machu Picchu dupe.
Urging travelers to find their destination dupe or duplicate location.
If you like this, then you should try this. If you like this, you would love this.
It's gotten very, very expensive in the past couple of years.
Travel pro Casey Carr says for his clients on a budget, dupes can open a whole new world.
You're looking for similar weather, similar geography, so mountains for mountains or big cities for big cities.
In the Caribbean, move over St. Martin. U.S. flight searches to the island of Curacao exploded 200%. Sold on Sydney, Australia. Global searches for its dupe city of Perth topped 100%, and U.S. searches for Liverpool, England, a potential London dupe, spiked 138% over the last year.
I would want to have some savings to go to an alternate destination, though Liverpool versus London isn't really that far off. So
no Buckingham Palace, but you still get the Beatles. Exactly.
So there you go. That's great.
Travel dupes are really the best because not only are you saving a ton of money by going to a place that is maybe a little more undiscovered, but you're experiencing a whole maybe different culture.
But best friends and travel influencers Nikki Costa and Tiffany Shiro say with the potential savings comes responsibility.
Just be respectful, like it's not about you, and really just try to get to know the people there and the locals and understand their way of life. I think that's what travel is all about.
Just remember, not all dupes are created equal.
Montreal for Paris, France, yes.
Yes.
Paris, Texas for Paris, France.
No.
And for the die-hard bucket list travelers, the same rules still apply. The earlier, the better.
Like, we're going to New York to see the Today Show. I can't see the Today Show anywhere else.
I did not tell her to say that, by the way.
There is only one New York City.
There you go. I like that. There is only one New York City.
Exactly.
All right, Morgan Chesky, thanks for that.
So more people are shelling out money for love. A recent survey by Pew Research found about 35% of Americans are subscribing to dating apps in an effort to find love. Some say it's the only way to actually find true love. Damona Hoffman joins us now for more on this. She's a certified dating coach, host of the Dates and Mates podcast, and way down on her resume, she was my college roommate. She's also the author of F the Fairy Tale, Rewrite the Dating Myths and Live Your Own Love Story. Damona, always good to have you on, my friend. So,
I love this.
Even if it's not the only way to find true love, walk us through the benefits of actually paying for dating apps, how it is helping people look for relationships.
Well, there are a lot of reasons to pay for a premium experience. First of all, you can save time. That's our most precious resource, Joe. We're running out of time all the time. And if you can see who already likes you and you can shortcut that process of swiping, I think that is worth it. It also distinguishes the serious daters from what I call the looky-loos, the tire kickers, the time wasters. So there's this new tier on Tinder. It's by invitation. So you know that anyone there, they're sort of hand-selected and they are there for probably more serious intentions because people are really making the financial investment. You put your money where your heart is. And, it gives you so many different tools as well to differentiate yourself from the crowd. That's what I always hear from daters. Like, there's so many people online. How do I separate myself? Well, getting some of these features, getting some of these badges, getting the visibility, that will expand your pool and get more options for you in your dating journey in 2024.
What do you say to someone who is looking for love, maybe is on these apps, but skeptical about actually paying for them?
Well, I say you get what you pay for, right? And if you are just there casually kind of seeing what's out there, I think it's fine. But you're going to have a fun experience, but you might not get the results that you're looking for. And a lot of times when people write into my podcast, Dates and Mates, they say, I am looking for a serious relationship, but it feels like the people on the apps aren't there for the same reasons. But I usually will find that those people aren't making the investment. And actually some new Pew research shows that those who have paid for a dating app have a better experience than those who don't.
So say you did make this decision, I'm going to pay for it, so now I'm jumping in. Still, there's more to it than that. How do you approach finding a relationship online? Is finding love the absolute end goal, or are there other ways you should kind of go into it?
You get to choose your own adventure. You get to write your own fairy tale and love story. But look, I met my husband online, and that's how the majority of my clients have met their partners. So I know it works, and it's such a benefit that we have our dating pool expanded. We used to only be able to date people in our local community. Now our dating pool is expanded to anyone in the world. And I think that's ultimately a really good thing. And I think finding love is the most important thing. The who you choose to partner with is the biggest decision you'll ever make in your life. So I say don't leave it to chance, make the investment.
All right, and give us some tips for making our profile stand out.
Ooh, well, I like to talk about the 3 C's in your dating profile photos. So this is thinking of your photo as telling your story visually. So the 3 C's are color, context, and character. Color is to stand out, and that's just strategic. You're swiping through a bunch of photos, that color will pop. Context is telling your story through your photos. And then character, that's the one that most people forget, Savannah. It's actually showing your personality, showing that quirky, that unusual, that unique side of you that would actually make someone stop, message, and go out.
Very cool. Damona Hoffman, congrats on the new book. Thank you as always for joining us this morning. It's so good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you too.
Thank you. Coming up, a new warning from health officials concerned with a rise in respiratory illnesses.
From RSV to flu to COVID, we're breaking down what you need to know about the post-holiday spike.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery.
All right, anticipate too.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, the holiday season has come to an end. Now many people are returning home with an unwanted gift, a variety of respiratory illnesses. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us from Atlanta with the latest on a surge in these seasonal illnesses. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. Health officials say this is our new normal. Now, of course, around this time of the year, we're typically used to seeing a rise in flu and RSV cases, but this is the first season that we're now officially beyond the pandemic. So now COVID has fully rolled into that list of normal seasonal illnesses. Combine that with the fact that vaccinations are down, and experts say that we can expect to see a rise in cases in the weeks to come. As the holiday season winds down, health officials warn respiratory illnesses are quickly ramping up. A troubling trifecta of flu, COVID, and RSV, with rising cases fueled by holiday gatherings and peak travel season. According to the CDC, at least 30 states have reported high or very high levels of flu-like illnesses, with hospitalizations also on the rise.
A lot of people are getting sick out here.
It comes as vaccination numbers are hitting a troubling low. According to the CDC, just 18% of Americans have received the latest COVID booster, and fewer than half of American adults have gotten their flu shot, prompting the CDC in December to issue this urgent message to doctors: encourage at-risk patients to get the shot. And experts warn, prepare for even more cases in January.
We do expect cases are going to rise. Hospitalizations are going to rise well in to the end of January, early February.
All of it has led to some hospitals in at least 4 states and the District of Columbia to reinstate mask mandates, including Massachusetts, where this nurse sounded off on social media.
Mandatory mask. What does that tell y'all? COVID is back.
In California, UC San Diego hospitals have banned entry for children under age 12, a population where respiratory illnesses can be especially dangerous.
When should parents be concerned?
2 situations. One, if you have a very young child, say an infant age, and they're having respiratory wheezing, you can actually hear them audibly wheezing, get them immediately seen. The second is if they wake up in the morning, and this is a child of any age, and they have a bad sore throat, they also have a fever, and they're not coughing, can be correlated with strep throat. It's important to get them seen immediately.
And another important note for parents, this is the first year that an RSV vaccine has been available. Now, that's especially important for pregnant women who can get that shot at a certain point in their pregnancy and protect their child against RSV, something that, of course, we know can be deadly in an infant. Now, one other tip, Savannah, for adults, oftentimes around this time of the year when we get a cough or we get a runny nose, we can kind of say, okay, we'll just ride it out and it'll go away on its own. But doctors say it's actually important to go get seen and get tested. See what you're dealing with. Are you dealing with the flu, or is it COVID or RSV? Because there are treatments available. They say oftentimes these illnesses get more serious when they don't have to. But the bottom line across the board, it's not too late to get vaccinated or get boosted. Savannah.
All right, Blaine, really good tips there for people to keep in mind as they're feeling under the weather this season. Thank you so much. Well, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this. Hi, Dr. Patel. As always, it's great to see you. So we're hearing this trifecta: flu, COVID, RSV surging across many states this season. But we heard Blaine say this right off the top. I mean, is this essentially just our new normal during the winter season, and how do we get used to that?
Yeah, it's a little too soon to tell if this is going to repeat itself every year. But what we do know is that COVID has kind of come back into the fold, and we're not stopping what we're doing every day, right? People are traveling. We've had holidays. People are gathering. But that's just going to contribute to spreading all of these viruses. So we'll likely see these numbers not just doubling, but tripling, quadrupling, exponentially rising over the next couple of weeks.
Is a lot of this because everybody was just with their families gathering indoors during the holidays?
That and the fact that we're dealing with one of the most infectious variants, JN1. It is the most easy to give. Now, here's some good news. It's not severe. It's not like previous surges where we had a lot of hospitalizations and deaths. They're definitely happening, but not to the rate at which people are getting infected. So that's contributing all around the world, Savannah, and it's also leading to these other viruses just presenting themselves. Just when we now had patients that have 1, 2, 3 viruses at the same time, and that can just offer more chances to get infected.
We just had some numbers up on the screen. I want to go through some of them. So COVID, of course, still the leading driver of respiratory virus hospitalizations. But we look at this full screen here on our screens for viewers. The flu is on the rise. The CDC estimated that there have been 7 million illnesses. And of those, 73,000 hospitalizations related to the flu this season. How concerned are you when you see that number? And tell us what symptoms people should specifically be on the lookout to determine whether, hey, this might be something more serious than a common cold.
Yeah, very concerned. We're seeing flu really kind of outpacing what we would normally expect. And here's just a little bit of kind of fact for you. Australia, which is in its warm season right now, is also seeing record high in flu. And so when we see other countries that are warm and they're getting high flu rates, we're getting hit with those flu rates as well. That alarms many of us. And what we should look for, the distinction between flu, COVID, and RSV can be subtle. All of them can have a cough. All of them can have a sore throat. Flu is still generally classically presenting with those kind of shakes and chills, that feeling, Savannah, like you got to get under 10 blankets to get comfortable. You do need to get, I think, as Blaine mentioned, get diagnosed, and not just because you need to know what you're dealing with, but we offer treatments depending on what age and who you are. We can have treatments for all of these illnesses, especially if you're immunocompromised. So be on the watch out. Get those home antigen tests, because the most common question is, could this be COVID? Get the home antigen tests. I've been seeing them free and around. And then also advocate for yourself. If you are positive, ask and say, is there a treatment available for me that I should look into?
Really important info from both you and Blaine on the fact that there are treatments out there. So if you're not feeling well, see your doctor. Dr. Patel, as always, thank you very much and Happy New Year.
Thank you. You too.
Now let's get to some financial headlines this morning. Bitcoin, they're seeing some major gains as crypto's recent rally conjures some excitement among investors. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us again with that and some other financial headlines for us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so the crypto market is off to a strong start in 2024. Bitcoin surging past $45,000 today to its highest level since April of 2022. And analysts say excitement over the potential for Bitcoin-related exchange-traded funds, or ETFs, drove the digital currency 157% higher in 2023. Investors have been expecting the SEC to approve an ETF that tracks the spot price of Bitcoin as soon as this week. Shares of Apple coming under pressure today. Barclays downgrading the stock to underweight or sell for the first time since 2019. Now, Barclays is warning of slowing demand for the iPhone 15. It also doesn't see any major feature or upgrade that's likely to compel consumers to buy an iPhone 16 when it comes out in the second half of this year. Apple stock rose 50% last year to a record high, but there are doubts whether it can repeat those gains this year. And DoorDash is plotting expansion beyond its core restaurant delivery business in the U.S. as it looks at ways to invest its growing pile of cash. The company CEO telling the Financial Times they will keep a high bar for potential acquisitions. DoorDash completed a takeover of Finland's Wolt in 2022, extending its reach into 27 countries. The platform has nearly doubled its market share over the past 5 years and now commands 59% of the U.S. market. That is far ahead of Uber, Savannah.
All right, there you go. Silvana, thank you so much. Well, coming up, get your knife and fork ready. We're setting the table with the new culinary crazes. It might be coming to you in 2024. Stay with us.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivered to
All right, it just made too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If you live in Michigan and you bought a Powerball ticket, pay close attention. That's because last night, someone in the Great Lakes state became the newest multi-millionaire, winning the jackpot prize of more than $842 million. The winner has not yet come forward to claim the jaw-dropping prize, which is the 5th largest Powerball jackpot in history. According to Michigan's lottery, the lucky ticket was sold at a food castle in the city of Grand Blanc, Michigan. You weren't around there during the holidays, were you, Joe?
I did not get a chance to visit Michigan. Now I wish I had.
Right? There you go.
A lot of people from there. All right, thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
So 2023 introduced us to some hot new dining trends that you may not have predicted, like butter boards or, of course, girl dinner. And with the new year comes new ways to enjoy what we eat, including surprising twists on old favorites. We hopped around New York City to check out which food trends you might find there and in your own neck of the woods in 2024. Take a look. This story, like any good meal, begins with a drink.
Most people have heard of the Aperol Spritz. What do you got here?
For here, we have the Hugo Spritz.
That's what's on the menu at more and more restaurants like Republic Latin Fusion in Brooklyn. Owner Christian Almonte says you just need 3 ingredients: elderflower liqueur, sparkling wine like Prosecco, and club soda.
All right, cheers.
For me, it's a less bitter alternative to the Aperol Spritz.
Oh, that's good. That's like super refreshing.
Yelp says searches for the Hugo Spritz were up more than 1,100% last year, proof that elderflower is a huge trend.
We like to call it the bartender's ketchup in our scene, because you put on a little bit of anything and it just goes perfect. Like it just works.
You won't find any ketchup at New York's Nakamura, where ramen reigns. A far cry from the instant cup stockpiled in college dorm rooms. Chef Shigerushi Nakamura is known as one of Japan's ramen gods.
Noodle is a game changer, I think.
First, we sample a classic style, torigara, with a thinner noodle that I tried to eat with chopsticks.
All right, here we go. Nope.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let's try that again.
So like this?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect, like the ramen, which I'm told you are allowed to slurp.
That's delicious.
These days, the chef says thicker noodles and thicker sauces are becoming more popular, with many craving cold ramen.
So take some like a noodle like this.
Okay.
And dip.
Dip.
And eat.
Yelp searches for cold ramen jumped 30% last year.
So the sauce is sort of the star here, right?
Yes.
It's got a lot of the flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
More diners are also taking a dip into meat alternatives. Chef Guy Vaknin owns several plant-based New York restaurants, including a Nixie, which serves Mediterranean food.
Most of our customers are not vegetarian or vegan for that matter.
While beef and chicken alternatives are quite common, Vaknin's also focusing on plant-based seafood, a quickly evolving trend.
Nice and delicate, the way salmon or cured salmon should be.
It tastes like salmon, I would never know.
Yeah. He recently added this salmon fillet to the menu, revolutionary, says.
Because you can cook it, it flakes like a salmon, it looks like a salmon, it tastes like a salmon. That's a touch in what the future is going to bring to us.
For our final course, let's head back to Brooklyn for an after-dinner drink, the Carajillo. Just 2 ingredients, a sweet Spanish liqueur and coffee, in this case, espresso.
Oh, that is good. It is. It's almost like a cup of coffee with cream in it, right?
A new nightcap to start the year. Bottom line, coffee, cocktails, elderflower, those are the drinks to watch for this year. Gin may also be having more of a moment. As for food, plant-based, sustainable, climate-conscious, these are all trends that are going to keep going. Some also feel there's going to be a mushroom trend really accelerating this year, which grosses me out because I do not like mushrooms.
Me either.
So, yeah.
I didn't know that about you.
Oh, it's the texture, right?
Yeah,
anyway.
I know. It's way too much.
Apologies, I know many of you love mushrooms.
Yes, so. Including my entire family.
Exactly, all right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But stay with us. The news continues right now.
Good night, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is January 2nd. Deadly collision. A Japan Airlines plane carrying hundreds of passengers burst into flames this morning after crashing into an earthquake relief aircraft. What we know about the condition of all of those on board.
Searching for a motive, police in New York are investigating a deadly crash after an SUV carrying gas canisters drove toward pedestrians and hit another car on New Year's Day in Rochester. Why authorities are urging the public to come forward with information on the incident.
Healthy start. Now, if December is all about indulging, we know January is about cutting back. With the rising popularity of dry January, we'll discuss the benefits of abstaining from alcohol and how you can successfully stick to it.
And family meeting. The new year can also be a good time to re-examine our parenting skills. We've got tips to help you reset your kids' routines, spend more time with them every day, and level up your parenting as a whole.
Happy New Year and welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now in Japan. At least 48 people are dead there after a string of earthquakes hit the country's west coast just yesterday. Now, some of those deaths were caused by collapsed buildings, and officials say that there are actually still people who are trapped inside that debris.
Search and rescue teams have been dispatched, but officials worry possible snow and impassable roads could lead to complications. We're also following the story of a deadly crash. You see it there between a Coast Guard aircraft carrying aid for those earthquake victims and a Japan Airlines plane. That happened today on the runway at the Tokyo airport. 5 crew members on that Coast Guard plane were killed. Journalist Kaori Enjoji is live in Tokyo for us. Kaori, it's great to see you. Japan's prime minister says people on the Noto Peninsula still don't have power, water, cell service. I know there's a possibility of snow looming. How is that going to impact everything?
Well, as the Prime Minister said, this is a race against time. We're about 34 hours after this massive earthquake hit central Japan and triggered tsunami warnings all along the western coast. The death toll now stands at 55, and the fear is that it may mount because government officials say they know of at least 120 people who are still unaccounted for and may be trapped under the rubble. You mentioned that there's snow forecast. The ground is very weak because of a huge earthquake like this. There are landslides in various areas. You see fissures along the road. You see actual roads undulating, very similar to the scenes they saw back in 2011 during that massive earthquake. So the rescue operations have been very difficult. And as you pointed out, thousands of people are still in evacuation shelters with very little access to water and electricity.
Kaori, speaking of evacuation, what about that crash at the Tokyo airport? We know that all 379 passengers and crew thankfully made it off safely, but do we know anything about what actually caused it?
This is one tragedy after another this New Year's holiday here in Japan. We still have no idea how a Japan Airlines flight that was landing from Hokkaido to Haneda Airport crashed with a Coastal Guard aircraft. We've had various news conferences, and Japan Airlines, they met the press, and they said they are under the impression that their pilot was given the go-ahead, the permission to land. But they did not say anything further than that, saying that they still have to talk to the people who were concerned. This is an ongoing investigation, but we've seen the harrowing pictures of that Airbus up in flames as it hit the tarmac and skidded along. We know that 5 of the 6 members of the Coast Guard who were on that plane, who were getting ready to deliver supplies, emergency supplies to the earthquake area, have been confirmed dead.
All right, journalist Kaori Enjoji. Kaori, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
We have an update now on the deadly New Year's Day car crash in Rochester, New York, which is about 5.5 hours northwest of New York City. Just over an hour ago, officials confirmed that the driver deliberately sped toward a crowd of people who had just left a concert at a local venue.
Now, the driver has been identified as 35-year-old Michael Avery of Syracuse, New York, and police say he slammed a rented Ford Expedition filled with gas canisters into a rideshare car, killing 2 of those passengers inside. Avery died from his injuries last night.
NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us here now. So, Tom, what else did we learn from officials at that press conference in Rochester?
Right. So this investigation has been going on since the moment this car crash happened. It took them nearly an hour to put the fire out, just to give you a sense of how much gasoline was inside of that car. Since then, they've executed a search warrant, been able to look at his hotel room. They found some writings there. They've also been able to speak with family members who have told them, look, he didn't have any diagnosed mental health concerns, but they believe that he did have some mental health issues, particularly recently. And so that, coupled with the fact that terrorists, they typically like to boast their connections to whatever ideology they might have, whether it be left wing, right wing, might be some sort of foreign terrorist organization. That didn't happen here. So that's why they believe at this point there's no nexus to terrorism. Of course, that doesn't do anything to alleviate the fears and what happened to some of the people that were involved in this crash. The mayor talked about that this morning. Let's take a listen.
Remember, these folks were going to see a Grateful Dead tribute band, and they were expecting to be able to ring in the new year and have a good time. But instead, we have individuals that are now going to be burying family members, and we have people who have now life-altering injuries because of the choices that this suspect made.
So this investigation, of course, will remain ongoing, and they'll try to get to that point of motive. They've also put out this individual's photo to see if anybody's heard anything from him in the last couple of days that can help that effort.
You know, it's heartbreaking just hearing the mayor describe these people who wanted to go to a concert. They just wanted to see a Grateful Dead tribute band. Do we have any updates on the victims?
We do, and unfortunately for one of the victims, they have what's been described as life-altering injuries. Remember, this is a car slamming into a group of people, and there's a car crash that's involved, so that's something that obviously has everybody concerned. Yeah. There are 9 injuries in total. Luckily, most of the other folks are expected to have relatively full recoveries at this point.
Tom Winter, our NBC News investigative correspondent. Always good to have you. Thank you.
Well, switching gears to the migrant crossings at the southern border, they have now reached an all-time high. In fact, according to the Department of Homeland Security, nearly 300,000 migrants came to the U.S. in December, shattering all previous records.
And Border Patrol agents reportedly processed anywhere between 9,000 and 10,000 migrants a day last month. Plus, according to state officials, tens of thousands of migrants were put on planes or buses headed towards sanctuary cities such as New York or Chicago. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City, which is now serving as a shelter for some of those migrants here in New York. Antonia, what are you hearing from migrants who are just arriving in the city? Why did they come to New York?
Hey, Kate. Well, I've had the opportunity to speak with several of them in the last couple days, and you often hear the same stories, that they are fleeing extreme violence, cartels, a lack of economic opportunity, that they understand the laws here in the country, that in some cases they have family members here, and they even understand the laws in certain cities and states. They're very familiar, but they feel like they have no other option. When they have small children in many cases, and they've traveled in those groups with their families, they know they're taking a risk. They know that they're coming here and making a request that's quite difficult in this country, but they're trying anyway. Take a listen to a conversation our colleague George Solis had with the pizza shop owner inside the Roosevelt Hotel. He himself is also an immigrant to our country.
There is some work that they should do something until they get a lawful way of working. And even that should be sped up. I mean, now we house over 100,000 migrants in New York City, and they're not allowed to work.
And with these unprecedented numbers and thousands of new migrants arriving here just in New York every single week, there is a network of nonprofits, lawyers, and of course city officials rushing right now to bring them aid. Many of them are still here at the hotel behind me, but they're also traveling to other parts of this state and to our country, trying to meet family or friends and start a new life now, guys.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Antonia, because we're not used to seeing a lot of scenes like this here in New York. And as you know, living here, you've probably noticed that the tenor of the conversation around this migrant crisis has sort of changed in recent months here. You have New Yorkers. This is a city known to be typically pretty progressive. People are suddenly saying, well, hey, hold on, my kids go to a public school, and now the class sizes have doubled. So how are New Yorkers sort of reacting, even places like Chicago, to these new arrivals? What are we hearing them say?
Well, New Yorkers, they often have a lot of nuance because anyone who has kids in the school system here, who has lived here for more than just a couple years, they know that this is a city built with immigrants. They know that our schools have always had students who speak multiple languages. And so in some way, they feel that they're better prepared than others. But of course, there is concern. There's concern about resources being spread thin here in the city. There is a concern about, for parents who have kids in classrooms, you know, how teachers are going to handle with all the other pressures that they're facing right now, how they're going to handle new classmates who are arriving at strange times in the year, coming, you know, sometimes every other week and, you know, speaking different languages. That is a real challenge. And so all of these groups and nonprofits and organizers and activists in the city are trying to do what they can. But the reality is it's a local community dealing with an international problem, and they want Congress's help.
Yeah, international. I'm glad you made that point. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton for us there outside the Roosevelt Hotel that has now become a shelter. Antonia, thank you.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Oil prices are rising after Iran sent a warship to the Red Sea yesterday. The global benchmark for crude oil is now up 2.5% today, hitting nearly $79 a barrel, and the U.S. benchmark jumped to more than $73 a barrel.
CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan joins us now. Courtney, Iran decided to dispatch a warship, and that was after the U.S. Navy destroyed 3 boats of Iran-backed Houthi rebels. What does this mean for oil prices right here? I mean, how is this all connected?
Yeah, Morgan, I mean, oil prices, to be fair, remain volatile as conflict continues in the Middle East. But an energy analyst, Ed Bernstein, said that while any escalation in the region is going to add more of a risk premium on crude oil, there won't be any major impact in the U.S. just yet. So perhaps some good news there for prices. BYD beat Tesla in a new electric vehicle production for the 2nd straight year. The Chinese car company said it produced more than 3 million cars in 2023. That surpasses Tesla's reported production of 1.84 million vehicles. But BYD's numbers do include hybrid and all-electric. Tesla still has an edge in battery-only vehicles. The PGA Tour and Saudi Public Investment Fund-backed LIV Golf, or Live Golf, are working to extend their proposed merger deadline. It was originally set for the end of December. That's according to a memo sent by Commissioner Jay Moynihan. The commissioner told players that PGA's goal this year is to finalize agreements with Strategic Sports Group, Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, and DP World Tour. The tour also announced it reached the final rounds of negotiations with a coalition of U.S. investors. That one has been closely followed and not without controversy.
Yeah.
Back over to you both.
Feels like it's been dragging on for quite a while.
It has.
CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan, thanks so much.
And coming up next, why democracy itself is up for re-election in 2024. We're going to take a look at the challenges that are facing several countries. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Well, 2024 will be the biggest year ever for democracy, as more than half the world's population will be in a country hosting nationwide elections. But in some of the largest and most important elections, democracy itself is on the ballot. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley with a preview of what's to come.
I will prevent World War III.
2024 will be a bumper year for elections. And not just in the U.S. More than half the world's population live in countries that will hold nationwide voting this year. It could be the largest expression of democracy in human history. But if democracy is on the march, autocracy appears to be striding right beside it.
We're seeing all these elections in 2024. Is democracy also on the ballot?
Democracy is on the ballot. In fact, you have this paradox that defines global democracy right now, which is that you have more elections than ever before in human history, and yet the world is becoming less democratic year on year.
Some elections, like in Russia, Bangladesh, Mexico, and Pakistan, will be held in countries where international monitors say the elections could be compromised, or they simply won't carry much political weight. Africa will be the continent with the most elections, but countries there suffered 9 coups in just 3 years. And in some of the biggest votes, like in the US, India, and Indonesia, rights groups say voters will be asked to choose between democracy or what some are calling a kind of creeping authoritarianism.
You have a decline of democracy even as people go through the sort of charade of voting, and that is becoming the norm for a lot of countries around the world. But you also have it on the ballot because the US, which is the global bastion of democracy, the most powerful democracy in the world, has effectively an authoritarian candidate in Donald Trump going up against a mainstream pro-democracy candidate in Joe Biden.
But poorly run elections can damage more than just the results. They can also defame democracy, diminishing its appeal to the very voters it's supposed to represent.
The problem with that is when people go into fake democracies and believe that's what democracy actually is, they start to lose faith in it.
That democratic disillusionment may already be happening. A 2020 Cambridge University study, which drew on surveys of 4.8 million people worldwide over nearly 50 years, said young people have become steadily more dissatisfied with democracy.
Britain is among a number of European countries that are going to be having elections, and they all face one issue that's going to challenge elections throughout the world.
Just last month, the UK accused Russian intelligence of trying to interfere in the upcoming parliamentary elections, using tactics like spear phishing to target top officials and leak secret documents, a charge Moscow denied.
This is a dangerous time.
Artificial intelligence is already mimicking prominent politicians. Just last summer, hackers created a fake speech showing Russian President Vladimir Putin calling for a mass troop mobilization. And a report last month from research firm Graphica revealed hundreds of fake social media accounts promoting pro-China candidates ahead of Taiwan's vote this year.
The possibility of undermining elections by calling to question otherwise well-run elections through the use of false narratives is certainly a challenge.
But just like with other unfree or fraudulent elections held by autocrats, rampant misinformation and manipulation doesn't just skew elections. It sows a general sense of uncertainty, which also dents democracy's reputation. That could turn what should be an abundant year for voting into the start of its slump.
Our thanks to NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley for that report.
Well, Kate, authorities have now identified the surfer who was killed in a shark attack off the coast of Maui. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more on the growing number of victims, both in Hawaii and in Australia.
It's a New Year tragedy in paradise, a deadly shark attack in the waters off the Hawaiian island of Maui.
The shark just started biting him and pulled him down.
On New Year's Eve, officials confirming the death of 39-year-old surfer Jason Carter, who they say died after a suspected tiger shark dragged him under the water Saturday morning at Maui's Paia Bay. Ikaya Kapisi, a witness nearby, saying the shark was as big as a Tacoma truck.
The dorsal fin was almost as big as his body. The height of it was almost as high as his head sitting on the board.
First responders used jet skis to pull Carter from the water, attempting life-saving measures once they reached shore before transporting him to a local medical center. Carter later dying of his injuries.
It was hard to hear him screaming when I was paddling in, he was screaming.
County officials closing 2 nearby beaches in the wake of the attack, the 8th shark encounter recorded in Hawaii last year, but the first that turned deadly. Across the Pacific in Australia, a snorkeler capturing this harrowing footage in early December, coming face to face with the ocean's most fearsome predator. His friend coming to his aid.
In the first seconds, it was really panic for me. After that, I tried to thought what I have to do, and I tried just my best to save him.
That victim losing part of his right leg, but escaping with his life. But just days ago, a much different outcome. A 15-year-old surfer killed by a great white, marking Australia's third deadly shark encounter in recent months. Back in Maui, the weekend's attack now leaving another family mourning.
I was just trying to pray for his family, and it's just a tough thing to see.
Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
Still ahead, we're gaining new insight into what Israeli leaders say they're planning for Gaza in the days following the war. You're watching Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Of course, our teachers play a pivotal role in preparing the next generation to really take on the world.
Yeah, and so Today's Show co-host Craig Melvin got an inside look at a day in the life of one Pennsylvania teacher who helps set up kids for success at school and at home.
Every day across America, they rise before many of us.
6:15 in the morning here in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. We're about to knock on the door and tag along with the teacher for the day.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, Ryan? Craig Melvin.
Nice to meet you.
Ryan Hardesty and his wife, Melissa, have two sons, Ben and Grayson, still sleeping.
Oh, hi, Melissa. It's your neighbor, Craig. This reminds me of when I was a kid. My mom was a teacher.
Oh, yeah.
So she was up at O'Dark 32. So as soon as you get in, it's ground running.
Yeah, usually by the time I drop my son off to get at the babysitter to catch the bus and then kind of run in the door, and usually the kids are there within 5 or 10 minutes.
Soon, we're on our way.
Well, what's this area like? Really close-knit community, supportive of the kids, supportive of the school.
Hardesty drops his 7-year-old son, Ben, off, and we reach Highland Middle School by 7:43.
This is the office, huh?
This is it. Us and, 800 of our closest friends.
Teaching here was his first job out of college. He's been here 15 years and goes to great lengths to keep his kids engaged in the social studies lessons he teaches. For his work, he was selected by the Pennsylvania Department of Education as the state's Teacher of the Year in 2023.
It's very quiet.
Yeah,
calm before the storm.
I was just going to say that.
The storm starts at 8:30 with the first class of 7th graders. The dim lights are a sign of the times. Interactive whiteboards replacing the chalkboards of my day. Each student also has a tablet provided by the school. Right now, they're studying everyday life in ancient Egypt.
Part 1 says you're going to create a narrative, a story.
He hovers, advises, trying to get them to build on what they've learned. The second class starts with morning announcements and the Pledge of Allegiance.
With liberty and justice for all.
Hardesty stays put in room 203 while students move in and out. After 2 classes of the Pharaohs, he moves on to Lewis and Clark for a class of 8th graders at 10 a.m. There's a lot of participation in Mr. Hardesty's class, moving desks, forming teams to work on projects together. 10:45 is study hall. Some students passing the time with cards invite me to play war.
I haven't won a hand yet.
At 12:15, Hardesty gets a half hour for lunch. He spends it in the teacher's room. He may be the teacher of the year, but Hardesty insists many of his colleagues are more deserving of the award. Next, prep period, when we find some time to talk.
When did you realize that you actually wanted to teach?
I think in high school, you look at good social studies teachers that you had, and you think, I think I'd really like to do that. To be a teacher, it's a little bit about liking the subject that you want to teach, but it's a lot more about wanting to work with kids.
How has it changed in the 15 years you've been teaching?
In the years immediately after COVID, I think you were seeing students just struggle to be in a space with other people and be surrounded by other people all day and be in a chair and a desk and listen to instruction all day.
Classes resume at 1:25 and finish with dismissal at 2:45. The fleet of yellow buses rumble off in formation. Hardesty picks up his son at his school. Oh, hi, Ben. At 4:15, Hardesty helps Ben with his homework, followed by playtime in the backyard. After, we sit down with Ryan and Melissa. She's an educator, too, a speech pathologist.
You both spend all day working with children that aren't your own, and then you come home and you have 2 small boys. You're surrounded by children every day, all day.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I don't know.
But we really enjoy it. It's definitely hard. The mental load, it can be a lot.
But it's also really rewarding to get to watch kids grow.
One day, if one of the boys comes to you and they say, you know what? I want to go into education. I want to be a teacher. What would you say? Be honest.
I think I'd say go for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a great profession. I think it's a great opportunity to make a difference.
The day winds down with family dinner at 6:28, followed by a bedtime story. A final lesson before the day is done. Craig Melvin, NBC News.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back at the half hour, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Kate Snow. Making news right now, one lucky person in Michigan about to be hundreds of millions of dollars richer after buying the winning ticket for one of the largest Powerball jackpots in history. That ticket is worth $842.4 million, or, Morgan, $425.2 million if you take the cash. So like half if you take the cash. Yeah. But the winner has yet to claim their prize.
I take the cash.
Would you?
Yeah, I think I would, yeah. All right, nearly 700,000 cans of baby formula are being recalled for possible bacterial contamination, according to the FDA. Now, the maker of popular formulas Enfamil and Nutramigen, they say the possible contamination could cause potential fatal infections like sepsis and meningitis. Now, the company believes most of those cans in question have actually already been consumed, but so far, no illnesses have been reported.
And in South Korea, a liberal opposition leader is recovering in the ICU after he was stabbed in the neck by an unidentified man who police say approached the leader for an autograph. The 59-year-old was walking through a crowd of journalists and others while touring a potential site for a new airport. Democratic Party officials quickly subdued the attacker, and police are still investigating a possible motive.
Overseas, more heavy fighting is breaking out in parts of southern Gaza. This just one day after Israeli forces announced plans to start withdrawing thousands of troops from that territory in the days ahead.
That does not necessarily mean, though, that the war is nearing an end. Over the weekend, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said military operations in Gaza will likely continue for, quote, many more months. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is live in Tel Aviv for us. And Josh, I know we have some developing news today. We understand a Hamas leader has been killed in an Israeli strike. What do we know?
Yeah, that's right, Kate. His name is Salah al-Aruri. He's a senior Hamas leader and actually the founder of the Al-Qassam Brigades, the military wing of Hamas. And he was assassinated today in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, according to a top Hamas official who has spoken to NBC News. Now, the Israelis have not taken responsibility for involvement in this. They have not commented on whether it was their strike. But the Lebanese state news agency is saying that it was an Israeli drone strike that assassinated him, also killing several other Hamas leaders. The big question right now, Kate, will this lead to some type of retaliation from Hezbollah, which is, of course, a distinct group, but they are based in Lebanon. They may see an attack against a Palestinian group in Beirut as being, in one way, an attack on them as well. And so the region really on edge right now to see what's going to come afterwards.
Yeah, I want to stay right there in the region, Josh. I know that you spoke with an Israeli official who says the country's cabinet is expected to meet later on tonight to talk about plans for Gaza after this war. Do we have any more details about what those plans could actually look like?
Yeah, we do, because this has been the big question. What did Israel foresee for Gaza after Hamas? And now this Israeli official tells me that at this meeting, they will be discussing a plan in which Israel would control the security indefinitely. There would be a security perimeter within Gaza. Israel would control what's coming over the border from Egypt into Gaza. And very interestingly, this official says Israel wants to see local clans in Gaza actually administer civilian responsibilities like doling out aid and basic municipal tasks. That is a response to the fact that Israel does not want to see either Hamas or the Palestinian Authority govern the Gaza Strip. But this is really the first time that we've heard that Israel instead wants to see local tribes essentially doing the job of basic governing. Now, the United States, other nations have said it is not up to Israel to dictate to the Palestinians who is going to govern them and how after this war, that the Palestinians have a right to self-determination. And so we'll have to see how the U.S. responds to this proposal, particularly as Secretary of State Antony Blinken is headed to this country in the coming days.
Yeah, it'll be a very important response. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman for us there live in Tel Aviv. Josh, thank you.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard is living free for the first time just days after getting out of prison. She pled guilty to second-degree murder after she and her then-boyfriend planned the murder of her mother. That was after years of abuse, where her mother falsely claimed that Gypsy Rose suffered from serious health issues. Here's NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett on how she's trying to take control of her life.
Hey guys, her story is still harrowing even all these years later. The thought of a mother treating her daughter as sick when she was perfectly healthy, so hard to imagine. It was turned into a documentary, even a TV series, but now Gypsy Rose is using her platform to tell her side of the story.
Hey everyone, this is Gypsy. I'm finally free.
After 8 years behind bars for her mother's murder, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, now a free woman.
Hey everyone, happy New Year's Eve.
And right back in the spotlight, speaking out for the first time on her newly created social media accounts.
I just want to send a quick video to thank everyone for the massive amount of support that I've been getting on social media. Everyone has been really, really nice.
That massive support earning her 6 million followers on TikTok and close to another 6 million on Instagram in less than a week, posting her first selfie since out of prison, photos of her wedding ring, kissing her husband, Ryan Anderson, who she married while in prison, and promoting her upcoming Lifetime series and ebook.
It's more of my reflection of everything that I've learned and experienced in the last 8.5 years.
Gypsy Rose, perhaps the most famous victim of what's known as Munchausen by proxy. Authorities say her mom, Dee Dee Blanchard, falsely claimed that Gypsy Rose suffered from leukemia, asthma, and muscular dystrophy, confining her to a wheelchair and subjecting her to multiple unnecessary surgeries over a span of nearly 2 decades.
Things are not always as they appear.
But things took a turn in 2015 when prosecutors say Gypsy Rose and her then-boyfriend, Nicholas Godejohn, hatched a plot to kill her mother.
I played a part in asking him to commit the murder.
The two were arrested and charged with murder, Gypsy Rose taking a plea deal, while Godejohn went to trial and received life in prison. Now, as Gypsy Rose celebrates her freedom, she's revealing her side.
I will finally share my story the way that it should be shared.
As for the former boyfriend, he was convicted of a jury, but his lawyers say they're seeking a new trial, saying he was on the autism spectrum and was manipulated by Gypsy Rose. Back to you.
All right, so if you are like so many people returning to work after the holiday break with a little cough, a little fever, or a sore throat, you're not alone. The CDC is reporting a rise in COVID, flu infections, and hospitalizations. And while the flu and RSV, they're of course expected this time of year, but COVID, interestingly, it's now been considered a seasonal illness. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander spoke with a doctor about how you and your kids can stay safe.
As the holiday season winds down, health officials warn respiratory illnesses are quickly ramping up. A troubling trifecta of flu, COVID, and RSV, with rising cases fueled by holiday gatherings and peak travel season. According to the CDC, at least 30 states have reported high or very high levels of flu-like illnesses, with hospitalizations also on the rise.
A lot of people are getting sick out here.
It comes as vaccination numbers are hitting a troubling low. According to the CDC, just 18% of Americans have received the latest COVID booster, and fewer than half of American adults have gotten their flu shot, prompting the CDC in December to issue this urgent message to doctors: encourage at-risk patients to get the shot. And experts warn, prepare for even more cases in January.
We do expect cases are going to rise. Hospitalizations are going to rise well in to the end of January, early February.
All of it has led to some hospitals in at least 4 states and the District of Columbia to reinstate mask mandates, including Massachusetts, where this nurse sounded off on social media.
Mandatory mask. What does that tell y'all? COVID is back.
In California, UC San Diego hospitals have banned entry for children under age 12, a population where respiratory illnesses can be especially dangerous.
When should parents be concerned?
2 situations. One, if you have a very young child, say an infant age, and they're having respiratory wheezing, you can actually hear them audibly wheezing, get them immediately seen. The second is if they wake up in the morning, and this is a child of any age, and they have a bad sore throat, they also have a fever, and they're not coughing, can be correlated with strep throat. It's important to get them seen immediately.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
Well, it is the beginning of the new year, which means resolutions, right? And no surprise here, some of the most common resolutions involve improving our health.
Which, of course, brings us to Dry January, which is when you abstain from all alcohol for the entire first month of the year. So joining us now to discuss, CEO and founder of recovery management agency, Dr. Alyssa Hallerman, author of the book Soulbriety. And Doctor, first off, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Let's start with the obvious question. Like, why is this a thing? Why is it important to kick out alcohol in the first of the year?
So it started in 2012 in Europe, and it had such success that people just kept doing it. I think now really the purpose is different for people that are healthy, that just want to have a reset or detox, really look at the benefits that they can get from stopping, and also just sort of reflect on their drinking habits, as opposed to people that might be really struggling with their drinking and really want to take a look at it from a different perspective and really go a little bit deeper into the why.
So this is me. I'm on day 2 right now.
Good for you.
I know, she's been doing it.
I am those people.
Good for you. I'm like 21 years and 2 days or something.
Oh, wow.
Wow. You've done it for 21 years.
21 years.
That's so,
Do you
gotta be so
I'm like dying. There's so many questions. Sorry.
Oh my God, where do we start?
Well, yeah, how do you feel? And what are the tips? We put them up a second ago, like for success, for stick, because this is what I want to know. How do I stick with this for the entire month?
I think for the entire month we're going for? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going for the entire, it's Dry January.
Yeah,
It's
not February. No, I just didn't know if you wanted to extend past that or not.
Maybe, but at least the month.
For the month, I think, first of all, day by day. Second of all, really know your why you're going to pick up that drink. Like, keep track of that. Also, maybe try different events or redefine what fun is for you and try some daytime activities, things like that. And do it with friends, stay accountable. I think all of those things really help.
I mean, you said you've done this for 21 years. Like, do you feel differently? Like, what are the short-term effects versus the long-term effects?
Well, I've been sober for 21 years.
Okay.
So I haven't done, I guess I've done Dry January
over and over and over.
over and over and over. So the short-term benefits, you're going to see a decrease in anxiety, depression, better sleep, more energy, better skin because you won't be as dehydrated. You won't be craving as much sugar. And long-term, you're going to lower your cholesterol, lower your blood pressure. You're going to have a healthy liver. And you're just going to improve your memory and have more mental clarity.
All right.
My hat is off to you two ladies.
Well,
I love it.
Thank you so much. CEO and founder of recovery management agency, Dr. Alyssa Hallerman. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And coming up, how carving out one-on-one time with each of your children could actually help you level up your parenting in the new year. More NBC News Daily just after this.
report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
So the new year is the perfect time to reflect on what's working and what could be improved when it comes to parenting, especially to help reset your family routines after a holiday season filled with get-togethers and, of course, a break from school.
Right. It can be a rough transition, right? According to the experts at Child Mind Institute, transitions can be one of the most common triggers for problem behavior in kids. Author and founder of Positive Parenting Solutions, Amy McCready's here with us to help us with our families get back on track post-holidays. It's good to see you, Amy. Happy New Year. So you say...
Happy New Year to both of you.
Thanks. You say there are 5 simple strategies parents can incorporate in the day-to-day to improve their kids' behavior, to make things better in the family. How can we include these in our daily life?
Well, we can transition from the holidays to an amazing 2024 with some simple strategies, beginning with carving out one-on-one time with our kids on a daily basis. I call this mind, body, and soul time. It's just 10 minutes when we are one-on-one, fully present in mind, body, and soul, and doing what our kids want to do. And the beauty of that is because we're with our kids a lot, but we're often multitasking, glancing at our phone or cleaning the kitchen, and we're not really meeting their needs for attention and emotional connection. And that's one of the big triggers for kids acting out. So this will deliver better behavior in 1 or 2 days.
Yeah, I love what you said about that. And I think about that a lot. I have a 11-month-old at home. And, you know, a lot of people hear 10 minutes a day. And for some, that may feel like a lot, especially in families that have a lot of kids, right? How can you sort of mindfully make sure you're setting aside that 10 minutes?
I'd love to sit down with your kids and create a plan for when you're going to do mind, body, and soul time. It may be just your tuck-in routine at night. That may be the best time, but getting a schedule is key. Also remember that mind, body, and soul time is an investment in good behavior. You will invest this 10 minutes, but you'll get it back tenfold in kids who are more cooperative, easygoing, and everything is just not going to feel like such a battle.
Yeah, I found as my kids got older, we really had to schedule it too, because they get busy lives.
They have their own
right?
lives,
and their own lives. So how do you get your kids on board, though, especially those teens? Like, Mom wants to spend 10 minutes with you. They're like...
Yeah, it can be a little cringy for teenagers,
Yes.
right? The key is getting into their world and doing what they like to do. So if you have a teenager and they love to do video games, then that's what you do. You sit down and play games with them. Another key in kind of getting them on board is another tip, which is creating a decision-rich environment. And this is important for kids of all ages, where we give them opportunities to make decisions that affect their lives. What to wear, when and where they're going to do their homework, input in the family meal planning. Because when we give kids agency over their own lives, they are going to be more agreeable and cooperative in those situations where they don't have control.
You know, what's one thing that's interesting is when I was younger, my family would do like family meetings, and we'd had a little Kleenex box that we would decorate, and you'd put little, ideas of things to talk about when you had a family meeting. When is sort of the best time to hold a family meeting? Is it over dinner? Is it a time of the child's choosing?
Family meetings are so powerful, and I'm so glad to hear that you've done them. They can be done anytime, but it's best really if it's not like over a family dinner, because that way you can focus on the family meeting agenda rather than having the distractions of pass the potatoes. But the great thing about a family meeting is it's an opportunity to come together and talk about your weekly calendar, to solve any problems that came up as a family. It gives kids a voice in what's going on in your family. And again, that gives them that sense of agency and control. It teaches important life skills, but it also fosters that sense of family teamwork, which is so amazing.
Yeah. I'm sitting here thinking, I used to call family meetings on usually Sunday mornings to kind of go through the schedule for the week and get ready. And my kids were like, ugh. Yeah. How do you get your kids on board?
Yeah, so remember the family meetings are supposed to be fun. So if they drag on too long, or if it turns into a top-down lecture, they're not going to want to participate. So the key is have an agenda, but it always has to include some fun. And that way your kids are going to want to participate. They're not going to want to miss it because it's such a fun activity. It's a ritual that they look forward to every week.
All right, author and founder of Positive Parenting Solutions, Amy McCready. Thank you so much, Amy, for joining us, and Happy New Year.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
When it came to what we ate and drank, 2023 was the year of the mocktail, the butterboard, and of course, the girl dinner.
Yes, so what is 2024 serving up? NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer hit the streets of New York City to find out.
This story, like any good meal, begins with a drink.
Most people have heard of the Aperol Spritz. Yes. What do you got here?
For here, we have the Hugo Spritz.
That's what's on the menu at more and more restaurants like Republic Latin Fusion in Brooklyn. Owner Christian Almonte says you just need 3 ingredients: elderflower liqueur, sparkling wine like Prosecco, and club soda.
All right, cheers.
For me, it's a less bitter alternative to the Aperol Spritz.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. That's like super refreshing.
Yelp says searches for the Hugo Spritz were up more than 1,100% last year, proof that elderflower is a huge trend.
We like to call it the bartender's ketchup in our scene, because you put on a little bit of anything and it just goes perfect. Like it just works.
You won't find any ketchup at New York's Nakamura, where ramen reigns, a far cry from the instant cups stockpiled in college dorm rooms. Chef Shigerushi Nakamura is known as one of Japan's ramen gods.
Noodle is a game changer, I think.
First, we sample a classic style, torigara, with a thinner noodle that I tried to eat with chopsticks.
All right, here we go. Nope.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let's try that again.
So like this?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect, like the ramen, which I'm told you are allowed to slurp.
That's delicious.
These days, the chef says thicker noodles and thicker sauces are becoming more popular, with many craving cold ramen.
So take some like a noodle like this.
Okay.
And dip.
Dip.
Dip and eat.
Yelp searches for cold ramen jumped 30% last year.
So the sauce is sort of the star here, right?
Yes.
It's got a lot of the flavor. Yeah.
More diners are also taking a dip into meat alternatives. Chef Guy Vaknin owns several plant-based New York restaurants, including a Nixie, which serves Mediterranean food.
Most of our customers are not vegetarian or vegan for that matter.
While beef and chicken alternatives are quite common, Vaknin's also focusing on plant-based seafood, a quickly evolving trend.
Nice and delicate, the way salmon or cured salmon should be.
It tastes like salmon. I would never know.
Yeah.
He recently added this salmon fillet to the menu. Revolutionary, he says.
Because you can cook it, it flakes like a salmon, it looks like a salmon, it tastes like a salmon. That's a touch in what the future is going to bring to us.
For our final course, let's head back to Brooklyn for an after-dinner drink, the Carajillo. Just 2 ingredients, a sweet Spanish liqueur and coffee, in this case, espresso.
Oh, that is good. It is. It's almost like a cup of coffee with cream in it, right?
A new nightcap to start the year. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Yeah, that looks good, but I'm doing dry
elderflower.
January.
Oh, well, I'll have the Hugo with you in February.
Yes.
I'll give you a head
It's a
start.
date.
I'll
It's a
take a
date.
head start.
Let's turn to what's trending right now, okay? A New Jersey mother gave birth to twin boys who were both born on 2 different days.
Wow.
Parents Eve and Billy Humphrey welcomed Ezra at 11:48 p.m. on December 31st and Ezekiel at 12:28 a.m. on January 1st. What makes their births even more special, Morgan, is the baby Ezra, the big brother, shares his birthday with his dad.
Wow, and what a beautiful family. All right, a new report from USC Annenberg's Inclusion Initiative is calling out major studios that said they would hire more women and people of color to direct their films. Now, the report found that only 12% of directors for 2023's top 100 grossing domestic films were in fact female. But that's just a slight increase from 9% in 2022, and only 22% of directors in 2023 were from underrepresented racial and ethnic groups. That's nearly unchanged from 20% back in 2022.
The College Football National Championship is officially set. The Michigan Wolverines, the Washington Huskies will square off next week in Houston. That comes after yesterday's games when Michigan defeated Alabama 27-20 in overtime, and the Huskies bested the Texas Longhorns 37-31.
And rap legend Snoop Dogg, here you go, Kate, heading to the Paris 2024 Summer Olympics.
Wow.
He will be a special NBC Olympics correspondent alongside sportscaster Mike Tirico. Their commentary will air on both Primetime and Peacock. You're not going to want to miss it.
We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is January 2nd. Tragedy in Japan. 5 people dead after 2 planes collided on a runway in Tokyo and burst into flames. One of those planes was set to deliver aid to communities that were hit by earthquakes just yesterday.
Race for the White House. Republican candidates are hitting the campaign trail with less than 2 weeks until the Iowa caucuses. What voters are saying about the GOP field as the Trump team pushes back on efforts to keep him off primary ballots in 2 states.
Breaking her silence, Gypsy Rose Blanchard speaking out on social media for the first time since being released from prison for the murder of her mother. Now she's starting to share her side of the story.
Travel trend. Instead of booking a trip to popular tourist spots, some people are skipping the crowds and going to the so-called duplicate destinations. Everything you need to know about travel dupes, so to speak, before taking off. Sounds interesting.
It does. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now in Japan, where search and rescue teams, they're searching for people who are still trapped under collapsed buildings and debris on the Noto Peninsula. Now, this all comes after a string of really strong earthquakes hit Japan's west coast yesterday, killing at least 48 people.
The country's prime minister now saying he will personally lead the national disaster response. We're also following the latest with a fiery crash at the Tokyo airport today. A Japanese Coast Guard aircraft that was carrying emergency supplies for those earthquake victims collided with a Japan Airlines plane. You see it there. 5 crew members on the Coast Guard plane were killed. All the passengers and crew on the commercial jet were evacuated safely, thank goodness. Journalist Kaori and Joji is live in Tokyo for us. Kaori, thousands of people are still living in evacuation centers, as we understand. The prime minister saying there are several factors that are complicating rescue workers' efforts. Where do things stand right now?
Well, this has been one tragedy after another this New Year holiday here in Japan. The death toll has now increased. 55 people are confirmed dead in Ishikawa Prefecture after that huge earthquake hit on New Year's Day on January 1st. We're heading about 34 hours after that incident, but we still know that hundreds of people may still be trapped under the rubble. The evacuation efforts have been difficult because landslides are closing off some of the roads. There are deep fissures within the roads. You see buildings totally collapsed in some areas like Wajima, which is the city closest to the epicenter and where most of the death tolls are being reported. Snow and rain is expected over the next coming days, which is likely to complicate the rescue efforts even further because the ground is very, very weak. They're saying we're seeing what we call liquefaction, which is when you see a huge earthquake like this force up the ground, turning the ground literally into something very watery, and that makes the rescue efforts extremely, extremely difficult. Thousands are still in evacuation centers in that area in central Japan on the western coast near the Sea of Japan, the East Sea. There are hundreds of people without electricity, without water, at a very difficult time and cold time when temperatures are below freezing. So, I'm a Japanese person who has lived here. We live through earthquakes day in and day out. They don't surprise us, but when you hear magnitude 7, it sends, it makes us very terrified. It reminds us, of that devastating earthquake back in 2011.
Yeah, that really, shocked the world. It's interesting, though, Kaori. You talk about just how tragic this New Year's Day was across the country. Move us now to that crash. Do we have any other details about what actually happened?
The details are still very limited, but Japan Airlines says that when its aircraft was making that approach into Haneda Airport, which is one of 2 of the major airport centers here in Tokyo, everything was normal. The visibility was good. There was no fog. There was no rain. But somehow it collided with a Coast Guard airplane that was on the runway. As you pointed out, 5 of the 6 members who were in that plane, in that Coast Guard plane, have been confirmed dead, and the 6th sixth member, who was the pilot, is also in serious condition. But as you pointed out, almost miraculously, these 379 people that were aboard this Airbus flight were evacuated safely.
All right, journalist Kaori Njoji for us there. Kaori, thank you.
Now to the Middle East, where a senior Hamas official was killed in a strike in Beirut, Lebanon. That's according to a Hamas leader who spoke to NBC News. But so far, Israeli forces have yet to comment.
Yeah, in the meantime, Israel's military announced it's set to start withdrawing some troops from Gaza in the coming days. And then tonight, the country's cabinet is expected to meet to discuss plans for that territory after the war ends. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now live from Tel Aviv. Matt, what else do we know specifically about this Hamas official who was reportedly killed?
Well, the man who was killed, there were actually several people, and we're still getting the numbers in. There were at least a handful, including Salah al-Aruri. He was considered one of the #2 members of Hamas, one of the top officials. And, he was considered a very shrewd politician, a man who helped to found the militant wing of Hamas, the Al-Qassam brigades. And he has been a member since he was a student, back when Hamas was formed, back in the late 80s and early 90s. And he was considered a man who was adept at diplomacy. That was his main goal, not just diplomacy with outside groups, including with Turkey and the government of Lebanon and Hezbollah, which was one of his crucial functions. He was living in Lebanon at the time that he was assassinated in Beirut, in that southern neighborhood of Dahia, right outside of Beirut, where Hamas held the headquarters. And now he was also good at making deals with other countries, when bringing together different factions within Hamas, like the faction in Lebanon, the faction in the West Bank, where he was born, and factions that were based in Turkey and elsewhere. This was a very important role because Hamas, of course, is a very strictly controlled organization. It's considered a terrorist organization by the United States and by Israel. So to be able to connect all of those different groups within Hamas, along with foreign governments, it was a very important position.
And Matt, Israel's Supreme Court, on a different subject here, has struck down a key part of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's controversial judicial overhauling the courts. How are people reacting to that today?
Yeah, I mean, it is a different subject, right? But they're all kind of connected at this point because we're seeing this war playing out. This constitutional decision, or the Supreme Court decision, the real reaction that we're hearing is from the right wing, from supporters of Benjamin Netanyahu, and they have said that this is essentially an overreach by the courts. You can kind of get a whiff of a lot of the conversations that we're having in the States, where the courts buck up against the president, in this case, against the Prime Minister Netanyahu and his very, very far right-wing cabinet, the most right-wing, supposedly, ever in the history of Israel. So it's the right wing here who were championing this legislation and who are the most furious that this legislation has been defeated. But we got to remember, before October 7th and its aftermath took hold of the headlines here in Israel and all throughout the world, this was the story that was dominating this country and dividing it. Now that the Supreme Court has shot down this law, it looks like it's going to divide this country even further. Guys.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. Matt, thanks so much.
Meanwhile, here in upstate New York, investigators want to know why a man drove into a crowd of concert goers on New Year's Day, killing 2 people. Now, all of this happened in North New York, in Rochester, which is about 5.5 hours northwest here of New York City. And we learned today that the driver is a 35-year-old named Michael Avery.
Rochester officials say he deliberately drove a rental car filled with gas canisters into the crowd. He ended up crashing into a ride-share car and dying from his injuries last night. Police do not believe the incident is terror-related and are now asking the public to come forward with any information they may have. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. And Tom, I believe the 2 people in the ride-share car are deceased. Is that right?
That's right. And we have another person who's received pretty serious injuries as well. All told, 9 people injured, and then Michael Avery, the driver of that vehicle. And you can see it on fire there. According to firefighters, it took them nearly an hour to put it out. They have evidence photos that are starting to circulate of 12 canisters on the ground, some of them burned in various different forms. But he was the driver of that vehicle, and he's the person, obviously, police have been looking at to determine why he did this. Now, they have some of his writings contained in his hotel room. He rented that car, and they're in the process of going through them. But right now, based on where they're at in the investigation, they haven't been able able to determine a motive, but they've been able to say, look, we see no signs to any sort of foreign terrorist organization, to any sort of domestic terrorism, and so we don't have an ideology here that this person speaks to. And as we all know, typically when we do see a terrorist attack, that individual wants people to know why they carried out a specific event or a specific incident. That's the good news. The bad news is obviously the terror that this community felt that night, being New Year's Eve and seeing this horrific scene. We heard from the mayor earlier today about that.
Remember, these folks were going to see a Grateful Dead tribute band, and they were expecting to be able to ring in the new year and have a good time. But instead, we have individuals that are now going to be burying family members, and we have people who have now life-altering injuries because of the choices that this suspect made.
Family members have apparently been talking to law enforcement, and they say while he wasn't diagnosed with any sort of mental health issues, they believe he did have some recent mental health concerns, and so that's something obviously law enforcement will continue to delve into.
Do we have any update on the victims, Tom?
Right. So right now, based on that press conference this morning, we have 9 people that are injured total. Most of those are going to make a complete recovery. That's the good news. One person, though, has what officials have described as life-altering injuries. You can imagine this vehicle going into a crowd, striking another car. Just what that scene might have been like.
Yeah, traumatic for the whole community.
Our NBC News investigative correspondent, Tom Winter, as always, Tom, thank you. Of course.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Americans are cutting down on streaming. Customer cancellations at major streaming services rose 6.3% in November, according to the subscription analytics provider Antenna. And that's up from 5% a year earlier.
Yeah, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, I imagine this has to do something with a lot of these subscribers seeing, the prices go up. What's going on here?
So Morgan, Kate, it's likely they want to just cut their costs, especially as companies raise their prices for these streaming services. Streamers are trying to hold on to their customer base with a few different strategies, though. According to a Wall Street Journal report, those include teaming up with rivals to bundle their deals, providing discounts or free months of service, or starting to offer cheaper ad-supported versions of those services, but still costs are an issue. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is having a strong start to the year. The cryptocurrency topped $45,000 this morning for the first time since April of 2022. That surge comes as investors get excited about a potential Bitcoin exchange-traded fund in which they would allow them to investors to track the price of Bitcoin without having to own that cryptocurrency directly. And Meta Platforms just launched its latest version of its virtual reality headset, so prices are now falling for its predecessor. The Quest 2 headset, it will now cost either $250 or $300, depending on the model. Those headsets have been on sale since Black Friday, but this reduced price is now taking effect permanently. So if you're really into the VR, AR thing, I guess you can get it for cheaper, unlike the streaming services, so it's all a kind of balancing act.
Exactly. I was about to say, in with one, out with the other.
It all costs too much. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu, thanks so much.
And still ahead, a shocking, deadly shooting involving 2 10-year-old boys. How the child got the gun and what led to the tragedy. You're watching NBC News Daily.
hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Just days after being released from prison, Gypsy Rose Blanchard is speaking out for the first time. She suffered years of abuse at the hands of her mother, who falsely claimed that Gypsy Rose suffered from serious health issues, including leukemia.
Gypsy Rose later pleaded guilty to second-degree murder after she and her then-boyfriend planned the killing of her mother. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has more on her new chapter.
Hey guys, her story is still harrowing even all these years later. The thought of a mother treating her daughter as sick when she was perfectly healthy, so hard to imagine. It was turned into a documentary, even a TV series, but now Gypsy Rose is using her platform to tell her side of the story.
Hey everyone, this is Gypsy. I'm finally free.
After 8 years behind bars for her mother's murder, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, now a free woman.
Hey everyone, happy New Year's Eve.
And right back in the spotlight, speaking out for the first time on her newly created social media accounts.
I just want to send a quick video to thank everyone for the massive amount of support that I've been getting on social media. Everyone has been really, really nice.
That massive support earning her 6 million followers on TikTok and close to another 6 million on Instagram in less than a week, posting her first selfie since out of prison, photos of her wedding ring, kissing her husband, Ryan Anderson, who she married while in prison, and promoting her upcoming Lifetime series and ebook.
It's more of my reflection of everything that I've learned and experienced in the last 8.5 years.
Gypsy Rose, perhaps the most famous victim of what's known as Munchausen by proxy. Authorities say her mom, Dee Dee Blanchard, falsely claimed that Gypsy Rose suffered from leukemia, asthma, and muscular dystrophy, confining her to a wheelchair and subjecting her to multiple unnecessary surgeries over a span of nearly 2 decades.
Things are not always as they appear.
But things took a turn in 2015 when prosecutors say Gypsy Rose and her then-boyfriend, Nicholas Godejohn, hatched a plot to kill her mother.
I played a part in asking him to commit the murder.
The two were arrested and charged with murder, Gypsy Rose taking a plea deal, while Godejohn went to trial and received life in prison. Now, as Gypsy Rose celebrates her freedom, she's revealing her side.
I will finally share my story the way that it should be shared.
As for the former boyfriend, he was convicted of a jury, but his lawyers say they're seeking a new trial, saying he was on the autism spectrum and was manipulated by Gypsy Rose. Back to you.
Laura, thank you. California police are investigating the shooting death of a 10-year-old boy. Detectives say the boy was shot and killed by another 10-year-old who found his father's stolen gun.
Now, both the father and the 10-year-old are now facing charges. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more.
Flowers for KJ.
10 years old. Oh, they was only 10 years old.
The Sacramento Sheriff's Office says 10-year-old Keith KJ Frierson was shot and killed by another 10-year-old boy. His family's grief heart-wrenching.
And he didn't deserve this. He still had a whole life to live.
Saturday afternoon, authorities say the alleged shooter was ordered by his father to grab cigarettes from their car. Instead, police say the boy grabbed his dad's gun, bragging that he had it, before taking aim at KJ and pulling the trigger.
Complainant saying a little boy was shot. They're screaming in the background.
Deputies say KJ was rushed to an area hospital where he was pronounced dead. The 10-year-old suspect ran to a nearby apartment complex.
Y'all allowed y'all son to do this to my 10-year-old nephew.
Officials say the gun was reported stolen in 2017 and that after the shooting, the boy's father allegedly tried to get rid of the firearm by dumping it in the trash. The father was arrested on possession of a firearm by a felon and child endangerment. According to the CDC, firearm injuries are the leading cause of death for children in the U.S. More than 1,600 were killed in 2023.
Justice for my nephew.
Now, another family mourns the senseless death of a child.
My nephew's blood is on y'all hands.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
All right, so if you are looking to take a trip without breaking the bank, stay tuned and listen to this. We're going to tell you the vacation spots that offer great amenities with a lower price tag. All that coming up and more. You're watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Of course, our teachers play a pivotal role in preparing the next generation to really take on the world.
Yeah, and so Today's Show co-host Craig Melvin got an inside look at a day in the life of one Pennsylvania teacher who helps set up kids for success at school and at home.
Every day across America, they rise before many of us.
6:15 in the morning here in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. We're about to knock on the door and tag along with the teacher for the day.
Hey,
good morning.
What's up, Ryan? Craig Melvin.
Nice to meet you.
Ryan Hardesty and his wife, Melissa, have two sons, Ben and Grayson, still sleeping.
Oh, hi, Melissa. It's your neighbor, Craig. This reminds me when I was a kid. My mom was a teacher. Oh, yeah. So she was up at O'Dark 32. So as soon as you get in, it's ground running.
Yeah, usually by the time I drop my son off to get at the babysitter to catch the bus and then kind of run in the door, and usually the kids are there within 5 or 10 minutes.
Soon, we're on our way.
Well, what's this area like? Really close-knit community, supportive of the kids, supportive of the school.
Hardesty drops his 7-year-old son, Ben, off, and we reach Highland Middle School by 7:43.
This is the office, huh?
This is it. Us and, 800 of our closest friends.
Teaching here was his first job out of college. He's been here 15 years and goes to great lengths to keep his kids engaged in the social studies lessons he teaches. For his work, he was selected by the Pennsylvania Department of Education as the state's Teacher of the Year in 2023.
It's very quiet.
Yeah.
Calm before the storm.
I was just gonna say that.
The storm starts at 8:30 with the first class of 7th graders. The dim lights are a sign of the times. Interactive whiteboards replacing the chalkboards of my day. Each student also has a tablet provided by the school. Right now, they're studying everyday life in ancient Egypt.
Part 1 says you're going to create a narrative, a story.
He hovers, advises, trying to get them to build on what they've learned. The second class starts with morning announcements and the Pledge of Allegiance.
With liberty and justice for all.
Hardesty stays put in room 203 while students move in and out. After 2 classes of the Pharaohs, he moves on to Lewis and Clark for a class of 8th graders at 10 a.m. There's a lot of participation in Mr. Hardesty's class, moving desks, forming teams to work on projects together. 10:45 is study hall. Some students passing the time with cards invite me to play war.
I haven't won a hand yet.
At 12:15, Hardesty gets a half hour for lunch. He spends it in the teacher's room. He may be the Teacher of the Year, but Hardesty insists many of his colleagues are more deserving of the award. Next, prep period, when we find some time to talk.
When did you realize that you actually wanted to teach?
I think in high school, you look at good social studies teachers that you had and you think, I think I'd really like to do that. To be a teacher, it's a little bit about liking the subject that you want to teach, but it's a lot more about wanting to work with kids.
How has it changed in the 15 years you've been teaching?
In the years immediately after COVID, I think you were seeing students just struggle to be in a space with other people and be surrounded by other people all day and be in a chair and a desk and listen to instruction all day.
Classes resume at 1:25 and finish with dismissal at 2:45. The fleet of yellow buses rumble off in formation. Hardesty picks up his son at his school. Oh, hi, Ben. At 4:15, Hardesty helps Ben with his homework, followed by playtime in the backyard. After, we sit down with Ryan and Melissa. She's an educator too, a speech pathologist.
You both spend all day working with children that aren't your own, and then you come home and you have 2 small boys. You're surrounded by children every day, all day.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I don't know.
But we really enjoy it. It's definitely hard. The mental load, it can be a lot.
But it's also really rewarding to get to watch kids grow.
One day, if one of the boys comes to you and they say, you know what, I want to go into education. I want to be a teacher. What would you say? Be honest.
I think I'd say go for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a great profession. I think it's a great opportunity to make a difference.
The day winds down with family dinner at 6:28, followed by a bedtime story. A final lesson before the day is done. Craig Melvin, NBC News.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Migrant crossings at the southern border have now reached an all-time high. According to the Department of Homeland Security, nearly 300,000 migrants came to the U.S. in December, shattering previous records. Border Patrol agents reportedly processed anywhere between 9,000 and 10,000 immigrants a day last month.
NBC News has just learned that Harvard University President Claudine Gay is stepping down. It comes after she faced heavy criticism over her public response to anti-Semitism on campus in the wake of the Israel-Hamas war. She was also facing claims of plagiarism in academic papers. In a letter to the Harvard community, she says it has become clear that her resignation is in the best interest of the university.
And new data from the U.S. Census Bureau shows the world population grew by 75 million people over the past year, bringing the total to more than 8 billion people. While numbers are growing worldwide, the U.S. population is actually slowing compared to other major countries. If that trend does in fact continue, this could be the slowest decade of growth in U.S. history.
Well, with the Iowa caucuses less than 2 weeks away, can you believe that? Republican candidates have been campaigning across the state, trying to convince voters about why they should be their party's next presidential nominee.
Now, the field of GOP hopefuls looking to gain ground on former President Donald Trump. According to an NBC News and Des Moines Register poll conducted just last month, more than half of all likely Iowa caucus goers say Mr. Trump is their first choice. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is live in Dubuque, Iowa for us, where Vivek Ramaswamy is holding a town hall this afternoon. Maura, what are voters telling you? I mean, where are the candidates today?
Well, guys, it's not Iowa caucus season if I'm not in a bar waiting for a campaign event, talking with potential caucus goers. And basically, they know that it's crunch time. Campaigns know that it's crunch time. Vivek Ramaswamy, though, is the only one in the state today tackling 6 events across the Northeast, crossing off yet another 99-county tour during this campaign. That's a tradition here for Republicans in Iowa. He'll have done that twice by the end of the day. But it's surprising that other candidates, given the pressure of the next 2 weeks, are not in state today. We will see Nikki Haley tomorrow coming back, Ron DeSantis coming back tomorrow, Nikki Haley and former President Trump coming back on Friday. And the importance of being in Iowa, talking with potential caucus goers, is really important for the candidates and the voters themselves. Our campaign embed spoke to some over the weekend to talk about the connection that they need to feel with candidates.
We want to see the people. We want to see the candidates, just to reassure ourselves. And we take this seriously. So that's why they have to be here.
People refer to us as a flyover state, which, being an Iowan, I don't agree with that. But there's a lot of difference between city thinking and rural thinking. And it's nice when rural people are considered people of consequence as American citizens.
Now, when they're not in state, their ad dollars have been working for them. $105 million spent in TV ads in 2023 by these Republican candidates. Vivek Ramaswamy expected to be here within the next 30 minutes or so. A lot of voters, a healthy mix of whether they're choosing an alternative between former President Trump and a new candidate, or if they want to say goodbye to Trump and are looking for who their next pick is. But they've got less than 2 weeks to figure that out, guys.
Yeah, and Maura, let's talk about the legal stuff for just a second with President Trump. He's expected to appeal rulings in Maine and Colorado that could keep him off the primary ballots in those 2 states. Where do things stand?
Definitely a lot of legal tension surrounding these decisions, kicking him off the ballot in those 2 states. Basically, the Colorado Republican Party did file an appeal for that decision, and we're waiting to see if the Trump campaign will make an appeal as well. We expect to see that soon, though they do have a deadline of January 5th. Again, that is the day on Friday that former President Trump will return to Iowa, trying to garner extra support in the early state, especially ahead of the caucus. So we'll keep an eye on all of that in these final weeks, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett. Maura, thanks so much.
Meanwhile, federal officials, they are sounding the alarm over the safety of med spas, which offer services like IV therapy, skincare treatments, even cosmetic procedures. Now, this has grown into a $15 billion industry, but now there are concerns that many facilities are actually using unlicensed workers to give out unapproved products in unsanitary conditions, potentially causing dangerous bacterial infections like the one pictured here on your screen from a med spa client. So today, health and medical reporter Erica Edwards dug into it for us and joins us now. Erica, first, if you can, just sort of tell us about your reporting, because there's a lot of questions. I know I've talked to people who've been going to med spas recently. What is the question around unregulated IVs?
Hi, Morgan. Yeah, so we found that there is a growing number of people who have to seek emergency care after visiting one of these med spas or IV hydration clinics. Some suffer burns from laser treatments. Others can't open up their eyes properly because Botox was put in incorrectly or in the wrong spot. But increasingly, doctors are telling me that they are seeing people come in with aggressive drug-resistant bacterial infections, usually right at the site of the injection or the IV. And that can happen if equipment is not sterilized properly, or if people are using unapproved, unauthorized products. One woman in California we spoke with, you showed her picture there a few minutes ago. She got these aggressive bacterial infections at every site that she was injected. That was nearly 3 years ago, and she is still on really heavy-duty IV antibiotics. Morgan.
And what is the FDA doing then to sort of crack down on these med spas and specifically those unlicensed professionals who may be there?
Well, there are no federal standards for med spas at all. States actually have control over those. And even the American Med Spa Association industry representatives say many states don't have enough resources to go to these med spas to ensure that rules like having a doctor oversee each procedure are enforced. Now, the FDA did send out 2 alerts within the past few years about unlicensed workers, unapproved products at med spas for consumers, but doctors and even industry representatives say more oversight is needed. Morgan.
And I guess the question, if you are a customer who is going to a med spa, Erica, just kind of briefly, what are the questions you should be asking?
Yeah, and to be fair, many med spas do operate quite safely, but there are questions that they should be willing to answer to ensure your safety. Number one, who owns and operates the med spa? Who is administering my treatment, and what credentials does that person have? Don't be afraid to ask to see a license or a diploma. And also, is there a licensed medical practitioner on site in case there are complications? They should also give you just a basic health exam ahead of any procedure to make sure that there are no drug interactions or underlying conditions that it could increase your risk for complications. Morgan.
All right. Today, health and medical reporter Erica Edwards for us there. Erica, thank you.
Morgan, a growing travel trend is saving people big money when it comes to planning out their vacations. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky breaks down what's known as a travel dupe and how it offers big rewards if you're a little creative about your next destination.
They're destinations we know and love. Venice, Paris, Tokyo, New York, just to name a few. They're beautiful and fun, as long as you don't mind the crowds or the cost, which is exactly what's fueling a new online travel trend.
Venice dupe, Barcelona dupe, Machu Picchu dupe.
Urging travelers to find their destination dupe or duplicate location.
If you like this, then you should try this. If you like this, you would love this.
It's gotten very, very expensive in the past couple of years.
Travel pro Casey Carr says for his clients on a budget, dupes can open a whole new world.
You're looking for similar weather, similar geography, so mountains for mountains or big cities for big cities.
In the Caribbean, move over St. Martin. U.S. flight searches to the island of Curacao exploded 200%. Sold on Sydney, Australia. Global searches for its dupe city of Perth topped 100%. And U.S. searches for Liverpool, England, a potential London dupe, spiked 138% over the last year.
I would want to have some savings to go to an alternate destination, though Liverpool versus London isn't really that far off. So
no Buckingham Palace, but you still get the Beatles. Exactly.
So there you go. That's great.
Travel dupes are really the best because not only are you saving a ton of money by going to a place that is maybe a little more undiscovered, but you're experiencing a whole maybe different culture.
But best friends and travel influencers Nikki Costa and Tiffany Shiro say with the potential savings comes responsibility.
Just be respectful, like it's not about you, and really just try to get to know the people there and the locals and understand their way of life. I think that's what travel is all about.
Just remember, not all dupes are created equal.
Montreal for Paris, France, yes.
Yes.
Paris, Texas for Paris, France.
No.
And for the die-hard bucket list travelers, the same rules still apply. The earlier, the better.
Like, we're going to New York to see the Today Show. I can't see the Today Show anywhere else.
I did not tell her to say that, by the way.
There is only one New York City.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
That was cool. All right, well, some of the most celebrated TV characters in pop culture history are now available for free public use after the expiration of a 95-year copyright term.
Yeah, that includes some iconic Disney characters like early versions of Mickey and Minnie Mouse. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has more on the films and music that are now up for grabs.
Remember the original Mickey Mouse, better known as Steamboat Willie? He made his debut in the 1928 animated short film of the same name, directed by Walt Disney and Ub Iwerks. Mickey and thousands of other classic works are entering public domain, following the expiration of a 95-year copyright term. In other words, this Mickey is up for grabs for anyone that wants to use this specific version without permission.
I gotta figure out how to make money on this thing. It's simply too good.
Across social media, users reacting to the news. One posting, "Hey, check out this new character I came up with." A spokesperson for Disney saying more modern versions of Mickey will remain unaffected, adding Mickey will continue to play a leading role as a global ambassador for the Walt Disney Company in our storytelling, theme park attractions, and merchandise. It's not just Mickey. The original Minnie Mouse and Tigger will also be joining the lot.
I'm Tigger.
As well as J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan. Now, you might be wondering, what's the big deal? Winnie the Pooh's copyright ran out in 2022, and shortly thereafter, a slasher film titled Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey hit theaters, leading to outrage from fans all over the world. Even the film's director said he experienced death threats. Now, Steamboat Willie's Mickey will be at the center of a horror video game, Infestation 88, with the creators saying they're looking to infuse nostalgia with terror.
I thought it was just rodents, but there's something else in here.
And it's not just these characters from your childhood, but also works from literary masters like Agatha Christie and Virginia Woolf. Music like Mac the Knife, often performed by Louis Armstrong.
With his teeth, dear.
And the unforgettable Charlie Chaplin with his film The Circus. All now free for use. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
When we come back, we'll dive into what neurodivergence is, the trend of self-diagnosing, and how to best support your family members who might process information a little differently. More NBC News Daily right after this.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Well, kids across the country are heading back to school, and for students with learning differences such as autism or ADHD, that transition can sometimes feel overwhelming.
Yeah, and people who have these conditions process information differently and can be diagnosed with neurodivergence. But what does that actually mean? Joining us now, Dr. Cynthia Martin. She's a senior psychologist at the Child Mind Institute. Dr. Martin, first, thank you for joining us, and Happy New Year. What does it mean to be neurodivergent?
Thank you so much for having me, and Happy New Year to you both as well. So to be neurodivergent, it means that you most likely have a clinical diagnosis of a neurodevelopmental disorder. So that could include a diagnosis like autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or a specific type of learning impairment or a learning disorder.
So we were talking about this during the commercial break. There's kind of a trend online right now where there's a lot of talk about neurodivergence, and you know, even on TikTok it'll say like, here's the things to look for. But that's not a clinician doing that. That's people self-identifying. So is that a positive trend? And can it happen where someone's saying I am neurodivergent, but they don't have that clinical diagnosis?
Yeah, great question. So one thing, I think social media allows, there are a lot of benefits that social media allows for. So it allows for greater awareness, it allows for reduced stigma, right, of neurodevelopmental disorders, the idea of neurodiversity. However, it can also lead to a lot of misinformation where people can think that, all right, if I have X, Y, and Z traits, that means I'm neurodivergent. It means I must have a neurodevelopmental disorder, which is actually a clinical disorder, a clinical condition. And those two things might not go together.
You mentioned X, Y, or Z traits. Can we actually get into the medical side of that? What are the X, Y, and Z traits? What are some of the traits of someone who may process information differently?
Yeah, great question. So for somebody to have a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, they have to have two co-occurring combinations. So there has to be a deficit or impairment in their social communication, how they're understanding and navigating social interactions, and simultaneously there has to be the presence of restricted and repetitive patterns of behavior. Those two things have to co-occur. They don't have to co-occur at the exact same time, but they have to co-occur within an individual's development, and they have to be present in an early developmental period.
Okay.
So these are not things that can start when you're a teenager. There has to be some degree of this present in early development.
Very interesting point.
Yeah. So, you know, for all of us, if we know someone who does have that diagnosis, who is neurodivergent, and I certainly do in my life, what do we do? How can we best support folks?
Well, the first thing we want to do is really validate the individual, validate their experience, validate what they're saying. If the person is thinking, oh, I feel and I identify as neurodivergent and I wonder if I have a clinical diagnosis that's part of this, then help them to get an evaluation. So getting an evaluation, consulting with a medical professional is a really helpful way to know if the traits and the experiences that you have are at the degree of clinical significance that warrant a clinical diagnosis. And then separately from that diagnosis, we want to really validate how somebody is experiencing and processing the world and help them to navigate that effectively.
And just like on a day-to-day, like human level, right? For people who aren't as intimately aware of neurodivergence, like what are some things you shouldn't do?
Oh, shouldn't do? Yeah. Well, certainly we don't want to tell people your experience is not real, or this doesn't bother me, so it shouldn't bother you. Those sounds, those noises, those lights, what that person is saying, that's fine for me. It shouldn't be a problem for you. So
that's what not to say.
That's what not to say. So that can really invalidate a person and make them feel like there's something wrong with them, or they're a problem, or that the environment is not very inclusive or understanding of them.
And I just have to say, it can be beautiful to be neurodivergent. Right? It can make you a very special and unique individual.
And empathetic.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there are unique strengths that we really want to foster as well.
All right. It's wonderful to have you. Dr. Cynthia Martin, thank you so much. Really interesting.
We appreciate it. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
When it came to what we ate and drank, 2023 was the year of the mocktail, the butterboard, and of course, the girl dinner.
Yes, so what is 2024 serving up? NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer hit the streets of New York City to find out.
This story, like any good meal, begins with a drink.
Most people have heard of the Aperol Spritz. Yes. What do you got here?
For here, we have the Hugo Spritz.
That's what's on the menu at more and more restaurants like Republic Latin Fusion in Brooklyn. Owner Christian Almonte says you just need 3 ingredients: elderflower liqueur, sparkling wine like Prosecco, and club soda.
All right, cheers.
For me, it's a less bitter alternative to the Aperol Spritz.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. That's like super refreshing.
Yelp says searches for the Hugo Spritz were up more than 1,100% last year, proof that elderflower is a huge trend.
We like to call it the bartender's ketchup in our scene, because you put on a little bit of anything and it just goes perfect. Like it just works.
You won't find any ketchup at New York's Nakamura, where ramen reigns. A far cry from the instant cups stockpiled in college dorm rooms. Chef Shigerushi Nakamura is known as one of Japan's ramen gods.
Noodle is a game changer, I think.
First, we sample a classic style, torigara, with a thinner noodle that I tried to eat with chopsticks.
All right, here we go. Nope.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let's try that again.
So like this?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect, like the ramen, which I'm told you are allowed to slurp.
That's delicious.
These days, the chef says thicker noodles and thicker sauces are becoming more popular, with many craving cold ramen.
So take some like a noodle like this.
Okay.
And dip.
Dip.
Dip and eat.
Yelp searches for cold ramen jumped 30% last year.
So the sauce is sort of the star here, right?
Yes.
It's got a lot of the flavor. Yeah.
More diners are also taking a dip into meat alternatives. Chef Guy Vaknin owns several plant-based New York restaurants, including a Nixie, which serves Mediterranean food.
Most of our customers are not vegetarian or vegan, for that matter.
While beef and chicken alternatives are quite common, Vaknin's also focusing on plant-based seafood, a quickly evolving trend.
Nice and delicate, the way salmon or cured salmon should be.
It tastes like salmon. I would never know.
Yeah. He recently added this salmon fillet to the menu. Revolutionary, he says.
Because you can cook it, it flakes like a salmon, it looks like a salmon, it tastes like a salmon. That's a touch in what the future is going to bring to us.
For our final course, let's head back to Brooklyn for an after-dinner drink, the Carajillo. Just 2 ingredients, a sweet Spanish liqueur and coffee, in this case, espresso.
Oh, that is good. It is. It's almost like a cup of coffee with cream in it, right?
A new nightcap to start the year. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Yeah, that looks good, but I'm doing dry January.
Oh, well, I'll have the Hugo with you in February.
Yes.
I'll give you a head start.
It's a date. Let's turn to what's trending right now, okay? A New Jersey mother gave birth to twin boys who were both born on 2 different days.
Wow.
Parents Eve and Billy Humphrey welcomed Ezra at 11:48 p.m. on December 31st and Ezekiel at 12:28 a.m. on January 1st. What makes their births even more special, Morgan, is the baby Ezra, the big brother, shares his birthday with his dad.
Wow, and what a beautiful family. All right, a new report from USC Annenberg's Inclusion Initiative is calling out major studios that said they would hire more women and people of color to direct their films. Now, the report found that only 12% of directors for 2023's top 100 grossing domestic films were in fact female. But that's just a slight increase from 9% in 2022, and only 22% of directors in 2023 were from underrepresented racial and ethnic groups. That's nearly unchanged from 20% back in 2022.
The College Football National Championship is officially set. The Michigan Wolverines, the Washington Huskies will square off next week in Houston. That comes after yesterday's games when Michigan defeated Alabama 27-20 in overtime, and the Huskies bested the Texas Longhorns 37-31.
And rap legend Snoop Dogg, here you go, Kate, heading to the Paris 2024 Summer Olympics. Wow. He will be a special NBC Olympics correspondent. Commentary will air on both Primetime and Peacock. You're not going to want to miss it.
We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Savoy. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. Life after Hamas. Israel's top leaders were set to hold a high-stakes meeting on plans for what would happen after the war ends. But that meeting was postponed just moments before it was set to start. What it could all mean for the millions inside Gaza.
Chaos in Japan and inferno on the runway in Tokyo after two planes collided, all while the country is suffering with the aftermath from dozens of earthquakes. How passengers escaped alive as rescue teams try to find survivors in the rubble.
Breaking news out of office. Harvard President Claudine Gay agrees to step down as controversies grew surrounding her leadership, what it means for the Ivy League institution.
Plus, top of the class. He has one of the highest IQs in the world, and he's just 6 years old. How one of Mensa's newest members is using his genius for good.
6 years old.
Pretty impressive, right?
Yeah. Hey, Happy New Year.
Yes.
Happy New Year to you.
So good to be back together, especially in 2024.
Here we are. We're going to begin this hour with that breaking news out of Israel. A meeting of the full Israeli cabinet that was expected to be underway right now has just been postponed.
The delay comes after a top Hamas leader was killed in an explosion in Lebanon. The cabinet was expected to discuss plans for a Gaza Strip without Hamas.
NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is following it all in Tel Aviv. So, Josh, you have some reporting on that proposal that we thought they were going to be considering, the Israeli cabinet. So what's happening now?
Well, as we were coming on the air, Kate, we learned that while that wider cabinet meeting has been postponed, Israel's war cabinet will meet tonight, which is perhaps unsurprising given that explosion in Beirut that Lebanese sources and Hamas say was an Israeli assassination of a top Hamas leader. But in the meantime, we are learning more about what Israel's cabinet will be discussing in the coming days about what comes next for the Gaza Strip after Hamas is defeated, if Israel does succeed in accomplishing that goal. An Israeli official telling me that Israel foresees local clans or tribes within the Gaza Strip taking over responsibility for basic civilian governance, while Israel will maintain security of the Gaza Strip for the foreseeable future, including a temporary security zone on Gaza's perimeter. Now, whether that zone will be made up of Palestinian land in the Gaza Strip or Israeli land outside the Gaza Strip is not something Israel has disclosed yet, but the Biden administration has been very clear they are not willing to entertain any reduction in Palestinian land as a result of security solutions to come after this war. A U.S. official telling us tonight they're not going to comment about these internal Israeli deliberations, but that Palestinian freedom and dignity must be a critical part of whatever system is put in place after this war is over, Kate.
And Josh, let's discuss that explosion in Lebanon. Have we heard anything from Israel's military?
We have not heard anything about it from the military. We have heard from a senior Netanyahu advisor speaking to MSNBC saying he would not comment on if Israel was behind it, but saying that it is clear that what took place here was a targeted strike on a Hamas leader by whoever was responsible and not a broader attack on, for example, Hezbollah, because the big concern is that Hezbollah, another militant group allied with Hamas, might now retaliate against Israel. But we should be clear, there's only one country that's at war with Hamas right now. That is Israel. And Israel's leaders have previously vowed to hunt down Hamas leadership all around the world, saying that they are living on borrowed time.
Yeah, hoping the conflict can remain contained. Josh Letterman, thanks so much.
We are following some breaking news out of Rochester, New York, upstate New York, where the FBI is now investigating a fiery car crash that ended with 2 people killed. Dashcam video captures the moment of the crash. You can see the car totally engulfed in flames. This all happened early on New Year's Day outside a concert venue.
What really alarmed investigators about this incident were the multiple gasoline canisters found inside that vehicle, raising suspicion that this was an intentional act. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter has been following this one for us. So, Tom, do we know what exactly investigators are focusing on right now?
Well, certainly those 12 gas canisters, that's how many in total they were able to recover from the car, is a focus for them. And they were trying to determine why this individual rented this vehicle. You can see the car going down the street there after being involved in that crash, clearly burning up. Took firefighters, they say, an hour to put those flames out. Why somebody would have wanted to do that? And that's really the big question mark. But at this point, they've ruled out, and I think obviously, given the fact it was New Year's Eve, given the fact it was near a concert venue, definitely a concern for some sort of act of terrorism, whether it be a foreign terrorist organization or something domestic. But at this stage, the person who they say died in this crash, the driver of that vehicle, Michael Avery, who they're looking at, they have found no connections to any sort of terrorism groups or ideology at this point. So yes, now the next question is, why could he have done this? And it might some way be related to mental health, according to authorities.
Okay, Tom Winter for us. Tom, thank you.
Thanks so much. Turning overseas now, Japan is grappling with a pair of tragedies, the aftermath of the New Year's Day earthquakes and a deadly plane collision.
Japan's prime minister says it's a race against time to rescue people believed to be trapped under buildings that collapsed from the quakes. At least 55 people have died so far. In Tokyo, investigators are trying to figure out how a passenger plane collided with a Coast Guard aircraft that was going to carry aid for those earthquake victims. As you can see, it led to a fiery explosion. 5 people died.
Let's bring in NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello. Tom, can you walk us through the new details we're learning about the fiery plane collision?
Just absolutely miraculous that everybody on board that Japan Airlines flight, an Airbus A350, walked out of it, got off safely. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, 5 of the 6 crew members on that Japanese Coast Guard plane died. The captain did survive, but we're told he's in critical condition. Here's what happened. This plane, the Airbus, Japan Airlines, coming in, 379 people on board, cleared to land on runway 34 right there at Tokyo's busiest airport. but apparently that Coast Guard plane was sitting on the runway, or at least a portion of it on the runway. And those two planes collided. A dramatic fireball then ensued, as you saw, flames and fires rolling down the runway. Amazingly, everybody got off that plane following flight attendant instructions to leave their belongings behind and go, go, go. They did. Firefighters arrived, and then, as you could see, they had a heck of a fire to put out. But that really is the thrust of the question. Why was that Coast Guard plane sitting on a runway that the Japan Airlines plane had been cleared to land on? Take a listen to one young Swedish tourist who was on board the plane when they came in for a landing and then hit that Coast Guard plane.
Then I remember looking back and just seeing this plane I just sat on completely destroyed by fires, and all my stuff, all my luggage, everything. I only have my outfit that I'm currently wearing left.
Anton Dibi, as we said, is a Swedish tourist who was on board with his family. He said he used his hoodie to cover his mouth because the smoke was so intense inside that plane. Again, they all survived. Even 8 babies on board that Airbus plane survived. 17 minor injuries. And the investigation is focused very much on why was that Coast Guard plane on the runway that Airbus had been cleared to land on. You guys, back to you.
Yeah, and that's fast work by that crew, right, to save all those people. And it's tragedy on top of tragedy. I want to bring in journalist Kaori and Joji, who's in Tokyo, for us to talk about the other piece here, the rescue and recovery efforts in the aftermath of the earthquakes. What are the big concerns right now?
Well, the concerns, one, is that the death toll is rising. We have now 55 people confirmed dead after that deadly quake on New Year's Day in Ishikawa Prefecture, which is in central Japan on the western coast. We have concerns about the rescue efforts. We're heading into the 35th hour after this quake. The forecast is for rain and snow. The land is still very soft because of this huge earthquake. There have been landslides that is limiting access to some of these remote areas that have been hit very hard. It's a rural area to begin with. You also have fears that people are trapped still underneath some of the rubble, the houses we saw that collapsing in some of these areas like Wajima, which seems to be the epicenter of this quake. Rescue efforts have been ongoing, but there have been delays because the transportation network has been down. There are thousands of people still in evacuation centers. There is no electricity and water in some of these areas as well. So this ongoing rescue effort has been very, very slow and very, very costly to many of these people. And it reminds us all of the huge earthquake that all of us suffered back in 2011.
And Kaori, as we mentioned, the Coast Guard plane that was part of the explosion was actually carrying aid. We're seeing video of heavily damaged roads too. How are first responders and crews going about delivering aid now? And will this explosion of the plane delay any of that?
Well, this is a small plane that was carrying some relief supplies to that area. But the Prime Minister has spoken and said that he hopes that this will not delay further any of the efforts made by some of the rescue teams. This is the Coast Guard. There have been efforts to approach the area by sea as well, because some of the lands into these rural areas have been blocked, as I say, with landslide. You're seeing what we call liquefaction of the land here, which is very, very dangerous. When you have an earthquake as powerful as a magnitude 7, it basically shoots up from under the ground, and the soil that you're used to seeing literally turns into liquid. So it's very dangerous to bypass some of these areas. And you also have to remember that you're also in the middle of winter, temperatures are freezing, rain, sleet forecast tomorrow, which will likely complicate the rescue efforts even further.
Wishing those in Japan a more peaceful new year for sure. Kaori and Joji and Tom Costello, thank you both so much.
It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Tensions in the Middle East could soon cost you at the pump.
And an electric car company produces more than 3 million vehicles, and this time we're not talking about Tesla. Courtney Reagan joins us now. Hey, Courtney.
Hi, Kate and Zickley. It's good to see you. So oil prices do remain volatile. This is after Iran dispatched a warship to the Red Sea as tensions mount in this critical waterway for global shipping. Iran did not elaborate on the details of the destroyer's mission to the area. Major shipping companies stopped crossing Red Sea routes in December, choosing alternatives but costlier routes as the Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen attacked vessels in the Red Sea in retaliation for Israel's war on Gaza. And for a second straight year, BYD announced it produced more than 3 million new energy vehicles in 2023. That puts the Chinese electric car giant on track to beat Tesla's production numbers. But BYD's numbers do include hybrid and all-electric. Tesla still has the edge in battery-only vehicles. And only about half of American credit card customers think they can pay off their December balances in full. According to the latest Lending Tree Credit Card Confidence Index, that's the lowest on record since tracking began more than 5 years ago. Remember also, balances are higher, or I should say the total is higher because of the interest rates being higher now than they were several years ago. So watch those totals and please pay what you can.
Yeah, it's easy to snowball, right?
Trouble. Yeah.
It's all connected.
Courtney Reagan, thank you.
Thanks. Coming up, we've got breaking news. Harvard's embattled president, Claudine Gay, resigns. We'll bring you her message to students and who's set to replace her. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're following breaking news this hour from the academic world.
Harvard's president, Claudine Gay, is stepping down as the school's leader. Gay sparked major controversy last month after her testimony on Capitol Hill about protests on her campus over the Israel-Hamas war. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis covers education and joins us now. So, Rahema, we mentioned that hearing on Capitol Hill. There were other controversies, though, surrounding Ms. Gay, including allegations of plagiarism. What finally led to her decision to resign today?
It seems it was the amount of criticism. It has been withering, and it has been blistering, and it has been consistent. Concerns about how she responded to that congressional hearing seems to be at the forefront of all of this. As you know, it was last month in December when she went before that congressional hearing, and she was questioned about whether students calling for the genocide of the Jewish population should be punished, and Congress and others, some in Congress and others, were very unhappy with her response. Here's what she said today. I think we have a full screen of her statement, a part of her statement saying she was resigning. She said it has become clear that it is in the best interest of Harvard for me to resign so that our community can navigate this moment of extraordinary challenge with a focus on the institution rather than any individual. We should also mention that her replacement, the interim president, has been announced, Alan Garber. He will become the interim president following Claudine Gay, and that, I suspect, will be pretty much immediate. It was also interesting in her statement, and also from the board, that had unanimously supported her following that congressional hearing. That board now has unanimously says it is time for her to go. In part of her statement, she mentioned that how disappointed and how upset she was about all of this, and she felt it was time to go. And she said, in part also, and it was frightening to be the subject of personal attacks and threats fueled by racial animus. It is interesting in as much as her failure to satisfy the concerns of other people about threats to Jewish members on the community, and she now says she was subject to threats herself. Kate and Zen-Clay?
It's also interesting, Rahema, I was looking at the statement from the governing board. They accept her resignation. They say, we do so with sorrow. What's the reaction on campus? Do we have any sense yet from students and other university leadership?
It is still coming in, but clearly the university leadership felt that it was time for her to go. Again, as I say, after they unanimously supported her, there's been some concern about whether or not there would be a decline in donors from the universe to the university as a result of all this criticism. And also, the Harvard Crimson, the newspaper, put out a pretty damaging editorial. Their editorial board called for her to go, saying students are exhausted, that the talk around Harvard University was all about her and not about academic pursuits.
All right, Rahema Ellis with that breaking news for us. Thank you, Rahema.
You bet.
We're now hearing from Gypsy Rose Blanchard for the first time since her release from prison.
Blanchard is a survivor of child abuse. She was convicted for her role in her mother's murder. She was also let out of prison just last week, and now she's opening up about what's next for her. Here's NBC's senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett.
Hey guys, her story is still harrowing even all these years later. The thought of a mother treating her daughter as sick when she was perfectly healthy, so hard to imagine. It was turned into a documentary, even a TV series, but now Gypsy Rose is using her platform to tell her side of the story.
Hey everyone, this is Gypsy. I'm finally free.
After 8 years behind bars for her mother's murder, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, now a free woman.
Hey everyone, happy New Year's Eve.
And right back in the spotlight, speaking out for the first time on her newly created social media accounts.
I just want to send a quick video to thank everyone for the massive amount of support that I've been getting on social media. Everyone has been really, really nice.
That massive support earning her 6 million followers on TikTok and close to another 6 million on Instagram in less than a week, posting her first selfie since out of prison, photos of her wedding ring, kissing her husband, Ryan Anderson, who she married while in prison, and promoting her upcoming Lifetime series and ebook.
It's more of my reflection of everything that I've learned and experienced in the last 8.5 years.
Gypsy Rose, perhaps the most famous victim of what's known as Munchausen by proxy. Authorities say her mom, Dee Dee Blanchard, falsely claimed that Gypsy Rose suffered from leukemia, asthma, and muscular dystrophy, confining her to a wheelchair and subjecting her to multiple unnecessary surgeries over a span of nearly 2 decades.
Things are not always as they appear.
But things took a turn in 2015 when prosecutors say Gypsy Rose and her then boyfriend, Nicholas Godejohn, hatched a plot to kill her mother.
I played a part in asking him to commit the murder.
The two were arrested and charged with murder, Gypsy Rose taking a plea deal, while Godejohn went to trial and received life in prison. Now, as Gypsy Rose celebrates her freedom, she's revealing her side.
I will finally share my story the way that it should be shared.
As for the former boyfriend, he was convicted of a jury, but his lawyers say they're seeking a new trial, saying he was on the autism spectrum and was manipulated by Gypsy Rose. Back to you.
Much more ahead. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
A New York chef has a unique recipe for success. He's pursuing 2 careers at once.
While you might think that running your own restaurant is hard enough, Dr. Tom Lowe also doubles as an anesthesiologist, and that's just part of his remarkable story. Today's Al Roker has the full story.
Who doesn't love food?
Come on.
You know, it's the spice of life.
Food is healing for your soul.
100%.
Tom Lowe knows a thing or two about food and healing.
I've always dreamed about being a doctor. I've always dreamed about being a chef. Why not do both?
An anesthesiologist by day, chef by night. Growing up, he loved cooking, even gaining experience in a bakery before heading to Yale University. Ultimately, he felt he had to choose one path.
I told my parents I'm gonna defer med school to go to cooking school.
And they said?
I was so excited. They, not so much, but they knew I had this passion for cooking.
So after you say, I want to do this, what happens?
I moved to New York to go to the French Culinary Institute, and I just discovered this entire world of cuisine.
Tom loved cooking, but was unsure of the stability of the restaurant business. So he worked in finance and was in the World Trade Center on September 11th, 2001.
I was on the 73rd floor, and it was actually my 23rd birthday. I just heard this huge boom. The North Tower got hit. I was in the South Tower, and I started walking down. And a few moments later, that's when we got hit. And literally, my tower started to sway back and forth. For about 2 seconds, I thought, if we go down, which I thought we were, I'm not gonna survive this. I gotta get out of here. So that's when I walked down. My mom said I had 23 angels escorting me down the stairwell, and that day wasn't my time. So I'm grateful for that.
How did that experience change you?
When you have a confrontation with mortality like that, and you survive that untouched, gives you a different perspective on life. I try to make every moment count.
It would seem to me that one of the things, the outgrowths of experiencing something like that is you can have more than one dream.
100%. That was probably the start of a moment when I started kind of realizing I need to go back into medicine.
Tom went back to school, eventually becoming an anesthesiologist. Along the way, always reminding himself that food was his medicine. So Tom continued working in different kitchens until he finally opened his own restaurant in 2022, Chi, in New York City, running the business while attending to patients. What's your goal as a doctor and a chef?
What I would love to do is actually bring the service side that I've, learned from hospitality into medicine. In terms of food, I would say many people in America, what they think of when you say Chinese food is beef and broccoli, wonton soup.
General
Tso's chicken, yes. Which is great, which I love.
Yes.
But there's so much more to Chinese food than just that. And I would love to bring that more to the mainstream.
Whether in the kitchen or in the operating room, Chef Dr. Lowe gives each practice his all. Both of those take a lot of effort, concentration. How do you do it?
It's a balance, time management, but also in this life, there's so many things I love to do. Love to practice medicine. I love food. I love cooking. There's no reason not to do them.
Seems like you're living the dreams.
I'm trying, Al, I'm trying.
Al Roker, NBC News.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. If you need inspiration for the new year to hit your goals, what a story.
Right. And don't put off the things that you love and want to do. You could do them all.
Life is short, and he's living it large.
Wow.
Al, thanks for that one. Well, coming up, the tour guides from opposite ends of the Middle Eastern conflict. How their unlikely bond is giving others hope. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming every day, free, 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A top South Korean official is hospitalized after surviving an assassination attempt. We're going to show you the aftermath of the attack, a warning that some of it may be hard to watch. Lee Jae-myung, the chairman of South Korea's Democratic Party, was signing autographs when he was stabbed in the neck by an unidentified attacker. Lee was airlifted to the hospital for treatment. Officials say his injuries are not life-threatening. The suspect, a male in his 60s, is in police custody.
Dozens of people are being treated for carbon monoxide poisoning after the heating system malfunctioned at a Mormon church in Utah on Sunday. Nearly 50 churchgoers reported symptoms. 22 had to be hospitalized. The church says they have closed the building until it's safe and are working to help cover the medical expenses for those who got sick.
And the city of Philadelphia has an historic new leader. Mayor Sherelle Parker was inaugurated today. She's the first woman to ever hold the position. Parker worked as a city councilwoman and served as a state representative for 10 years. She's also making history as Philadelphia's 100th mayor.
Today, we're learning that crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border hit an all-time high in December.
Two Homeland Security officials tell NBC News that approximately 300,000 migrants crossed the southern border last month. At times, CBP officers were seeing over 12,000 people per day trying to cross the border. The number of migrants is not just overwhelming the border, it's having a major impact on cities in the north, too. New York and Chicago putting in place new rules limiting when and how buses can carry migrants and arrive in those cities. City shelters in both metro areas say they're running out of space to house people, and they're nearing a breaking point.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. It's a location where many migrants arriving in New York are staying right now. So, Antonia, the buses carrying these migrants are being sent mostly by Texas's Republican Governor Greg Abbott because New York and Chicago identify as sanctuary cities, meaning they largely protect undocumented migrants. So what's changing now that these new limits are in place?
Well, Zincle, there are a number of new rules that carry serious threats of fines, penalties, even a potential seizure of buses by the NYPD. So the rules they have to follow: they need to arrive between 8:30 a.m. and 12 noon. And they can only go to the Port Authority. You can't drive to the Roosevelt Hotel. You can't drop them off in any neighborhood in New York and expect the city to take care of bringing them up here. And they need to give 32 hours of advance notice. Without that, they'll face these serious consequences. The challenge is, though, that we're now seeing those buses do workarounds like leaving people in New Jersey and expecting them to just find their way to either family, friends, or some kind of support network. And New York has that network. It has for a very long time. Lawyers and nonprofits that rush to come and give these families aid. But with thousands of people arriving every single week, at one point there was even 14 buses in just one day, that system is strained. Take a listen, though, to some of the conditions that these families are fleeing.
Sí, fue un poco duro pues en el trayecto del viaje, lo que es para cruzar México y todo eso. Sí, fue un poco duro. Aparte que nosotros somos pues cristianos, pues tuvimos unas amenazas ya de muerte. Entonces tuvimos que salir de nuestro país por esa razón.
And that family that I spoke with, Zincle, they are from Ecuador. And what you hear is not just in Ecuador, but Honduras and Guatemala, is that families are coming from specific communities, often very rural communities, where gangs and cartels have completely taken control, have stolen their homes, their goods, pushed them out of jobs. And they know how hard it is to legally immigrate to this country. They're coming to the border and trying to come to places like New York because they feel they've been pushed to the brink. They have no other option to keep themselves or their children safe. And so right now we're seeing a local solution, a local attempt at stemming some of the flow, at creating an orderly process. But the reality is, with all of these global challenges, they really need Congress to act. And some lawmakers in Congress feel like there's very little that's likely to be done soon.
Antonia Hilton in New York City for us. Thank you so much. Let's turn now to 2024. It may be hard to believe, but the Iowa caucuses are just 13 days away. Republican candidates are dashing across the state this week and spending big money in the hopes of bringing as many voters as possible into their camps. The question is, will it all be enough to overcome former President Donald Trump's commanding lead in the polls? NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins me now from Dubuque, Iowa. So, Maura, where are the candidates today, and what are you hearing from voters as we get closer to the caucuses?
Well, Zincle, one of them, Vivek Ramaswamy, is right behind me, so forgive me as I whisper through as he's giving his speech here in Dubuque. But this is one of 6 stops that he has throughout northeastern Iowa today. He'll actually be completing for the second time a 99-county tour, the full Grassley, they call it, in remembrance of Senator Grassley's tradition here in Iowa. And this really exemplifies how important ground game is for candidates leading up to the caucus, just 13 days away. Voters here telling me that they're really considering choosing between caucusing for former President Trump again or going with Vivek Ramaswamy, as they have very similar ideologies, but they're concerned that perhaps former President Trump won't be making it down the road because of the impending lawsuits that we've talked about. Now, going back to the importance of ground game, it's surprising to note that Ramaswamy is actually the only candidate in the state today. Ron DeSantis will be coming back tomorrow. Nikki Haley, former President Trump, joining him later in the week on Friday for more campaign events. But our team spoke with several Iowans who talk about the importance of retail politics in Iowa and why they feel they need to connect with candidates in person. Take a listen to what they told us.
People refer to us as a flyover state, which, being an Iowan, I don't agree with that. But there's a lot of difference between city thinking and rural thinking, and it's nice when rural people are considered people of consequence as American citizens.
We want to see the people. We want to see the candidates just to reassure ourselves. And we take this seriously. So that's why they have to be here.
That's what I also believe.
Gotta tell you, I've come to Iowa a lot over the last 6 years, and it's impressive every time how seriously Iowans take their role. They will be considering this very closely over the next 13 days leading up to the Iowa caucus to make their decision, St. Clair.
Maura Barrett in Iowa for us. Thanks so much.
The U.S. and several other nations are closely monitoring Chinese vessels off the South American coast. It's all an effort to stop illegal overfishing. In an NBC News exclusive, our Keir Simmons takes us along with the Peruvian Navy as they carry out one of their missions.
Closer to the U.S. coast than to China, a contest between superpowers on the high seas. Monitoring this massive Chinese fishing fleet looming off South America has become the U.S. Coast Guard's urgent focus. NBC News was invited to board the USCGC Alder, its 50-strong crew, on a new mission.
There's nothing wrong with fishing. It's just you got to do it in a way that's responsible.
They're part of a multinational law-enforcing effort aimed at curbing overfishing.
It's a matter of national security. Around 40% of the world gets at least some of their protein from fish. So that's why there's a sense of urgency here.
China's huge fishing industry, with Chinese government subsidies, dominates the South Pacific Ocean, over 10,000 miles from home, fishing for giant squid. We take a flight with the Peruvian Navy, 200 miles off their coast.
We're crossing into international waters right now.
To find a flotilla of Chinese squid jiggers just outside Peruvian territorial waters, relentlessly pursuing the squid.
We've been flying for about 20 minutes at 2,000 feet, just above the ocean, and we've already seen 10, maybe more, Chinese fishing vessels.
According to a report by Oceana, a Washington-based ocean conservation group first seen by NBC News, China's colossal distance water fleet is monopolizing the world's oceans. Some vessels allegedly turning off their tracking devices at times and fueling unregulated fishing practices in conservation and protected areas such as the Galapagos, as identified by NOAA.
They are globally seen as one of, if not one of, the worst actors when it comes to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing.
The report detailing hundreds of so-called factory ships carrying the huge hauls of squid home to China so smaller ships can keep fishing.
They fished for about 134,000 hours, which is an astronomical amount.
Still, she says, because the U.S. imported more than $686 million of seafood over the past 5 years, including from China, Congress has been able to apply pressure on Beijing by threatening to stop imports without improved fishing practices.
Squid like this may end up on your dinner table in the U.S.
We want to make sure that the squid that we are eating aren't a part of illegal fishing.
The Chinese embassy in Washington responding, telling us they should not be made responsible for the actions of a small number of vessels. The US and China sharing the Pacific with many other nations while battling over its resources. Keir Simmons, NBC News, Peru.
Now we want to introduce you to one of the smartest people you may ever meet. This Texas boy is the youngest person to be admitted into Mensa, the high IQ society. And get this, he's just 6 years old. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber introduces us.
My name is Chandler, and I am 6 years old.
Meet Chandler Hughes, a 6-year-old savant.
13 times 6 equals 78.
Good job, Chandler.
It started early. He started reading at 1 year, 9 months. He was in pre-kindergarten but finished on a 2nd grade reading level, a 2nd grade math level.
Finally, 14 times 14, 196.
Today it was, oh yeah, I know up to my 15 timetables, I could do 22.
2, 10 to 25.
Chandler even testing high enough to join the high IQ society Mensa, open to those who score in the top 2 percentile of IQ tests.
He joins a special fraternity of people who are essentially geniuses.
He joins a small but impressive group of youngsters, including Cash Quest, who's from Los Angeles and at just 3 years old had an IQ of 146.
We've never really sat her down and said, let's read. We will introduce her to something, and if she takes to it, she takes to it.
And Isla McNabb from Kentucky, who now holds the Guinness World Record for the youngest Mensa member, joining at just over 2.5 years old.
Are you sick? Let me check your heart.
Chandler Hughes one day hoping to use his gifts to help others.
Well, he wants to be a doctor.
A medical doctor, because I want to help people when they are sick.
But right now, the Hughes family is focused on giving this talented young man the support he needs to succeed.
Just working on the socialization factor, I think for us is the next piece. He's in a great environment where his teachers, his peers all support him. Just seeing how we can take this and increase literacy and math rates in our community, and for him to continue to succeed in life.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Oh my goodness.
I can't wait to see what he's like when he's even older.
Right? 6 years old, incredible.
So impressive.
What a great kid. Coming up, back to reality, the best ways parents can get their kids back into the routine after the holidays.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. This New Yorker wasted no time plunging into the new year. Oh boy, the 121st annual New York City Polar Bear Plunge took place on New Year's Day on Coney Island. Sounds a little frigid. Some 4,000 people jumped into the water. Pretty cool. Have you plunged before?
Never.
I have plunged before.
You have?
Yes. It's cold. It's cold.
You could not pay me to do that.
I hear they're good for you. More NBC
Sure.
News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
In today's Modern Parenting, the new year is the perfect time to reflect on what's working and maybe what's not when it comes to your parenting.
Yeah, after a holiday season filled with get-togethers and a break from school, it might be a little hard to get your kids back on track, right? According to experts at the Child Mind Institute, transitions can be one of the most common triggers for problem behavior in children. Here to help us talk about it all is Amy McCready. She's an author and founder of Positive Parenting Solutions. Amy, Happy New Year. Great to see you. I know you say that there are 5 simple strategies that parents can incorporate into their day-to-day routines to kind of improve their kids' behavior. What are those 5, and how do we tackle it?
Yeah, some really simple things, starting with carving out one-on-one time with our kids on a daily basis. I call it mind, body, and soul time. It's 10 minutes of one-on-one time where you're fully present in mind, body, and soul and doing what the child wants to do. That fills their need for attention and emotional connection, and then they're much less likely to act out. You'll see better behavior in 1 or 2 days when you start using that tool. The other thing we can do is create a decision-rich environment. That's where we give our kids lots of opportunities to make decisions that affect their world. Simple things like what to pack for lunch, when and where to do their homework, input into the family meal. It gives kids a sense of agency and control, and then they're less likely to push back when there isn't a choice on things.
And Amy, you mentioned spending 10 minutes per day per child at least. Is that enough, do you think? Or what about families that are pretty big and parents may say, that feels like a lot?
Yeah, so the key thing is working with your kids to sort of create a schedule for mind, body, and soul time. That way your kids know they're getting their time and it kind of holds you accountable. The other thing to remember is that mind, body, and soul time is an investment in good behavior. So while you're going to be investing 10 minutes, honestly, you will get that back tenfold in kids who are more cooperative, easygoing, and everything's not going to feel like such a battle.
Yeah, I got that advice long ago from someone like you and tried to individually spend time with each of my kids. Why is that so important? What does that do for you and for the kids?
Yeah, well, we all, and especially kids, have a hardwired need for emotional connection. And when kids aren't getting that sense of emotional connection, that is a trigger for a lot of the negative behavior that we see. And that's why just spending that 10 minutes, if you can spend more, that's great. But I like to keep it doable for parents. So just 10 minutes can truly make a huge difference in their behavior. Another thing that, oh, go ahead.
Oh, continue, please.
I was going to say, another thing that we can do that really doesn't take any time at all is to focus on specific, repeatable encouragement for our kids rather than the fluffy praise. You know, you're so awesome, you're so smart. When we do that, we focus on the things that contribute to success, like hard work, perseverance, extra study time, reaching out for help, because that fosters the kind of self-confidence and self-esteem that really is important. And we're going to see more of those behaviors in the future with our kids.
And Amy, you talk about just spending time with your kids, but sometimes you need to hold a family meeting. When is a good time to do that? And what about if a child is resistant to it?
Family meetings are so powerful because it brings the family together. It allows us to get organized. We review the calendar. We solve problems together that bubbled up that week. It's ideally done as a standalone activity, so maybe Sunday after dinner. It's best if you don't do it like around the dinner table because there are so many distractions, but it is so powerful. And the key thing about family meetings is that they have to be fun. So we don't want kids to resist attending, so we want to keep it fun, keep the focus on them, giving them a voice in family decisions, and they will want to participate.
I told Amy before, but that was what I was messing up, I think, as a parent.
What do you mean?
It wasn't fun. Our family meetings would be like, all right, let's look at the schedule. Two things you could do to keep it fun, Amy.
Ooh, I like that.
Yes. So create an agenda throughout the week where they can put their items on the agenda.
And
that gives them a sense of agency. And then the second thing is have some family fun activity. Do an activity, play a card game, tell jokes, just to make it fun.
Amy, thank you. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching Daily. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
With the Israel-Hamas war creating divisions around the world, an unlikely duo is bringing people together to bridge the gap.
Two tour guides, one Palestinian, one Israeli, sat down with NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra to discuss their journey toward finding common ground.
Chocolate hummus is a cultural insult to everybody.
Cooking dinner together in this Harlem apartment is not where Kobe Skolnick
You have olive oil, right?
or Aziz Abu Sara thought they would be. But after 13 years, they're pros at working side by side.
But then we moved it. No, keep it here. Just move this.
Kobe was born to a Jewish Orthodox family in Israel, and Aziz to a Palestinian family in Jerusalem. Together, they became a dynamic duo, leading tours to see their homelands. But all of that came to a sudden stop on October 7th.
I ran a travel company that ran a lot of trips to Israel and Palestine, and now we're running 0 trips there.
Tourism in the region has been slashed since the war between Israel and Hamas began, leaving Kobe and Aziz now giving tours of a different kind, around difficult dialogue here in the United States.
Could the young version of either of you ever imagine being here next to each other right now?
Not a chance.
No, Palestinians, for me, I didn't have empathy. I didn't even can look at them.
I grew up with the Palestinian narrative, which, Israel, every Israeli, and even every Jew in the world wants to displace all of us. There's only us versus them.
Today, they're taking that history to discussion events of all kinds. And this night, it's a dinner party.
Today, we'll try to say, okay, you're mad. For instance, it's so much pain. What do you want the other side to tell you? So first, welcome everybody again. Thank you for coming for dinner and a gathering.
Kobe and Aziz say while their tours have stopped, their work has doubled.
From what I've heard from a lot of my Muslim sisters this past month is that they're walking on eggshells, that they're afraid to speak their mind.
If we can understand the story and feel the person, we connect over stories. We don't connect over political opinions. I think that can get us somewhere and get us to listen to each other.
Their hope that engaging in tough but civil conversations can move the needle.
We can still sit together and say we don't see each other as enemy. We're not on the opposite side.
What would success look like for you?
Thousands of young people having the courage to talk to the other side in a way that changes the perspectives.
Marissa Parra, NBC News, New York.
Now let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
Someone in Michigan is starting 2024 as a millionaire. The winning ticket for one of the largest Powerball jackpots in history was bought in Michigan yesterday. Tickets worth $842.4 million, Zinkley, or $425 million if you take the cash. The winning ticket was purchased just south of Flint. Yesterday's jackpot was the 5th largest in history.
That is one way to start the year. Yeah. Congrats to whoever you are. And it was a sweet weekend at the box office for Wonka. The film starring Timothée Chalamet took the #1 spot. The film has brought in about $142 million domestically since its release 2 weeks ago. It wrapped up a big year for the box office, $9 billion with a B dollars, and tickets were sold in 2023. That is the highest amount since the pandemic.
Somebody told me it's good. It's worth seeing.
I've been hearing this too. Yeah. Maybe our EP, she's a fan. We should check it out.
Okay, all right. Snoop Dogg, have you heard this? He's heading to Paris this summer as an NBC Olympics correspondent. Seriously, his reports are going to include conversations with athletes, event coverage, and sightseeing.
Oh, wow. What is this move called?
That's an aerial, a cartwheel without your hands.
On that little bitty piece of wood right there? That's what it sounds like, right?
Is that him interviewing a gymnast?
I think so.
I think so. Oh my gosh. The Summer Games, they're right here on NBC. July 26th, you can catch Snoop Dogg's reporting prime time on NBC and on Peacock.
Oh, I guess that explains why they didn't let us go. Snoop. All right, I get it. And one family in New Jersey is welcoming twin boys born a year apart. Ezra was born just before midnight, December 31st, 2023. His twin brother, Ezekiel, was born half an hour later on January 1st, 2024. Turns out New Year's Eve birthdays run in the family. The twins' dad also shares a New Year's Eve birthday. Can you believe that?
One of the twins.
One of the twins, yeah. Wow.
I think it was the first one, the older brother.
I'm lost already.
Yeah, so the December 31st is the dad's birthday and the first twin.
Love it.
It's nice. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley. You're watching Daily. Happy New Year.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinkley Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
It's Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. Moments of terror. A passenger jet bursts into flames on a Tokyo runway just as Japan suffers with the aftermath of its earthquake crisis. What we're learning about the crash and the search for quake survivors.
Next phase, Israel cancels a key cabinet meeting about Gaza's future after Hamas. What we're learning about the plan they had and how an explosion in Lebanon could complicate everything.
Breaking news, stepping down. Harvard's President Claudine Gay resigns over controversy surrounding her leadership. For a message to students and who is set to replace her.
And that's the spirit. Millions of Americans are cutting back on drinking this month. How to give up the booze without making January a total buzzkill.
Oh,
Get it?
What you did there. Well, we got a busy day to start what's going to be a busy and exciting new year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. We haven't been together until today. Happy New Year.
It's good to be back, and we're going to start with a pair of tragedies unfolding abroad in Japan.
Yeah, we are talking about a deadly plane collision and the aftermath of the New Year's Day earthquakes. Japan's prime minister says it's a race against time to rescue people believed to be trapped under buildings that collapsed from the quakes. At least 55 people have died so far. More than 24 earthquakes struck the Sea of Japan and the country's west coast. The strongest quake registered a 7.6 magnitude.
In Tokyo, investigators are trying to figure out how a passenger plane collided with a Coast Guard aircraft that was going to carry aid for earthquake victims. As you can see, it led to a fiery explosion. 5 people aboard the aid plane died. Amazingly, everyone aboard the passenger plane escaped alive. Journalist Kaori and Joji is in Tokyo, but let's begin with NBC aviation correspondent Tom Costello. Tom, can you walk us through the new details we're learning about this collision?
Yeah, and by the way, this is precisely what the NTSB and the FAA have been worried about could happen here. You know, we've had a year of close calls in 2023. This is the worst case scenario. Here's what we know that happened. This Japan Airlines flight on a domestic flight coming into Tokyo's busiest airport. This is an Airbus A350. It had 379 people on board. As it came in to land on runway 34 right, there was another plane on that runway. It was a Japanese Coast Guard plane preparing, we believe, to take off to go to the earthquake zone that you just mentioned with emergency relief supplies. Well, that Airbus literally landed on top of the Coast Guard plane. Everybody on that Airbus amazingly got out despite that horrendous fire. Unfortunately, 5 of 6 people on board that Coast Guard plane, it was a Dash 8, a turboprop, 5 of 6 perished. The captain did survive, although we're told he is critically injured. So that's the question. Why did this happen? But more importantly, listen to how important it is to follow the flight attendant's rules, leave your belongings behind, and evacuate in an emergency. It worked this time.
It's imperative that people leave their belongings and concentrate on getting out of the airplane, follow the instructions of the flight attendant.
We've seen it too many times. People decide, no, I need that carry-on bag, I need my laptop, and then they delay the evacuation for other people. This time, everybody got out, and they are alive. You guys, back to you.
Yeah, that's a really good reminder, Tom. Thank you. Kaori, let me bring you in. Tell us about rescue and recovery efforts in the aftermath of the earthquakes. What are the biggest concerns right now?
Well, the concern is that the death toll may increase. It's now at 55 dead in Ishikawa Prefecture, which is near the epicenter of this huge earthquake that hit Japan, central Japan, on Monday. We're heading into about hour 35 now after that incident, and the rescue efforts have been difficult because people are still trapped under the rubble. Government officials have said they have not made contact with at least 120 people. There are fissures in the road that are deep that are blocking access to many of these rural areas, particularly along the coast. There have been landslides as well. And on top of that, there are reports of aftershock after aftershock. And seismologists have been warning that when you have a quake this large hit a country and hit an area, the likelihood of another earthquake of a similar magnitude hitting over the next week or so is about 10 to 20%. Add on top of that, you have rain and the snow forecast over the next 2 days, so more dangers ahead for some of these rescue efforts that are ongoing in central Japan.
And Kaori, it really is sort of this confluence of crises right now. As we mentioned, the Coast Guard plane that was part of the explosion was carrying aid. So how are first responders and crews going about delivering this aid now?
Well, this is really tragedy after tragedy during this New Year holiday here in Japan. A lot of the efforts are by land, but as I mentioned, some of the roads are blocked. There are some efforts going on via air as well with helicopter access, but there are also efforts being underway along the sea, because remember that a lot of the areas that were heavily struck are along the coast, on the western coast, particularly the Noto Peninsula, which is that area that juts out into the Sea of Japan, the East Japan Sea. And the complications also have been surrounding fires in the aftermath of that quake. One area in that area completely leveled due to a fire that took almost 12 hours to extinguish.
Kaori Injoji and Tom Costello, thank you both so much for your reporting.
Well, a scheduled meeting of the full Israeli cabinet to discuss Gaza's future without Hamas once the war ends. It was postponed at the last minute today. The country's war cabinet is still meeting.
And the delay comes after a top Hamas leader was killed in an explosion in Lebanon. Hamas is blaming an Israeli drone strike, but so far Israel's military is not commenting. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is in Tel Aviv for us. So, Josh, what do we know about the Hamas leader who was killed? How is the region reacting?
Well, he was not just a Hamas leader, but a founder of Hamas's militant wing. And he was also on a U.S. wanted list. The State Department had a $5 million reward. He had been designated by the Treasury Department as a terrorist. He was apparently in Beirut, the Lebanese capital, where the Hamas group tells us that they believe it was an Israeli drone strike that killed this Hamas official. The Lebanese state media are reporting that it was a strike on a Hamas office and that 6 people were killed in the course of that strike. Now, Israel's military is remaining pretty coy about this. They say they're not going to talk about what they did or did not do. But on the other hand, there's only one country that's at war with Hamas right now. That is Israel. And its leaders have long vowed to eliminate Hamas leadership anywhere they are in the world, saying that those Hamas leaders are living on borrowed time. And so from the perspective of the Israeli military, this certainly, whoever was behind this strike does help accomplish their goal of eliminating Hamas.
And Josh, we mentioned that the broader cabinet in Israel was going to meet this afternoon, and you have some reporting on the proposal that we thought was going to be considered. What happens now?
Yeah, well, we don't know why that meeting was postponed, if it was related to the strike. We do know that that meeting is still expected to take place in the coming days, and the agenda is very full because, according to an Israeli official I spoke to earlier, Israel is now considering a plan for after Hamas in Gaza that it would involve local clans taking responsibility for basic civilian governance in the Gaza Strip. Israel, under this plan, would maintain security of Gaza for the foreseeable future. There would be a temporary security zone within the perimeter of Gaza, although critically we don't know whether that would be on Israeli land or Palestinian land. The Biden administration has maintained they will not accept any reduction in Palestinian land as a result of what Israel tries to do after this war.
Josh Letterman in Israel for us. Thank you.
We are following breaking news this hour from the academic world.
Harvard's president, Claudine Gay, is stepping down as the school's leader. She was the first black president of the historic university and only the second woman to hold the job. She only spent 6 months there, though. Gay sparked major controversy last month after her testimony on Capitol Hill about protests on campus over the Israel-Hamas war. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis covers education and joins us now. So, Rahima, as just mentioned, there was controversy surrounding her testimony on Capitol Hill and then these new plagiarism allegations. What ultimately led Gay to resign?
That withering criticism, it was mounting and mounting ever since that congressional hearing on December 5th. She and the 3 other women presidents of these prestigious universities were pummeled with criticism about how they responded to these calls that were calling for the genocide of Jewish people, and that those who were calling for that should be punished. Their answers are what came under criticism. And it may be a question of the students, some of the students saying that it was time to go because more attention was being placed on Claudine Gay than on the academics of Harvard University. And then the Harvard Crimson editorial board just over the weekend came out with a scathing editorial and calling for her resign. In addition, donors were starting to talk about severing ties. And even for a university the size of Harvard University, with an endowment that is the largest, not only in the United States universities, but around the world, it is the wealthiest university in the world. It may have been too much pressure to bear.
This just happened today. School's not in session yet, right, for the second term. But what kind of reaction are we getting?
The reaction coming from some is that it was time. As I mentioned, Harvard Crimson saying that she should have gone a long time ago. There are others, however, our own Reverend Sharpton is saying that the National Action Network is going to be holding a protest in front of the home or the business of hedge fund billionaire Alan Aikman, because he was one of the leading opposition voices to her saying that she needed to go, that this was
a donor to Harvard?
And a donor and a alum of Harvard saying she needed to go. And the National Action Network is going to be holding a protest in front of her, saying that this is bigger than just one woman. He says this is an attack on every black woman in this country who puts a crack in the glass ceiling. It's an assault on the health, strength, and future of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Certainly a tense time on college campuses, to say the very least.
Rahema Ellis, thanks for being here.
Sure.
Let's switch gears and talk about today's CNBC Money Minute. A specialty infant formula brand is getting a recall.
And if you waited to buy that new electric vehicle, you might have just lost out on a big bonus. Steve Kovac joins us with all of that. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kate and Zickley. Happy New Year to both of you. Yeah, the Food and Drug Administration is warning consumers about possible bacterial contamination in Reckitt Mead Johnson's Nutramigen hypoallergenic powdered infant formula products. The manufacturers voluntarily recalled more than 675,000 cans at the end of December. The agency said no illnesses have been reported so far, thank goodness. A major semiconductor equipment maker says it was blocked by the Dutch government from exporting some of its tools to China. That's ASML, which released a statement saying a shipping license for 2 of its systems has been, quote, partially revoked by the government. The move comes just months after the U.S. restricted exports controls on advanced semis and chip-making tools to China in order to maintain a competitive edge in artificial intelligence. And some electric vehicles lost eligibility for tax credits of up to $7,500 after new battery sourcing rules took effect today. Impact models include the Nissan Leaf, Tesla Cybertruck, all-wheel drive, and the Chevy Blazer EV. The Treasury Department said the rules aim to move the EV supply chain away from China. They have a lot of control over those batteries, guys.
No shortage of stories. Steve Kovac, Yep. Thanks and Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Coming up, more migrants crossed the U.S.-Mexico border last month than ever before. How sanctuary cities are trying to keep up with people coming in. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The humanitarian crisis at the southern border is reaching historic new levels. 2 Homeland Security officials tell NBC News approximately 300,000 migrants crossed the southern border just last month. That's an all-time record. The impact of the immigration crisis is not just limited to places along the border, though. Cities in the north are dealing with this crisis, too. New York and Chicago just put in place new rules limiting when and how buses carrying migrants can arrive. City shelters in both metro areas say they're running out of space to house people and are nearing a breaking point. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins me now from the Roosevelt Hotel in New York. It's a location where many of these migrants actually arrive in New York and stay. So, Antonia, the buses carrying these migrants are mainly being sent by Texas's Republican Governor Greg Abbott because New York and Chicago identify as sanctuary cities, meaning they largely protect undocumented migrants. So what exactly is changing now that these new limits are in place?
Well, Zinkley, these new strict rules have gone into place from Mayor Eric Adams, and they look like this. These buses need to give 32 hours of advance notice. They can only arrive between 8:30 a.m. and noon here in the city, and they all must go to the Port Authority. So they can't drop people anywhere, like here at the Haute PD has the right to seize your buses. There will be fines, misdemeanor charge. And what we're starting to see now is that the bus companies look like they're going to try to work around this by leaving people in places like the suburbs of New Jersey and just expecting those migrants to find their way to the support on their own. New York is used to some of these surges. There's an entire network of nonprofits and organizers and churches and lawyers who all rush to support people. But with these record numbers, thousands of people arriving each week, at one point, 14 buses arrived in the city in just one day. Things are reaching somewhat of a breaking point. Take a listen to a conversation I had, though, with one family here from Ecuador, and you'll get a sense of why it looks like this crisis isn't going to stop anytime soon.
Sí, fue un poco duro pues en el trayecto del viaje, lo que es para cruzar México y todo eso. Sí, fue un poco duro. Aparte que nosotros somos pues cristianos, pues tuvimos unas amenazas ya de muerte. Entonces tuvimos que salir de nuestro país por esa razón.
And that's often what you hear from families from Ecuador, which is where that family is from Honduras, from Guatemala, from parts of Mexico, that they have received death threats, that they live often in rural places where gangs and cartels have completely taken control of everything from their jobs to their homes, and that their lives are at stake. And so they know that the path to legal immigration here is incredibly difficult, but they're making this harrowing journey up through Central America because they feel that they have no other choice. And so we're here in New York, where our mayor is a local official trying to solve a local problem that really is an international one, guys.
Antonia Hilton, important reporting in New York City for us. Thank you.
Well, nearly a century after his big screen debut, Disney's original Mickey Mouse, also known as Steamboat Willie, has just entered the public domain. That means members of the public are free to use his image along with thousands of other classic works. NBC's Chloe Malas explains.
Remember the original Mickey Mouse, better known as Steamboat Willie? He made his debut in the 1928 animated short film of the same name, directed by Walt Disney and Ub Iwerks. Mickey and thousands of other classic works are entering public domain, following the expiration of a 95-year copyright term. In other words, this Mickey is up for grabs for anyone that wants to use this specific version without permission.
I gotta figure out how to make money on this thing. It's simply too good.
Across social media, users reacting to the news. One posting, "Hey, check out this new character I came up with." A spokesperson for Disney saying more modern versions of Mickey will remain unaffected, adding Mickey will continue to play a leading role as a global ambassador for the Walt Disney Company in our storytelling, theme park attractions, and merchandise. It's not just Mickey. The original Minnie Mouse and Tigger will also be joining the lot.
I'm Tigger.
As well as J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan. Now, you might be wondering, what's the big deal? Winnie the Pooh's copyright ran out in 2022, and shortly thereafter, a slasher film titled Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey hit theaters, leading to outrage from fans all over the world. Even the film's director said he experienced death threats. Now, Steamboat Willie's Mickey will be at the center of a horror video game, Infestation 88, with the creators saying they're looking to infuse nostalgia with terror.
I thought it was just rodents, but there's something else in here.
And it's not just these characters from your childhood, but also works from literary masters like Agatha Christie and Virginia Woolf. Music like Mac the Knife, often performed by Louis Armstrong.
With his teeth, dear.
And the unforgettable Charlie Chaplin with his film The Circus. All now free for use. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Coming up, dry run, millions of Americans cutting back on drinking this month. How to keep your spirits high, even with booze running low. Don't go anywhere.
still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
A New York chef has a unique recipe for success. He's pursuing 2 careers at once.
While you might think that running your own restaurant is hard enough, Dr. Tom Lowe also doubles as an anesthesiologist, and that's just part of his remarkable story. Today's Al Roker has the full story.
Who doesn't love food?
Come on.
You know, it's the spice of life.
Food is healing for your soul.
100%.
Tom Lowe knows a thing or two about food and healing.
I've always dreamed about being a doctor. I've always dreamed about being a chef. Why not do both?
An anesthesiologist by day, chef by night. Growing up, he loved cooking, even gaining experience in a bakery before heading to Yale University. Ultimately, he felt he had to choose one path.
I told my parents I'm gonna defer med school to go to cooking school.
And they said?
I was so excited. They, not so much, but they knew I had this passion for cooking.
So after you say, I want to do this, what happens?
I moved to New York to go to the French Culinary Institute, and I just discovered this entire world of cuisine.
Tom loved cooking, but was unsure of the stability of the restaurant business. So he worked in finance and was in the World Trade Center on September 11th, 2001.
I was on the 73rd floor, and it was actually my 23rd birthday. I just heard this huge boom. The North Tower got hit. I was in the South Tower, and I started walking down. And a few moments later, that's when we got hit. And literally, my tower started to sway back and forth. For about 2 seconds, I thought, if we go down, which I thought we were, I'm not gonna survive this. I gotta get out of here. So that's when I walked down. My mom said I had 23 angels escorting me down the stairwell, and that day wasn't my time. So I'm grateful for that.
How did that experience change you?
When you have a confrontation with mortality like that, and you survive that untouched, gives you a different perspective on life. I try to make every moment count.
It would seem to me that one of the things, the outgrowths of experiencing something like that is you can have more than one dream.
100%. That was probably the start of a moment when I started kind of realizing I need to go back into medicine.
Tom went back to school, eventually becoming an anesthesiologist. Along the way, always reminding himself that food was his medicine. So Tom continued working in different kitchens until he finally opened his own restaurant in 2022. Chi in New York City, running the business while attending to patients. What's your goal as a doctor and a chef?
What I would love to do is actually bring the service side that I've, learned from hospitality into medicine. In terms of food, I would say many people in America, what they think of when you say Chinese food is beef and broccoli, wonton soup.
General
Tso's chicken, yes. Which is great, which I love.
Yes.
But there's so much more to Chinese food than just that. And I would love to bring that more to the mainstream.
Whether in the kitchen or in the operating room, Chef Dr. Lowe gives each practice his all. Both of those take a lot of effort, concentration. How do you do it?
It's a balance, time management, but also in this life, there's so many things I love to do. I love to practice medicine. I love food. I love cooking. There's no reason not to do them.
Seems like you're living the dreams.
I'm trying, Al, I'm trying.
Al Roker, NBC News.
Wow.
So, yeah, if you need inspiration for the new year to hit your goals, what a story.
Right, and don't put off the things that you love and want to do. You could do them all,
Life is short, and he's living it large.
Wow.
Al, thanks for that one. Well, coming up, the tour guides from opposite ends of the Middle Eastern conflict. How their unlikely bond is giving others hope. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming every day, free, 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live.
From Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The man charged with murdering rap icon Tupac Shakur is asking a judge to release him on house arrest before his trial. 60-year-old Dwayne Davis is a former Los Angeles area gang leader. In September, he became the last living suspect to be arrested from the 1996 drive-by murder of Tupac. Davis has pleaded not guilty, and if convicted, he could spend life in prison.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard is ready to share her story. This weekend, she took to social media to connect with fans, posting a video saying, "I'm finally free." Blanchard was released from prison last week after serving time for her involvement in her mother's murder. On social media, she shared her plans for New Year's Eve and promoted her upcoming documentary series and ebooks. She was a survivor of abuse.
And we now know who will face off in the 2024 College Football Playoff National Championship. Last night, the #1 seed Michigan Wolverines defeated the #4 Alabama Tide, and the #2 Washington Huskies took down the #3 Texas Longhorns. The two teams will face off on January 8th at NRG Stadium in Houston.
Well, it is decision 2024 time. It might be hard to believe, but the Iowa caucuses are just 13 days away. All this week, Republican hopefuls are crisscrossing the state of Iowa, spending big bucks to woo as many voters as they possibly can before the big day. The question is, will it be enough to overcome former President Donald Trump's commanding lead in all those polls? NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins me now from Dubuque, Iowa. Maura, I can't believe we're getting down to the wire here already. Where are the candidates today? What are you hearing from voters as we get closer to the caucus?
It's come up fast, Kate, and it's definitely crunch time. Entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy just wrapped an event here in Dubuque in Northeast Iowa. He's got several events on the calendar today. Actually, the only candidate in state before other candidates catch up to him in these final 13 days leading up to the caucus. And voters here in Iowa take their responsibility as the first step in this presidential nominating process very seriously. And one might think that they already have their minds made up of who they're caucusing for, but they really leave it down to the wire. I spoke with some voters here today who are actually tied between choosing to caucus again for former President Trump or try something new. Here's some of our conversations.
Well, I'll see. With all the lawsuits and everything, I don't know if he'd be able to even be a candidate. So I want to see what the other ones have to say.
They're tied. Trump's got the experience in office. He knows what it takes to do it. He's been there. He's seen the swamp. He's seen what's going on. And, Vivek's new, but I love his ideas, and I think they're both great.
So these voters will be getting to any events that they can. Ron DeSantis is back in Iowa tomorrow. Nikki Haley and former President Trump will come back to the Hawkeye State on Friday, guys.
Maura, you mentioned that President Trump is not in Iowa right now. He's spent considerably less time there than all of his opponents have. So what does he have lined up there in the coming days leading up to the caucus?
Well, he'll be back on Friday, and this is something that is a really stark comparison to what we've seen in terms of polling and turnout and excitement around candidates, because usually the correlation is between having high amounts of events, a lot of voter engagement leads to higher popularity in the state. It's actually the reverse this cycle, of Vivek Ramaswamy having more than 200 events in the state, but polling at one of the lower single-digit rates, whereas former President Trump still garners a lot of excitement with just 29 events here in Iowa since launching his campaign, but we expect to see him here in the state more. He's actually just announced counter-programming to next week's debate, where we'll see Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis face off on CNN, but Fox News will be running their own town hall with President Trump in Des Moines next week. Kate?
All right, Maura Barrett keeping track of all of it for us. Thanks, Maura.
Well, now that all the holiday gatherings are wrapped up, many folks are returning home with an unwanted gift, a respiratory illness like COVID, the flu, and RSV. Across the country, more than 30 states are reporting high numbers of cases. That's according to the CDC, and that number is likely to rise. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from outside the CDC headquarters in Atlanta. Blaine, Happy New Year. So first off, what accounts for this uptick in cases?
Well, Zinclay, it's a combination of factors. One, everything that you just said. We're talking about people coming straight off of holiday gatherings, traveling. So, of course, people are together. They're spreading viruses. So that means, really, we expect to see a rise in cases around this time. But typically what we've seen up until now was a rise in flu and RSV cases and, of course, the common colds. But this really is the first season that we're officially beyond the pandemic. So now COVID has kind of wrapped into that list of normal respiratory illnesses we see. So when you combine that with the fact that vaccination numbers are disturbingly low. In fact, health officials put out a warning urging doctors to try and urge their high-risk patients to get vaccinated. When you look at the numbers right now, COVID is about 18% of adults have gotten the latest COVID booster, and fewer than 50% of adults have gotten a flu shot. That's down from last year. So certainly all of those combined mean that we're going to see cases continue to rise in January, Zinclay.
Yeah, there are a lot of preventative measures. A lot of my friends ended up getting COVID. A lot of people, though, get the common cold, too, this time of year and could assume that that's what's making them sick right now. So what are experts saying about knowing when it's time to see a doctor and figure out what you have?
And that's exactly what we usually do. We get a runny nose or a cough, and we just kind of ride it out and think that it'll go away if we take a little bit of medicine. But doctors are saying that you should actually get tested, find out exactly what it is that you have. Do you have COVID? Do you have the flu, RSV? And then seek treatment for that. They say that oftentimes these illnesses become more serious than they need to be, but there is treatment available, and it's because people don't just seek it out. So that's one thing that we need to know. Go get tested, actually get treated. Now, of course, we know that sometimes this can be a completely different beast when you're talking about children, especially younger children and RSV. So parents, one thing to watch out for is if your child starts wheezing, if you can actually hear them breathing, then it's time to seek medical attention immediately. The other thing that's on the rise right now is strep throat. So if you have your child complaining of a sore throat, look in the back and it's red and swollen and they don't have a cough, but they do have a fever, get them tested and treated for strep throat as well, Sinclair.
Helpful information. Blaine Alexander, thanks so much. The start of the new year means the start of an annual post-holiday tradition.
It's called Dry January, where many Americans pledge to give up alcohol for the month. Last year, about 41% of adults said that they intended to take part in Dry January, but only 16% actually managed to abstain from alcohol all month long.
Research shows there are both physical and psychological benefits to Dry January. So how can you develop a healthy relationship with alcohol and stick with it? Here to help us do that, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar and psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Thank you both for being with us. So, Dr. Azar, let's start with you. What are the physical benefits of cutting back on drinking for Dry January?
Well, certainly, you guys, I think obvious things that probably we all notice. If we don't drink for a couple of days, you sleep better, your energy is better, maybe it affects your mood. But I think some of the really important ones that I want our viewers to understand is it can have significant benefits to your heart, your cardiovascular system. Within a couple of days, your blood pressure will go lower. It improves insulin resistance. It can contribute to weight loss. And there's also this thing where cancer has what are known as growth factors. And alcohol basically stimulates those growth factors. And so alcohol is associated with certain types of cancers like breast cancer, esophageal throat cancer, and things like that. We don't know yet if decreasing alcohol intake necessarily reduces that risk, but one should, probably infer that there is certainly a benefit down the line in terms of cancer prevention as well.
Okay, Dr. Robbie, I feel like I should, full disclosure, I'm on day 2 right now of Dry January. It's not just physical stuff, right? It's psychological impacts too. Talk about that.
So when people drink, it can increase their depression and feelings of anxiety and just moodiness. And in some cases, people drink because they're self-medicating themselves. So if you stop, you can observe and see, are there some mental health issues that you can handle in a better way than drinking them away? It also allows you to discover that you can have fun without drinking. You feel more in control. Your cognition is better. And you can also see yourself perhaps making better choices for yourself.
That's helpful tips. And a lot of what you're pointing to is patterns. So, Dr. Azar, let's talk about best practices for a successful Dry January, including for people who maybe struggle year-long with substance use. Is it dangerous for those people to just quit cold turkey?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think really a point that I want to emphasize is that Dry January is really for people who, might be drinking a little bit more than the recommended amount, but aren't necessarily diagnosed with or have what we call alcohol abuse or alcohol use disorder. Stopping abruptly can actually be very dangerous. There can be some significant central nervous system effects. Some of the more common early symptoms would be anxiety, headache, nausea, vomiting. But later on in that 48 even to 72 hours, there can be dangerously high blood pressure and heart rate, and it really can be a medical emergency. But as you said, it is about changing routines. And I think, a lot of us have this, habituation with alcohol or other substances. We come home from work, we have a glass of wine. So shaking up your routine, maybe starting a new exercise regimen, going for a short walk when you get home, find substitutes, of course, for, non-alcoholic drinks. And find different ways to handle social situations, and having a buddy system and having a friend perhaps doing it with you, or a spouse or a partner, I think will make your chances of success go up.
Yep. All right. So I'm going to pick up from there, Dr. Robbie, because I think it is what makes it hard, right? Yes. For me, drinking is a social thing with my friends, and I don't know what to say necessarily if somebody says, why aren't you drinking? So what are the things that we can say, and what are the drinks? Dr. Natalie mentioned alternative beverages. Give us some specifics here.
Okay.
What can we do?
Well, you can ask your friends to help and have them keep you accountable. You can say, I'm using January as Dry January. Can you help me stay on track? And you can also just say you're on a drinking cleanse. We all want to be healthier in the new year. And also plan activities that don't necessarily include drinking. Maybe it's going to see a concert. Maybe it's seeing a lecture. Maybe it's going to an exercise class or book group. So think about the alternatives, and there's mocktails, and club soda looks a lot like other things.
Totally, and we've seen this rise of zero-proof drinks as well. Super helpful.
True. And you're saving calories.
Yes. And Dr. Azar, I want to ask you about a practice we saw written up about semi-dry January, or damp January, as some call it, when people cut back on alcohol but don't quit cold turkey. Briefly, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm a huge fan of that. I think that I think it's amazing if people can get through the whole month without drinking at all, and I think that's quite an accomplishment. But then if you just go back to your habits beforehand, have you really gained anything other than the knowledge that you can do it if really pressed to? But I think that doing a damp, which is just sort of reducing but not eliminating completely, is a more sustainable, perhaps, and a more realistic goal. And I think it just generally teaches you to have and to create better habits around alcohol and a better relationship with alcohol. If you can reduce the amount that you're drinking, any little amount definitely helps.
Yeah, we're all about better habits all year round, but especially in January. So thank you both, Dr. Natalie Azar and Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Well, coming up, you may have seen this term in your social media feeds recently, neurodivergent.
But what does it actually mean, and how can you support those who are? We'll take a closer look. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If you're neurodivergent, have you been told you need to watch your tone? I have been told this by so many people. I have gotten in trouble at work.
I'm so tired of being tired. Today, I got dressed, made breakfast, and had a Zoom call. That was all I did. And that was too much for me.
In today's mental health check, those are some TikToks there. Kids across the country heading back to school. And for students with learning differences like autism and ADHD, that transition can sometimes feel overwhelming.
Yeah, people who have these conditions process information differently because of how their brains work. Many are diagnosed with what's called neurodivergence, but increasingly, some people who don't have an official diagnosis are self-identifying as neurodivergent. Joining us now, Dr. Cynthia Martin. She's a senior psychologist at the Child Mind Institute. Cynthia, thank you so much for joining us. So let's just start with the basics here. Can you define for us what neurodivergence is and what are some of the symptoms, signs to look out for?
Well, thank you so much for having me today. And so neurodivergence is a big umbrella term that includes individuals who have been diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disorder. So that could be a disorder like autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, inattentive type, hyperactive type, or combination type, as well as a learning impairment or learning disorder.
And so I think what's maybe hard to process is we just showed some, I think they were TikTok videos, social media videos, where people are sort of self-diagnosing, right? And some I've seen where they put up, you know, if you have this, this, and this, you must be neurodivergent. What do you think of that trend? Is that a positive thing? I also wonder if it can backfire if somebody thinks they're neurodivergent, but they're not, they don't have a clinical diagnosis.
Yeah, exactly. So there are positives that can come from it. So social media allows for broader awareness. It allows for a reduction of stigma. It allows for normalization of experiences that people who are neurodivergent have. However, it also gives so much information in a way that might come across as oversimplified as being able to just answer a checklist.
Check the box.
Right,
yeah.
right. And unfortunately, diagnosis, getting a formal diagnosis or having a medical condition is not that simple.
If someone in your life is diagnosed as neurodivergent, how can you best communicate with them, especially kids? And are there maybe communities that often get misdiagnosed?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So if somebody has a neurodevelopmental disorder, I think the biggest thing to really think about is that they will have some level of processing information that's going to be different. They are going to experience different aspects of the world differently than somebody who doesn't have a neurodevelopmental disorder. And so empathizing with them, validating, and not minimizing what their experience is. And also really thinking about something that you see, a behavior that you see that might seem to be incompatible with the situation is likely just the tip of the iceberg. So you don't want to condone somebody for their behavior, but you really want to think about what's underlying that and how can you work with that student or that partner or that friend in order to really help and coach them through what's more challenging for them.
And I feel like sometimes being neurodivergent can be awesome too, right? Like there are some real pluses to seeing the world through a slightly different lens.
Absolutely, incredible pluses. And there are so many benefits that people who do see things differently can bring to the table. And that's what we really want to think about being able to bring out when we are their teachers, their employers, their parents, to really help activate and utilize those strengths that they have to better themselves as well as better our general communities.
I mean, I think to that point, how can we better support and be more inclusive to those who learn differently, including the neurodivergent?
I think the biggest thing we can do is really think about looking at people as individuals and normalizing the fact that not everybody's going to think about things in the same way, and not everybody is going to navigate a situation in the same way. And there might be some things that are really easy for some people, and something might seem really effortless, like transitioning away from something you really like into something that you really don't like as much. That might not be fun for anybody, but some people might be able to do that really easily, whereas somebody who is more neurodivergent might have a really hard time with that, or might find a simple task incredibly taxing. And so kind of recognizing that that's coming from a true place, that's not just the person being difficult or saying, you know, trying to get out of something or not wanting to do something.
Really fascinating. Thank you so much for being with us and trying to help us understand the terminology and what's happening in social media. It's really,
Especially
really helpful.
at a time like this when there's so much information online, it's important to turn to the experts.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Cynthia Martin, thanks. There is much more news ahead.
So don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
With the Israel-Hamas war creating divisions around the world, an unlikely duo is bringing people together to bridge the gap.
Two tour guides, one Palestinian, one Israeli, sat down with NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra to discuss their journey toward finding common ground.
Chocolate hummus is a cultural insult to everybody.
Cooking dinner together in this Harlem apartment is not where Kobe Skolnick
You have olive oil, right?
or Aziz Abu Sara thought they would be. But after 13 years, they're pros at working side by side.
But then we moved it. No, keep it here. Just move this.
Kobe was born to a Jewish Orthodox family in Israel, and Aziz to a Palestinian family in Jerusalem. Together, they became a dynamic duo, leading tours to see their homelands. But all of that came to a sudden stop on October 7th.
I ran a travel company that ran a lot of trips to Israel and Palestine, and now we're running 0 trips there.
Tourism in the region has been slashed since the war between Israel and Hamas began, leaving Kobe and Aziz now giving tours of a different kind around difficult dialogue here in the United States.
Could the young version of either of you ever imagine being here next to each other right now?
Not a chance.
No, Palestinians, for me, I didn't have empathy. I didn't even can look at them.
I grew up with the Palestinian narrative, which, Israel, every Israeli, and even every Jew in the world wants to displace all of us. There's only us versus them.
Today, they're taking that history to discussion events of all kinds. And this night, it's a dinner party.
Today we'll try to say, okay, you're mad. For instance, it's so much pain. What do you want the other side to tell you? So first, welcome everybody again. Thank you for coming for dinner and a gathering.
Kobe and Aziz say while their tours have stopped, their work has doubled.
From what I've heard from a lot of my Muslim sisters this past month is that they're walking on eggshells, that they're afraid to speak their mind.
If we can understand the story and feel the person, we connect over stories. We don't connect over political opinions. I think that can get us somewhere and get us to listen to each other.
Their hope that engaging in tough but civil conversations can move the needle.
We can still sit together and say we don't see each other as enemy. We not on the opposite side.
What would success look like for you?
Thousands of young people having the courage to talk to the other side in a way that changes the perspectives.
Marissa Parra, NBC News, New York.
Now let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
Someone in Michigan is starting 2024 as a millionaire. The winning ticket for one of the largest Powerball jackpots in history was bought in Michigan yesterday. Tickets worth $842.4 million, Zinkley, or $425 million if you take the cash. The winning ticket was purchased just south of Flint. Yesterday's jackpot was the 5th largest in history.
That is one way to start the year. Yeah. Congrats to whoever you are. And it was a sweet weekend at the box office for Wonka. The film starring Timothée Chalamet took the #1 spot. The film has brought in about $142 million domestically since its release 2 weeks ago. It wrapped up a big year for the box office, $9 billion with a B dollars, and tickets were sold in 2023. That is the highest amount since the pandemic.
Somebody told me it's good. It's worth seeing.
I've been hearing this too. Yeah. Maybe our EP, she's a fan. We should check it out.
Okay, all right. Snoop Dogg, have you heard this? He's heading to Paris this summer as an NBC Olympics correspondent. Seriously, his reports are going to include conversations with athletes, event coverage, and sightseeing.
Oh, wow. What is this move called?
That's an aerial, a cartwheel without your hands.
On that little bitty piece of wood right there? That's what it sounds like, right?
Is that him interviewing a gymnast?
I think so.
I think so. Oh my gosh. The Summer Games, they're right here on NBC. July 26th, you can catch Snoop Dogg's reporting prime time on NBC and on Peacock.
Well, I guess that explains why they didn't let us go. Snoop. All right, I get it. And one family in New Jersey is welcoming twin boys born a year apart. Ezra was born just before midnight, December 31st, 2023. His twin brother, Ezekiel, was born half an hour later on January 1st, 2024. Turns out New Year's Eve birthdays run in the family. The twins' dad also shares a New Year's Eve birthday. Can you believe that?
One of the twins.
One of the twins, yeah. Wow.
I think it was the first one, the older brother.
I'm lost already.
Yeah, so the December 31st is the dad's birthday and the first twin.
Love it.
It's nice. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley. You're watching Daily. Happy New Year.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers.
All right, it just me too.
If it's Tuesday, Israeli officials prepare for a series of high-stakes meetings on the future of Gaza as fighting intensifies on multiple fronts, with strikes killing at least 3 Hamas officials in Lebanon. Plus, the death toll from the earthquakes in Japan rises to more than 50 people, and an investigation is now underway into a fatal aircraft collision that saw a passenger jet erupt into flames after crashing into a Coast Guard plane on a relief mission. And America's broken border pushes U.S. cities to the brink as mayors face an unprecedented wave of migrant arrivals and limited resources to respond to the crisis after another record month of migrant encounters on the southern border. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake reporting in Washington, where President Biden is set to return tonight, and waiting for him at home in the new year, the reality of a contentious 2024 election year ahead, an impeachment inquiry, an emergency funding battle over the border, and U.S. national security priorities, all amid an escalating war in the Middle East. Which is where we begin, as Israeli officials lay out a new strategy for Gaza, and a senior Hamas official has been killed by strikes in Lebanon. According to Hamas officials, the explosion killed at least 3 officials, and the Lebanese prime minister is accusing Israel of trying to bring Lebanon into the war. The IDF hasn't commented, with a senior advisor to Prime Minister Netanyahu telling NBC earlier today that Israel is not claiming responsibility.
Obviously, in Lebanon, there are many Hezbollah targets, but whoever did this strike was very surgical and went for a Hamas target because Israel is at war. Whoever did this has a gripe with Hamas. It's, once again, whoever did this, it's not an attack on the Lebanese state. It's not an attack on the Hezbollah terrorist organization. Whoever did this, it's an attack on Hamas. That's very clear.
This comes as a full Israeli cabinet meeting set for this afternoon was postponed. It was set to discuss what happens in Gaza the day after Hamas is destroyed and how long an Israeli occupation might last. An Israeli official outlined details of the government's current proposal to NBC News. In it, Israel retains, quote, security responsibility for the foreseeable future and establishes a temporary security zone on Gaza's perimeter, though it's unclear if that would be on Israeli or on Palestinian land. It also includes an inspection mechanism controlled by Israel on the Gaza side for goods entering on the Egypt-Gaza border. And finally, Israel expects local clans to handle administrative needs for civilians, including humanitarian aid. The plan notably does not include the Palestinian Authority, who the U.S. has repeatedly said should be revitalized and have a role in Gaza's governance. Reacting to the reporting, a U.S. official tells NBC that any day-after scenario must focus on stability and on humanitarian aid, and that they've had, quote, constructive discussions about this with the Israelis. It comes as Secretary Blinken is expected to visit Israel for the 5th time later this month, and as the U.S. continues to pressure Israel to do more to protect civilians. Heavy fighting and airstrikes have continued in central Gaza. And as the humanitarian crisis deteriorates, the UN is warning about the increased risk that fatal diseases will spread among the displaced civilian population. Here to report on all of this is NBC's Matt Bradley in Tel Aviv and former NBC News Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher. So, Matt, I'll start with you. Hamas says a senior official was killed in Lebanon in what they say was an Israeli airstrike. You heard Mark Regev there go to great lengths to say it's not an Israeli airstrike, or at least Israel isn't claiming it. What more do we know about what happened here and the cross-border tensions now between Israel and Lebanon?
Yeah, well, you heard Mark Regev himself kind of saying it was Israel and then sort of backtracking in that sort of awkward sort of jumble he had there. That was a little bit interesting and revealing. Look, we don't know if Israel did this for sure, but we have a very informed speculation that it was, in fact, Israel. And so we can kind of make an informed assumption that it was, and we don't expect that Israel will necessarily acknowledge responsibility for this. But the fact is, as Mark Regev really stumbled on himself saying, it was somebody who had a gripe with Hamas and not with Hezbollah, and that was revealing in its own way. It goes to show that Israel is still trying to avoid an all-out war with Hezbollah, which would be disastrous, not just for the Israelis and the Israeli military, but also for the people of Lebanon who cannot afford another full-on war with the Israelis. And Hezbollah themselves, the population of Lebanon might not forgive them. Nobody really wants to see an all-out war breaking out over that border, which was why this was such a risky and inflammatory move by the Israelis. Yes, they took out Hamas's second in command, but at what cost? The fact is they came and may still be going very, very close to the precipice of an all-out war with Hezbollah. That could drag in Iran, the United States, the Houthis, as we've seen over the past several months. All of that action, all of that fighting, including the lethal events that we saw with the U.S. sunk 3 Houthi ships and killed 10 Houthi fighters. All of this just takes one foul step, one misplaced foot to set the whole region off. And that's what Israel risks when they do these coordinated assassinations. If it was indeed Israel, and again, we can use some informed speculation there, they risk when they make those attacks in Beirut, in Hezbollah territory, in Dahia, a suburb that is known as a stronghold of Hezbollah, attacking a man, Salah al-Aruri, who was seen as the main connective tissue between Hamas and Hezbollah. So this was a very inflammatory move.
And Matt, what else can you tell us about what we're learning about this day after plan for Gaza and the Israeli cabinet meeting today that wasn't?
Well, I can just tell you what my excellent colleague Josh Lederman got, and that was the information that you were just saying just now. He's the one who got that from Israeli officials, including that this meeting was now going to be postponed. I mean, the fact is that the Israelis are, you know, this was kind of the missing piece here. This was always the question that everybody had, because while the Israelis have said that they are going to be launching and have been launching a muscular, lethal war that many in the world, not the United States, have referred to as genocidal, because now we're seeing more than 22,000 Palestinians who've been killed in the Gaza Strip ever since October 7th. You know, this is something that lacked an endgame, and that was something that U.S. officials were always very alarmed about. What is a victory in the Gaza Strip? What does that look like? What does it mean for this war to end? You know, that has to have an exit strategy, which is a term that we as Americans, when we talk about the Middle East, we know this term very, very well. Exit strategy was always the missing piece for a lot of American adventures in the Middle East over the past 2 decades. So this is something that might actually be coming to fruition. It's something that it shows, at least, even though this meeting was postponed, that the Israelis are thinking about the fact that they're eliminating the idea of the Palestinian Authority maybe taking over control of the Gaza Strip. Well, that's kind of practical. The fact is that the Israelis don't want that. The Netanyahu government doesn't want the Palestinian Authority to do that. The fact is a lot of Palestinians don't want to see the Palestinian Authority taking control over the Gaza Strip. They trust the Palestinian Authority in many ways, and you can see this in a lot of polling recently. They trust the Palestinian Authority less than they trust Hamas, the group that started all of this. So, you know, there's not a lot of lost love for the Palestinian Authority. It's not necessarily surprising that the Israelis are going to be looking at some other way of stewarding the Gaza Strip after this is all finished.
No, that's excellent context. Matt Bradley for us in Tel Aviv. Matt, thank you. Martin, I'll bring you in here now as somebody who covered some of those American wars in the Middle East and knows Israel better than anybody. What's your reaction to this outline of an exit strategy that we're learning about today?
Well, what interested me most, Garrett, was I think we've heard the first 3 points. We've been hearing that all the time.
Right.
But the idea that that Israel would encourage local family clans to step up and take control of different areas of the Gaza Strip, obviously the areas of which their families are based. You know, that's not a recipe for peace within Gaza. There's going to be so much conflict, so many, if it ever happens, so many different groups in control of different areas, presumably coordinating with the Israeli military, which will not endear the clans with many of the residents of Hamas. And by the way, it's an idea that has come up many times in the past, not only in Gaza but in the West Bank. At one point, Israel encouraged what they called the village leagues. That's right, the village leagues. There's basically the same idea in the West Bank. Village leagues in the West Bank meant they were going to get families in the West Bank in different areas who would control those areas, basically working on behalf of the Israeli security services and government to keep the peace in that territory. Well, it didn't work. There was a lot of infighting amongst the clans, and as I mentioned that possibility earlier, there was a lot of speculation that they were just tools of the Israeli government. So that's what would happen in the Gaza Strip if clans took over. So it's just it's an idea that has been around for a long time. It hasn't worked in the past in the West Bank. It's unlikely to work in Gaza. It's a way for the Prime Minister Netanyahu and his supporters to say, look, we're not going to allow the Palestinian Authority to take control in the West Bank. We don't trust them. They're corrupt. They don't want real peace with Israel. And so this is an alternative option to present to the Palestinians, to the Israelis, and especially to the American government, because President Biden is one of the key proponents of the idea of the Palestinian Authority taking control in Gaza.
Well, you got where I wanted to go on this, Martin, too, because it also seems totally incongruent with the idea of a two-state solution. Breaking up Gaza into smaller governmental units doesn't seem to work, which is what the Biden administration has said it ultimately wants, which is a two-state solution here.
Well, that's right. I mean, look, a two-state solution has always been the only game in town, realistically.
Netanyahu doesn't agree.
No, well, actually, the official Israeli government position has always been, and under Prime Minister Netanyahu, a two-state solution. That was the official Israeli government position. Since October 7, they said, no, it can't work. So the question is, can it work when tempers have calmed down, when the fighting is over? I know I'm speculating, maybe naively, that it could happen quite soon, but probably within the year 2024, of course, it's many months away, the fighting will tamper down. There'll be pressure for a peaceful way forward, negotiations which America will insist upon, and hopefully the Arab countries will insist Hamas either takes part in or is removed from the scene altogether. So a two-state solution, although it doesn't seem likely now, obviously, is still the only real way forward.
All right, Martin Fletcher, we will be talking about this for quite a long time, I imagine. Thank you for joining us. And joining me now is retired Admiral James Stavridis, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. He's now NBC News Chief International Analyst. And as our designated military officer here, let's talk first about this strike on a senior Hamas official in Beirut. Israel's not commenting yet, but is there anyone other than Israel or the IDF who could have conducted this strike? And what do you make of the way in which they're trying to keep some distance from it, given the political tinderbox there, as Matt Bradley described?
First, in terms of capacity to conduct the strike, there are numerous countries that could have done it. But, you know, cui bono, who does it benefit? Right. It benefits the Israelis to kill him, and they did so, almost certainly. Hard to imagine anybody else. I think they're distancing themselves simply to try and keep from inflaming what is already going to be an inflammatory situation. Let's look at it this way. At the start of this sequence, say October 7th, I thought the chances of a wider war were really pretty low, about 10%. Now I think they're up to about 30%. The reason I am more concerned about a wider war is this kind of incident, probably going to be followed up by something in Doha, where a number of other senior Hamas leaders live.
Wait, you think there could be violence in Doha? That seems to me like that would be incredibly inflammatory.
Yeah, it would be. But if you're an Israeli and you watched your wives and your daughters and your children killed and raped and tortured, there's really nothing off limits right now. I think it's unlikely they go to Doha, but not impossible. Anyway, my point, broadly speaking, Jared, is just that the tensions are rising. It's a more significant risk of a wider war. That is certainly the aftermath of this strike.
What do you make of this day after planning that we're finally starting to see from Israel now several months into this war? The political decentralization that Martin and I were just talking about, but also the kind of security systems that need to be in place before anything like this could work.
I am with Martin that the idea of local clans taking step seems far-fetched to me. There just are no good options here, certainly from the perspective of the Israelis. One thing I would almost certainly say is Hamas will not be part of the governance structure going forward. Israel will not allow that. It's simply going to be a red line for the reasons we talked about a moment ago. I think anything else could be considered. Could it be a mix of Palestinian Authority, Arab League, I think, is a group not often mentioned that would have capacity, capability, notably Egypt and Jordan, who do have diplomatic relations with Israel, UN peacekeeping force, some combination of those, I think, is possible. I think the one thing that will not be part of a post-conflict structure is Hamas.
And Admiral, while I have you, let's talk about what's been going on in the Red Sea. We saw some significant retaliation by U.S. forces against these Houthi boats the other day. Now Iran is sending its own naval vessel into that body. What do you make of the chance of escalation, accidental or otherwise, in the Red Sea?
Yeah, this is exactly why I think the chances of a wider war are expanding, because it's not just what's happening in Gaza. It's what's happening on the northern border of Israel with Hezbollah plinking rockets. They fired 1,000 rockets from the north. It's also what's happening ashore in Iraq and Syria, where Iranian proxies are attacking U.S. forces. And now, as you correctly point out, these Houthi rebels, I like to call them Iranian pirates because that's what they really are attacking merchant shipping. And all of that increases tensions. Look, those destroyers can take care of themselves, but these merchant ships are largely defenseless. And if we want the global supply chains to work, we better make sure you can get through the Red Sea, because at the north is the Suez Canal. If that's shut down, it locks up 15% of the world's goods traveling on the oceans. I think you're going to see the U.S. be forced to go ashore and strike at these Houthi camps if they don't stop firing missiles at our warships and at merchant ships.
Admiral James Stervita is an expert on a dangerous world. Thank you for coming on with us today. And
My
coming
pleasure,
up,
Garrett.
countdown to Decision Day. We're on the trail in Iowa and New Hampshire, talking to voters and candidates as the Republican primary field makes their final push to the finish line. But first, a shocking accident on an airport tarmac in Japan, hours after the strongest earthquake in more than a decade struck the nation, killing dozens. We're on the ground in Tokyo next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Welcome back. Today, the death toll from a series of earthquakes that hit Japan on Monday has risen to at least 55 as search and rescue teams move into the areas most affected. That death toll does not include 5 crew members on the Japanese Coast Guard plane who died in a catastrophic collision with a passenger jet at a Tokyo airport on Tuesday. Dramatic video from the scene shows the moment the passenger plane burst into flames after impact. The Coast Guard plane that struck it was set to fly earthquake relief to the country's west coast. Now, the passenger jet was carrying more than 350 passengers and crew, and everyone was able to evacuate before the aircraft was completely consumed with flames, as you can see from this striking footage from the tarmac. Journalist Kaori Njoji is reporting on this story for us from Tokyo, Japan. And Kaori, let's start with that plane collision between the passenger jet and the Coast Guard plane earlier this morning. What more do we know about how this happened?
Well, they're telling us, Japan Airlines is saying that their pilot, who was piloting this domestic flight that was about to land at Haneda Airport, they got the go-ahead to land, and as they were making that landing, or shortly thereafter, it seems to have collided with a Coast Guard, much smaller plane that was carrying 6 people. Now, Japan Airlines and the Transportation Ministry officials are not saying anything to us beyond that, saying that this is an ongoing investigation that has just begun. But we saw those horrific pictures of the Airbus plane erupting into flames, skidding down the runway to a point that you couldn't really even tell that it was an aircraft anymore. It took more than 70 firefighters to put out those flames. It took about 6 hours, and miraculously, 379 people on board, including the crew, and 8 small children were evacuated safely. However, 5 people on that Coast Guard plane are dead, and the one captain who escaped the aircraft is in serious condition. And as you pointed out, this aircraft was getting ready to take off to bring supplies to the earthquake-stricken area, and so this has been really one tragedy after another this New Year holidays here.
And talking about the earthquake, the number of fatalities reported today, I think we're now up to 55. What's the status of search and rescue operations? Do we expect that number to continue to rise as rescuers get to more of these areas that were affected?
Unfortunately, the fear is that the death toll may increase. One of the reasons for that is that there are people still trapped under the rubble. Some officials say that may be more than 100 people. Access to some of these areas are it's in a remote area in central Japan on the western coast facing the Sea of Japan, and access originally was very difficult, but now even more so because some of the roads have been blocked off because of landslides. You're seeing fissures in the road that make it extremely dangerous to navigate around there. Some roads you can see undulation, which happens when a huge earthquake strikes. It basically pushes the earth up and creates kind of a liquefied effect on the road. You're seeing rescue efforts on the ground, through the sea, via helicopter as well, but you also have to remember that there are aftershocks continuing as we speak. So for the thousands of people that are still in evacuation centers, many without water and electricity, it has been a very, very traumatic 2 years, and many people across the country are being forced to relive the memories of 2011, that devastating earthquake that Japan faced then. So we have very, very difficult conditions still.
All right, Kaori Njoji, thank you for that reporting. And up next, we are live in the Granite State, 3 weeks out from the first in the nation primary, with an inside look at what independents, one of New Hampshire's most critical voting blocs, are saying about the candidates in this final push. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
After the eye roared ashore.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. With the Iowa caucuses now less than 2 weeks away, Vivek Ramaswamy is making clear how important the Hawkeye state is to his campaign. The Republican candidate is completing his second full Grassley today. That means he'll have visited all 99 counties in Iowa twice. Ramaswamy is the only GOP candidate on the campaign trail in Iowa today. Ron DeSantis hits the Hawkeye state tomorrow. Iowa could be a do-or-die contest for him, too. He spent New Year's Eve and New Year's Day campaigning in-state. Nikki Haley, meanwhile, will hold a town hall this evening in New Hampshire, a state she's made one of, if not her key focus in her campaign. It's also a state in which about 40% of the electorate is undeclared, not a member of any political party. Haley, Ramaswamy, and DeSantis are all scrambling to make this primary contest into an actual contest against frontrunner Donald Trump. NBC News correspondent Mara Barrett joins me now from Dubuque, Iowa. And joining me from Rye, New Hampshire is NBC News campaign embed Emma Barnett. So, Mara, I'll start with you. Vivek Ramaswamy, the only candidate on the trail in Iowa today. He seems to be trying to make himself omnipresent and inescapable in the state.
That's definitely for sure, with 6 events on his schedule here today, Garrett. And it's notable that he's hitting that double Grassley, essentially going through those 99 counties twice. But he's taking full advantage of the fact that he is surprisingly the only candidate here, something that I was pretty shocked by, given the crunch time situation that we're in. But when you look at the difference between Vivek Ramaswamy and how he's come out as more of an extreme right candidate compared to a Ron DeSantis or a Nikki Haley, the voters that are going to DeSantis and Haley's events are really looking to see who they want to choose as an alternative to Trump a lot of the time, whereas voters that I've met at Ramaswamy events today have talked about how they want to choose between former President Trump and Ramaswamy. And so they've seen a lot of similarities, but they see him as a younger alternative potentially. And so Ramaswamy really trying to harness on those connections that he's making in real time, in person with voters today, while other candidates have really been capitalizing on that $105 million we've seen invested in ads on the airwaves leading up to the caucus. But that presence will change very rapidly in the next couple of days.
What's the Ramaswamy play post-Iowa? I mean, if he's all that time he's spending there, he's not spending in New Hampshire or South Carolina or nationally.
That's a very good point, and it's noted here on the ground, too, given that a lot of his team lives here. He's got a way larger ground game here, a smaller staff in New Hampshire, and he really hasn't traveled outside of the state in several weeks. He won't be going back to New Hampshire until after the caucuses are wrapped up here, and so he's really putting all of his eggs in the Iowa basket, as you could say. I want you to hear a little bit of, we just had a conversation with him as he wrapped up an event here in Dubuque just last hour about how he thinks he's going to perform in the next 13 days on Iowa Caucus Day.
I think that we expect to be in the top 3. I think we have a good shot at winning the Iowa caucus, but we don't need to win the Iowa caucus for me to have a full and clear path to going all the way in the long distance. But I think it is to significantly exceed the expectations that have been set for us, as I expect we will.
A classically optimistic candidate, as we've obviously seen in the past, Garrett. A reminder that when you look at polling, he is in single digits, while Donald Trump is obviously ahead by double digits. DeSantis and Haley kind of fighting for that second place spot here in Iowa.
All right, Mara Barrett in Iowa for us. Emma, you're over in New Hampshire right now, where the voters like to take whatever Iowa did and just throw it out the window and do their own thing. What are you hearing from the undeclared voters who you're speaking to in the Granite State?
That's exactly right, Garrett. And the voters in Iowa and the voters in New Hampshire couldn't be more different. And that's partially because in New Hampshire, 40% of the electorate are these undeclared voters. That means they get to choose whether to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. There's a bit of an inside joke here in the state where you have to shake a candidate's hand at least 3 times before you even consider voting for them. Now, I spoke to these 3 independent ladies here in New Hampshire. They're undeclared voters, and they've been to dozens of town halls, and they've basically made up their minds.
So I know you ladies have a group chat, but is there a name?
Oh, well, we like to think of ourselves as the first in the nation friends, because that's how we became friends. If it wasn't for the first in the nation primary, we wouldn't have met.
First in the nation. These 3 women have become close friends, participating in what New Hampshire's known for,
politics.
What makes the First in the Nation primary so special?
The incredible access to the candidates. When the candidates recognize you, you know that you've been to a lot of their events.
Marie, Thalia, and Hella have attended dozens of town halls similar to this one, where they get to meet presidential candidates face to face. They know how consequential this election is, and they take their role as early primary voters very seriously. That's why all these ladies are registered as undeclared voters in the state, meaning they can choose to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. Thalia and Hella just changed their registration from Democrat to undeclared this cycle.
The whole point was to stop Trump and make sure he's not the nominee. So that was the impetus for changing my affiliation.
Is this your first time voting in a Republican primary in the state?
Yes. Yep.
Of course, they're three of many voters, but their mentality is similar to a lot of others I've talked to in the state. The big question is, do their views signal a broader trend, a potential liability for the former president and current frontrunner?
If you don't get out and vote, we can put this to bed.
The polls show Trump miles ahead of Nikki Haley, Christie, everyone else in the field right now. Do you believe that to be an accurate reflection of what you're hearing and seeing on the ground among your friends in New Hampshire?
No. I think Nikki Haley is going to perform a lot better in New Hampshire than the polls are showing. A lot of independents are going to come out.
A good percentage of the voters that are undecided, they make up their minds when they're in the voting booth, like right then and there.
So here's the big question. Who are you going to vote for in the primary?
I am heavily leaning towards Nikki Haley.
Likewise.
Ditto.
All Nikki Haley?
Yep.
100% or?
It's New Hampshire. It's never
New
100%.
Hampshire.
If you told me a year ago that I would even be considering Nikki Haley, or Chris Christie for that matter, I would tell you are crazy.
So what was it that changed for you?
Going to the town halls, meeting the people in person and actually listening to them.
The candidates' answers to questions at town halls can really swing votes.
What do you want me to say about slavery?
Case in point, this viral moment. Will Nikki Haley lose support after not mentioning slavery in a question about what caused the Civil War? She has since walked back the comments. The three women tell me her answer disappointed them. They're still leaning towards Haley, but in the Granite State, nothing is set in stone.
How powerful is the independent vote in New Hampshire?
It's extremely powerful. The question is,
a critical vote.
The question is getting them out to vote.
Do you think the fact that Trump is on the ballot again is a motivator to get independent voters showing up in big numbers on January 23rd?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, that's critical.
So as you heard there, Garrett, these voters have basically made up their minds. They're probably going to be voting for Nikki Haley, but it's not said and done until they're in the voting booth and they click that button. Now, what's really interesting is in a hypothetical matchup between Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, two of these three voters said that they would vote for Nikki Haley, even though they tend to lean a little bit more to the Democrat side of things. And that reflects a lot of the polling that we've been seeing in these hypothetical matchups between Nikki Haley and the president. Garrett?
Fascinating stuff. Emma Barnett on the trail in New Hampshire. Thank you for that. And after the break, Ivy League shakeup. The president of Harvard resigns, the second Ivy League president to step down following testimony before Congress on the issue of anti-Semitism. What it says about the state of higher education, U.S. politics, and the cascading fallout of the war in the Middle East. The panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. This afternoon, a new development in a story we followed closely last year. Harvard President Claudine Gay, the first black leader of the nearly 400-year-old university, announcing her resignation just 6 months into her tenure after new allegations of plagiarism surfaced yesterday. This comes after a set of compounding controversies, most notably backlash to her testimony before Congress last month, where she, along with other Ivy League presidents, appeared to sidestep the question of whether students calling for the genocide of the Jewish people was a violation of university policies. Gay's resignation comes after University of Pennsylvania President Liz McGill resigned last month. MIT President Sally Kornbluth, who also testified, remains in her post. Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who questioned the university presidents in those hearings, reacting to the news on X with, quote, "two down." Joining me now, Tia Mitchell, Washington correspondent at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Simone Sanders, host of MSNBC's Simone, and starting January 13th, co-host of The Weekend, and Republican strategist and former RNC communications director and fan of the artist The Weeknd, Doug Hyde.
That's true.
I believe it. Who isn't? Tia, I'll start with you. What's your reaction to this news out of Harvard? These resignations seemed like it might have been a fait accompli. Was this really about plagiarism, or was this about more than that?
Well, it's definitely about more than that. And it, quite frankly, is probably about more than just the hearing on Capitol Hill. There was some misgivings about President Gay all along, quite frankly, that, of course, her backers said that was rooted in sexism and racism and not giving her her due as Harvard's first black president. But there were some people who were uncomfortable about her from the beginning, if we're going to be honest. And then the pile on after the hearing, the culture wars that have been taken to our nation's universities, quite frankly, it all plays in together. And ultimately, she decided it was best to go.
Doug, I feel like this is a big story on the right.
Yeah.
You know, it's the culture wars. It's, you know, elite institutions on the East Coast. Is this going to resonate in the broader public? I don't have a good handle on it.
No, I don't think it will, but it's still an important thing. And I'll tell you, when I watched that hearing, Claudine Gay was the worst witness that I've seen in a congressional testimony, and that includes the one that I worked on in the House of Agriculture Committee that had cockfighters in it, right? That's how bad she was at that hearing. And then you compound upon that issues of plagiarism. And what we know about plagiarism is when one instant comes, then there come 2 and 3 and 4, which is what we saw here. But I'm not concerned about Claudine Gay. I'm concerned about Jewish kids on college campuses. I'm on the Board of Visitors for North Carolina. I was on our campus at a Board of Visitors meeting the week after North Carolina had similar protests that used images of the gliders and things like that. My school was unprepared to talk about this. I think whether you're Harvard, MIT, Penn, North Carolina, any school, you better be prepared to have real answers on how kids are going to feel safe on their own campuses.
Yeah, I mean, the gotcha mentality here from Elise Stefanik seems to sort of miss the broader point.
I think the gotcha mentality, though, is in fact the point. Let's just be very clear. The testimony from the presidents, horrific. So they're horrific. It was absolutely terrible. They answered a human question with an academic answer that they were prepped by their universities, quite frankly, to give. So that's
and law firms.
And law firms,
terrible
okay?
Staff work
terrible
here.
staff work, okay, across the board. But on top of that, what happened in the aftermath of that, particularly as it relates to Dr. Gay, the calls came and said she was terrible in this hearing and she's unqualified. In 387 years, only 2 women have been president of Harvard University. The first woman was before Claudine Gay. Only 1 black woman has been president. And that black woman now, 6 months after, has resigned from her job because, and look at the statement, it's in the best interest of Harvard to resign so the community can navigate with focus on the institution rather than an individual. Harvard decided that it was unable to continue to weather the storm. And while I don't think the culture wars, frankly, that play out on campus across the country will eventually have the biggest effect in general come 2024. What will have an effect, as Doug said, is how Jewish students feel on college campuses, how Arab American students feel on college campuses, and how every black professional in America can turn on their television today, see this news about Dr. Claudine Gay, and all have the same reaction. It looks as though she was targeted.
It's interesting stuff.
But you used your own term. You said she was horrific, and then we had a series of scandals. She then targeted herself. Again, she was worse than cockfighters in testifying before Congress.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a low bar.
I guess I will just say this, is that, again, 387 years, much like when we talked about classified documents with former presidents and vice presidents, and I have said, there's no protocol in which to pack up a president or vice president leaves office. And I think if you go to any home of a former president or vice president, you might accidentally find a classified document or two. Not necessarily nuclear secrets, but maybe a piece of paper that they shouldn't have took out. Same thing. Look at what other presidents of Harvard have been investigated for plagiarism. And if we want to be very specific, which I think we should, the issues of plagiarism, it is loose citations. Again, not something I would want to do, but all I'm saying
some of it was loose citations. Some of it was pure old-fashioned plagiarism.
I think this illustrates the emotions around this issue.
Which is why this is going to be an issue. I do think this is a race issue just as much as it is an issue about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
I don't disagree, but in fact, this is not the only.
We agree that this is more important than Claudine Gay. This is about students on campus being safe.
I'm glad we've established this point, but I don't think the firing or the resignation of Harvard's president will be the only issue that are on people's minds, and I want to make sure we get to a couple of others because the president is now coming back from his vacation, and Tia, he has a lot on his plate. A week or so in the sun in St. Croix did not get rid of the hot wars he's facing, the negotiations going on Capitol Hill. How big is the first month of this new year for this president?
It's going to be big, and you can't put it all on President Biden. He can't make Congress pass appropriations bills. He can't make Congress fund the wars in Ukraine or fund aid to Israel. He can't make Congress put together a border policy package, which he said, hey, I'm ready. Send me something that I can sign. He can't do it himself. Congress has to do it. So there are going to be a lot of headaches for the president because of the gridlock over here at the Capitol. And that's where, ideally, there is so much on Congress's plate, which is why going after presidents of universities does seem like not the highest and best use of their time. When we are looking at a government shutdown deadline mid-January, we are looking at the wars in Ukraine and the Israel-Hamas conflict, quite frankly, ramping up. And the Israel-Hamas conflict is possibly going to become a regional conflict if diplomacy isn't able to work that out. Those are the things on Biden's plate.
So, Doug, if President Biden can't force Congress to do these things, can Speaker Mike Johnson? His majority got smaller over the break. Are we about to see him get tested in a very major way here?
I think so, and his majority is going to continue to get smaller. We have resignations that we know are coming for later this month, and we know that we start with the deadline of the first tranche of funding that comes in the middle of the month. I think everybody knows this is going to be a very difficult January in Washington. And then you add the Iowa caucus, the New Hampshire primary to it. This is going to be a very difficult month in politics, period. That starts with Joe Biden, but that sure includes House Republicans as well.
As a veteran of this administration, what do the conversations look like right now as the White House is trying to figure out how to kind of wrestle control of these issues, even the ones that they can't force through, as Tia was just describing?
Well, I think one of the chief conversations is who is their best and who can they negotiate with. Speaker McCarthy and President Biden did negotiate a deal initially that McCarthy walked away from, and now we have Speaker Mike Johnson, whom we have yet to see a test of his ability to corral his caucus. If Speaker McCarthy couldn't do it, I am hard-pressed to believe that Mike Johnson has the depth to be able to pull it together. So who the White House can negotiate with in Congress is very important. On top of that, I do think also, though, that they're dealing with the fact that they've got Democrats who also are quite vocal. Tim Kaine was not pleased that the White House the administration bypassed Congress and sent aid to Israel. Who is not pleased about aid to Israel is Bernie Sanders, who is now saying he's not going to vote for a bill. Those are all people you got to talk to if you want to get anything done.
Can they negotiate with James Langford? He's the point person on this border negotiations, which seems to be the thing that has the most moving parts, if not the most likely issue to get solved?
I think so. Look, I think in the lead up to the holiday, there were aggressive negotiations happening up until the last flight that folks could take out. And I think with maybe another week and a half or so, there's going to be some kind of deal on the border. The question is it a deal that Democrats writ large in the House of Representatives specifically are going to back?
It's going to be interesting, but we got to leave it there. Simone, Doug, and Tia, thank you all. And still to come, Pushed to the Brink. My one-on-one interview with the mayor of Denver is next. He's joining a growing number of Democratic mayors calling on the federal government to step in and help with the mounting migrant crisis in major U.S. cities. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're following some breaking news now. Donald Trump's campaign has just officially appealed the Maine Secretary of State's decision to disqualify him from that state's primary ballot. The Secretary of State made that decision last Thursday, declaring Mr. Trump ineligible because of the 14th Amendment, which prohibits anyone who engaged in insurrection from holding office. We're still expecting the former president to appeal a similar decision from Colorado's Supreme Court to the U.S. Supreme Court. We'll obviously bring you that news if and when we get it. But turning now to the crisis at the southern border. Customs and Border Protection reported a record number of border crossings last month, just about 300,000 migrants, with the influx ratcheting up pressure on cities all across the country. That has major metropolises from New York to Denver and beyond, calling for more help from the federal government to help them house and shelter everyone who's coming. Julia Ainsley's been covering the emergency at the border for NBC News and joins me now. So I want to start with this SB 4 in Texas, because I think that's part of what is fueling Abbott and Texas to start moving these people to other cities. Explain that policy and why it is so controversial and at the root of this issue right now.
Well, it would allow Texas law enforcement to arrest any migrants or anyone who they suspect to have come into the country illegally as an immigrant, and allows state judges in Texas to order these people to be deported. It's a radical departure from the way we've historically handled immigration at the federal level in this country. But DOJ actually had to wait a little while because they want to see who this is going to harm. They knew that would be key to any legal challenge to this. And so even though the Texas governor signed this into law a few weeks ago, they're now threatening to sue if he does not confirm that he won't enforce it. It's a little different than the way we saw things with razor wire and buoys, where you could point to something and say, there's the policy, there it is in action. This is taking a little longer because they want to find someone who could be affected. They're actually going a bit faster here to say that unless Abbott says he won't enforce this law, which doesn't seem likely.
Tell me you won't enforce this law.
Tell me you won't do this.
Yeah.
It's just their way of speeding up the clock. And honestly, it could go up to the Supreme Court, just like we saw the Justice Department take the razor wire issue to the Supreme Court today.
So what are we going to see from the federal government here in the intervening months? Let's assume it takes some time for there to be any border negotiations that are successful, if there are any at all. Are there still arrows in the Biden administration's quiver to address this migrant crisis?
You know, that's a big question. And I think what I'm hearing is a lot of it comes down to Mexico. As you know, Secretaries Mayorkas, Blinken just went down to Mexico to meet with those officials. I don't think people realize how much immigration policy and how much happens on the border really gets down to what Mexico is willing to do. So I think there's a lot of diplomacy that they're trying to forge with Mexico, try to get them to stop more people on their way to the United States. Mexico may be willing to play ball to some degree, but they've already really spent a whole lot of capital on things like Remain in Mexico and Title 42. And then we could see, are there ways that they will make asylum restrictions stricter, even without Congress stepping in?
Not a lot of coverage after the fact on that meeting down in Mexico. It'll be interesting to see what, if anything, we learn about what came out of it. Julia Ainsley, thank you for that. And joining me now is Denver Mayor Mike Johnston. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being with us. And my first question is, what resources, just generally, do you feel like you need from the federal government right now amid this surge in migrants?
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I mean, I think we have been pushing really hard that there are three key items we need right now. We definitely need the Congress to take action on $1 for support for cities. That's key. I think the second is we need more work authorization for folks that are arriving to our cities. The biggest issue is we have folks here who want to work and are not able to work. And the third is we need their help on a plan for coordinated entry. So we don't have just the governor of one state deciding where all newcomers go, but actually a coordinated plan nationwide for all of our cities and states to be a part of the solution. And we think those three things can actually help us be very successful. We just need those three things from Congress to be able to succeed here at the city level.
You've been pushing on the issue of work authorization specifically for some time now. You asked the White House last month for more authorizations. Have you gotten any response from the Biden administration or any indication that increased authorizations might be part of the negotiations that are going on in D.C. around this border issue?
You know, we're working hard at it. I think they understand it and see it. I met with Secretary Mayorkas months ago, and that was before he then took the step to grant temporary protective status for Venezuelans that came before July 31. That was a tremendous help for many of our Venezuelan newcomers who arrived in August and September. The challenge is now, you know, we have 4,500 migrants in shelter tonight in Denver. We are the single largest recipient of migrants per capita of any city in America. And almost all those folks that have arrived now don't have access to that temporary protective status. So they don't have a clear path to work authorization. That makes it harder and harder for us to help them. And every time I see folks, they ask me the same thing, which is just, how can I get a job? All I need is access to work. And so we're optimistic that that's making progress. And we think there's should be an area of bipartisan support. Nothing more un-American than having someone come to the country and telling them they can't work to support themselves once they get here. So we think whatever Congress decides is their admission policy, that's got to come with clear and immediate access to work once they arrive.
We had the mayor of Houston on just before Christmas. We've had a lot of mayors who've been talking about this issue publicly. I'm curious what the conversations are like behind the scenes, the contact you have with your fellow big city mayors, all of you trying to address this issue from slightly different perspectives all around the country.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation and partnership. Obviously, you know, right now, Chicago and New York and Denver together, we've accepted more than 200,000 migrants. So we are the great majority of all of the incoming traffic right now. So we have been in regular contact. But I've also been in a lot of contact with other mayors from other cities, some of whom have less inflow of migrants right now and are willing to be a part of the coalition to find a better solution. So I think when you're a city mayor, you're nonpartisan. You don't have a flag in the ideological battle in D.C. You just want to be able to run your city effectively. And what we need really is this work authorization plus resources and a coordinated plan. And we think that gets us a long way towards a successful strategy.
But my understanding is this has become something of a political fight in Colorado, where you've had some of the surrounding counties and communities very concerned about how Denver is handling this. Does the governor step in that situation? I mean, talk to me about how this is working in your region, in your broader community.
Now, the governor has been a great support for us, so we're lucky to have Governor Polis, and his team has done a fantastic job to help us with resources and other supports. But we do know this is a regional issue. I mean, the major reason we're the top recipient for migrants right now is because we are the shortest and cheapest bus ticket north of El Paso. You come straight north on I-25 from El Paso, Denver is the first big city you hit. And so we think this does need to be a regional solution. We're talking to mayors around the region. And frankly, we're hitting a point where there's not much else we can do. We have almost filled every single available hotel room in the city and county of Denver. And so we're over 4,500 migrants in shelter tonight. If that number continues to rise, we just wouldn't have the capacity in Denver to support it. So we are reaching out beyond our borders. And we know people have questions and concerns, but I think they also don't want to see families and kids homeless in the streets of our cities. And so we want to make sure we find a solution that can avoid that.
Well, to that end, you've said you've not considered turning away any of these buses of migrants that are coming to your city. But is there a point at which that's something Denver might have to do or something you might have to consider?
Yeah, we're going to hit a capacity at which we just won't be able anymore to manage the amount of inflow. And so we're trying to avoid that problem. But we know we can't keep growing at this pace. When I took the oath of office 6 months ago, we had about 400 migrants in shelter. We are more than 10 times that number right now. We've brought 35,000 through this year, and remarkably been able to get 99% of them up and placed into housing or work or onward travel. And so we have been very successful, but now we're hitting a breaking point at which there's just not enough volume of work or of housing in the city to support this ongoing volume. Not to mention the impact on city budgets. This could be $160 or $180 million of impact on our budget next year. That's almost 15% of the entire city budget. So those are numbers we certainly couldn't accommodate on our own without real help.
And to that end, I mean, New York City's mayor, Eric Adams, they've been getting hammered by this. He told a reporter recently, he said something to the effect of, not everyone that's coming into this country is pursuing the American dream. It sounded somewhat Trumpian. I mean, I wonder how you feel like, does that narrative kind of play into the anti-immigrant argument that we're hearing from Donald Trump and some of his supporters? How do you view that?
I mean, the thing that actually gives me hope about this scenario is that every day it's quite clear to me there is a path to solve it. I mean, when I talk to migrants every single day, all they say is, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't need help or charity. All I want is a job. At the same time, I get calls every day from employers and CEOs who say, hey, Mike, I hear there are a bunch of migrants just arrived. I want to hire them. Can I please hire them? So we have people here who desperately want to work. We have employers here who definitely want to hire them. We have a federal government that stands in the way of our ability to get them hired. I talked to a migrant on Friday who is here on an asylum claim, and that asylum claim is set to be adjudicated right now in the year 2029. And so that is not a path for success for him or for our city, but they do desperately want to work. We just want to give them the chance to get to work.
All right, a message from the middle of the country to Washington. Help us get these people to work. Mayor Mike Johnson, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a great day.
And thank you all for being with us this hour. We're back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air tonight with a bunch of questions about that deadly disaster at a Tokyo airport. Hundreds of passengers and crew members in that video you've probably seen. Incredible, almost unbelievable video, forced to evacuate. Nearly everyone survived. So why were these two planes even on the same runway at the same time? We're getting into it. Plus, the shocking but perhaps not surprising resignation with Harvard's president now out. We're live with new fallout now over the controversy around her response to anti-Semitism on campus and allegations of plagiarism. Then I'm willing to bet that right now you are watching from one of the states where more people are getting sick because it's happening in so many places across the country. What doctors say you should expect from this post-holiday spike, and how something you probably got in your stocking may help you pay down your post-holiday debt. Plus, some breaking news as we just are getting ready to start the show here. Some new allegations against a sitting senator, the one from New Jersey. Our investigative team is just chasing down the details. We're going to have the latest as it comes in just a second. Hey there, I'm Hallie. It is good to be back with you in the new year. We are starting tonight with new details coming in about some of those scary moments at an airport in Tokyo leading up to that deadly plane explosion. I'm sure you've seen this unbelievably dramatic video already. This is when a Coast Guard plane hit a Japan Airlines commercial flight. Huge fireball. 5 people on the smaller plane died, according to officials. Incredibly, the 300-plus people on the other plane, the Japan Airlines plane you're looking at, were able to get out. This is video showing people sliding out of the plane, getting onto the tarmac. They're running to get away. Here's another look from inside the plane as it was happening. One teenager on that flight says it was hard to breathe. Says everybody was screaming. And look at that. The window's orange from the flames outside.
Just seeing this plane I just sat on completely destroyed by fires and all my stuff, all my luggage, everything. I only have my outfit that I'm currently wearing left.
Still no word on how this all happened. Japan Airlines says its plane got onto the runway in what they call a normal manner, and that the landing procedure was also normal. The Coast Guard flight had been on its way to bring supplies to Japan's western coast after that area got hit with the big earthquake yesterday. We've got journalists Kaori and Joji on the ground in Tokyo to talk about the latest on that rescue effort. But I want to start with Tom Costello, who's here with more on what we know so far about how this crash happened. And Tom, this is the latest and clearly the most significant of some of these close calls on the runway here that we've talked about, not just in the U.S., but around the world. This Tokyo airport, it's one of the busiest in the world, right? I mean, they're used to a lot of traffic.
That's right. One of the most sophisticated as well. Very, very well-known air traffic control system and a good reputation. Listen, this is important here. The NTSB here in the United States has been warning about close calls, so-called runway incursions. This was a runway incursion of the worst possible kind in Tokyo. That Japanese Coast Guard plane, for whatever reason, lined up on a runway, apparently to depart, even though there was an inbound Japan Airlines passenger plane, an Airbus A350, that it appears now literally landed on top of the Japanese Coast Guard plane. 5 of the 6 people on board the Japanese Coast Guard plane died. The captain survived, but we're told he's in critical condition. And then the remarkable story that all 379 people on board that Japan Airlines passenger plane, a jumbo jet on a domestic flight, they all got out alive. They all survived. And there's one big reason for that. It appears they listened to the flight attendants who said, don't grab your overhead belongings, don't grab anything other than yourselves and get out of this plane. And to drive home how important that message is, I interviewed Captain John Cox, the NBC News aviation analyst, who really talked about the fact this is a matter of life and death. Take a listen to what he said.
They didn't try to get their luggage out, and that speeds up the evacuation, which when you have a full A350, which is about 380 people, and you want to get them out within 90 seconds, this is the way you do it. You follow the instructions, you go to the exit, you get on the slide, and you get away from the aircraft. And that's what happened here, and that's why it was so successful.
So that's the FAA rule. Everybody must be out of the plane with half the exits blocked within 90 seconds. And that's the challenge, of course, because in America, we do have a history of people grabbing their overhead belongings.
That's
Back
right.
to you, Hallie.
Yeah, nothing's more important than your life, right, in that situation. Doesn't matter what's in your luggage there. Can you help a layperson understand, Tom, as you lay out, it now appears, as you say, that the Japan Airlines plane essentially landed on top of that Coast Guard plane. Is that help us understand what the pilot of that jumbo jet may be seeing? They're using instruments to fly, right? There is no expectation that somebody's on the ground in front of them. They wouldn't be looking for that. Fair to say?
Well, I think that's one question. Any pilot coming in for a landing should be scoping out the runway to make sure that, in fact, it is clear of planes, right? I mean, air traffic control may tell you you're cleared to land, but we've had an awful lot of screw-ups worldwide where, guess what, there was a mistake. There's a communication breakdown. And that's the thrust of the investigation right now. Why was that Coast Guard plane, and I want to keep underscoring this, Japanese Coast Guard, not American.
Yes,
why was a Japanese Coast Guard plane lined up on that runway? Did he or she, whoever the pilot was, did they simply mishear communications from the tower? Did they move ahead despite the communication breakdown? And by the way, you know, all air traffic communications around the world is in English, are in English, I should say. So, you know, these are native Japanese speakers. If there was any concern or confusion, perhaps they should have broken into Japanese. We simply don't know what happened there and why that plane was in that position.
As far as any answers, Tom, your assessment, do we think, and I know we can't predict, but given sort of past this precedent here, we're talking weeks, months, right? Not hours.
So this is the Japanese NTSB that's in charge. If this were a U.S. investigation, they would come up with a preliminary assessment within a few weeks, assessment of all the factors, and then they would roll out an official cause in 12 to 18 months. I can't give you the timeline for the Japanese NTSB. I will tell you they are very good and very thorough, and they are also being assisted by the French National Transportation Safety Board. Why? Because this aircraft was built in France. It's an Airbus, not a Boeing. If it were a Boeing, you'd have the American NTSB helping out. You got two very good agencies, the French and the Japanese, looking into exactly what the breakdown was. And did that inbound Japan Airlines pilot, did he have good visibility? Or were any of the upscreen readings, if you will, were they getting in the way of him seeing the runway properly.
Tom Costello, thank you so much for your reporting on this and for laying out what is still ahead on that front, too. Appreciate it. You heard Tom mention that Japanese Coast Guard plane. It was headed west, where we're getting a clearer picture tonight of just how bad the destruction was from those powerful and deadly New Year's Day earthquakes. You can see here where things stand now. Buildings just crumbled. At least 55 people have been killed. A couple dozen others have been seriously hurt, according to officials, and some 30,000 people don't have power still. You've got thousands of Army personnel, firefighters, police officers from all across Japan now getting sent to the area. They're triaging, essentially, racing against time right now to get anybody trapped in the debris out safely. But look how bad it is. That's what's making these rescue efforts so much harder. Look at this. Roads are blocked off. They're so damaged. One of the airports in the area had to be shut down because the runway wasn't safe. It had cracks in it. Journalist Kaori Njoji joins us now from Tokyo. It's good to have you with us. A government spokesperson told the New York Times that aside from power outages, there's also a bunch of homes, 20,000, that don't have running water. Give us a sense of, here we are, 5 o'clock Eastern time in the U.S., obviously earlier where you are. Talk about the extent of the damage you're seeing.
Well, thousands of people are waking up to a second morning in evacuation centers. As you pointed out, many in their homes don't have electricity or running water. And you have to remember that there have been a series of earthquakes, some of them fairly strong, after this big quake hit on Monday. Look, as a Japanese person living here, you get used to earthquakes. It happens all the time. But 7 on a magnitude scale is big. And the aftershocks after them have been fairly large as well. And the experts are saying when something this large hits, the chances of another one of a similar scale hitting are about 10 to 20% over the next week. So that's the kind of thing that they're up against. The roads are blocked because, as you pointed out, you just can't access them because there have been landslides, there are fissures in the roads, and what's known as liquefaction, which is very scary because when you have an earthquake this strong, it forces up the land and it turns the roads into a watery substance. So that's difficult as well. As of now, the death toll in this quake is 55, but the fear is that it may rise because the numbers the officials say they know, at least 120 people are trapped inside the rubbles of some of these buildings. The epicenter seems to be in an area called Ishikawa-ken, which is on the western coast. And there's an area there that seems to have been decimated, famous for a lacquerware center. But there was a fire there that erupted after the quake that seems to have compounded the problem.
There's also, you talk about issues that compound the problem, Kaori. There's been forecasts for tsunamis along the coast. That risk has mostly gone down. But now there's this question of snow in the area, the question of aftershocks, right? I mean, they're not out of the danger zone yet, so to speak, especially when there's this push to rescue, to rebuild here.
Absolutely. Snow and rain is forecast later for today, and that is a problem because the ground is already soft. And when you have wet conditions, the chance of a landslide increases incrementally, and that's what they're faced with. And of course, you have these aftershocks which continue, which is scary just to be there standing, but imagine having to work through the rubble in those kinds of conditions. And the access itself has been difficult as well. And I think only now, as this is the second morning since that quake, are we getting details of first responders trying to get into some of the very remote areas, because some of these areas are very sparsely populated, very hard access even before this quake hit.
Kaori Njoji, thank you so much for being there for us in Tokyo. We appreciate your reporting and your presence. Thanks. Also overseas, we are just learning that a senior Hamas leader was killed in a drone strike near Beirut in just the last few hours. That's raising some new concern tonight that Lebanon could get even more involved in this war between Israel and Hamas. Both Hamas and Lebanon say Israel is responsible for those strikes. Israel has not yet commented on that explosion, whether it played a role in it. But the Israeli cabinet is now postponing a key meeting in the wake of all this. Top leaders had been supposed to talk about plans for Gaza after the war there ends in what it's calling the day after Hamas, according to what an Israeli official is telling NBC News. According to that plan, Israel would keep up for security of Gaza for what they say is the foreseeable future. They would dismantle the Palestinian Authority and replace it with smaller, localized clans. We've got more on what that means in a second. That comes as Israel's tanks and rockets are stepping up new strikes with more heavy fighting in a key city in southern Gaza, even as Israel plans to pull back a couple thousand troops in a new push for Israel in what could be a year-long conflict, they say. I want to bring in Josh Letterman, who's live for us in Tel Aviv. Josh, we're glad to have you there. Let me start with what's happening in Lebanon, right? These new strikes that killed a key Hamas leader. What do we know, and importantly, what do we not know yet?
Well, we know that Hamas says that this senior Hamas leader was killed in what they say was a drone strike that killed not only the number 2 in the political part of Hamas, but that same leader is also one of the founding members of the militant wing of Hamas. And this is the most senior Hamas leader known to have been killed by Israel so far during this war, Hallie. Now, the Israelis have been fairly coy about what happened tonight. They're not saying it was them. They're not saying it wasn't them. But we know that Israel has long vowed to hunt down these Hamas leaders anywhere in the world, saying that they are living on borrowed time. But as you allude to, the real concern right now, this whole region on a knife's edge, wondering what kind of retaliation Israel is going to expect from Hezbollah, from the Houthis in Yemen, from groups in Syria and elsewhere who have already been pretty amped up over the last several weeks because of this war. Groups across the region are already protesting and threatening even more violence tomorrow in retaliation for this assassination.
You also have some reporting, Josh, on what Israel calls a post-Hamas Gaza. This has been one of the central questions since this war began. What would happen to this Gaza Strip, this roughly 25-mile-long piece of land? Walk us through what Israel thinks the piece of it should be.
Well, Israel thinks it should not be Hamas, obviously, and should not be the Palestinian Authority, which leaves the question, who should run the Gaza Strip? Tonight, a U.S. official tells me Israel wants to see itself deal with security in the Gaza Strip, but let local tribes, essentially clans within the Gaza Strip, carve up different parts of the Strip and deal with the basic governing functions like day-to-day municipal activities, such as doling out humanitarian aid. Now, the Israelis are basically putting forward what they want to see in the Gaza Strip. But the U.S. has made clear the Palestinians have a right to self-determination and are going to have a right to decide who they want to govern them going forward.
On that note, when you talk about the U.S. role here, we're just hearing now from Houthi rebels threatening that the U.S. will be, in their words, punished for the attacks in the Red Sea. What else do we know?
Yeah, the Houthis are saying that it is the United States that is militarizing the Red Sea. They are blaming the U.S. for being the one amping up tensions there. And they say, one of the fascinating things about the Houthis is, unlike a lot of these other militant groups in the region, Hallie, that don't seem to be drawn into direct military conflict with the United States military, the most powerful in the world, the Houthis seem to be relishing this fight, shooting at a Navy helicopter a few days ago. They seem to be trying to goad the U.S. Into direct military confrontation. That is something the Biden administration says they don't want to see. And at the same time, they say they have to protect this critically important global shipping route. And so this new threat from the Houthis does seem to be the latest indication that these Iran-backed rebels from Yemen and the U.S. may be headed towards some type of an eventual confrontation.
Josh Letterman, thank you very much. Live for us there from Tel Aviv. Appreciate it. The president of Harvard University, in just the last few hours, is announcing she will step down from that job in what is a stunning turnaround after a month of criticism over an appearance here in Washington that sparked claims of anti-Semitism, as well as allegations that she plagiarized some of her academic work. Claudine Gay is now saying in a statement that it's been distressing, she says, to have doubt cast on my commitments to confronting hate and to upholding scholarly rigor. But she says it's in the school's best interest for her to resign. This whole thing started last month when President Gay, as well as the leaders of MIT and Penn, seemed like they were sidestepping questions over punishing students who call for a genocide against Jewish people. Harvard's governing board initially backed Gay on that, along with backing her after the first reports of plagiarism, which the board chalked up to inadequate citation. Now, Gay, as she steps down, will return to her position as part of the faculty. The school's provost will take over in the interim. NBC's Rahema Ellis is following this for us. And Rahema, I have to tell you, as folks who watch the show will know, I'm home from Israel now after spending some time there covering the war in Tel Aviv and in the region. One thing I heard a lot, people were very keyed in, Israelis, to what was happening with universities in the U.S., specifically with Harvard, with MIT, with Penn, with this whole saga. I would get a lot, oh, you're from America. What about Harvard, would be the question people would ask. And now here we have this resignation that is perhaps unsurprising given the pressure that Gay was under, but still shocking in how suddenly it came down. Talk us through what we know and how it changed from seeming like her job was safe to her leaving the position.
Yeah, that the board of Harvard, the 11-member board, unanimously supported her right after that appearance in front of Congress. And now that 11-member board has unanimously accepted that resignation. And it is because of what you said in the intro, and that is the fierce criticism that she has been under. It's been withering criticism. And not only that, but also threats of refusal to continue to make donations to Harvard. And it seems that it's been too surmounting, even for this university, which is the wealthiest university in the world with the largest endowment of more than $50 billion. So today, this historic appointment of Gay as the first black woman president of Harvard has now disintegrated. Look at the timeline from when she was made president in June, July, to now formally she was inaugurated as president back in September. Then she has that appearance before the House with two other presidents of prestigious universities. They speak out, and the questions about how they responded to questions about anti-Semitism on campus was withering at that point. By December 12th, the Harvard board announces Gay will remain in office. By the 15th, she submits some corrections to two articles that she had been accused of plagiarizing in some of her work. The 21st of September, more corrections, this time to her PhD dissertation. Then January 1st, the Washington Free Beacon publishes anonymous complaints about 6 new allegations. And then today, here we are, January 2nd, Gay resigns from her position. It was too much for her to weather. She talked about how she felt that she herself was under a lot of criticism and even some threats. And she wanted now to turn the attention from an individual to that attention now be focused back on the university itself and academic pursuits.
Well, and it's hard to say whether that's going to happen now, right? Like, I mean, we're not people with crystal balls here, but it is clear that this has struck such a nerve, I think, not just in this country, but around the world.
Yeah, no question about that. And there are some folks who were talking about the fact that there are some starch conservatives who were applauding this, as well as those who were talking about they were pro-Israel. I want to show you a tweet from Elaine Stefanik, who was the woman in Congress who said basically this is exactly what they needed to do, that the resignation of Harvard's anti-Semitic plagiaristic president is long overdue. Her answers were absolutely pathetic and devoid of the moral leadership and academic integrity required of the president of Harvard. Our robust congressional investigation will continue to move forward. I should mention that Claudine Gay has denied any allegations that she is anti-Semitic. But there were also a lot of criticisms coming from donors, including one who is Alan Ackman, and he's a hedge fund billionaire. He was calling very strictly for her. And in a tweet he put out to Sally, this is in reference to Sally Kornbluth, who is the president of MIT, who was in that trio of female presidents of these prestigious universities who appeared before Congress, and none of their answers were of the kind that Congress was looking for. And indeed, some people outside of Congress were very critical of that. I should mention to you that our own Al Sharpton and the National Action Network is holding a protest, they say, in front of Aikman's office here in New York on Thursday, saying that it was unacceptable that they've called for this resignation.
Rahima Ellis, I know you'll be on top of that as this develops. Thank you very much for your reporting, as always. Let's take you up to Rochester, New York, where police say there's no evidence right now of terrorism in an investigation into a deadly New Year's Day crash that killed at least 2 people and hurt several more. You see, the suspect drove an SUV that had gas canisters stashed in it, and then, this is him, raced towards pedestrians and another car as officers were directing traffic after a concert let out nearby. The FBI Joint Terror Task Force is helping local officials investigate this, and Rochester police say it's not clear what the motive is, but they are saying that this suspect, and I'm quoting here, may have been suffering from possible undiagnosed mental health issues. I want to bring in Emily Aketa, who's been following this one for us. Talk to us about what we know about this suspect, what they did in the days leading up to this crash, and why officials are saying that at this point there does not seem to be a nexus to terrorism.
Hey there, Hallie. It's a good question because some of those movements in the days prior to this incident have been cause for concern among investigators. Take a look at the timeline here. It starts on December 27th. Police identifying him as 35-year-old Michael Avery. They say that he drove from Syracuse to the Rochester area and checked into a hotel. On December 29th, they say he rented an SUV, a Ford Expedition, at the airport. And then the next day, he apparently made a half a dozen purchases of gasoline and fuel containers, something that was recovered at the scene of the crash in and around the Ford Expedition. Police believe that he intentionally sped towards a crosswalk with people, as you mentioned, just as people had finished celebrating the ringing in of the new year. And he actually crashed into another vehicle, a rideshare vehicle that had been pulling out. The force of that crash so powerful that it still pushed both of the vehicles into a group of people, injuring 9 pedestrians, Hallie, and killing the 2 passengers in the rideshare vehicle, Hallie.
Emily Aketa, thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it. We've got some breaking news just into us now, literally in just the last couple of minutes here. News about a sitting senator from New Jersey, Bob Menendez, who is facing apparently even more allegations, with a federal grand jury now slapping him with a second superseding indictment, saying he allegedly tried to help a developer land a multi-billion-dollar investment from a company tied to the Qataris. Remember, Menendez is already facing accusations of accepting bribes from a foreign government and conspiring to act as a foreign agent, among other charges. He has pleaded not guilty to all these allegations. I want to get right to Tom Winter. Walk us through, first of all, what a new superseding indictment actually means in plain English, and more about the specifics of these allegations.
Sure. It means that investigators and prosecutors went back to the same grand jury, or a grand jury that's been hearing evidence in the ongoing investigation. As you know, Hallie, because we've spoken about this on numerous occasions, this has been an ongoing investigation by the New York FBI and federal prosecutors here. They went back to the grand jury and say, we've found some new conduct. We want to bring it to you. Would you like to indict the senator or anybody, depending upon the case, on these charges? And in fact, they have voted to indict him and charged him with a whole series of new allegations, effectively here, Hallie, saying that the senator, in exchange for some of that cash and gold that we've been showing over the past 6 months or so, when we first learned that the allegations were coming down against the senator in his first indictment, some of that cash and gold from a New Jersey developer identified as Fred Davies, who's also been charged in this case, was in exchange for Bob Menendez to introduce him to a member of the Qatari royal family who happens to work for a Qatari investment fund that's associated with that government. Apparently, Menendez made a number of positive or supportive statements of the Qatari government. At the same time, he was hoping to get them to invest into this New Jersey developer's latest project or business, and that led to the allegations being thrown around here today. They apparently have encrypted application messages between the developer and the senator. They also have a series of messages that were sent, including screen grabs of watches that the developer shared with the senator saying, hey, do any of these work for you? And some of those watches were valued in the tens of thousands of dollars, Hallie. So bottom line here, it's more allegations, not necessarily more charges. Doesn't necessarily mean more jail time, but it is a pretty tough gauntlet for the senator here going forward.
No, that's an important distinction, Tom. And to be clear here, and we said it, but I think it's worth underscoring, Menendez has denied allegations of wrongdoing. He's been defiant in the face of these allegations, in fact.
That's exactly right, pleading not guilty to all the prior charges and the additional superseding indictments in this case.
Tom Winter, thank you very much for your new reporting here coming into us in just the last few minutes. We are also just learning in the last couple of minutes that former President Trump is appealing now a ruling out of Maine that says he cannot run on the 2024 primary ballot there. This appeal is not to the Supreme Court of the United States, but to Maine's Superior Court. Remember, Mr. Trump's facing something similar in Colorado. We expect him to appeal that one as well. All of it coming with less than 2 weeks to the Iowa caucuses. Only one candidate is campaigning in that state today, Vivek Ramaswamy. He's at 6 events. His campaign says by the end of the day, he'll have visited all of Iowa's counties twice. The reality is everybody, including Ramaswamy, is sitting far behind former President Trump in the polls right now. In Iowa, look at this. It's a dominant lead. Dominant is probably understating it candidly. He's stomping there, polling above 50%. We expect to see him in that state on Friday. Vaughn Hilliard is there, a state that he knows quite well, live for us in Des Moines. Let me start here before we get to the Iowa sort of drama. this issue that's happening in Maine, the expectation that he would appeal this decision to not be on the ballot, we had a feeling he was going to do that. We have a feeling he's going to do the same thing in Colorado. That is the expectation. The question is, what is the timing here, given these primaries are going to start stacking up on us pretty quickly in the next couple of months?
Right. Number one, Hallie, under the Secretary of State's order, she said that Donald Trump's name would still appear on the Maine ballot if his legal team, in fact, appeals her ruling, which they now have. But get this, under Maine state law, the Superior Court that Trump's team has appealed to has to make their ruling by January 17th. So we're going to have a decision out of Maine sooner rather than later, and more likely than not before the U.S. Supreme Court agrees to take up the Colorado Supreme Court's ruling in which they determined that Donald Trump should be disqualified from the ballot in the state of Colorado. So now we have likely 2 states that could potentially, whose pending appeals could eventually make their way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And of course, there are still more than a dozen other states in which lawsuits are working their way through the court system here. So this is all coming to a head here in these upcoming weeks. And this appeal from Trump's legal team in the state of Maine is just the latest step in that direction.
Before we get to Maine, of course, the road to that state and to Colorado runs through Iowa first and then New Hampshire. You are in Iowa now. Not seeing a ton of candidates on the road today. They've obviously, been out there campaigning. It's going to pick up as we get closer to the caucuses. Talk us through what the expectation is and what you're hearing from people you're talking to on the ground.
Right, Hallie, we're just 14 days away now. This is kind of go time, but to your point, it's kind of interesting that the top 3 candidates, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, and Donald Trump, they aren't here. I'm here. I'm waiting for some candidates. But Ron DeSantis, we should note, will be here tomorrow. Of course, he has hit all 99 counties. And it's, this could very well be a race for second place. You showed the polling there. Donald Trump is the clear favorite here in the state. And the campaign tells me that they feel like they have built a robust operation to turn out caucus goers to deliver a huge win here in Iowa. But when you look at second place, Ron DeSantis over the last 7 months, Hallie, has held more than 3 times the number of events that Nikki Haley has here and has visited more than 3 times the number of counties that Nikki Haley has here. And when you look at TV advertising, that's where you see a little different ball game, though. Right now, Nikki Haley, her and her forces, they intend to put up 4.5 times the amount of money toward TV advertising here in the state than Donald Trump, and about twice as much as Ron DeSantis' allies here. So Nikki Haley making a late play on the television airwaves here in the state. We should expect Donald Trump to make his way back to the Hawkeye State come this Friday and Saturday, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard, are you there for the duration, friend? Are you there till caucus day?
We're here for the entire go, my friend.
Pencil us in, man. 5 and 6 Eastern. We'll see ya. We'll just write it in now. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Let's go from the Midwest now to the West Coast because a big storm system is hitting there before moving east, putting millions of people in the Northeast in the path of a potentially huge weekend snowstorm. The first for this season, and for some cities, the first in like multiple years. Some of these early projections here, emphasis early, it's only Tuesday, show that this storm could hit the I-95 corridor Saturday. Snow, rain, a wintry mix. But there's still a lot up in the air about how hard and where the storm could hit. I want to get to NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. And Bill, you know my motto now as it relates to weather, which is, it is winter. Cold is not news, right? Like this is, we can't be, we're not going to lose our minds over every time the temperature gets below 30. The interesting part about this, right, what makes this potentially news, I will tell you, like D.C., we're in that I-95 corridor. Yeah. We haven't gotten a snow, and I don't remember how long. It's been over a year since we've gotten a bad snow. I think a couple years. That's what's sort of significant here, is that some of these places that aren't used to dealing with this time of year could get smoked.
Hallie, there are 2-year-olds in the D.C. area that have never seen a snowstorm. So that's kind of like, that's the perspective on this. Like, there's kids that are like, what, it snows here? So yes, so I'm not going to disappoint you to the end of this, Hallie, but just stay tuned for your forecast. So the storm is now moving on to the West Coast. It's going to go coast to coast. By the time we get to Sunday afternoon, it's exiting off the East Coast. So let's take it day by day here. During the night tonight, some snow in the highest of elevations in the Sierra in California. As we go through Wednesday, we'll get some snow in areas of Nevada. This isn't like blockbuster stuff, but northern Arizona, Flagstaff, up to the Grand Canyon, heading down into some of the southern mountains of Utah, we'll get a decent amount of this. By the time we get to Thursday, San Juan Mountains in southern Colorado, northern portions of New Mexico. I know the people in Taos will love some fresh powder. And then we get to the part where we get to Thursday into Friday. This is when the storm starts to accelerate and head into the plains. If you're going to be heading through Wichita, Kansas, I think you have a chance for some decent amount of snow out of this. Friday's our day we kind of get a break from the wintry weather. Too warm in all of of the south. It'll just be a rain event as the storm makes its way over the top in New Orleans. From here, the storm will head for the mid-Atlantic coast. You notice the blue returns. That's the snow on the map. And I freeze this on Saturday late in the day. This is when the storm would be at its peak for, say, Washington, D.C., Richmond, up towards heading to Philadelphia. The green is rain. There's Hallie right here, tears of disappointment. And then as we go into Pennsylvania, this is where all the blue is. So the mountains of Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, you have the best bet of getting significant snow out of this. Same with areas like the Poconos. This is not blockbuster. This is not 1 to 2 feet of snow. I think the highest totals will be 6 to 12 inches. So that's kind of the bottom line on that. So Hallie, as of now, the D.C. area, I have you in light, but I got a bad feeling it's going to be a little too warm.
I've never really seen anybody do like a reverse tease where they say, I'm going to give you bummer news, but I'm going to do it at the end of all my talking. So, like, you know, we're trying new things here.
It's 2024, right?
Thank you, friend. Bill Cairns,
Okay.
Happy New Year. It's good
Happy
to see
New
you.
Year.
Good to be back with you. Coming up, we got a lot more to get to here on the show, including dozens of states saying they're seeing a big spike in people getting sick from some of these respiratory viruses right as we're all coming back to work after the holidays. We're live outside the CDC with what you should know and what doctors say you should expect. Plus, a cyber kidnapping victim found alive in the wilderness in Utah. We're looking at who's typically targeted in this growing and disturbing trend. So tonight, the CDC is bracing for a new spike in cases of the flu, RSV, COVID, colds. Now that all of our holiday gatherings are over and we're winding down, the CDC now says at least 30 states have what they call very high numbers of these respiratory sicknesses, with the latest figures showing that during the week ending December 23rd, right before Christmas, there were about 30,000 patients admitted with COVID, about 15,000 with the flu, thousands more with RSV. Some hospitals in 4 states and here in D.C. have put mask mandates back in place, too. I want to get to Blaine Alexander, who is live for us outside the CDC in Atlanta for us. Listen, this happens, right? As you know, any parent with kids knows that when they go back to school after the holidays, it's like we get smoked all over again with some of these respiratory illnesses. It's such an issue, and it's spiking this year. Talk to us about what doctors say we should expect and the role of vaccinations and getting our vaccination rate up in some of this.
Well, I want to start with that, Hallie. I want to start with the vaccination rate. Right now, the vaccination rate is low. The numbers are lower than they were this time last year. In fact, so low that the CDC back in December put out an urgent message to doctors, basically urging them to tell their patients, at least those who are at high risk, to get the vaccine. So that's certainly something notable right there, that the CDC is putting out the message of, like, we need to get these rates higher. Let's look at how low they are. We're talking about only about 18% of adults have gotten the latest COVID booster. Less than half of Americans have gotten the flu shot. That's lower than it was last year. And so when you think about that, combined with the fact that, yes, you're right, around this time of year, we always see RSV cases, flu cases go up. But this is really the first season that we're truly beyond the COVID pandemic. So now COVID has been wrapped into that kind of list of normal illnesses we can expect around this time of year. All of that is leading experts to say that as we progress through January, cases will continue to rise and peak somewhere toward the end of the month, Hallie.
What about the sort of next post-holiday prep that we should be thinking about, right? Like the people who could even get a couple of these viruses at once, like the idea of maybe you had holiday celebrations, now you have COVID and you've got the flu or RSV and a regular cold or whatever the case may be.
You know what? You bring up a great point. That's exactly what doctors are saying. I think a lot of us sometimes, if we've gotten vaccinated, we can think, okay, if I have the sniffles or if I have a cough, I'll just ride it out. It'll be gone in a couple of weeks. Let me take a little bit of medicine and I'll be fine. Doctors say, though, that you should actually go in and get tested and figure out what you're dealing with. Do you have COVID? Do you have RSV? Do you have the flu? Whatever it is, there's treatment for it. They say that's crucial because a lot of these cases that are leading to this rise in hospitalizations are getting serious when they don't have to because there is treatment available. So a couple of things. You mentioned parents. I want to touch on that as well, because you know, I know, when you talk about these respiratory illnesses, especially in kids, they can sometimes take on a different type of form. They can be certainly more serious, especially in younger kids. Doctors say if you see your young child or an infant wheezing, or if you can kind of hear them struggling to breathe, get to the hospital immediately. That's something that you need to pay attention to. The other thing is that strep throat is also on the rise, so you want to make sure you get them tested for that as well, Hallie.
Oh, man, yeah, add strep to the mix, too. Blaine Alexander, live for us in Atlanta. Thank you very much. Lots to look for in the next couple of weeks. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, overseas in Russia, they've attacked Ukraine's 2 biggest cities today, Kyiv and Kharkiv. 5 people have been killed, more than 100 others hurt, according to officials there. Ukrainian officials say they downed missiles that can fly at 10 times the speed of sound. This is after the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, said the Kremlin does plan to step up strikes in Ukraine. Number 2, we're learning more about that suspected shark attack in Hawaii that killed a surfer. Officials say his name is Jason Carter. He's 39. An eyewitness tells NBC News the shark pulled him down into the water. Says the shark was as big as like a pickup truck. Officials say it was the first deadly shark encounter in Hawaii in 2023. Number 3, more than a decade after a woman went missing, her family says her remains were found in a pond near Disney. A volunteer group says it started looking for her more than a year ago and just got some new info from Orlando police that led them to her car. They're still working on an ID. Number 4, police today are arresting a man who broke into the Colorado Supreme Court building and started shooting. That's after the suspect was involved in a car wreck nearby. Officials say he pointed a gun at the other driver, then started shooting into the building. Nobody was hurt inside, fortunately. And if you're wondering, hey, might this have been related to the court's ruling banning Donald Trump from being on the ballot? Officials say that does not appear to be the case. They think no linkage. Number 5, Tesla says it delivered a record number of EVs, like 500,000 in the last quarter of 2023, and says it sold nearly 2 million electric cars and trucks last year, which means it met its goal. Tesla slashed prices throughout the year and faces a lot of competition from the fast-growing Chinese company BYD. When we come back, all those gift cards you might have gotten over the holidays could be a good way to help pay off your credit cards. Some of the creative ways you can crack down on debt and maybe boost your credit score, too. Stay with us. A lot of questions tonight over who is responsible for a bizarre kidnapping scheme that led to the disappearance of a teenage Chinese exchange student. He's been found safely, but take a look at this video. The police found him. He's 17, scared and cold and alone in the mountains in Utah. He had barely any food. He had no way to heat himself after his family back in China reported he'd been kidnapped. Thing is, it was apparently all part of a so-called cyber kidnapping hoax. The family wired $80,000 to the alleged captors of this teenager after they got pictures where it looked like he was being held captive. The virtual kidnappers apparently telling the student they'd hurt his family unless he ran into the wilderness and took pictures to make it look like he was being held. Utah police say they were tipped off by both the FBI and Chinese officials that this could be all part of what they call disturbing criminal trend of virtual kidnapping, cyber kidnapping, where Chinese foreign exchange students specifically are being targeted more and more. NBC's Liz Kreutz is following this one for us. It is a bizarre trend, Liz. Help us understand what we know about the specifics of this particular teenager and sort of more broadly what we know about this trend overall.
Hey, Hallie, yeah, it's a crazy, crazy story. And we do know that officials say that the cyber kidnappers who targeted this young man, Kai, were based in China. We don't know who they are. We don't know if we'll ever know who they are. As far as how this all unfolded, officials say that it's likely been weeks that he has been manipulated. Kai was manipulated by these cyber kidnappers. Going back on December 20th, officials in Provo, Utah found him attempting to go camping. They thought it was suspicious, so they helped him get back to his host family outside Salt Lake City. A week later, on December 28th, is when his family in China reported him missing. At that point, though, they had already wired, as you mentioned, roughly $80,000 in ransom money. That is when officials and police began their search, and they found him holed up cold and frigid and alone in the mountains outside of Utah on New Year's Eve morning. Thankfully, now he is safe and home in China and expected to be okay, but it's a really scary incident. And as you mentioned, it is believed to be a trend that is on the rise, Hallie.
Can we call it a trend? Like, in other words, I think that word gets tossed around a lot. Like, apparently it's happened more than once. I don't know that it's, like, super widespread as far as something that's captured people and, like, help us understand, like, the context behind some of these numbers here.
That's a really good point. I think trend in terms of seeing these cyber kidnapping or cyber scams more likely, and maybe not necessarily exactly how this one played out, but the use of AI, experts tell us, is playing a big role in being able to see this happen more often because you can recreate voices. And that's part of how this is all unfolding. We do know that there's been similar instances from out of Mexico, and now it seems to be expanding, this one happening out of China, Hallie.
Liz Kreutz, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, nearly 50 people who were at a Mormon church in Utah say they have symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning, according to officials at the church. Police say at least 20 of those people are in the hospital right now. The church blames the whole thing on a malfunctioning heating system. They say they'll close down until the whole thing's fixed. We'll keep you updated with any news on how these folks are doing. Out of our Southern Bureau, rapper Young Thug was back in a Georgia court today for his gang and racketeering trial. Remember, this was paused back in December after a co-defendant was stabbed multiple times in jail. Young Thug's accused of co-founding a criminal street gang called Young Slime Life, which prosecutors say is responsible for a string of violent crimes. Out of our Northeast Bureau, the city of Philadelphia just inaugurated its first ever woman mayor, Sherelle Parker, a former city councilwoman, now the city's 100th mayor. She says she's extremely grateful for the opportunity and that she wants to make the city safer, cleaner, and greener. That last, presumably a reference to the Philadelphia Eagles, as we all think about them in the city of brotherly love. So listen, as the holiday season wears off and we're back to reality, that reality for a lot of us is debt, because all the gifts you bought, you got to pay for somehow, right? The average family spent nearly $1,000 on presents this year, according to one Gallup poll. And one thing you may not have thought of is paying for those gifts with some of your gifts, like your gift cards. Shoppers were expected to spend something like $30 billion total on gift cards over the season. But like Do you use all the ones you get? Some people stick them in a drawer, they put them in a cabinet, you kind of forget about them. You can actually use them to help pay down your debt. I want to bring in a senior business correspondent, Christine Romans, to break this one down. This is interesting because if I have a gift card to Amazon, I don't know that I'm necessarily thinking about using that to pay down my credit card. How does it work?
Well, look, there are a couple of different places, several places really, where you can go and you can trade in those cards for cash. You're going to get 70 or 80 cents on the dollar, and that might seem like that's not a very good deal. But half of all of these cards are never redeemed. Half, Hallie. So that means people have basically gold sitting in their drawers that they're not going to use. So if you can get some money out of it, turn around and then pay down that high-interest credit card debt. Credit cards are 20%. That's the APR right now. You should do that.
Holiday season's gonna be tough, I think, for folks, right? Like you feel this pressure to buy stuff, make sure you've got presents under the tree or whatever. But we know that people are going into debt, right? We know that that's been an issue now, especially right now at this moment. What do people need to keep in mind for debt? And I think that you're the perfect person to ask about this because I know you're very into like that pragmatic focus here.
Well, right now, this is not like other years when you could sort of have benign neglect and maybe you run a balance and you're like, oop, and you try to pay it off, you know, by the summer. You've got 20% interest rates on credit cards and already a pile of debt that has topped $1.03 trillion. That's, you know, credit card debt. And so at 20%, that's really dangerous. A debt spiral can happen real fast. So people need to make a plan. You got to figure out where you're going to come up with money to pay those things down. You know, when you're carrying a balance here, you're only paying minimum payments. You are going to be in debt for years, Hallie. Minimum payments are really a dangerous thing for most families. Pay as much as you can, get out from under that debt at 20% interest. It's a real problem. Also, call your credit card company. There was a really good Lending Tree survey that found that 76% of people who called their card company and asked for a lower interest rate, they got it by the average of 6 points. That's real money.
And that's, you know, time invested, but time worth it, right? I mean, if you can make that phone call and get that back.
Totally.
Christine Romans,
welcome back.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Thank you, friend, and thank you for all you did while I was gone and overseas.
Anytime.
Appreciate you. Thank you. We got a lot more coming up here on the show, including some new warnings over, you know, those IV drips, those injections that people use for like energy or to help a hangover. We'll tell you what experts are saying about staying safe at some of those IV spas. Coming up.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, new warnings about stuff like IV drips and injections at med spas that are unregulated. You've probably heard of these places. People sometimes go to them for like quick boost to energy or, you know, they're hungover. They go, they think they feel better after. Maybe they just want straight up vitamins or even to try to dissolve fat. But here's the problem. Doctors say these IVs can make you pretty sick. The FDA recently warned about reports that some patients develop what they call severe infections and skin deformities after getting unauthorized shots. It's all part of this growing wellness industry worth somewhere around $15 billion right now, with questions, of course, about oversight on that front. Erica Edwards is joining us now. Okay, gut check, right? These med spas became popular. People would go get an IV. They say they feel better afterwards. What do they need to be looking for? What is the real risk level here?
Hey, Hallie. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, many of these med spas do operate safely, and those that do should be absolutely willing to answer some questions that you have to ensure your safety. Number one, who owns and operates the med spa? Number two, who is administering my treatment and what credentials does that person have? Do not be afraid to ask to see a license or a diploma. And also, is there a licensed medical practitioner on site just in case there are complications? It's also fair to ask where they got those products. The FDA, as you mentioned, warned recently that unlicensed workers at some of these spas were using unapproved, unauthorized treatments that they got off the internet. And as a result, bacterial infections are on the rise, Hallie.
So how are the med spas responding to this? And what are you supposed to do if you want to go to one of these places, but you'd rather not come home with a bacterial infection?
Well, usually those infections occur at the site of the injection or the shot or of the IV, and generally it's because equipment may not have been sterilized appropriately, or they were using unapproved, mixtures. We talked with one woman in California who developed a severe bacterial infection after she got hundreds of shots all over her body. She said that the workers there told her that the more injections that she got, the better. Within 24 hours, her skin was just excruciating and she felt like it was on fire. Now, there are no federal standards for med spas and IV hydration clinics. It's the states that oversee those facilities, all with different rules. Now, we talked with the CEO of the American Med Spa Association. He said that what's missing from the industry, Hallie, is a baseline level of consistency across all states, and even the industry is calling for a little bit more oversight. Hallie.
Super interesting. Erica Edwards, thank you very much for that reporting. Still to come, a 90s TV superstar attacked in a pretty bizarre incident with a biker gang. What he says happened before the whole thing went down. Next.